Chapter 1 Death. In the mountainous region of Yunnan, a rugged road winds like a ribbon along the mountainside. A bus traverses the serpentine path at a leisurely pace. Inside the vehicle, a multitude of passengers occupies every seat, while a young man by the window stares vacantly out into the distance. The verdant hills and flowing waters beyond the glass fail to capture even a flicker of his attention. This young man is named Jiang Chun, a 22-year-old from a rural area of Shuanqing, who has recently graduated from university 3 months prior. Since graduation, he has been enduring the grueling grind of a nine-netting job at a small enterprise. The source of Jiang Chun's profound sorrow is not merely the abrupt transition from graduation to unemployment, nor the stark contrast between reality and his aspirations. Rather, it is the heart-wrenching experience of a breakup. Not only has he suffered a romantic loss, but he has also found himself entangled in a web of troubles, all of which began just a few days ago. A few days prior, his girlfriend of over 3 years, Qin Shiran, ended their relationship mere months after graduation. Despite having heard the adage that graduation season often coincides with breakup season, Jiang Chun never anticipated such a fate would befall him. Qin Shiran was his first love, and their bond had flourished over the years, marked by genuine affection. Yet, just 3 months after parting ways, she abruptly declared their relationship over, offering no explanation. Naturally, he sought clarity. Thus, he took a leave of absence to confront her, only to discover her entwined with another young man, who was now her new romantic interest. Jiang Chun refused to believe that Qin Shiran had discarded him for someone else, but the harsh reality delivered a crushing blow. Moreover, the young man appeared to be a scion of a prominent family, exuding arrogance, and upon encountering Jiang Chun, openly humiliated him. Enraged, Jiang Chun retaliated with a few harsh words. As a result, his weight of over 130 pounds was effortlessly sent flying 3 to 4 meters by a single kick, revealing the young man's mastery of authentic martial arts, rather than mere flashy techniques. Jiang Chun witnessed, in disbelief, as the young man's foot shattered the bricks beneath him. In that moment, Jiang Chun comprehended the reason behind Qin Shiran's departure, but he had also endured a beating. Now, he plans to seek solace at Wudong Mountain, knowing that if that young man possessed martial skills, the historic Wudong sect would certainly have its own legacy. Although the hope of receiving genuine teachings is nearly non-existent, the desire to witness such a heritage remains unquenchable. On the bus, Jiang Chun's agitation reached a boiling point, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "You will regret this, you wretched creature." As soon as the words left his lips, the men seated in front, behind, and to his left turned to scrutinize him. Embarrassed, Jiang Chun offered no explanation, instead diverting his gaze to the window, feigning interest in the scenery, thinking to himself, "As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is they who must feel awkward." Indeed, within moments, the others returned their attention elsewhere. Only the young man to Jiang Chun's left tugged at his sleeve, wearing a lewd grin as he inquired, "Brother, I noticed you the moment you boarded. Have you experienced a breakup? Or did you catch your wife in an affair?" Before Jiang Chun could respond, the loquacious stranger continued, "Judging by your appearance and demeanor, you must still be single. If that's the case, it must be a breakup, right?" His gaze then shifted to Jiang Chun's bandaged right hand, and he mused, "Perhaps it isn't a breakup after all. It could be that your girlfriend was straddling 2 boats. You didn't catch them in the act, did you?" Jiang Chun's expression darkened further, but the man seemed oblivious, continuing, "Brother, you've got guts confronting them directly? You appear quite robust, surely. You fought before? Could it be that you were outnumbered 2 to 1? Did your girlfriend's lover join forces with her to attack you? Ah, brother, don't dwell on it. A woman like that isn't worth your time." Though the man's voice was low, the previous commotion had piqued the curiosity of those around them, and they were keenly listening. Jiang Chun had little inclination to engage with him, but as the man continued to prattle on, becoming increasingly offensive, he finally interjected, "Brother, could you please be quiet? We hardly know each other. Brother, every encounter is a fateful one, even if we are not familiar. Sharing this space is a form of destiny. Let me introduce myself. I am Tai Sheng." With that, he extended his right hand, eager to shake Jiang Chun's hand. Noticing Jiang Chun's bandaged right hand, Tai Sheng nodded in understanding and then offered his left hand instead. Jiang Chen chose to ignore him. If the man could talk for half an eternity without his input, he certainly didn't wish to encourage him further. In ordinary circumstances, he might have welcomed the chance to make a friend, but at this moment, Jiang Chen was consumed by his own turmoil, lacking the capacity for conversation. Undeterred by Jiang Chen's silence, Taisheng pressed on. Brother, where are you headed? Perhaps our destinations align. Receiving no response, he continued, I'm off to catch a high-speed train, then on to Wudong Mountain. Jiang Chen turned to look at Taisheng, surprised to discover that he too was bound for Wudong Mountain. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Taisheng exclaimed excitedly, Brother, you're going to Wudong Mountain as well? Just as Jiang Chen was about to reply, a deafening crash echoed, followed by a violent jolt of the bus. What's happening? Help! Driver, steady the vehicle. You must maintain control. Does that driver even know how to drive? How can he be going so fast on such a treacherous road? Surrounding passengers, regardless of their understanding of the situation, erupted in cries of alarm. Jiang Chen and Tai Sheng looked up to see the bus shaking violently, the sound of clattering reverberating through the air. The bus was veering toward the outer lane, and Jiang Chen recognized the sound of the vehicle colliding with the guardrail. Panic set in, leaving him powerless to do anything but pray for the guardrail's strength, for the consequences of failure would be dire. At that moment, Taisheng too felt a surge of fear, his earlier optimism evaporating. I don't want to die. My father used his connections to secure my apprenticeship at Wudong. I'm just about to report. Had Jiang Chen heard this statement at a different time, he would have found it intriguing, but in the current perilous situation, he had neither the heart nor the mind to focus on others. Thus, even as Taisheng's voice grew louder, Jiang Chen remained oblivious, absorbed in his silent prayers for the driver to regain control. Yet, sometimes, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Fate often has its own designs, and Jiang Chen's pleas went unanswered. The bus collided with the guardrail several more times before ultimately plunging off the cliff. Inside the cabin, the vehicle continued to crash and roll amid the precipice, tossing its occupants violently in every direction. Glass shattered, and a branch pierced through the window, impaling Jiang Chen's neck with brutal precision. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as he clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, his consciousness fading into a haze. After a series of violent jolts, the bus finally came to rest at the bottom of the ravine, its structure utterly mangled, flames beginning to flicker. Though a few screams echoed within, Jiang Chen was oblivious, having completely succumbed to silence. Moments later, the sky transformed dramatically. The once bright heavens were shrouded in darkness, and after a brief interval, day and night shone together, the earth expanding as if awakening from a slumber akin to the revival of spiritual energy in a tale of fantasy. In the midst of this phenomenon, a tear in the fabric of time materialized beside the lifeless Jiang Chen, consuming him whole. The rift then engulfed a few others before gradually sealing shut. Though both instances involved being swallowed, the distinction between the two was vast, yet Jiang Chen remained blissfully ignorant of it all. P.S. The preceding narrative serves as a prelude to the protagonist's shift in mindset. For those unable to bear the protagonist's suffering, feel free to skip to Chapter 16. Chapter 2. Transcendence endowed on the Suchi Pavilion. The grass grows lush and unkempt, while someone leans against the 12 railings, swayed by the east wind. The swallows have not returned, and spring comes late. A thin veil of mist and rain shrouds the apricot blossoms in a chill. Dai Shuluan, the classic expression of apricot flowers. Mist and rain in Jiangnan has long been a poetic depiction of the natural beauty of the Jiangnan region. At this moment in Suzhou, Jiangnan, the season of spring rain and blooming apricot flowers is in full swing. There exists a village under Suzhou's jurisdiction known as Apricot Blossom Village, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. 50 or 60 ancient houses are arranged in a picturesque manner at the foot of the hill. Along the ridges of the fields and within the courtyards, apricot trees are planted almost everywhere. At this time, the flowers are in full bloom, the red and white apricot blossoms competing to unfold as a gentle breeze sweeps by, causing petals to drift down like a dreamlike rain of flowers. Yet, the inhabitants of the Jiang family, residing at the edge of the village, are too anxious to appreciate the beauty that surrounds them. 3 men pace back and forth in the courtyard, their worry palpable. Among them, a young man clasps his hands and bows repeatedly, murmuring, "Heaven bless, may both mother and child be safe." Beside him stands a somewhat stooped man, his complexion darkened by the years, who speaks up. "Dashin, do not fret. We have endured the entire winter. All will be well." Although he tries to comfort his eldest son, Jiang Dashin, his heart is heavy with concern. Years ago, when his wife gave birth to their first son, all was well. However, during the birth of their second son, Jiang Erzhan, she suffered greatly and passed away not long after. Inside the house, Li Yi is in the throes of labor, drenched in sweat, biting down on a cloth. Her hands gripping the mattress in agony. Standing nearby, Li Tsuehua watches in terror. She is Jiang Ershan's wife and has only recently become pregnant. Having never given birth before, she suddenly feels overwhelmed with fear. Initially, she had come to assist, but now she finds herself flustered, merely hoping not to hinder the process. After a tumultuous struggle, the sound of a lusty infant's cry fills the air, heralding the successful birth of a baby boy. The village's most experienced midwife, Yu Pe, efficiently takes charge of the newborn's care. Following a flurry of activity, both mother and child are safe, and Yu Pe breathes a sigh of relief as she hands the baby to Li Yi. At this moment, the infant in Li Yi's arms slowly opens his drowsy eyes that he gazes at Li Yi's pale face, noticing the rough, patched quilt beside her. The walls around him are made of piled earth, with bamboo and rattan woven into the flooring above. Jiang Chen is filled with questions. Where am I? Did I not die? Even if I did not perish, should I not be lying in a hospital? Suddenly, he notices his hands exposed outside the swaddling cloth, and he is taken aback. What is happening? Are these my hands? How have I become an infant? Have I been reborn? Yet, even if I have been reborn, this family's circumstances are exceedingly poor. Surely, even the most remote mountain villages would not live in such conditions. At 16, Li lacks experience and fails to notice the confusion in Jiang Chen's eyes. Instead, she gazes at him with affection, occasionally reaching out to stroke him. Goodness, with this attire, have I crossed into another world? Is this the ancient past? Jiang Chen recalls Yu Pe's departure and her attire. At this juncture, Jiang Dashin enters, followed by Jiang Degui, who calls out, "Dashin, I'm coming in. Father, please do enter." Jiang Dashin replies, relieved to see his wife resting comfortably. Jiang Degui then steps into the room with Jiang Erzhan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Chen recalls the young master who insulted him. After he had exchanged a few harsh words, the young master had not only struck him, but had also forced him to kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Chen had refused to kneel, dismissing the threat of death as mere bluster, and had walked away without a second thought. Yet now he questions the situation. Was that traffic accident orchestrated by him? After years of traveling without incident, why did trouble arise immediately after offending that young master? Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? If it was coincidence, perhaps it was simply his fate. However, he cannot help but think of his younger sister and parents, fearing they would suffer a great sorrow. Father, mother, I am unfilial. You have just supported me through my studies, and now I have turned around and died. Thankfully, he has a younger sister. Otherwise, Jiang Chen cannot imagine the depth of his parents' grief, that at least he purchased insurance, which might provide some compensation. Yet, the thought that the young master may have orchestrated this fills him with dread. Just 5 or 6 hours after he departed, the young master could track down his ticket and intentionally cause a car accident along the way. Such a steep cliff would surely spell doom for the 10 or more souls aboard. If this was indeed his doing, his heart is exceedingly cruel, for these are lives that could be lost. Jiang Chen is not a saint, but having been raised in a peaceful, lawful society, and having experienced 9 years of compulsory education, he has been taught to cherish life, that he cannot fathom that someone would extinguish lives simply over a couple of insults, showing no regard for the innocent lives at stake, despite his suspicions. Jiang Chen finds it hard to believe such a person exists. Yet, a shadow of worry lingers. After all, the young master is skilled in ancient martial arts and may belong to a long-established family. Jiang Chen is but an ordinary farmer's son, far removed from such circles, and is unaware of their influence that he worries about the safety of his parents and sister. Should they learn of his demise and trace his steps, they may seek out Qin Shiran, that viper. If she remains silent, all will be well, but if she speaks, and they discover the young master's intentions to end his life, they will surely be troubled. Alas, his parents are simple rural folk, lacking connections or resources. Even if they had evidence, how could they stand against such formidable adversaries? Jiang Chun can only hope that Qin Shiran remains tight-lipped and that his parents and sister do not become too astute. Merely accepting that he perished in a car accident. Sigh, how tragic love can be. Jiang Chun never anticipated that a single romantic pursuit would lead to such turmoil, entangling his family in the process. Chapter 3. 6 years reflecting on the potential burden placed on his parents. Jiang Chun is consumed with regret, and tears stream down his cheeks. That L.I.E. notices the tears on his face and, weeping herself, says, "Son, what is the matter? Do not cry, do not cry. Mother is here. Good grandson, do not weep. Let grandfather see you, so he can give you a name." Jiang Dege, entering the room, smiles as he takes the child. "Father, I should be the one to name the child," Jiang Dashan interjects cheerfully. Jiang Dege retorts, "You cannot even recognize a single character. What name can you give? This is the eldest grandson of the Jiang family. He deserves a fine name." Jiang Dashan counters, "Father, as if you are any better at naming. You named me Dashan and my younger brother Erzhan. Those hardly seem commendable," seeing his father's glaring eyes fixed upon him. Jiang Dashan concedes, "Fine, you name him. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Due cradles Jiang Chun, playfully teasing him, but when he receives no response, he does not mind. With a sigh, he remarks, "When your grandfather named me Dage, he hoped for great wealth and prosperity for me. Yet, life has only grown more difficult, with no signs of prosperity in sight. Today as sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air, he reflects, I shall no longer dream of wealth. We are but the most ordinary of common folk, as insignificant and powerless as this dust, drifting with the wind. Our existence changes nothing, and in death, we leave no mark." After this contemplation, he declares, "The child's name shall be Jiang Weichen." Jiang Chun does not particularly care what his name is. Instead, he is moved by the words of his grandfather in this new life. This is a seasoned elder, weathered by life as trials, who has lost all hope for a better future that be why the standards of ancient marriage age. He is only about 40 years old that I in his previous life. A man of that age would still be in his prime, ascending in his career. Yet, in this life his grandfather, perhaps not yet 40, bears the countenance of a man in his 60s or 70s, having lost hope in life. For the first time, Jiang Chun gains a clearer understanding of the social conditions of this era. And he has a new name, Jiang Weichen. With the birth of Jiang Weichen, the once dreary days of the Jiang family gradually fill with laughter and joy. 9 months later, Jiang Ershan's wife, Li Tsuihua, gives birth to another baby boy named Jiang Tianxiao. From that moment on, although grandfather Jiang Dege was weary, he indeed wore a smile every day, and his overall vitality had improved significantly. 5 years later, Mother Li gave birth to another daughter, naming her Jiang Xiaoa. The absence of a son brought disappointment to both Jiang Dege and Jiang Dashan, signifying a reduction in labor for the family. However, they did not resort to abandoning the infant. They merely remarked that if there were to be another child, and it turned out to be a son, they would sell Jiang Xiaohe to a wealthy household as a maidservant. The 6-year-old Jiang Weichen, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Although he had been reborn, he had assimilated into this family over the past 6 years. Jiang Xiaohe was his own sister. Yet her fate was far less fortunate than that of his sister in his previous life. Throughout these 6 years, Jiang Weichen had also come to understand the era into which he had transmigrated. He found himself in the Song dynasty, an era characterized by the co-governance of scholars and officials, specifically in the 5th year of Xining 1072, under the reign of Emperor Shenzong Zhaosu. Historically, this period was marked by acute social contradictions and severe land annexation, with Wang Engshi likely having initiated his reforms 3 or 4 years prior. Yet, in this remote mountain village, there were few comings and goings, and information flowed exceedingly poorly. Jiang Weichen had heard no rumors of note. Perhaps the despicable Lu Leoi was aware, but he would not divulge anything to Jiang Weichen. Xinghua village once had a village chief, but now he wielded little power. With limited land, the village comprised only 30 to 40 households, totaling around 100 people. However, the wretched Lu Leoi had arrived over a decade ago, leveraging his modest wealth to either coerce or deceive. thus seizing more than half of the village's land over the years. More than half of the villagers had become his tenants, their hope for survival resting in his hands. Who would heed the village chief under such circumstances? Consequently, the chief had lost his prestige, and the remaining villagers paid little mind to him. For the past 6 years, Lu Laoi had cast his greedy eyes upon the few acres of farmland owned by the Jiang family. Initially, both grandfather Jiang Dague and father Jiang Dashan were reluctant to sell. After all, selling their land would either make them tenants of another or leave them begging after their silver ran out. Yet Lu Laoi had connections. Every year, the tax collectors were bribed by him, indulged with fine food and drink. This meant that families who refused to sell their land faced harassment during tax collection, often forced to pay more than their share, leading to widespread discontent. Moreover, this situation worsened year by year. Complaints to the village chief yielded no results, and those who went to Lianhua town to lodge grievances returned only to be beaten by local ruffians. Jiang Weichen could surmise that those ruffians were undoubtedly instigated by someone. How many officials could there be in town? They were all acquaintances, complicit in their corruption, and no one would risk their standing in such a community. Earlier this year, Lu Laoi visited the Jiang household again, raising the price to 6 taels of silver per acre of land, and he claimed that even if they sold their land, they could still work as tenants in his household, ensuring they would be well-fed and clothed, presenting it as a non-loss proposition, which nearly swayed grandfather Jiang Dague. Jiang Weichen quickly interjected, stating, whether they can eat enough is uncertain, but some are already on the verge of starving. The steward, taken aback by the 6-year-old's perceptive remarks, retorted, that is simply because they are lazy and do not work. How can there be food for them? Jiang Weichen cast a disdainful glance at the steward, aware that they all belonged to the same village. With a little inquiry, he could discern the tricks employed by Lu Laoi. Although there was wasteland beyond the village, the early years of cultivation yielded low returns. Yet taxes were still levied as if it were normal that as long as the land could support a family, no one was inclined to engage in such feudal labor. But Lu Laoi was different. He had connections, deceiving superiors and subordinates alike, and his newly cultivated fields were exempt from taxes. Thus, he never ceased his land reclamation efforts, leading to an overwhelming burden of work for the tenants, far exceeding that of families like the Jiangs, who barely managed to survive with a little surplus grain. Originally, the workload was already considerable. Lu Laoi, however, treated them as lesser beings, employing competitive tactics. The few who worked the hardest indeed managed to eat their fill, receiving a little extra as a reward for their efforts. But others? They would not starve, yet neither would they be satiated. Those who could not fill their stomachs lacked the strength to outperform others, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Still, Lu Laoi was not satisfied. While he expanded his fields, he also coveted the good land held by the villagers, demonstrating a complete disregard for their humanity. Chapter 4. The Hardships of the World, seeing his grandfather hesitating. Jiang Weichen spoke up, "Grandfather, we must not sell that we can still make a living now. But if we sell the land, we will only end up working for others, having to grovel for our sustenance." Jiang Dague hesitated for just a moment, as he had no intention of agreeing. Many had sold their land, initially thriving on the few dozen taels of silver, allowing their families to eat well and dress warmly. However, once the silver was spent, their lives would descend into misery, worse than that of oxen and horses. There were several in the village who at first had been eager to act as advocates for Lu Laoi. But within 2 years, once the silver was depleted, the glamour of their former situation was replaced by abject suffering. He was not so short-sighted. Rather, he was astonished to hear his grandson speak with such insight. Having never anticipated that this obedient child, who had never cried or complained, possessed such understanding. Yet, it was unfortunate that in Xinghua village, besides the Lu family, no one was literate. Even the village chief, though he could recognize a few characters, was hardly proficient. That in the past, when someone had asked the chief to teach their children to read, he had made several mistakes, leading to ridicule from the Lu family, which left the chief utterly humiliated. From that point onward, he never taught children again. Furthermore, Jiang Dague lacked the means to send Jiang Weichen to the primary school in Lianhua town. Over the past 6 years, Jiang Weichen had come to understand this world. Although he recognized that education was a shortcut to change his fate, he refrained from mentioning it to his parents or grandfather, not wanting to burden them. The written language of this era was still in traditional characters, with numerous strokes and requiring the use of a brush, encompassing various styles of calligraphy, making it even harder to comprehend. Although Jiang Weichen had studied for over a decade in his previous life, he was not a scholar of literary history, and without a teacher, he truly could not recognize all the characters. Yet, he was not anxious. For the people of this era, education was the only path to altering one's destiny. But for Jiang Weichen, who had over 20 years of knowledge from his past life, becoming an official through education was not the sole avenue available. However, he was still too young, and his understanding of this world remained limited. Even though he had studied history in his previous life, he only grasped a general overview, with historical texts focusing primarily on notable figures. Now, being at the bottom, he could not be summarized by a few simplistic phrases found in history books. Thus, for the past 6 years, he had concealed his talents, behaving much like the other children, without exhibiting too much distinction. Only the prodigies of wealthy families were truly regarded as such, for ordinary folk like the Jiangs. The reputation of a prodigy would only invite jealousy. Moreover, the Jiang family could not provide protection, so Jiang Weichen had refrained from showcasing any exceptional abilities, had he not witnessed his grandfather's hesitation this time. He would not have dared to offer counsel. Becoming a tenant of a landlord would not only increase their labor, but also restrict their freedom, at the very least. Leaving Xinghua village would require the landlord's consent, a notion Jiang Weichen could not accept. Once he was older, he was determined to venture beyond, unwilling to be confined to Xinghua village. However, this era was fraught with bandits and human traffickers, necessitating that he grow stronger and possess some means of self-defense before leaving the village. Steward Liu, it seems your trip was in vain. The Jiang family's few acres of land are not for sale at this time, Jiang Dai stated to the seated Steward Liu. Steward Liu's countenance darkened as he replied, "Old Master Jiang, do think it over. If you change your mind, you can come to find me at any time." With that, Steward Liu strode out of the Jiang household. Alas, human greed knows no bounds. The Liu family has amassed so much land, yet remains unsatisfied, Jiang Dai sighed after Liu left. Not receiving any response from his grandson, he could only lament, "We have refused for 3 consecutive years now. Come this autumn harvest, we will likely have to pay even more grain, that if this continues, let alone saving surplus grain, just managing to eat enough will be a challenge." Jiang Weichen sighed internally as well. In his previous life, he had learned from books that the Song dynasty was the wealthiest of all dynasties. Now, he had truly witnessed this wealth. One could glean a glimpse from the Liu family's opulence. Just from being a landlord in such a small village, they were extraordinarily affluent, dressed in silk, indulging in sumptuous feasts, residing in grand estates, traveling in carriages and palanquins. Even their dogs were well fed, indifferent to their own excrement, illustrating the stark contrast. Meanwhile, ordinary folk like them, those with land could still scrape by in this water-rich Jiangnan region, but those without were being oppressed and exploited, many reduced to the emaciation of mere sticks. This was in Jiangnan, a land renowned for its abundance. One could only imagine the plight in other regions. Moreover, this was not during the twilight of a dynasty. The Song had only been established for 112 years. It was no wonder that this dynasty experienced the highest frequency of uprisings in history, averaging at least 1 insurrection each year, regardless of scale. Truly, it was a wretched world. In this moment, Jiang Weichen comprehended the phrase, "There are no idle fields under heaven. Farmers still die of hunger." The brutality of this statement is striking that a few words encapsulate the tragic life of impoverished peasants under the feudal society of ancient times. Should I embark on the path of education and governance in the future, I may possess the capability to effect some change. However, all of this is contingent upon my growth and maturity. Chapter 5. The passing of Jiang Digui. The gaps between fingers may be narrow, yet time is even more elusive, slipping away unnoticed until the autumn harvest concludes that grandfather's predictions were not mistaken. Following the harvest, the officials sent to collect grain taxes have increased their demands, surpassing any previous instances. Grandfather, filled with indignation, engaged in a heated argument with the officials, yet the voices of our family could hardly contend with those of the officials and their supporters from the Liu family. Furthermore, in the struggle between the common people and the officials, the latter inherently hold the advantage. Jiang Weichen observed the neighbors who gathered to watch the spectacle, feeling a sense of sorrow for the people of this era. These individuals, equally burdened by excessive grain taxes and oppression, ought to stand in solidarity with the Jiang family. Instead, they stood idly by, taking pleasure in the misfortunes of others, merely because the Jiang family's tax burden was heavier than theirs this year. It seemed that the grievances of having paid more taxes were suddenly alleviated, that grandfather's cries for justice were drowned out by the relentless clamoring of the officials. Unable to contain his frustration, grandfather fainted, and father carried him back home. Upon awakening, grandfather appeared spiritless, devoid of his usual smile, and fell gravely ill. The only physician skilled in traditional medicine in the village was at the Liu household. Father, Jiang Dashan, beseeched the Liu family for the physician's assistance, yet old Master Liu refused to allow him to attend to grandfather unless the Jiang family sold their land. Father returned home to discuss selling the land with grandfather. But Jiang Weichen chose not to intervene this time. Ultimately, grandfather declined, stating candidly that even if he were to recover, he would not have many years left to live, and it was unnecessary to sell the land and jeopardize the family's livelihood. The following day, father and second uncle gathered the 6 taels of silver and 487 winning copper coins they had saved over the years and carried grandfather to Lianhua town in search of medical care. Mother held their younger sister, Xiaohe, who was not yet a year old, in her arms, her gaze distant and bewildered. From the adjacent room, second aunt's incessant complaints could be heard. Jiang Weichen listened for a moment, discerning that her grievances revolved around the elderly man's inability to perform hard labor and his reliance on the family for sustenance, questioning why they were spending money on what she deemed unnecessary. Second aunt was known for her stinginess and greed, and Jiang Weichen had come to recognize this over the years. Having lived in this world for nearly 7 years, Jiang Weichen understood that imposing contemporary values on the current circumstances was imprudent. After all, in the future, should one be free from severe illness, supporting a non-laboring individual would be relatively easy. Yet in this era, to sustain an additional non-contributing member could potentially devastate an entire household. By midday the following day, father and the others returned, bearing several packages of medicinal herbs. Their silver was nearly exhausted, leaving only 700 or 800 winning copper coins after several days of medication. Grandfather's health improved significantly. Just when they thought things were looking up, the harsh winter set in, and grandfather fell ill once more. During this period, there was no greenhouse effect, nor sufficient warm clothing. Even in the Jiangnan region, winters could be exceedingly cold. Ultimately, grandfather did not survive the winter, passing away 3 days before the new year at the age of 40-3. And no sooner had grandfather died than the Liu family dispatched someone to renegotiate the land sale. Once again, it was the Liu steward, who showed no regard for the family's grief, not even waiting for the funeral rites to conclude, that he assumed that with grandfather's death, the Jiang family would be inclined to sell the land to old Master Liu. He was partially correct, as the avaricious second aunt eagerly consented upon hearing the price. However, father shouted vehemently, "You Liu family go too far. Just recently I knelt before your door, offering money for the physician to treat my father. And you refused. Even in illness, my father never agreed to sell the land. Now that he has just passed, I, Jiang Dashan, would rather die than sell the land to your family." Second aunt, eyeing the tempting silver, hesitated but dared not retort, muttering under her breath. Yet in a fit of anger, father yelled, "If you utter another word, you shall be deemed unfilial." Second aunt's face turned pale, and she promptly fell silent. Did I end this era? To be branded as unfilial would invite scorn from others. Second uncle stood by, uncertain of whom to support. Lacking decisiveness, he had previously followed father's lead. Now, faced with the conflict between his elder brother and his wife, he found himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to remain quiet. The Liu steward, taken aback by Jiang Dashan's resolute stance, silently cursed his own miscalculation, realizing he should have waited a while longer. However, upon observing second aunt Li Tsuehua, he sensed an opportunity, yet the timing was inappropriate, and he opted to leave without further comment. After the funeral, the new year arrived, and as the snow melted, the family found themselves once again engulfed in labor. Whether gathering manure for compost or tilling the damp earth in preparation for spring sowing, life appeared unchanged, yet something felt different. Second aunt's complaints grew increasingly vocal, at times even crossing into harsh territory. With the absence of elder authority, though the eldest brother was regarded as a father figure, the same level of reverence was no longer present. Initially dismissive, they soon found themselves unable to tolerate her incessant sniping, which only escalated. Arguments began to proliferate. At first, it was second aunt quarreling with mother, and eventually, father could no longer bear it and scolded second aunt. That night, second aunt and second uncle bickered until the early hours, with second aunt berating second uncle for his cowardice and lack of support. Chapter 6. Disputes as relations soured. Even the most trivial matters sparked disputes. Ultimately, Jiang Weichen felt compelled to suggest to father that they should split the household. Otherwise, they would be unable to endure this existence. After careful consideration, father agreed that they would part ways after the autumn harvest. Following the harvest, they summoned the village head to witness the division of their assets, ensuring that neither party would suffer unfairly. After the division, father lamented, "Alas, second brother is indecisive. After this separation, there is a high likelihood that his wife will sell the land." This village was too small for any secret to remain hidden. In recent times, second aunt had become increasingly cantankerous, her gossip growing more rampant, undoubtedly incited by the loose steward. No one in the village was a fool. Otherwise, they would not have resisted the Liu family's financial onslaught and collusion with officials for over a decade, with nearly half the villagers holding firm. Second aunt was not ignorant of this, but her greed clouded her judgment, leading her to believe that even if they sold the land, they could still thrive as tenants, ensuring their sustenance and perhaps even earning additional rewards. Nearby, Li interjected, "Let her sell her own land. What concern is it of yours? Haven't you argued enough already? Do you intend to meddle further? Can you even control her?" Jiang Dashan sighed, feeling his frustration mounting with no outlet, retreating indoors to pour himself a small jar of apricot blossom wine. "Alas, we have no surplus grain left. This wine is diminishing a little at a time." "Knowing we have no surplus, you still drink. Tomorrow I shall trade what remains in the cellar for money." Xiao He is already 2 years old and has yet to wear a single new garment. Her clothes are all patches piled upon patches, resembling a beggar more than anything else. Jiang Dashan was further disheartened, finding no solace in the wine, and remarked, "Very well, tomorrow I shall take it to town to exchange." "Is that satisfactory? I would rather you take it to the Liu family." "Who knows how much we would lose?" that Lie retorted angrily. "It is all that old Master Liu's fault. He seeks to monopolize everything. Why hasn't he met his demise yet? In the past, we could raise silkworms and weave cloth, but now he has bought up every mulberry tree in the village. My father is short-sighted. Why sell the mulberry trees beside the house to him? Now we possess the skills, but can only stand idly by, working for the Liu family for a mere 3 won a day, akin to a beggar's pittance. Have you not had enough? You may scold him, but why bring up my father? Is he not allowed peace even in death?" Jiang Dashan, exasperated by his wife's incessant complaints, snapped, "You must have caught second aunt's greed for money." At that moment a voice chimed in, "And what are the greedy? Have they eaten your rice or taken your pitiful coins?" Jiang Weichen felt helpless. How had a simple conversation spiraled into another quarrel? They had just finalized the division of their household, and barely half an hour had passed. "Father, mother, could you both please refrain from speaking so much? My little sister has only just fallen asleep. Perhaps you should convey that to your mother. I can hardly bear it, nor can I escape it." With that, Jiang Dashan exited the house. "Where are you going? It is dark outside. None of your concern. I have no desire to meddle. I merely wish to say, in this pitch darkness, should you fall into a stinking ditch, you'll have to wash your own clothes." Time had scarcely passed a month when indeed, the land belonging to my second uncle was sold to the Liu family. The entire household of my second uncle transitioned from working for themselves to laboring for others. Subsequently, their circumstances noticeably improved. My second aunt incessantly boasted in front of my mother, causing her considerable irritation, leading to yet another quarrel between them. The disputes did not cease with the division of families. Rather, they evolved from daily altercations to bickering every 3 to 5 days. With the two families residing in close proximity, it was inevitable that they would converse during the evenings, often touching upon one another in their discussions that if anyone nearby were to eavesdrop, even without resorting to whispers, they would easily overhear the exchanges. Should any unflattering remarks be uttered, a quarrel would promptly ensue. Jiang Weichen gradually adapted to this tumult. He once attempted to mediate, but now he had grown accustomed to the chaos. As long as it did not escalate to physical conflict, he deemed it acceptable for them to argue. Time flowed gently, and by the following summer, my second aunt gave birth to another son, naming him Jiang Tianhe. The year before, she had been pregnant with a second child, but unfortunately suffered a miscarriage. With the birth of her son, my second aunt became even more self-satisfied, feeling that everything had improved since the division of the families. In response to her boasting, Li could not contain her frustration and expressed a desire to bear another son, completely forgetting her previous declarations. She had once stated that if another son were born, she would sell their daughter, Jiang Shaixta at that time. My mother had opposed this notion, asserting that she would not bear any more children. Since that day, Jiang Weiqin, residing in the upper floor of the fenced house, began to hear peculiar sounds. Through their efforts, it was finally confirmed half a month before the new year that she was indeed pregnant. Both parents harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing for a son. Jiang Weiqin, observing his nearly 3-year-old younger sister who clung to him incessantly, felt a sense of urgency. After the new year, he would turn 9. Perhaps it was time for him to leave Xinghua village. As he realized he could not alter his family's situation while remaining there, improving agricultural yields, that notion had crossed his mind at first, but after millennia of exploration by ancient peoples, the methods had become quite refined. Techniques such as composting, seed selection, and tilling were all part of an established system. The reason for the stagnation in yield was the absence of high-yield crop seeds. Potatoes were still in North America. And while he had enjoyed the fruits of hybrid rice and grasped a fragment of knowledge, it was far too scant, and he lacked the means to pursue it further. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Weiqin had spent time fishing in the river, gathering firewood with his father, and assisting in the fields, thereby contributing labor. After tending to their own land, despite their reluctance, his parents would go to work for the Liu family merely to earn a few coins each day. The Liu family's vast fields were overwhelming. During busy farming seasons, their tenants struggled to keep up, so despite their conflicts, they could not afford to refuse anyone that if not for the severe exploitation, the Jiang family could easily raise another child. However, that was no longer feasible. The initial 2 years had been manageable, but now, a growing son was becoming a burden. Jiang Weiqin felt he would never rise above his circumstances in Xinghua village. He believed he must take the initiative to escape, that if he must sell himself, let it be so. He could venture to a distant county town, seek a reputable family of scholars, and perhaps demonstrate some cleverness as a companion reader. He could decide on a path to freedom once he reached adulthood, but all of this depended on the birth of the child in his mother's womb. Time continued to pass, and the new year approached. 2 days before the festival, 10 or so boys around the age of 10 appeared unexpectedly in the Liu household, and these boys bore no hostility towards the Liu family. Rather, they seemed grateful to them. This piqued Jiang Weiqin's interest, for boys of this age were already capable of labor, and in a few years, they would become robust workers that no family would willingly sell off boys at that age unless faced with dire circumstances. However, the sudden influx of so many boys led Jiang Weiqin to harbor ominous suspicions. Human traffickers, those who specialize in abducting or capturing children, subjecting them to mistreatment, and then selling them to buyers. Thus, these naive youths would not harbor resentment towards their captors. Instead, they would express gratitude. Jiang Weiqin had previously found it strange that the Liu family was so keen on acquiring land, as he himself was nearing the limits of his own farming capabilities. It turned out they had long been planning this. If the Liu family continued to thrive, they would only grow stronger, leaving families like the Jiangs increasingly powerless to resist. These detestable landlords would ultimately pay the price. Chapter 7. The Liu family's conspiracy in the antiquated study of the venerable Liu patriarch. He stood before a grand and exquisite writing desk, wielding a goat-hair brush with unwavering focus, inscribing characters upon the pristine, snow-white rice paper. Opposite him sat his son, Liu Biao, clad in a long robe as dark as the night, his face marred by a fearsome scar. Liu Biao quietly observed his father's meticulous calligraphy, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the gradually forming characters that as he beheld the strokes, he felt a twinge of discomfort, a sensation he could scarcely articulate. The writing was indeed difficult to behold. Yet, out of respect for his father's authority, he refrained from voicing his true sentiments and patiently awaited the completion of the work. Finally, with a gentle flourish of the brush, the last stroke was made. The somewhat portly old man exhaled deeply. As if he had surmounted a formidable task, he slowly set down the brush and addressed Liu Biao. "Ah, my son, You have traversed the world for many years and seen much. Come, see how the 4 characters I have just inscribed fare in your eyes." As he spoke, he delicately blew upon the still wet ink upon the desk. Lu Biao, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. To him, his father's calligraphy was quite unsightly, hardly worthy of being called art. However, after a brief hesitation, he resolved to appease his father's sentiments and thus began to praise, "Father, your calligraphy is already, so close to becoming the work of a master." Originally, Lu Biao had nearly blurted that his father was already a renowned calligrapher, but at the last moment, he deemed such praise excessive and retracted his words. Hearing his son's compliments, Lu Patriarch erupted in hearty laughter, his face alight with pride. "Huh? Excellent. You are indeed my son. You understand me well? In that case, I shall have this piece meticulously framed and hung in the central hall of our Lu family. This way, not only will it allow our tenants to come and admire it, but it will also impart the lesson of heaven rewards diligence. They must understand that through hard work, they will surely reap their due rewards." Upon concluding, Lu Patriarch once more scrutinized the bold and vigorous characters inscribed with the message of diligence. A smile gracing his features that in his youth he had been a bandit, possessing a modicum of skill but lacking in prowess. Each robbery left him trembling with fear, apprehensive of encountering a formidable opponent. After several endeavors, he managed to accumulate a modest sum of silver, which he used to bribe a minor official, successfully settling in Xinghua village. With his financial means at that time, he could have easily settled in Lianhua town, yet he was a cautious man. Locating himself in Lianhua town might invite resistance from the townsfolk, but establishing roots in a village was altogether different. With wealth at his disposal, he could easily compel those simple-minded villagers to toil on his behalf. Once stability was achieved, the Lu family gradually flourished, and he harbored ambitions beyond merely being a landlord. He aspired to transform the Lu family into a scholarly lineage, hoping to produce several prominent officials. Consequently, he established a school within the Lu household to educate the family's youth in literacy. He even endeavored to set an example, believing himself to have undergone significant transformation, now a man of considerable knowledge. Lu Biao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth once more. Hanging this work in the hall seemed rather inappropriate, so he ventured, "Father, isn't this unseemly?" "Nonsense. It is decided," Lu Patriarch proclaimed with finality. Lu Biao pondered for a moment and nodded, since his father was pleased. Let it be hung. After all, the Lu family remained in Xinghua village, where few would come, and these rustic villagers would hardly discern the quality of the calligraphy at worst. If the Lu family relocated to a more prosperous area in the future, they could simply replace it with a new piece. "Father, with the recent acquisition of 13 boys, we should not face any worries in the coming years, should we?" Lu Biao inquired. Lu Patriarch waved his hand dismissively. "Not enough, we must acquire more. Although the development of Xinghua village has hit a bottleneck, the progress of the Lu family cannot falter. After the new year, I will have your second brother take several of our adult sons to settle in the neighboring village. Your second brother has already taken 18 concubines, producing a multitude of sons and daughters. You have but one son, and your wife has been slain by your own hand. How can you expect the Lu family to prosper?" "Father, let us speak no more of that wretched woman. Just because I have been away for so long, she dallied with the servants. I shall not let her off easily. This." Lu Patriarch felt a surge of anger, waving his hand to dismiss the topic. "Let us speak no more of this. The remaining people in Xinghua village are hard-headed and increasingly difficult to manage. Acquiring their land has become a challenge, and I no longer possess the patience to endure this protracted struggle." Chapter 8. The Deceit of Human Nature. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Lu Biao furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity etched across his face as he inquired of his father. Over the years, he had wandered far from home, seldom returning. Yet he maintained correspondence with his family and possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the current state of Xinghua village. Lu Laote let out a cold snort, his countenance darkening as he remarked, "Humph! These ungrateful wretches, they refuse to drink the wine offered, but will partake of the punishment instead. I cannot take direct action myself, lest it incite their rebellion. However, in this village very few have seen you. Simply select one of the ringleaders to deal with." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao did not hesitate for even a moment and promptly asked, "Father, Whom do you deem suitable to eliminate? After a brief contemplation, Lu Fu replied, let it be that Jiang Dashan and his family. Steward Lu has visited them several times, but Jiang Degui remains obstinate. Now, Jiang Dashan himself is a hard nut to crack. Let his death serve as a warning to those ignorant villagers. Lu Biao nodded without hesitation, declaring, very well, if that is the case, I shall take action tonight, ensuring that his family will not see the new year. Lu Laote gestured to stop him, saying, do not be hasty. We shall act tomorrow that we must execute him in front of the crowd to serve as a deterrent, allowing others to witness the consequences of opposing us. Only then will we compel them to submit. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao was taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment that in his memories. His father had always been prudent and cautious. How could he now dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Was he truly unafraid of inciting public wrath? Nevertheless, despite his inner doubts, Lu Biao dismissed them, reasoning that killing a man in this remote mountain village bore little difference between day and night. Sensing his son's confusion, Lu Laote assured him, fear not. It is of no concern. Few have seen you, and the officials in town have been well managed by me over the years. The situation can be easily handled. After the dust settles and attention wanes, we shall release half-truths that link you, the murderer, to our Lu family. Consequently, the remaining obstinate elements will naturally be intimidated, and with Jiang Dashan's corpse cooling, who will still care? Who would risk their safety for another? Lu Biao nodded in response, inquiring, I have heard that Jiang Dashan has a younger brother. Should we eliminate him as well? No need. Jiang Erzhan is currently our tenant. Having just allied with us, eliminating him would only tarnish our reputation. He cannot leave Xinghua village without our consent, and with his family in tow, he poses no issue, Lu Laote replied, but he then continued. Such trivial matters are not worth our discussion. Instead, how has your training progressed over the years? Have you acquired any new techniques, particularly those that cultivate inner strength? Lu Biao shook his head, expressing his disappointment. Father, I was already 18 when I ventured out, past the prime age for cultivating inner strength. The only techniques I received were 2 sword forms, without any inner strength. Over the years, I have hit a plateau with my sword skills, and lacking inner strength has hindered my advancement in status that I have managed to acquire some techniques, but they were confiscated by superiors. How could they ever be mine? Alas, it seems our Lu family must still strive towards becoming a literary lineage. He possessed only an ordinary sword technique that in the realm of martial arts, swords and knives were the most commonly wielded weapons, yet many without inner strength preferred the knife. This led to the widespread prevalence of basic knife techniques in the martial world. While wielding a sword appeared more elegant, its initial focus on agility and technique required a master's guidance to be effective that in contrast, the knife was domineering, as long as one grasped a few techniques. Sheer brute force could unleash its power. Most martial practitioners without a lineage would opt for the knife. Those who lacked a master and chose the sword for its flair often turned to knife techniques after suffering defeats. This was the lament of those at the bottom of the martial hierarchy. The following day, at noon, beneath the blazing sun, it was the festive season, a time when everyone was generally more relaxed. Jiang Weichen found herself disinterested in the games of the children and, lacking entertainment activities, set off with her homemade dried fish towards the outskirts of the village. To the east of the village lay a pond approximately 20 meters in circumference, teeming with lotus roots and fish. Jiang Weichen intended to test the efficacy of her self-crafted fishing rod. After half an hour of fishing, Lu Biao brazenly arrived at the Jiang household, knife in hand. Jiang Mu was inside preparing dumplings, while Jiang Fu lounged in a sun-soaked chair, picking lice from his bedding. Upon noticing Lu Biao's entrance, they paid him little heed, with Jiang Mu asking, "Are you from the neighboring village? What brings you here?" Jiang Dashan. Lu Biao called out in a nonchalant tone. "That would be me. Do we know each other?" Jiang Dashan replied, rising and removing his bedding to air it out as he walked. He inquired, "What do you need from me?" Lu Biao approached, stating, "You are the one I seek." Jiang Dashan stood up, preparing to place the bedding aside as he turned his back to Lu Biao. The latter felt a sense of incredulity. He thought, with that scar across his face and the knife in his hand, does he not possess an ounce of intimidation? Jiang Dashan, your death is not in vain. Swiftly, the knife descended, and his head was severed. Jiang Dashan died without ever grasping the reason. Having spent his entire life in Xinghua village, He had never witnessed such a scene and remained unguarded. With a thud, his body fell to the ground. And hearing the commotion, Li emerged from the house. Li had never encountered such a scene and was immediately struck with terror, letting out a piercing scream. Suddenly recalling her husband, she rushed towards him, crying out, "Shango!" Her voice was heart-wrenching, and in that instant, she lost her ability to think, embracing the corpse and weeping uncontrollably, entirely oblivious to the presence of Lu Biao beside her. The scream echoed far and wide, promptly causing a stir. Zhang Erzhan was the first to dash out of his house, only to be met with the sight of his elder brother's headless corpse and the severed head. Blood gushed from the neck, staining Li's entire body. "Brother, you beast, return my brother's life." Zhang Erzhan charged forward wielding a nearby bamboo pole. Li Tsuewa, cradling her second son Jiang Tianhe, had just stepped outside when she too was startled. She hurried back inside, shutting the door with a pallid face. Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Xiaohua, who had lagged behind, were still unaware of the situation. The 3-year-old Jiang Xiaohua, hearing her mother's anguished cries, began to wail in unison. The sound of Xiaohua's cries snapped Li Tsuewa back to reality, and she urgently instructed her eldest son, Tianxiao, "Rush to the lakeside and tell your brother not to return. He must go to the mountains or outside the village. You must not return, that if I come looking for you tonight and call your name, then you may come out. If I do not, you must run as far as you can from him. Understood?" Though Li Tsuehua was greedy and often quarreled with Jiang Dashan and Li Yi, she was not inherently cruel. "Mother, what is happening?" Jiang Tianxiao asked. Confused, having not yet seen what was outside, did Dio not ask? "Quickly go. Remember what I said. Use the back door, take a detour, and run." Jiang Tianxiao, sensing the urgency in his mother's voice and seeing her pale visage, understood the gravity of the situation, that he promptly turned towards the back door. "Xiaohua, stop crying. Your second aunt will take you outside to hide." Jiang Xiaohua seemed not to hear, continuing to wail that Li Tsuehua, feeling helpless, tore off the cloth strip from her second son's chin and stuffed it into Jiang Xiaohua's open mouth. Then, holding her second son in one arm, she pulled her towards the back door. However, just as she managed to muffle Xiaohua, her second son began to cry anew. Furthermore, Xiaohua yanked the cloth strip from her mouth and wailed loudly that, "Oh dear, how can I hide with the two of you rascals?" Outside, observing Zhang Erzhan charging at him with a bamboo pole, Lu Biao remained unfazed. He swiftly turned and slashed through Li Yi's neck, silencing the woman who could only cry, "Sister-in-law, be careful," he shouted, but it was too late. Li clutched her neck, attempting to speak, but unable to utter a word. "That I in her heart," she thought. "Shange, I will join you now. Weichen, you must survive. You beast, do you spare even a pregnant woman?" Zhang Erzhan rushed forward, raising the bamboo pole high, only to have it severed in one stroke. Lu Biao regarded Zhang Erzhan with a vicious gaze, a fleeting murderous intent flashing through his heart. He then turned his attention to the fallen Li Yi, taken aback to discover she was with child, a fleeting sense of compassion flickering within him. Yet, it was merely a moment, having taken countless lives over the years. Even knowing of her pregnancy would not stay his hand, that I only killed Jiang Dashan's family. You are of no concern to me, get lost. Had it not been detrimental to the Lu family's interest to kill him now, Zhang Erzhan would have met his end for his earlier words, that he chose to spare him for the moment, intending to seize all of Xinghua village's lands in due time, knowing there would be ample opportunity later. However, Lu Biao delivered a kick that sent Zhang Erzhan sprawling to the ground before entering the house. Only to find it deserted, he then made his way to Jiang Ershan's home next door. Pushing the door open, he chanced upon Li Tsuehua, who was caught in indecision about whether to leave or stay. He immediately inquired, "Where is Jiang Weichen?" Li Tsuehua's complexion turned ashen, her gaze fixated on the blood-dripping dagger, conjuring the image of Jiang Dashan's headless corpse. That in an instant, a chilling realization struck her, rendering her speechless until the sudden thud of her son falling to the ground jolted her back to reality. She hastily bent down to scoop up her wailing child, relieved that he was swaddled and had not sustained any injuries. "That I shall ask once more, where is Jiang Weichen?" Lu Biao barked with authority. Chapter 10. An unexpected turn at that moment. Zhang Erzhan scrambled in, standing before Li Tsuehua and stating, "He has gone out to play." Lu Biao scoured the room, finding no hidden spaces. That he then inquired, "Which household did he visit?" The previously reckless Zhang Erzhan, now acutely aware of the gravity of their situation, quickly regained his composure. With the death of his elder brother and sister-in-law, and no immediate threat to his own family, he had to protect his brother's bloodline. That I don't know that he left shortly after breakfast and has been gone for over an hour now, he replied. Humph. I doubt you would dare to pull any tricks. With that, he seized the still-crying Jiang Xiaohua and began to leave. He needed to return promptly, urging his father to send someone to find Jiang Weichen under the pretense of protection. If word reached Jiang Weichen that danger was afoot, and he chose to hide, it would be difficult to locate him. However, Lu Biao was unconcerned. Jiang Dashan and Li Yi were nothing but simple country folk, utterly unprepared for such treachery. Moreover, a mere 9-year-old child might hear the news and, in a fit of sorrow, run back to seek out his parents. You fool, this child is only 3 years old and doesn't even remember. Regardless of your grievances, let the child be. If you wish to continue in the same vein as your elder brother, then you may attempt to stop me. Lu Biao's eyes flashed with malevolence as he roughly clutched the struggling Jiang Xiaohua under his arm and proceeded toward the door. Upon exiting, he reached a corner and issued instructions to a subordinate before continuing on with Jiang Xiaohua in tow. Carrying a sobbing little girl made it inconvenient for him to return home. Yet, as Jiang Xiaohua's voice grew hoarse from crying, she began to struggle fiercely, further aggravating his irritation. Be silent. Once I locate your brother, I shall send you both to the afterlife together. The only reason he had not killed her was that he had yet to find Jiang Weichen. Keeping her around was merely a precaution. But the situation had become far too troublesome. Startled, Jiang Xiaohua bit into Lu Biao's arm. Enraged, he hurled her away, recognizing that such ferocity at such a tender age rendered her a liability, that he approached the fallen Jiang Xiaohua with his blade drawn. Well, if you intend to kill her, why not give her to me instead? Just then a robust voice rang out. Lu Biao, taken aback, shouted, Who goes there? As he turned halfway, he beheld a richly dressed middle-aged man perched atop a nearby willow tree. Lu Biao's eyes narrowed in realization. This was a formidable individual. The man balanced effortlessly on the slender willow branches, which bent only slightly under his weight. Such lightness of movement was unlike anything Lu Biao had ever witnessed. Not even from his own leader. Understanding the importance of maintaining good relations with this individual, he promptly clasped his hands in respect, saying, Esteemed one, this girl is the daughter of my enemy, and she is quite unruly and difficult to manage. Once I deal with her, you may choose freely from my younger brother's many children. They are certainly more obedient, that I have no need for your input. I want this girl, and I shall have her. The middle-aged man declared that he had intended to select a few maidservants for his son, specifically those without familial ties and of a tender age, as such individuals would be more loyal and reliable. He had even avoided purchasing in nearby towns, opting instead for the countryside to prevent any attachments forming once they reached adulthood. This girl, having lost her parents, was a perfect fit. With a light spring from the tree, the man swiftly descended before Jiang Xiaohua, lifting her in his arms and soaring away with incredible agility. Lu Biao, watching the figure retreat, felt a mixture of envy and concern. If Jiang Xiaohua was raised by such a powerful individual, she could very well return seeking vengeance. Had he known, he would have acted sooner to eliminate her. Yet, the man remained unaware of Lu Biao's identity or his ties to the Lu family, which meant their previous plans were now in disarray, that he needed to find Jiang Weichen quickly. He could not afford to let him slip away as well. Concealing himself, Lu Biao returned home. Father, Jiang Xiaohua has been taken by a highly skilled individual. To mitigate any potential fallout, our prior plans are now unfeasible. Additionally, I must caution those who have seen me to remain silent and not disclose my familial connections. Lu Laotai, expecting his son to return with good news, was taken aback by the grim report. Incompetent fool. You can't even capture 2 children. All these years of banditry have been for naught. After berating his son, Lu Laotai ordered with so many eyes and ears, You must leave tomorrow. That he then commanded the Lu family subordinates and tenants to search for Jiang Weichen under the guise of protecting the peace of Xinghua village and the orphan Jiang family. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxiao had finally reached the lakeside. Panting heavily, he exclaimed, Elder brother, stop fishing. Something has happened at your home. Jiang Weichen, spotting Jiang Tianxiao from a distance, initially believed the boy was merely seeking his company. As he often did, Jiang Weichen had taught him many childhood games from a past life. Upon hearing Jiang Tianxiao's words, Jiang Weichen shrugged it off, reassured by the presence of his parents at home. Tianxiao, I hope my parents aren't quarreling with your mother again, that it's nothing. They've become accustomed to it. After catching his breath, Jiang Tianxiao insisted, No, elder brother, something serious has truly happened at your house. Chapter 11. The sense of departure. What exactly has transpired at home? Jiang Weichen smiled, intrigued that I don't know the details, but my mother was extremely anxious, her face pale. She told me to hurry and inform you to hide, and she instructed me not to return home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weichen grew serious, discarding his fishing rod, and urgently inquired, Tell me everything you know. Jiang Tianxiao recalled, I don't have all the details, but I suddenly heard my aunt scream Shangu, and then she began to wail uncontrollably. My father rushed out, shouting, You beast! Return my brother's life. After relaying this message, Jiang Tianxiao's mother had sent him to notify Jiang Weichen. As he left, he overheard his father exclaiming, You beast! Not even sparing a pregnant woman. Are you even human? Jiang Weichen's face drained of color. I asked my father dead, and they didn't spare my mother. He struggled to comprehend the situation. His parents were simple farmers, having ventured into town only a handful of times, and had no enemies. Even when disputes arose with neighbors, they had never escalated to violence. The most frequent source of conflict had been with his second aunt, but even then, no physical altercations had ever occurred. Jiang Weichen's disbelief was palpable as he looked at Jiang Tianxiao, whose voice trembled as he spoke. Tianxiao, please don't jest about such matters. He was reluctant to accept this possibility, yet Jiang Tianxiao was just a child, incapable of fabricating such a tale. His second aunt and uncle would not concoct such a story to deceive him. Seeing that his elder brother doubted him, Jiang Tianxiao asserted, I swear, elder brother, I am not lying. My memory is quite sharp. I can assure you that this is what I heard. Indeed, Jiang Tianxiao had an impressive memory and was quite intelligent. He grasped concepts quickly whenever Jiang Weichen taught him. Jiang Weichen considered him a little prodigy, convinced that had he the opportunity to study, he might achieve great things. Determined that something terrible had befallen his parents, Jiang Weichen dashed toward home, as he approached the lakeside. Jiang Tianxiao called out, Elder brother, my mother told you not to return. However, Jiang Weichen was far too frantic to heed his warning, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Jiang Tianxiao hurried to catch up. But having just reached the lakeside, he could not keep pace. Minutes later, just as Jiang Weichen neared the village, he suddenly heard numerous voices calling his name. That he halted, observing a throng of Lu family members and several villagers searching for him. Calling out his name, Jiang Weichen regained his composure, sensing something was amiss, that if his parents were in trouble, it was understandable for the villagers to seek him out. But why were the Lu family members involved? And why were they mobilizing the entire clan? Surely, the Lu family would not be so altruistic. With his parents dead, they would typically revel in their misfortune, not rallying to search for him. Finding a concealed spot, Jiang Weichen listened intently. Gradually, he heard a cacophony of voices. Weichen, where are you? Jiang Weichen, your parents have been killed by villains, and the villains are looking for you. Come out. You need not fear us. Jiang Weichen, come out. Only our Lu family can protect you now. Hiding amidst the bushes, Jiang Weichen confirmed the tragic truth. His parents were indeed dead. Why? My parents were merely humble, ordinary farmers, and though they endured oppression and exploitation, that was tolerable. But why, in broad daylight, did someone audaciously invade our home and take their lives? Who had they offended? Is there still a sense of justice in this world? Jiang Weichen could not comprehend it. Yet as the figure drew closer, he had no choice but to turn and flee. The Lu family sought him out, claiming they wished to protect him. Such absurdity! They might as well have been responsible for his parents' demise. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Jiang Weichen as he noticed the Lu family members searching for him in the distance. There was no time for contemplation. He hastily dashed toward the lake. On his way, he encountered Jiang Tianxiao, whom he pulled along in his flight. Though those individuals did not pursue Tianxiao, it was imperative to ensure his safety before allowing him to return upon reaching the lakeside. Jiang Weichen quickly gathered his belongings and cast his fishing rod into the water. But he took up the fish basket, erased any traces of their presence, and headed toward the opposite shore. This expansive lake concealed numerous reed beds. Perfect for hiding, the two brothers concealed themselves amidst the reeds, and as Jiang Weichen gazed up at the sky, brilliantly blue and clear, Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. "Elder brother, my mother will come for me tonight. Then we can go home," Jiang Tianxiao said, watching his brother weep. "Go home. What does that matter now? I have no home left. My parents are gone." If Jiang Tianxiao spoke of their parents' death, Jiang Weiqin might have clung to a glimmer of hope, having not witnessed it with his own eyes. However, after hearing so many voices affirming it, he was left convinced. Why? Was he truly a harbinger of misfortune? In his previous life, he had perished, likely dragging his parents down with him. Now, in this life, he survived, yet his parents had met their end. His mother had even been with child. How could fate be so cruel? Vivid memories flashed through his mind. "Chainer, eat quickly. You might find it difficult to digest rice with husks. This time, your mother has prepared it specially for you. Chainer, come and try on the new clothes I made for you. Father, didn't you tell mother that you exchanged all the wine for money? Do you still have some stashed away? You rascal, don't you dare tell your mother. This is the last jar I have left. Want to taste it? I'll pour you a sip." Jiang Weiqin clenched his fists and shut his eyes. The scenes replaying in his mind. "Father, mother, I will avenge you, no matter who it is. I will ensure their family pays the price." That he pondered the Liu family members, who claimed to protect him. Were they truly seeking him out for his safety or merely for land? With his parents deceased, Jiang Weiqin was the natural heir. Yet the Liu family was vast and influential. Would they mobilize so vigorously for just a few acres? Jiang Weiqin found it hard to believe. His parents had no enemies. The villagers would not dare commit such an atrocity. The likelihood that this was connected to the Liu family was high, and their fervent search for him seemed aimed at silencing him for good. He could not remain in Xinghua village any longer. He must leave immediately. "Tianxiao, what of my sister?" he asked. When I left, Xiao was at home. Jiang Weiqin was uncertain about his sister's current situation and could only hope she was safe. He could not linger in Xinghua village. He needed to depart swiftly, but would have to wait until nightfall. Tianxiao mentioned that if his mother was unharmed, she would come looking for him. If she did not, he should flee with Jiang Weiqin soon. The searchers arrived at the lakeside, and the two brothers remained silent in their hiding place. Before long, the searchers moved on to other areas. As dusk fell, they indeed heard the voices of their uncle and aunt calling out for Tianxiao. It seemed that they were unharmed. Jiang Weiqin breathed a sigh of relief, but remained puzzled. If the assailant had killed his parents, demonstrating such cruelty, why had they spared his uncle's family? "Elder brother, my mother is calling for me. Let us return," Jiang Tianxiao said, his stomach grumbling with hunger, eager to go back. "Tianxiao, if my sister is still alive, ensure that our uncle treats her well. Once this turmoil passes, I will return for her." That if his sister lived, she was likely under constant surveillance. He could not return to the village. Nor could he risk meeting with his uncle's family. That he needed to warn his uncle to be wary of the Liu family and to refrain from discussing revenge or reporting the incident. Things remained as they were. The Liu family was the prime suspect. If his uncle showed any inclination toward that direction, he might face dire consequences. Although Jiang Weiqin was uncertain why the Liu family had spared his uncle's family. They too might be under watch. Chapter 12. Fainting elder brother, are you not coming back with me? Jiang Tianxiao asked, puzzled that I cannot return. Wait until I leave before you go back, that if your parents inquire. Tell them you have not seen me, and later privately inform them of my instructions that you understand. Jiang Tianxiao seemed to grasp the situation, though not entirely, and nodded in agreement. Jiang Weiqin turned to leave, but did not venture far before finding a concealed spot to hide. Before long, Jiang Tianxiao set out, following his brother's instructions to inform their uncle and aunt. Their uncle's face darkened as he said, "Could it be that person has already found Weiqin? Elder brother, I failed you. I could not protect Xiaohe, and now your only line of descent is severed." Jiang Tianxiao hesitated, wanting to speak but recalling his brother's instructions. He held his tongue. Just then, two individuals appeared behind him. Directly inquiring, Jiang Tianxiao, "Where is Jiang Weiqin? Where is he?" Jiang Tianxiao, perplexed, wondered why they sought his elder brother. "That I don't know. I haven't seen him this afternoon." One of the Liu family members scoffed. "Haven't seen him? Then where have you been the entire afternoon? Intruders broke into our home, and my mother instructed me to hide until she came to find me before I returned." Jiang Tianxiao followed his brother's orders and refrained from mentioning that it was his mother who had sent him to inform Jiang Weiqin. Li Cuihua looked at her son, puzzled as to why his account differed from what she had instructed him. Yet, she dismissed it, thinking that if he had not informed Jiang Wei-chin, it was simply fate. She had done all she could and only wished for her son's safety. "Boy, where did you hide today? Take us to see. Don't try any tricks." Jiang Erzan was skeptical about why the Liu family was so adamant about finding his nephew. Was it truly for protection? He harbored doubts. Nevertheless, his family were tenants of the Liu family, their livelihood depended on them. Upon reaching the reeds, the two men searched thoroughly. Traces of someone having been there were evident. Yet they found no sign of Jiang Wei-chin. "Boy, why didn't you speak up when we came here looking for you?" One of the Liu family members questioned, clearly dissatisfied, that why mother said I could only come out when she came to find me. And of course, I would heed her words, Jiang Tianxiao replied matter-of-factly. After confirming their failure to find Jiang Wei-chin, the two had no choice but to return and report back. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Wei-chin. Hidden not far away, his uncle's family was indeed under surveillance. Thankfully, he had not revealed himself. Jiang Wei-chin clenched his fists, his face etched with hatred. "Liu family, old Master Liu, just wait. I, Jiang Wei-chin, swear to ensure that your blood debts are repaid in full." If he had previously held a mere suspicion, the surveillance of his uncle's family now solidified his certainty that if they had no involvement, why would they monitor his uncle's family? Once the group departed, Jiang Wei-chin also decided to leave. He could not linger in the vicinity. Taking advantage of the twilight, he hastily moved further away. That night, 1 kilometer north of Xinghua village, Jiang Wei-chin perched atop a large tree branch. The night had fallen, and although the moonlight provided some illumination for travel, he dared not proceed any further. The dense underbrush along the roadside was a haven for wild beasts, and he did not wish to risk encountering them. The next day approached noon in Lianhua town. "Uncle, could I have a bun?" Jiang Wei-chin asked at a bun stall, his face pale and bloodshot. Since having breakfast yesterday morning, he had consumed nothing. Last night, he had not closed his eyes for even a moment. The grief weighed heavily on him, leaving him restless. Moreover, he feared sleeping, dreading the possibility of poisonous creatures climbing the tree to bite him. Though he possessed the thoughts of an adult, his body had yet to fully develop. He was both hungry and exhausted, having traveled such a long distance, and he could no longer endure. The middle-aged man at the stall, wearing an apron, replied, "Get lost, newcomer. I can't afford to give away my meager profits." Although he could see the child look starved, he encountered many who were worse off daily and had grown accustomed to it. This small town housed only about 1,000 people, with a total population of 2,000 to 3,000 within a few kilometers. Yet, there were around 10 beggars. If he showed kindness, they would return the next day. He could not possibly afford to give away food every day, nor could he allow them to linger and disrupt his business. Jiang Wei-chin felt helpless. Was he to starve? This was the 8th food stall he had approached. Yet none were willing to spare him a morsel. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to frame me?" The middle-aged stall owner exclaimed to the bystanders. "Did you all see that? I didn't touch him." A couple selling wontons nearby chimed in. "Old Joe, it's just a bun. Why not give it to him?" "Easier said than done. Why don't you give it to him? He just came from your stall. The individual does not seem to be fainting. He must be faint from hunger. Old Joe, you have found yourself in a predicament. If this escalates to a fatality, even if you avoid legal repercussions, no one will patronize your stall for buns in the future." Reluctantly, Old Joe approached, holding a vegetable bun in his hand, and squatted down, saying, "Young man, cease the pretense that IT is my misfortune. I will give you one." That noticing there was still no sign of movement, Old Joe hurriedly turned over the unconscious Jiang Wei-chin. His face was covered in dust. And upon checking for breath, he sighed in relief. Although these little beggars often go unnoticed in death, it would not bode well to have one perish right in front of his stall. The town is small, and news spreads quickly. How would he conduct business thereafter? Had he known, he would have closed up earlier. Selling buns is typically more profitable in the morning, but today business was slow. And the buns remained unsold until noon, leading to this unfortunate encounter. Old Joe called over his son, who was playing nearby, to help pack up and prepare to return home. Seeing a boy of similar age to his son softened his heart. He decided to take him home, provide him with some food when he awoke, and then send him on his way. When Jiang Wei-chin opened his eyes, he was met with a faint glimmer of light. The muffled sounds of 2 individuals arguing reached his ears. "What is the matter with you? Why did you bring this beggar back? He has been asleep for so long and still has not woken. What if he dies in our home? That would be quite the scandal that I saw that he was nearly the same age as Wunner, and I momentarily felt pity. What now? I certainly will not waste money hiring a doctor for him. Old Joe turned to look inside the house and exclaimed, "He is awake. There is no need for concern. Bring him a bowl of porridge, and after he eats, I will let him leave." Jiang Weichen glanced around and saw the bun stall owner entering. Realizing it was he who had brought him back, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir." That no sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled audibly that he had been awakened by hunger, having gone 30 hours without sleep. Given his condition, it was his first night of insomnia. Had he not been starving, he might have slept until the next day. Just wait. My wife is already preparing porridge. Thank you. Chapter 13. Departure hindered half an hour later. After consuming a bowl of warm porridge, Jiang Weichen finally felt some comfort in his stomach, but as soon as he set down the bowl, Old Joe remarked, "Since you are awake and have eaten, it is time for you to go." Jiang Weichen stood and, with both hands clasped in salute, bowed deeply, saying, "I shall repay your kindness for this meal in the future." Jiang Weichen was unaware of the etiquette of this era. The rural folk were preoccupied with survival and did not concern themselves with such formalities, nor were they exposed to them. Thus, he mimicked the gestures he had seen in dramas from his previous life. Expressing his gratitude through a bow, Old Joe observed Jiang Weichen's peculiar behavior, but noted his politeness and eloquence, which were not typical of ordinary beggars. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "I have not seen you before. Your demeanor does not suggest you are a beggar. How did you come to this state?" A look of sorrow crossed Jiang Weichen's face. Yet he replied, "I am but a common farmer's child. Misfortune struck when nefarious individuals invaded my home and killed my parents. I managed to escape." Jiang Weichen did not intend to linger in Lianhua town, as it was too close to Xinghua village. The Liu family frequented the town for supplies, making it easy for him to be recognized. Upon hearing this, Old Joe expressed sympathy and sighed, "Such is the world we live in. What are your plans now? Do you have any relatives to turn to?" Jiang Weichen shook his head, stating, "I have always remained in the village. I currently have no plans and no relatives to rely upon. Any future plans must be made with understanding. Otherwise, they are mere fantasies." With his parents deceased, and his mother having been a child bride adopted by his grandfather, he had no knowledge of her family. Even if he did, if they were merely common folk, they would lack the means to assist him. He might even be sold into servitude. "Since you are not a beggar, you may stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will set up my stall, and you can leave then." Jiang Weichen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir." He initially intended to find a sheltered spot to spend the night, but he was still puzzled, asking, "Why do you allow me to stay for the night if I am not a beggar?" It is not that I am unfeeling, but when it comes to those beggars, if I show them kindness, they will cling to me for days that I engage in small trades. For a day or two, it is manageable, but if it persists, how can I endure?" Jiang Weichen was taken aback, responding, "Indeed, kind-hearted individuals often find themselves taken advantage of. The benevolent become hardened by the cruelty of the world, that kind-hearted individuals are often taken advantage of." The benevolent become hardened? Old Joe mused, looking at Jiang Weichen. "You do not seem like a child from the countryside. That my son, of similar age, has begun studying the 1,000-character classic, yet he would not articulate such sentiments." Subsequently, Old Joe called his son over to introduce them. Jiang Weichen recognized the era's foundational texts, such as the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and the 1,000-character classic. The traditional characters were indeed challenging to decipher, far more complex than the simplified characters of his previous life. Some characters he could guess, while others were entirely unfamiliar. However, the sequence was fixed, and he took the opportunity to memorize a small portion. Before long, Old Joe's family was preparing to extinguish the oil lamp for the night, and he was reluctant to sit idly in the light. Moreover, they would need to rise early to steam buns. Jiang Weichen had no choice but to concede. The following morning, after consuming 2 buns, Jiang Weichen departed from Old Joe's home, that he learned from Old Joe that it would take approximately a day to reach Yangqing. However, there were bandits on the road, so Jiang Weichen was warned to exercise caution. Before leaving, Old Joe even provided him with 2 buns for the journey. Although bandits roamed the roads, Lianhua town was also unsafe. Jiang Weichen dared not linger, and he saw no hope for revenge while remaining in Lianhua town, that it was a small place, and most of the local officials had accepted bribes from the Liu family. Essentially being in league with them, he could not afford to stay longer. Bandits primarily sought wealth, but old Zhou cautioned him that they often frequented the roads near Yangqing. Those who appeared healthy, like him, could also fall victim to robbery and be sold off. After much deliberation, Jiang Weichen resolved to leave, planning to disguise himself as a disabled beggar when he neared Yangqing. That he wasted no time in Lianhua town and set off directly. However, shortly after departing, he was intercepted by a scruffy-looking man, clad in tattered, filthy clothing, emanating a foul odor. With disheveled hair and wielding a machete, he was accompanied by two small beggars. Jiang Weichen narrowed his eyes. Had he already delayed too long? Was he to meet his end here? The food at home had not been plentiful, and he now stood at approximately 1.2 meters tall, far from a match for an adult, especially against one armed with a blade. The man hoisted the machete onto his shoulder and towered over Jiang Weichen, looking down at him and saying, "Kid, this is my territory. Do you understand the rules?" Jiang Weichen, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Brother, what rules? It seems you truly do not understand that lower-class beggars cannot leave their designated begging areas. Lianhua Town is my domain. You are a beggar here and can only beg in Lianhua Town. Did you ask for my permission to leave?" Jiang Weichen was taken aback. He was not one of Lu's people that he replied, "Brother, I am not a beggar." "Nonsense. My men saw you begging yesterday at noon. How can you claim you are not a beggar? Now, return and beg as usual, or I will break your legs." Jiang Weichen's mind raced that if he returned, he would be finished. The threat from the Liu family still loomed. Now, another beggar overlord sought to exploit him. Was even the life of a beggar one of exploitation? "Brother, I truly am not a beggar. A misfortune has befallen my family, and I am on my way to Yangqing to seek refuge with my uncle." Jiang Weichen did not want to be captured, and thus fabricated a story about an uncle in Yangqing, hoping to instill some caution in the man. The beggar leader hesitated but thought that, even so, his uncle probably wielded little influence. Otherwise, why would he allow his nephew to travel alone, especially with the dangers that lay ahead? Yet caution was still warranted. Thus, his tone softened. "Tell me your uncle's name. Our beggar clan is quick to relay news that I will have someone notify him to come and fetch you, so you need not risk the journey." Jiang Weichen's expression tightened. He had no uncle, nor did he know anyone in Yangqing to fabricate a name. That was not feasible. As he had said, the beggar clan could swiftly transmit information, making it easy to uncover his lie. He would soon find himself exposed, with even graver consequences. Even if he concocted a name, if that person truly existed, he was not that man's nephew. The beggar leader, noticing Jiang Weichen's silence, urged, "Hurry up. I still need to get back to sleep." Jiang Weichen, left with no choice, said, "Brother, I will return with you. My uncle will come looking for me if I do not arrive, so there is no need to trouble you." "That will not do. Our beggar clan is chivalrous and benevolent, that if we say we will help you, we will indeed help you." The beggar leader declared, brimming with righteousness, that if he informed Jiang Weichen's uncle, surely he would expect some form of compensation for his trouble. After all, it was merely a matter of relaying a message, a task the beggar clan excelled at. Jiang Weichen quickly protested, "There is truly no need, brother. It is quite unnecessary." Jiang Weichen, unwilling to remain entangled in this predicament, feared that further interaction might reveal his deceit to this moment. All he yearned for was to return to Lianhua Town and devise a new plan. Yet, this individual was relentless, insisting on assisting him by delivering messages. Chapter 14. Escalation. After several rounds of entanglement, the leader of the beggars realized he had been deceived. He delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Weichen, causing a sharp pain in his cheek and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Weichen was knocked to the ground, and in his 2 lifetimes, he had never before been struck in such a manner. Lying face down in the dirt, his eyes were filled with a cold fury. His fists clenched tightly, and his mindset began to shift gradually. "You dare to deceive me? Tonight, you shall hand over 10 winning copper coins, or you will regret it. Get up and follow me back to the town." The beggar chief commanded. Jiang Weichen rose silently, trailing behind him. Uncle Zhou's buns cost 1 win each, while nearby, wontons were 3 win a bowl. 10 win was more than sufficient for a commoner's daily sustenance. In Xinghua village, his parents worked for the Liu family, earning merely 3 win a day. Last night, Jiang Weichen learned from Uncle Zhou that begging was no easy task. That it was not that there were no kind-hearted individuals. but rather that the harshness of life had turned many into unyielding souls. Could he gather 10 when today? The two small beggars nearby looked at Jiang Weiching with pity. They managed to collect 3 when every 3 days. 10 when represented 10 days of their begging efforts. There were times when they could not even beg a single one in a day, and at other times they encountered generous souls who tossed down several tens of one. Some wealthy patrons, lacking copper coins, would simply throw down a tael of silver, equivalent to 1,000 won. Although all must be surrendered, the brief respite that followed their submission made life slightly more bearable. As Uncle Zhou set up his stall in the town, he soon noticed the mark of the slap on Jiang Weiching's face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, letting out a sigh. Jiang Weiching did not look at Uncle Zhou. He was just an ordinary vendor who could not assist him, so there was no need to involve him in trouble. Zhou, standing nearby, noticed Jiang Weiching and was about to greet him, but was stopped by Uncle Zhou. "Father, has Brother Jiang been beaten?" Zhou, 8 years old and a year younger than Jiang Weiching, asked. "Alas, it seems our town will gain another beggar," Uncle Zhou lamented. "Father, will Brother Jiang end up like those beggars? With broken hands and feet?" "Perhaps," the old man replied, choosing not to share the cruel realities in front of his young son. How many of the beggars in town were unscathed? Most either had severed limbs or were otherwise disfigured. This was a consequence of Lianhua Town's small size. In larger places, beggars were even more numerous, missing ears, noses, and eyes. Various deformities abounded. This was a grim reality that Jiang Weiching had only begun to comprehend. When he first heard of such things, he was reluctant to believe, but as he witnessed more, his skepticism faded. After all, where did all these deformities originate? Most were born that way, and such children rarely survived. Subsequently, the beggar chief designated a specific area for Jiang Weiching, imparting certain rules and instructing him on where to find him that evening to pay the dues before departing. Jiang Weiching watched the man's retreating figure for a long while before averting his gaze. "Come, I will lead you to your begging spot," the remaining beggar said. Jiang Weiching nodded and followed. As they walked, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, the trickle of passers-by dwindling to a mere whisper. Eventually, they arrived at a chaotic alley. "This shall be your begging place today. Remember, everyone has their territory. Other areas are claimed by others that do not overstep. Otherwise, the chief will impose extra tasks upon you." With that, the beggar departed. Jiang Weiching surveyed the filthy surroundings. Littered with refuse, did I ask this a garbage dump? No wonder no one begs here. The scarcity of shops and stalls made him question the feasibility of earning money in such a place. His spirits sank. Initially, he had hoped to strive and meet his goal, but now he pondered how he could possibly achieve it. Unless fortune smiled upon him, success seemed unattainable. That I in unfamiliar territory. Who could assist him? Who would dare to help? There was no escape. He had left the town promptly that morning, yet he knew he would be pursued in an instant. Clearly, those individuals had fixed their sights on him as soon as he arrived in town to beg for sustenance. As time passed, evening approached, and Jiang Weiching, exhausted, made his way to the beggar chief's dwelling. Over the course of the day, he had managed to collect 7 when, unlike other beggars who knelt by the roadside with their meager bowls, he had engaged passers-by with flattery, but perhaps his forced smile betrayed his true feelings. Earning him only 1 WENDI in the afternoon, he attempted to entertain, using a stick to strike a bowl and bamboo, recounting comedic tales from his past life. Though it bore little resemblance to the original, it still drew a modest crowd, yet the area was too filthy and reeking for many to linger. Ultimately, after an entire afternoon of shouting, he had earned a meager 6 in tips in total. He had gathered 7 spending none, and managed to fill his stomach with leftover scraps, arriving at the beggar chief's abode. He found a small, disorderly room, permeated by a pungent odor even more unbearable than that of the place he had begged. The chief, simultaneously picking his toes and licking bowls, appeared to relish the food brought to him by other beggars or purchased with the donations he had received. Upon seeing Jiang Weiching, the chief got straight to the point. "You did well. Your begging method is unique. How much did you collect? Hand it over." Jiang Weiching felt a chill run down his spine. He was indeed being monitored. This was his first day in Lianhua Town, and he was unfamiliar with it, even unaware of the other beggars. Thus oblivious as to who was watching him, he explained, "The location was too remote today. I only managed to gather 7 The chief's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he accepted the copper coins. Jiang Weiqing thought he had passed the initial hurdle, but then the chief added, "However, my requirement was 10 win, which you have failed to fulfill as a penalty for deceiving me this morning. Choose which hand you wish to sever. This is also to help you. Losing a hand will make you more pitiable and better suited for begging. Will it not?" Jiang Weiqing's face turned pale, and instinctively he retreated to the door, that he not even think about running. "Though I am not a formal disciple of the beggar clan, I have trained that if you step through that door, the consequences will be dire." Jiang Weiqing halted and hastily said, "Chief, you have seen my method of begging today. If I lose a hand, I may not gather enough offerings in the future." The chief pondered the reports from his subordinates and replied, "Then let us settle on one finger. Tomorrow, bring me a jug of wine to compensate for the lost arm. I have not been drunk in quite some time. A jug of wine. The cheapest in Lianhua town would still cost 100 won. And that was for the smallest jug of the most common apricot blossom wine, typically brewed by ordinary folk with little aging." Jiang Weiqing glanced at the door, just within reach, then at the chief and the nearby cleaver. Escape? It was impossible, should he attempt to seize the cleaver. It lay too close to the chief's grasp, leaving him almost no hope. Moreover, this chief claimed to have trained. Was it merely ordinary training, or did it involve ancient martial arts? Had he truly traversed into the realm of the ancient Song dynasty, or was it yet another case of unknown powers similar to his previous life? Bitterly, he recalled how he had planned to explore Wudong, but met his demise en route. He had never made a concerted effort to understand martial arts, and had no comprehension of even the most basic forms and stances. Chapter 15. I no longer wish to be Weiqing unbeknownst to the chief. Jiang Weiqing was engulfed in despair, trembling as he extended his right hand, clenching the remaining 3 fingers and thumb into a fist, leaving only his pinky finger exposed. The chief seized the cleaver from nearby and, with a swift, precise stroke, severed the finger cleanly at the root, demonstrating his evident skill. Jiang Weiqing closed his eyes, biting down hard on his lip, the veins on his forehead bulging to his age. It was unusual for him to display such visible strain. Yet now, his forehead throbbed with tension. This was the most excruciating memory he had endured in 2 lifetimes. Had it occurred just days prior, he would have undoubtedly screamed. But now, after a series of tumultuous events in such a short span, his mindset had irrevocably shifted. Many of his previous beliefs were being shattered by the current reality. The chief squinted, surprised that someone so young could endure such pain, causing a flicker of apprehension within him. Yet, considering the boy's age, he felt a measure of relief, deciding instead to exploit him for a few years before taking further action. The chief sheathed his knife and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Jiang Weiqing turned and left, wiping away the blood and taking with him the remnants of his severed finger. Jiang Weiqing turned and re-entered the room, picking up his little finger, while his left sleeve brushed against the ground. Yet the root of his right pinky continued to bleed profusely, staining the floor anew despite his efforts to wipe it clean. Jiang Weiqing tore a strip of cloth, deftly using his left hand and mouth to bind his right arm tightly. He then wrapped his right hand with his sleeve, finally managing to dry the ground. Subsequently, he turned and stepped outside. The beggar had witnessed everything, from the attempt to staunch the bleeding to the cleaning of the floor, right until Jiang Weiqing's departure. Could it be that he truly had a powerful uncle in Yang City? Such behavior was hardly typical of an ordinary youth. The beggar murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. However, having committed to this path, he resolved to see it through to the end. That a plan began to form in his mind, one that would ensure the boy's disappearance while absolving him of suspicion. In another alley, Jiang Weiqing leaned against the wall, his eyes void of life as he gazed at the night sky. Why must our family, who have always been honest and upright, endure such suffering? Grandfather merely wishes to enjoy the company of his grandchildren. Do you intend to drive him to his grave? My parents have lived modestly, yet their plight arises from mere fields of land, leading to a deadly calamity. All I desire is to venture to Yang City to seek an opportunity for vengeance on behalf of my parents. Yet I am met with such treatment. This beggar's actions are no longer mere exploitation. They seek to extinguish my very existence that I long to live peacefully. Why must it be so arduous? Jiang Weiqing recalled his grandfather's words when he named him at birth. Grandfather, you named me Dagwai, yet I find no fortune or prosperity. You called me Weiqing, yet I now feel as insignificant as a speck of dust, small and powerless. But even a speck of dust can dance with the wind. What should I do? Grandfather, parents, though I am named Wei Chin, I refuse to remain a mere speck of dust. From this day forth, all who oppress me shall perish, and none who hinder my right to live shall escape my wrath. Let it begin with this beggar. He may be the first, but he shall not be the last. Jiang Weichen rose, his gaze steely, directing his attention toward the beggar's dwelling, murmuring, "Did you not wish for a drink? To indulge in drunkenness? I shall certainly see that your desires are fulfilled." Jiang Weichen turned, glancing at his severed pinky, and without hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before forcing it down. He made his way toward Zhou Wen's residence. In this city, only Uncle Zhou could aid him. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door. When Zhou Wen opened it, Jiang Weichen immediately knelt to in his previous life. He had never knelt, not even while begging, yet now he found himself on the ground. Zhou Xinguang, startled by the blood-stained boy before him, exclaimed, "Child, what has happened to you? Alas, you have come for a reason. I am but an ordinary citizen, unable to contend with those individuals. Uncle Zhou, I have come solely to request a jar of strong liquor. The stronger, the better. If you do not have any, please grant me the means to procure some. Should I survive this endeavor, I shall repay you 100-fold. If I perish, I can only apologize." With that, Jiang Weichen's head struck the ground with a thud. Zhou Xinguang hurried to help him up. But as soon as he did, Jiang Weichen's forehead met the floor once more. "Father, let us help Brother Jiang," Zhou Wen interjected. "Father, this big brother is so pitiful. Look, his hand is still bleeding." 5-year-old Zhou Xiaodai added, her voice soft and tender. The woman beside them, though empathetic, had witnessed too much sorrow to speak. Zhou Xinguang sighed, saying, "I can offer you the liquor, but drinking will only dull your senses. It solves nothing." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou, but I do not seek this liquor for myself. It is for another." Zhou Xinguang's expression faltered, his tone sharpening. "You mean for that beggar, do you not? This shall be my last act of kindness. Do not return here again, that if you do, I shall not be so accommodating." Zhou Xinguang harbored a deep disdain for that beggar. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. If I survive, I shall repay your kindness." Jiang Weichen offered no further explanation. Success or failure would reveal itself by tomorrow, and Uncle Zhou would understand then. Zhou Xinguang said no more. In business, integrity was paramount. Having promised the liquor, he would not retract his word, regardless of his distaste for the beggar. He returned with a jar of liquor, stating, "This liquor surpasses even the strongest in the town. It was a cherished collection from my father. After his passing, I seldom drank and had no desire to sell it. So I have kept it until now." Jiang Weichen accepted the jar, bowed in gratitude, and departed. "My dear, have you noticed how drastically this child has changed? Just yesterday, he appeared sorrowful yet optimistic. But now, after only a day apart, he seems entirely transformed." Zhou Xinguang lamented. "He only left the town this morning, only to be brought back by that beggar shortly thereafter. His face bears the clear imprint of 5 fingers, and his mouth is bloodied. He has evidently been struck. Given his current state, it seems his right hand has suffered considerable injury, and it is evident that this is a recent occurrence. Alas, having entered that beggar's den, his days of suffering have only just begun. Father, isn't the beggar's sect the largest gang in the land? How can this be?" Zhou Wen inquired, having heard rumors while helping his father set up their stall. "Whether they are truly the largest, I cannot say, but I have seen few able-bodied beggars among the lower ranks," Zhou Xinguang replied, then admonished, "Do not heed such tales. Focus on your studies, for that is the true path, that if you can earn the recommendation of a teacher, I will support your pursuit of education in the city." Zhou Wen reluctantly acquiesced that he often listened to tales of the martial world and practiced with wooden swords during recess, yearning for adventure rather than the monotony of study. This illustrates the influence of one's environment. Jiang Weichen had spent nearly a decade in Xinghua Village, where news was scarce and the lives of wandering heroes were of little concern. Discussions typically revolved around mundane family matters. For nearly 9 years, Jiang Weichen had heard no significant news, believing himself to inhabit an ordinary historical world, lacking the understanding of the martial realm that Zhou Wen, a mere year his junior, possessed. Chapter 16. Great favor. Jiang Weichen arrived at the beggar's dwelling, cradling the jar of liquor, and confirmed its seal before knocking on the door. "Who is it? Is there no rest to be had at this hour?" "Beggar, it is I, Jiang Weichen. I have brought liquor." The beggar opened the door, peering at Jiang Weichen in the moonlight. This is the liquor I procured for you, meant as a tribute that my finger has yet to stop bleeding. I wish to rest for a few days to heal, before resuming my begging, that I hope to receive your favor in the future, and I shall ensure that I bring you any good fortune that comes my way. At such a late hour, if he were to offer liquor without ulterior motives, the beggar might hesitate to indulge. The beggar eyed him suspiciously, wondering if this boy sought to bribe him. Over the years, he had encountered too many who flattered him or offered gifts, all hoping to secure a better begging territory or lighten their burdens. Accepting the liquor, the beggar opened it and inhaled deeply, his face alight with delight. Excellent wine. He did not drink immediately, but inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" "From Zhou Xinguang's stall, the man who rescued me yesterday." I had no idea Zhou Xinguang possessed such kindness. It seems I must send my men to beg at his stall more often. The beggar declared, "Given your filial piety, I shall allow you the first sip." "Thank you, beggar." Jiang Weichen took the jar. Drinking deeply, the liquor burned his throat, causing his face to flush. Though he had drunk in his previous life, it was his body that had imbibed, not his mind. This body was clearly unaccustomed to such intensity. Yet, thankfully, it was not as potent as the spirits of later times. Had it been, his youthful frame would have succumbed to inebriation after a single gulp. Seeing Jiang Weichen take a drink, the beggar finally relaxed, saying, "You have tomorrow off. Now be gone." "Yes, beggar, enjoy your drink. I shall take my leave." Jiang Weichen exited and settled beneath a nearby eave, waiting patiently. Those who appreciate fine liquor find it hard to resist, especially since he had claimed to have gone without for several days. Alcohol dulls the senses and diminishes reflexes. Should the beggar become intoxicated, even if Jiang Weichen were to break in, he would remain oblivious. Regardless of his training, how formidable could someone residing in such a small place truly be? Time passed slowly. Despite the fatigue of the day, Jiang Weichen felt no weariness as he waited. After half an hour, he approached the door, noting it creaked ominously. Excellent. He had indeed grown impatient, neglecting to lock the door. Hearing movement within, Jiang Weichen continued to wait patiently until another half hour had passed, with silence reigning for the last 10 minutes. He stepped forward, knocking on the door, calling, "Beggar, beggar." There was no response. Instead, he heard the sound of snoring. Gently, he pushed the door open, which creaked in protest, yet the figure upon the small bed remained undisturbed. Jiang Weichen entered, using the moonlight to retrieve the long knife resting nearby. Gazing at the beggar, sprawled like a dead pig, Jiang Weichen murmured to himself, "You are the first, but you shall not be the last." 2 hours later, Jiang Weichen emerged, his body stained with blood, in his right hand. He grasped a knife, and against his chest lay a book. His left hand cradled the remaining half of a wine jar. Jiang Weichen approached the eaves of Uncle Zhou's house. Refraining from knocking, he found a sheltered spot from the wind to sit down, gazing at the wine jar in his left hand. Indeed, it was potent. Alcohol truly is a remarkable substance, yet I vow never to indulge in it for the rest of my life. Gently placing the knife aside, Jiang Weichen looked at his little finger, severed at the root. The recent violent actions had caused more blood to flow. This moment, his head felt somewhat dizzy. Had there been a mirror, he would surely see how pale his complexion had become, having lost so much blood. He was on the brink of exsanguination, but he persevered through sheer will. However, he could not sustain this for long, which was why he had come here. Exiting the town and entering the woods posed a significant danger should he faint. Uncle Zhou's household arose early to prepare buns. Their activity would rouse him from slumber, allowing him to flee the small town before dawn. Jiang Weichen poured the remaining wine onto his wound for disinfection. A sharp pain coursed through him, jolting him back to clarity from his earlier stupor. After a rudimentary disinfection, he bound his right arm with a strip of cloth, but this time not too tightly. The blood needed to circulate, preventing any blockage. Once these matters were attended to, it wasn't long before the relaxed Jiang Weichen collapsed in the corner of the wall. The following day, as the rooster crowed, 2 hours remained until dawn. Zhou Xinguang and his wife had already risen, but upon catching a whiff of alcohol, his wife stepped outside and discovered Jiang Weichen slumped in the corner. She hurriedly rushed back inside, exclaiming, "Husband, that man has returned. He is right outside in the corner." Zhou Xinguang's expression darkened. It seemed he had been ensnared. Did this man truly think him a benevolent fool? Having felt pity for him, witnessing his tragic plight, even offering him precious liquor, and now he returned. Zhou Xinguang stepped outside to find Jiang Weiqing collapsed against the wall, noting the wine jar beside him and his exposed right hand. Just the night before, he had been intact, yet now he was missing a finger, though it could be considered fortunate that it was merely the little finger. His gaze then fell upon the large cleaver beside him, and his eyes narrowed. That wasn't the beggar's knife. He had seen the beggar with it on numerous occasions. How could it now be in Jiang Weiqing's possession? Could it be? Although Zhou Xinguang had his suspicions. He still approached and gave Jiang Weiqing a tug. Jiang Weiqing awoke, seeing Zhou Xinguang, and greeted, "Good morning, uncle." Zhou Xinguang did not mince words, stating, "I told you, yesterday was the last time." Jiang Weiqing rose and replied, "I remember. Last night as circumstances warranted my borrowing of your hospitality for a night. And I shall leave immediately." Jiang Weiqing retrieved a handful of copper coins from his pocket, approximately 50 to 60 coins. This was all he had managed to scrounge from the house, aside from the knife and the book. Other possessions held no value for him. "Uncle, may I trouble you for a few buns? Consider the remainder as payment for last night's lodging." Zhou Xinguang acknowledged the favor, recognizing the danger Jiang Weiqing faced if he fainted outside. Collapsing in town and waking at dawn could lead to peril. Such a kindness could not be repaid with mere coins, yet he found himself utterly destitute. Zhou Xinguang glanced at the blood-stained coins and then at the cleaver, his suspicions solidifying. However, he decided against probing further, knowing that too much knowledge could bring him trouble. "That I can provide the buns, but I shall not take your money. Please do not disturb me again. I am but an ordinary person, and I cannot handle such complications," Zhou Xinguang said resignedly. Jiang Weiqing returned the coins, stating, "These coins are ill-gotten. They should not be given to Uncle Zhou. This will be the last time." Zhou Xinguang handed Jiang Weiqing 4 cold buns, saying, "These are leftovers from yesterday. You should leave quickly." Jiang Weiqing accepted the buns, bowed with the cleaver in hand, and turned to depart. Chapter 17. Performances and Blade Practice. Zhou Xinguang watched as Jiang Weiqing vanished into the night. Noting the wine jar and its lingering scent, with his suspicions piqued, he hurriedly took the jar home, washed it several times, and then filled it with bun filling. "Husband, what are you doing? Don't we have other containers for the filling?" "No time for questions. Remember, we just got up and started making buns. We saw nothing." Having filled half the jar, Zhou Xinguang quickly retrieved the chamber pot and poured its contents where Jiang Weiqing had collapsed the previous night. Then he used a fan to disperse the smell of alcohol before returning to wash his hands and prepare the buns. Today, Zhou Xinguang set up his stall a bit later than usual. As he arrived at his spot, the couple selling wontons nearby remarked, "Old Zhou, why are you so late today?" "Ah, who has tea overslept at times? Haven tea you. Surely you must have been drained last night. Do you think I'm as feeble as you? Who are you calling feeble?" The two bickered, and before long, customers began to arrive for breakfast. Although the daily crowd was scant, it was enough to make ends meet, especially with a bit of land outside the town. Life was manageable. An hour later, the beggar's neighbor discovered blood on the door of the adjacent house. Tentatively calling out, he received no response. Pushing the door open, he screamed. Soon, neighbors gathered, and someone reported it to the authorities. Word spread rapidly throughout the town. Zhou Xinguang stood by his stall, listening to the gossip. "Have you heard? That beggar in town is dead." "Dead? How did that happen?" "He was skilled, reputed to wield a blade, and always carried that large cleaver. Indeed, he was said to be a disciple of the beggar gang. Who would dare kill him in this town? Not just dared. I heard he was dismembered. His head, limbs, and chest were all cut opened. So brutal. What kind of hatred could lead to such violence?" Zhou Xinguang felt a sense of foreboding. Hearing of the beggar's demise was not entirely surprising. He could even surmise how Jiang Weiqing had carried it out. However, the details of dismemberment and evisceration shocked him. Being slapped in the morning, losing a little finger at night, and then swiftly killing the man constituted significant retaliation in his eyes. Yet the sheer brutality of dismemberment was excessive. Zhou Xinguang began to reflect on his interactions with Jiang Weiqing, searching for any offense he might have caused. After mulling it over, he found none. The only stern words he had spoken were to avoid entangling with them. Surely that could not be considered an affront. The young man had always been polite. How could he be so cruel? Alas, he hoped never to see him again. Such a person was truly frightening. And he was merely a child of 9 years. "Old Zhou, what is wrong with you?" Nothing. I merely envisioned that scene and was somewhat startled." Before long, the magistrate of the county, along with his subordinates, was alerted. After all, the deceased was no ordinary beggar, but a member of the beggar gang. Although not a formal disciple, he was still an associate. The whole town was now aware, and the severity of the incident warranted investigation. Ultimately, after thorough inquiries and searches throughout the town, no leads were found. After a day of questioning, no suspicious individuals emerged. They eventually discovered that a new young beggar had arrived in town, who had been slapped by the beggar the day before, but was now missing. This young beggar was the prime suspect, yet he seemed incapable of killing the beggar, and a mere slap hardly warranted such revenge, did it? Aside from Zhou Xinguang, no one knew that the little beggar had lost a finger. Nor did anyone realize that within 3 days he had endured the loss of both parents, been beaten, had his finger chopped off, and faced increasingly impossible tasks that end silence. One either explodes or perishes, after being pushed to the brink of despair. The little beggar chose to erupt. The moment he severed the beggar leader's head, his pent-up emotions did not find full release. Thus, dismemberment and disembowelment ensued. Ultimately, all clues pointed back to Zhou Xinguang. Zhou Xinguang was taken in for questioning, but he maintained that the little beggar had fainted before his stall, and upon waking, they had not been in contact again, that a thorough search of the town yielded no results. And the county magistrate was at a loss. The beggar had no relatives. His only identity was that of a peripheral disciple of the beggar sect, and it was deemed a matter of the underworld. A tale of the Jianghu. Consequently, the county magistrate notified the members of the beggar sect in Yangcheng and relinquished all responsibility that in the jungles west of Lianhua town, Jiang Weichen was cleansing the bloodstains from his body and garments in a pond. After his ablutions, he retrieved a thin book from nearby. The book contained around 20 pages with little text. Jiang Weichen skimmed through it and discerned it was a manual on basic knife techniques. The numbered sections indicated a total of 8 forms, each accompanied by 3 or 4 detailed illustrations, which proved advantageous for Jiang Weichen, who was still illiterate, that he took up the nearby cleaver and began practicing the first form. The cleaver represented the simplest of the 8 forms, illustrated with just 2 images depicting a single move, a straightforward downward slash. Jiang Weichen executed several cuts, but felt awkward. That harnessed the true power of a technique. It must be in harmony with one's body. Any discomfort indicated a lack of proper practice. Glancing at the accompanying text beneath the illustrations caused him some frustration. He could infer some meanings from a few characters resembling simplified Chinese. Yet others eluded him. Jiang Weichen surmised that the illustrations served merely as demonstrations, while the sparse text contained critical information regarding force application techniques. Without understanding these techniques, his practice would yield little benefit. He decided against further training, realizing he could not return to the town at present. Those officials would surely have traced matters back to him and would be searching for him now. It seemed he could only venture to nearby villages, prioritizing literacy first. Yangcheng was off limits for the time being, given the presence of individuals like the beggar leader in Lianhua town, that if he encountered another such figure, he might not be as fortunate as he had been this time. That as he contemplated his next move, a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Jiang Weichen initially assumed it was a residual effect of blood loss causing his vision to blur, rubbing his eyes and even closing them. Yet the panel remained visible, that he quickly realized it was his golden finger, manifesting directly in his mind. Dao Tower, damaged owner. Jiang Weichen age, 948 realm. None internal power. None martial skills. Basic knife techniques Dao Hall. Cooldown complete, can enact myriad techniques. Rooted in oneself, Jiang Weichen gazed at the panel, feeling a stir of emotions within, yet he refrained from excessive excitement. His mindset had evolved since his rebirth. Even upon recognizing this as his golden finger, he did not rejoice with unrestrained exuberance. Instead, he began to ponder whether this could be a conspiracy or if there was some greater karmic connection at play. Yet he quickly shook his head. Whether it was a plot or a significant karmic link, those were matters for the future, the present. He had yet to resolve even basic survival issues, let alone qualify for such contemplations. Was this phenomenon the reason for his transmigration? Or was it something else? Observing that his lifespan was limited to 48 years, Jiang Weichen felt no bitterness. To live again was already a boon. However, how was this age determined? The typical lifespan of an ordinary person should be around 120 years. Yet various ailments, malnutrition, and exhaustion often curtailed that potential. Yet here he was, only 9 years old, free from serious illness, and far from the age of overexertion. His only shortfall seemed to be mild malnutrition. Why, then, was he allotted merely 48 years? Or was this calculation based on his current living conditions? Pondering these questions left Jiang Weichen perplexed as he turned his attention to the internal power section. Deep in thought, this was not an ordinary historical world, but rather a realm of martial arts, was it not? Yet even in a conventional world, was it truly ordinary? Reflecting on his past life, Jiang Weichen recalled how ordinary people believed in the absence of extraordinary power. Yet, that young master had exhibited abilities beyond comprehension. Was that what they referred to as internal power? He now understood that to grasp the world's ultimate truths, he needed to rise to a higher vantage point. With this newfound ability, he resolved to ascend to the pinnacle, regardless of whether the world was ordinary or martial. Only from the heights would he be free from oppression. Looking at the Dao Hall section, Jiang Weichen was unsure of its workings but knew he would comprehend it through practice. With no other options available, he seated himself and directed his consciousness to practice the basic knife techniques. Soon, he felt his consciousness transported to a chamber within a palace. The surroundings were dim and devoid of furnishings, save for a grand character for Dao emblazoned on the palace wall, radiating an aura of primordial essence. Evoking the sense of all things beginning anew, of myriad techniques being birthed, at the base of the wall lay a faint yellow mat. Jiang Weichen's consciousness approached the mat, settled into a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes, allowing his mind to achieve complete tranquility. That an ethereal river appeared, swirling and enveloping Jiang Weichen's consciousness within its currents. He then began to practice the basic knife techniques, slashing, chopping, lifting, and thrusting, each fundamental movement. Initially, his practice mirrored the awkwardness he had experienced earlier, and he experimented with various approaches, adjusting continuously. Within the river, Jiang Weichen practiced tirelessly, employing the motions of chopping wood, cutting trees, and executing downward strikes to the left and right. If one attempt failed, he would try 10. If 10 failed, he would attempt 100. If 100 failed, he would strive for 1,000. After each movement, he paused to assess the outcome before resuming. The ethereal river flowed steadily, with the sun rising and setting. Jiang Weichen's appearance transformed rapidly, progressing through youth, young adulthood, middle age, and into old age. Even in the final moments before his 48th year, he continued to practice the basic knife techniques. As the river's currents reflected his death, Jiang Weichen's consciousness returned to his physical form. From the age of 9 to the moment of his 48th birthday, his accumulated experience in knife techniques surged into his mind like a torrent. Merging seamlessly with his being, Jiang Weichen first lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. The little bird ahead remained engaged in preening its feathers. Upon noticing Jiang Weichen, it flapped its wings and took flight. The wind swayed the grass on his left, bending it low before it righted itself. Jiang Weichen exhaled, having spent 39 years practicing within the ethereal river, while only a fleeting moment had passed in the external world. Now, he began to consolidate those 39 years of experience, much of which had been exploratory in nature. After countless iterations of summary, he finally distilled a most effective method of exerting force. That it was only then that he embarked on relentless practice until death. The vast majority of this experience proved irrelevant to his current self, save for the refined technique of force application and the subsequent knife training experiences, which were of utmost value to at last. Jiang Weichen comprehended how the Dao Hall functioned and the meaning behind the phrase rooted in oneself. That put it simply, it involved creating an ethereal river of time and space, immersing one's consciousness within it. Then, one would engage in ceaseless repetition of the same task until death. Throughout this process, everything hinged upon oneself and what one had mastered. For instance, one's innate understanding would not increase. Jiang Weichen had been unaware of how to apply force. And during the practice, he remained in the dark. The Dao Hall could not alter anything. It could only provide time. Everything else depended on the individual. If one lacked understanding, one would need to explore independently, persisting until death. Though nothing could be changed, Jiang Weichen found solace in this reality. Having endured so much, he placed his trust solely in himself. Being forcibly endowed with something from nothing would only unsettle him. Jiang Weichen summoned the panel once more. Dao Tower, damaged, owner. Jiang Weichen age. 948 realm. None internal power. None martial skills. Basic knife techniques. Pinning practice. Martial skills classification. Novice. Intermediate, proficient, mastery, transcendence. The Hall of Tao display. Not yet cooled, capable of demonstrating myriad methods. Rooted in oneself, that a glance revealed no significant change. Merely the addition of awaiting practice and the classification of martial arts realms following the fundamental sword techniques. The novice stage equates to the initial foray into learning, akin to a budding scholar entering the threshold of knowledge. In the literal sense, not idiomatic, it signifies mere proficiency in execution. Mastery, however, transcends fixed forms, enabling one to draw upon all techniques with effortless grace. The pinnacle of achievement denotes the completion of this martial arts perfection, that is for the innovation aspect. It is to be taken literally. Jiang Weichen, unfamiliar with the circumstances of this world, had nonetheless perused martial arts novels in his previous life. To assimilate another's martial arts to the point of mastery is a formidable challenge, while attaining the apex is even more arduous. After all, those who imitate may perish, for although the anatomical structures may be similar, variations in height and physique abound. The original creators undoubtedly tailored their methods to their individual conditions, making it exceedingly difficult for successors to reach the ultimate perfection unless they possess extraordinary talent or a physique that harmonizes with that of the originator. Regarding innovation, it demands either innate talent or a profound accumulation of experience. The Hall of Tao display, previously cooled, now remained in a state of incompletion. Experience is but experience. Only through practice, solidifying muscle memory, does it become one's own. The Hall of Tao display remains oblivious to when the next cooling will occur. Jiang Weichen gazed at the manual in his hands, somewhat ambivalent, as it felt both essential and superfluous that he believed that even without this manual, with the Hall of Tao display, after 39 years of relentless practice, he could devise a sword technique that maximally harnesses his own strength. The techniques in this manual merely serve to diminish the time spent in exploration. Although rendered obsolete, Jiang Weichen chose not to discard it, intending to compare the technique's force application with his own conclusions once he mastered the characters within. Jiang Weichen seized his blade, rose, and commenced his journey of sword training. From this day forth, Jiang Weichen began a life of quenching his thirst with mountain spring water and satisfying his hunger with wild vegetables. A day later, he attained the novice stage of basic sword techniques. 3 days later, he progressed to the threshold of proficiency. 7 days later, he achieved a state of mastery. On the 8th day, Jiang Weichen encountered a wild boar. Chapter 18. Zhou Xinhuang captured on the 8th day. Jiang Weichen stumbled upon a wild boar. In the preceding days, he had contemplated indulging in some meat, for subsisting solely on wild vegetables rendered him unable to sustain the intensity of his training. He had previously encountered mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and even a fawn. Yet without a bow or net, how could one hunt amidst the thickets with merely a long knife? Those creatures fled at the sight of a human, rendering pursuit futile. For setting traps or crafting tools, Jiang Weichen was unwilling to expend such effort. However, this wild boar did not flee upon seeing him, with its black bristles and a pair of slightly curved tusks. Jiang Weichen estimated its weight to be approximately 300 pounds. Should he succeed in slaying it, it would suffice for his sustenance for some time. The rigors of his recent existence had left Jiang Weichen severely malnourished, and after merely 1 or 2 hours of sword practice each day, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and soreness. Now, having acquired a modicum of self-defense capability, he had already contemplated venturing out. Yet upon sighting this wild boar, he altered his decision that if he could kill this wild boar, it would sustain him for a considerable period, though his sword techniques had reached the 3rd stage of mastery over the past 10 days. Their effectiveness bore little resemblance to the might he remembered. Within the ethereal river of time, Jiang Weichen had matured into adulthood. Yet now, he remained a youth, and his malnourishment hindered him, lacking both inner strength and physical stamina. No matter how adept his swordsmanship, its potency was significantly diminished. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Weichen cautiously approached the wild boar, gripping his blade with both hands before leaping into action, employing the classic slicing technique. Power emanated from his waist and arms, converging in his hands and culminating at the blade, executing a downward cut. Just as he aimed to strike the boar's neck, it suddenly startled and bolted. His blade struck the middle of its back, embedding an inch deep, accompanied by the sound of splintering bone. The wild boar seemed to be roused by ferocity, and after a brief distance, it turned back, charging at him with reckless abandon. Jiang Weichen, utilizing trees for cover, evaded the boar's onslaught while persistently striking at it. After more than 10 minutes, the force behind his strikes diminished, and soon he could no longer penetrate the boar's hide. Fortunately, the initial blow, fueled by all his strength, had inflicted considerable damage. The wild boar gradually retreated, and Jiang Weichen followed at a measured pace. With 6 or 7 wounds oozing blood, it succumbed after 2 to 3 hours. During this time, Jiang Weichen had regained some vigor. However, he could not bear the weight of such a hefty creature, spending an hour to detach one of its hind legs before returning to the secluded cave he had previously inhabited. He then ventured forth again to remove the other hind leg and carry it back. Jiang Weichen surveyed the blade, now dulled, realizing the necessity of seeking some precious iron or to forge a superior knife. Since beginning his sword practice, the blade had become dull each day, necessitating a daily sharpening on stones. That he also noticed the recurring injury to his right pinky finger, which bled anew each day after scabbing over each night. Subsequently, Jiang Weichen set about starting a fire to roast the meat, the as for taste, in the face of survival. Would he even concern himself with such matters? After a hearty meal, Jiang Weichen commenced his rest. From the following day, he intensified his training. Lacking a formal technique, he resorted to the physical exercises of his previous life as physical education classes. Sit-ups, push-ups, duck walks, frog jumps, and hanging upside down were among the myriad exercises he incorporated into his daily regimen. Anything capable of enhancing physical strength became part of his routine. Whenever hunger struck, he consumed wild vegetables and roasted meat, and when thirst arose, he drank from the mountain springs. After half a month, his sword technique ascended to the 4th stage of ultimate mastery. For now, he reached a temporary standstill, with no further innovations forthcoming. After all, he possessed little martial knowledge and could not glean insights from observing nature. Having attained the 4th stage, Jiang Weichen remained uncertain of his current combat prowess. That a month had passed, and the Hall of Tao display was still not cooled. He resolved to venture forth. The primitive existence he had led was too austere and detrimental to his health. Now equipped with a degree of self-defense ability, and with a month having elapsed, the external turmoil should have subsided. Uncle Zhou had saved him, and it was time to ascertain whether he had faced any difficulties. However, given Uncle Zhou's astuteness, upon learning of the beggar leader's demise, he would likely deduce the situation. As long as the beggar leader had not provided him with alcohol, it would not concern him. After visiting Uncle Zhou, he would return to Xinghua village, uncertain of his sister's condition upon departure. With a month having passed, he needed to check on her. If she were still alive, he would ask his second uncle to look after her for a while longer. Though he now possessed a degree of self-defense capability, he could not yet protect others. That he would wait until he grew stronger before taking her away. That if she had perished, he would begin hunting down the Liu family, annihilating them to the last. His outer garments had become tattered beyond recognition, so Jiang Weichen discarded them, repurposing them to wrap his blade. That as he prepared to head to Lianhua town, he realized he could not openly display the knife. Grasping the copper coins and the manual, Jiang Weichen retraced his steps. 2 hours later, he entered Lianhua town, but did not see Uncle Zhou's stall. That he had departed at dawn, and it had taken him 2 hours to arrive at the town. At this hour, it was not yet time to close up shop. That a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Weichen's heart. He smeared red juice on both sides of his face, creating 3 broad red stripes, while green juice adorned his forehead. Jiang Weichen lacked the skills for disguise and possessed no tools, resorting to this makeshift concealment. Having only frequented Lianhua town for a day, he had no acquaintances who could recognize him. He withdrew 3 coins and approached the wonton stall, ordering a bowl of wontons. Casually, he inquired, "Boss, the last time I was here, there was a bun stall next door. Why is it absent today?" Their buns were quite delectable. Alas, something happened at the stall. He is in jail now. Old Zhou is indeed unfortunate. How could that little beggar faint right in front of his stall? The boss sighed, not elaborating further. Jiang Weichen produced a coin and said, "Boss, please tell me more. I enjoy hearing all sorts of gossip." The boss chuckled, pocketing the coin and giving Jiang Weichen a glance before continuing. "It all began about a month ago." Jiang Weichen savored his wontons while the boss recounted the tale. By the end, Jiang Weichen had grasped the entire sequence of events. The authorities had conducted their routine inquiries, And indeed, they had not troubled Zhou Xinguang. After 2 to 3 days of investigation, they ceased their scrutiny. However, 7 days prior, a disciple of the beggar clan had learned from Zhou's daughter, Zhou Xiaodai, of the words he had uttered that night when he sought Zhou's help, that he had claimed that if he survived, he would repay Zhou 100-fold. If he perished, then he could only express his regrets. Coupled with the fact that he had been beaten and harassed by the beggar leader, suspicions arose, and the individual would not let the matter rest. They directly imprisoned Zhou Xinguang and his family, announcing that as long as Jiang Weichen emerged to repay the debt, Zhou's family would be released without charges. Jiang Weichen settled the bill and left with an impassive expression. He had not anticipated that he would implicate Uncle Zhou's family. What should he do? Stage a prison break. While the prison in the small town was likely not heavily guarded, Jiang Weichen was uncertain whether he could handle it. Even if he managed to break in, how would he extricate them? Loathing oneself for being weak and powerless, without any influence to rely upon. However, it is fortunate that Uncle Zhou's family remains unharmed for now. The beggar sect is truly arrogant. The authorities have turned a blind eye. With the arrival of a disciple, they can simply have the officials throw someone into prison. Jiang Weichen found himself at a loss for a moment and decided to inquire about some news at the only tavern in the small town. Chapter 19. Alone and helpless, he ordered a pot of tea at the tavern and sat for half an hour without hearing anyone discuss matters of the martial world. It wasn't until a waiter approached with a disgruntled expression that he was disturbed. Jiang Weichen, having ordered no food or wine, merely tea, had occupied a table for an extended period. Were it not for the lack of patrons at this hour, he would have been asked to leave much sooner. Jiang Weichen did not wish to order. He had only managed to scrounge together a few coins from the beggar leader. How could he afford the tavern's meals when he would have to sleep on the streets tonight? Determined not to waste time, he took out 5 coins and inquired, "I hail from a nearby village and am deeply intrigued by tales of chivalrous heroes. Could you share some stories with me?" The tavern's waiter, having spent so long in the establishment, had undoubtedly overheard some discussions. However, the waiter brusquely replied, "So that SYU Haven Tea ordered anything. You're just a country bumpkin who can't afford it. What is the point of pretending to be something you're not? 5 coins. Are you trying to pay off a beggar?" A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Weichen. Once again, he had been insulted as a bumpkin. In his past life, he had endured humiliation from a wealthy young master, and now he was being belittled by a mere tavern attendant. When he had sought information from the wonton stall owner, he had received smiles for a single coin. Now, offering 5 coins in a nearly empty tavern, the waiter found it laughable and chose to insult him instead of simply declining, constantly oppressed and humiliated. Jiang Weichen's mindset began to shift, and he felt a murderous intent rising within him as he gripped the dagger wrapped in ragged cloth. Yet, thinking of Uncle Zhou's family still imprisoned, he reluctantly produced 10 coins. Only then did the waiter accept the money, saying, "With this meager amount, you won't hear tales of martial heroes that name a few renowned masters or factions you've heard of." The waiter then continued, "If you want to hear names of masters, there are plenty, such as Murong Bo, the head of the Murong family from Suzhou, Wang Jiantong, the leader of the beggars sect, and Quan Qing." Upon hearing these names and correlating them with the historical timeline, Jiang Weichen realized he must have traversed into the world of Tian Longbabu. This was a martial arts realm with considerable power dynamics, and he currently possessed no internal energy, rendering him a mere pawn in this world. It was now the 9th year of the Xining era, 1076 AD, nearly 15 years before the plot would commence. Jiang Weichen had no desire to participate in the unfolding narrative. Yet certain opportunities were worth pursuing. The North Ming divine skill from the Wuliang Mountain, the legacy of the unyielding master from Leigu Mountain. Unfortunately, these opportunities were not easily attainable. The rare and intricate game of Go was beyond his grasp. And even if he began learning now, he could not match Su Xinghe, who had dedicated his life to it. The Taoist Hall was a solitary endeavor, and even if he used it to perform spells, it would yield little benefit. Would he really spend decades in the ethereal river of time, playing Go with both hands? Comparatively, the North Ming divine skill from Dali's Wuliang Mountain seemed the most accessible. However, he would need to elevate his own cultivation first. Otherwise, he would be treading into the territory of the Wuliang sword sect, where even the Shinong gang would face hostility when gathering medicinal herbs, leading to conflict. With his meager martial skills, seeking legacies in such a domain would be tantamount to courting death without the fortuitous luck of Duan Yu. All opportunities required corresponding strength. Jiang Weichen retracted his thoughts and rose to leave the tavern. Though he had discerned the world he now inhabited, he remained a mere pawn. However, Uncle Zhou had assisted him on several occasions. Without his help, he might not have perished, but his fate would undoubtedly have been worse. I shall not spare those who oppose me, yet I cannot neglect those who have shown me kindness. While Jiang Weichen's mindset had shifted, he was not ungrateful. For kindness, I shall repay 100-fold. For enmity, likewise. Rescuing Uncle Zhou seemed somewhat unrealistic, so he decided to first gather information about the whereabouts of that beggar's sect disciple. The small town was not large, making it relatively easy to glean information about the disciple. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Weichen had acquired details about the disciple, including their appearance and attire. The only noteworthy point was that this disciple was a genuine member of the beggar's sect, carrying a cloth pouch. In contrast, the previous beggar leader was not a true disciple, but merely a peripheral member. Jiang Weichen recalled that in Tianlong Babu, the beggar sect was renowned as the foremost sect in the world. Divided into the Dirty Robes and Clean Robes factions. The Dirty Robes faction operated across the nation and even in other countries, tasked with gathering intelligence and espionage. In contrast, the Clean Robes faction boasted substantial enterprises meant to generate income and support the sect. True disciples of the beggar sect did not live by begging. For them, begging was merely incidental. Only peripheral members like the beggar leader relied on begging for survival, and even they did not beg, but rather oppressed the actual beggars. In a strict sense, genuine beggars and members of the beggar sect were two distinct entities. The differing roles of the Dirty and Clean Robes factions were also a source of conflict. Nonetheless, these matters were of little concern to Jiang Weichen. His previous experiences left him with a poor impression of the beggar's sect. After gathering the information, he remained uncertain of the strength of this disciple with the pouch. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to rescue Uncle Zhou's family. Should he turn himself in, hoping the authorities would release Zhou Xinguang's family? Jiang Weichen would not be so foolish. He would not leave his fate in the hands of others. With no other options, Jiang Weichen resorted to more forceful measures. Although Uncle Zhou was safe for the moment, if he did not reappear soon, the beggar sect disciple might very well take out their frustrations by harming Uncle Zhou. He resolved to intervene, knowing that as long as he did not get caught, Uncle Zhou should remain unharmed. Yet, he could not guarantee Uncle Zhou's safety. Uncle Zhou, I am sorry that if you were to perish, I would only be able to seek vengeance for you. With this decision made, Jiang Weichen no longer hesitated and set out to gather information and prepare. As night fell, Jiang Weichen arrived at the residence of a minor official, one of those who had previously come to collect taxes in Xinghua village. It was during that incident that his grandfather had fallen gravely ill. Unable to withstand the winter's chill, a few minutes later, as the commotion quieted, Jiang Weichen emerged and swiftly made his way to the former dwelling of the beggar leader. The newly arrived disciple with the pouch was residing in the beggar leader's former quarters. Jiang Weichen approached the door and overheard voices within. Have you not found that little beggar in 7 days? What use are you to me? My lord, we cannot be blamed. That person has not been seen since leaving a month ago. They have likely left Lianhua town. Very well. If we cannot draw them out, then it is unnecessary for Zhou Xinguang's family to live. Tomorrow, go to the county office and frame him for murder. I shall return to Yang City tomorrow. He volunteered to handle this matter merely for the sake of reputation. It is not that he genuinely seeks vengeance for that beggar leader. If the culprit cannot be found, we shall find a scapegoat. Moreover, Zhou Xinguang's demise is not entirely unrelated. Understood, my lord. As for what I previously mentioned, you shall be the new beggar leader of Lianhua town. From now on, the yearly tributes ought to be delivered to whom I need not specify. Correct? Of course, it shall be presented to you. I shall certainly follow your lead. Enough. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Chapter 20. Intimidation outside. Jiang Weichen heard this exchange and quickly stepped aside, watching as a middle-aged beggar with a slight limp departed. Jiang Weichen narrowed his eyes. Indeed, they were all cut from the same cloth, exploiting and oppressing others. Once the man had left, Jiang Weichen knocked on the door. Who is it? The disciple with the pouch opened the door, looking at Jiang Weichen and asking, Who are you? What do you want? My lord, I hail from a village and heard that you are looking for a little beggar. I inquired and believe someone from our village resembles the person you seek. The disciple with the pouch asked, Which village do you come from? Take me there tomorrow, that if it proves true, I shall reward you with 10 coins that T owe him. 10 coins seemed quite generous for a country bumpkin. He had seen many rural folk grin at receiving just a few coins. Thinking this man would react similarly, he was surprised to see little change in his expression. Though taken aback, he did not dwell on it. My lord, he arrived in our village over half a month ago, disheveled and wielding a knife. Jiang Weichen approached a disciple, who appeared quite young, possibly not even 20 years of age, as he drew within a meter's distance. The disciple wrinkled his nose, suddenly detecting a scent of blood emanating from Jiang Weichen, and instantly realized that the individual before him was not an ordinary villager. Sensing the danger, he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. They were too close, and Jiang Weichen had already unsheathed his blade. With a swift upward slash, he inflicted a deep cut on the disciple, who had no time to dodge or defend himself. The disciple staggered back into the house, glancing down to see a long gash across his chest. Grabbing a stick nearby, he noticed Jiang Weichen had raised his knife, preparing to strike again in a hurried response. He lifted the stick to defend himself, but upon impact, the knife did not break the stick, merely leaving a small notch. Observing this, Jiang Weichen thought to himself, the blade is still not sharp enough. However, he acknowledged the sturdiness of the disciple's wooden staff. Previously, while practicing his swordsmanship in the wilderness, he had easily severed much thicker branches with a single stroke. The disciple collapsed onto a couch, and Jiang Weichen was momentarily jolted back several steps. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? The disciple asked, clutching his abdomen, well aware that he was nearing death. Caught off guard at first, he had sustained a fatal wound to his belly and realized that under normal circumstances, this young man would have been no match for him. Jiang Weichen, though shaken by the recoil, felt a rush of astonishment. The attack had taken him by surprise and succeeded. This individual, even wielding a stick with one hand, had managed to force him back, indicating superior strength, perhaps even mastery of staff techniques, had it not been for the element of surprise. A fierce battle for survival would surely have ensued, but he pondered whether the disciple had cultivated any inner strength, questioning if the force that had repelled him stemmed from sheer brute strength or something more. Jiang Weichen wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity to strike that he advanced once more, executing a downward chop with his knife, only to be met with another block. Undeterred, he followed with a sweeping blow aimed at the disciple's head. If it had been a fair fight, given their height difference, Jiang Weichen would have been unable to employ this technique effectively. However, with the disciple sprawled on the couch, it became all too easy. Although the initial strike did not land cleanly, it nonetheless opened a gash along the disciple's neck. The intense exertion led to the contents of the disciple's abdomen spilling forth from the grievous wound. He no longer had the strength to resist. Tell me, who are you? I wish to die with clarity, Jiang Weichen said, observing the blood flowing from the disciple's abdomen, realizing he was devoid of any capacity for further resistance. You should not have implicated the Zhou family, that if you seek vengeance, why not direct it at me? Is it not the expertise of your beggar clan to gather intelligence? You could have sought me out. Why drag others into this? Was it not your intent to annihilate the Zhou family? Then I shall ensure your demise is not a pleasant one. That upon finishing his statement, Jiang Weichen swiftly severed the disciple's limbs. The blade proving less than sharp, requiring several strikes to accomplish the task. You are that little beggar, the disciple stammered. You guessed correctly, Jiang Weichen replied, and with that he swiftly severed the disciple's head. The expression on the disciple's face froze in an instant, a mixture of disbelief and the agony of impending death contorting his features. Jiang Weichen, however, remained unmoved by these expressions that he proceeded to inscribe several large characters in the blood-soaked ground. These characters, written in traditional script, were what he had specifically learned before his arrival. Having completed his inscription, Jiang Weichen hastily exited the house. Spotting neighbors drawn out by the commotion, he quickly made his way down the alley. After a brief detour, he hastened out of Lianhua town, heading towards Xinghua village. Just as Jiang Weichen departed Lianhua town, the county magistrate, alerted by the news, arrived at the scene with an attendant. The sight that met their eyes, a floor awash in blood and a corpse cleaved into 6 pieces. The facial expression frozen in a grimace, startled the magistrate, causing him to stumble back in shock, nearly losing his footing. Thankfully, the attendant was there to steady him. Placing a hand on his heart, The magistrate braced himself for the nightmares that would surely plague the coming nights. After regaining composure, he felt a throbbing headache. Yet another life had been lost. Moreover, this was a genuine disciple of the beggar clan, unlike that mere outer disciple. What are you gawking at? Leave two behind, and why aren't the rest searching for the murderer? The magistrate barked. After a moment of consideration, he queried, "Where are Zhang Tai and Wei Xing? Why have they not yet arrived?" The magistrate, alongside his other roles, had fewer than 10 personnel at his disposal. In such a rural town, it was impossible to have many officials. Their purpose was merely to collect taxes, handle trivial matters, and serve as the eyes of the court, in the face of serious incidents. They were expected to report back and do little else. With so few personnel, the absence of anyone was immediately noticeable at that moment. An attendant rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, Zhang Tai is dead. His head has been severed." He was the one responsible for notifying Zhang Tai. What is the situation? In a year, there might not have been a single murder, yet in the span of a month, this marks the third occurrence. Do you wish to wear your official hat too tightly? If you no longer wish to serve, simply say so. There are plenty who would take your place. Wei Xing replied, "Sir, that individual must be the little beggar from a month ago. He has returned to kill Zhang Tai and even left a message at the scene." "What message?" "Speak plainly," the magistrate demanded, "that if the Zhou family loses even a finger, I will sever for limbs. If one dies, I will annihilate their entire family, leaving not a single soul or beast alive." After relaying this chilling message, Wei Xing's lips trembled as he suggested, "My lord, I believe it would be prudent to release the Zhou family. After all, this is a matter concerning the beggar clan, that we need not provoke such a ruthless individual that a month prior, the magistrate had seen the dismemberment of the clan leader, and now another head had rolled. Wei Xing feared he might meet the same fate as Zhang Tai. The magistrate, plagued by a headache, replied, "Is this still a matter concerning the beggar clan? He has slain Zhang Tai. This is a blatant disregard for my authority." At that moment, another attendant chimed in, "My lord, there are also words here." The magistrate, lantern in hand, entered the room to find several large characters written in blood on the wall. "Seek revenge. Come find your father. Do not implicate the innocent. This how the beggar clan operates." The magistrate's gaze fell upon the severed limbs and head of the disciple from the beggar clan, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Alas, it seems the Zhou family is indeed innocent. Let them go. After a moment's reflection, he felt this would undermine his authority and added, "Let them be detained for a couple of days before release." Then what of Zhang Tai? Zhang Tai's fate has nothing to do with the Zhou family, he is currently in jail. Your priority is to capture the murderer. The attendants nodded in agreement, though internally they were unconvinced. How much is a month's salary worth? Many of them aren't even considered officials of the court. Why should they risk angering such a dangerous individual? The magistrate, observing the attendants' expressions, understood their sentiments all too well. They were eager to exploit and oppress the defenseless commoners, rushing to collect taxes during the autumn harvest. Yet, when confronted with serious matters, they would all shy away, offering excuses and feigned compliance. The magistrate, feeling powerless, informed the beggar clan that one of their own has met his end. An official nearby asked, "My lord, should we notify the county magistrate of Yangqing?" After all, Zhang Tai, though of lowly position, was still an official of the court. The magistrate retorted, "What is there to notify? A small fry has died. Do you think the higher-ups will care about this? It's merely a nuisance. Do you wish to tighten your official hat even further? Send someone to comfort Zhang Tai's family, assuring them that we will capture the murderer." Despite both being county magistrates, the one from Lianhua Town held the lowly rank of a 9th-grade official, while Yangqing boasted a proper county magistrate of 7th-grade status. Any report sent up would likely be treated with indifference, only serving to reflect poorly on his capabilities. Chapter 21. The decision to move Zhou Xinguang. "Have you eaten?" a jailer inquired, carrying a sumptuous meal to the front of a cell. "When will you release me? If you must arrest someone, then arrest me. My son and daughter are so young. Why must they suffer for my sins?" Zhou Xinguang, looking haggard, regarded the lavish meal without appetite, yet he accepted it nonetheless. While he himself could forego food, his young children could not. He found it peculiar that today's meal was far more extravagant than usual. In the adjacent cell, a rough-looking inmate, accustomed to the prison's routine, eyed the feast without a hint of envy. "Eat up. Once you've finished this meal, There won't be another. Zhou Xinguang suddenly realized that those condemned to death were often treated to lavish meals beforehand. His hand trembled, causing the meal to tumble to the ground. Father, what does that mean? Why will there be no next meal? Zhou asked, puzzled. Father, I'm hungry, little Zhou Xiaodai said, staring at the spilled food. Zhou Xinguang's wife burst into tears, exclaiming, will you not save anyone? Do you have no compassion left? Now look what you've done. The whole family will pay the price with you. Are you satisfied? Zhou Xinguang turned and yelled into the jail. You beasts, you trample on human life. One day, you will face retribution for your deeds. The wine was provided by me. If you wish to kill me, then do so. What have my children done to deserve this? Are you even human? The minor official, who had initially walked away, returned upon hearing the shouts. Gazing at the food sprawled across the ground, he remarked, who said they wish to take your lives? Alas, Zhou Xinguang. Your fortune is rather unfortunate. You saved one who ought not to have been saved. Yet, your luck may be better than you think, for that individual is grateful that I am merely carrying out my duties. So do not claim I have wronged you once I step outside, that I shall bring you another meal. The ruffian immediately bellowed, unfair. Why is it that they receive their meals while I must face execution? I want to eat well too. The official retorted, continue your shouting, and your sentence will extend by 6 months, with your rations halved. The ruffian fell silent at once, aware of his dire hunger. A further reduction in rations could very well lead him to starve within the confines of the prison. Many inmates, after prolonged confinement, had indeed perished from starvation. This was precisely why those beggars refrained from deliberately committing crimes to enter the prison for a meal. Outside, they could barely scrape by. Once incarcerated, their already malnourished bodies would not withstand the ordeal for long. Moreover, various punishments awaited them. Prison fare was notoriously unpalatable. He had no desire to become the next victim. When the minor official returned with another meal, Zhou Xinguang inquired, what is the meaning of this? Why are we being held? If you do not intend to release us, what purpose does our confinement serve? Although the food had improved, he had no inclination to remain in prison. He was perfectly capable of sustaining himself. It matters not. You'll hear of it anyway upon your release. The little beggar you saved has returned and killed 2 more people, that he left a message. Should your family lose a finger, he will dismember others, that if one dies, he will annihilate the entire family, that he is truly capable of such deeds, that we merely apprehended you. One of my colleagues has already lost his head. Once Zhou is released, please refrain from speaking ill of me. We are merely following orders. Upon learning the sequence of events, Zhou Xinguang sighed deeply. After the capture of his entire family, he lamented his earlier compassion. Now, upon hearing that the little beggar had returned, and, to save him, had taken 2 more lives, he felt a mixture of gratitude and dread. Although the beggar was merely a year older than his son, their heights were comparable. How could such a slight figure manage to kill 2 individuals? Was it with wine last time? And what was it this time? Though slightly moved, he still wished to remain untainted by such violence. Zhou Xinguang simply longed to tend to his stall and live a tranquil life with his wife and children. Cradling his meal, he moved to a corner and said, eat up, that we will soon be free, and once we are, we shall relocate. But what about our fields? His wife queried, that we shall sell them. Over the years, I have managed to save a little, which I have hidden away. Once we find a new place, we can purchase land anew and start afresh. Despite the necessity of saving himself, the thought of 2 more deaths weighed heavily on him. He feared that, before long, he would find himself back in this wretched place, especially with the boy's murderous tendencies. His future count of victims would surely rise, that if others failed to capture him, they would likely come after them to exert pressure. He yearned to distance himself from this chaos, to start anew in a place where no one knew of his connection to the boy. Where shall we go, then? She asked. Zhou Xinguang contemplated before replying. Wen'er has nearly completed her studies. The local teacher can no longer impart new knowledge, that we will go to Yangqing. With our savings, plus the sale of the land and house outside the town, we can establish ourselves near Yangqing. That way, it will also be convenient for Wen'er to continue her education. In Xinghua village, Jiang Weichen carefully traversed hidden paths, finally arriving at his doorstep. After committing murder the previous night, he had left Lianhua town, that he had issued warnings and instilled fear where necessary to as long as he remained free. Uncle Zhou's family should be safe, that if those stubborn individuals targeted Uncle Zhou, he would have to seek vengeance. After departing Lianhua town, he had spent a night in the wilderness and set off at dawn. More than a month had passed, and everything had changed. Entering the house, he found it empty, although the arrangement of furnishings appeared altered. It was not chaotic, suggesting that his second aunt had tidied up. Staring at the familiar surroundings, Jiang Weichen was flooded with memories of the family's life together. There was no turning back. Everything was irrevocably lost. At that moment, he heard a noise, and Jiang Tianxiao rushed to the door, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you have returned." Jiang Weichen turned to see Jiang Tianxiao holding a baby. "Where are my uncle and aunt, and my sister?" Father and mother have gone to work for the Liu family. They are truly ungrateful, leaving early and returning late, with far more work than when we farmed for ourselves. You have no idea how exhausted they are. Pausing, he continued, "I heard father say that Xiaohe was taken by that villain, and her whereabouts are unknown. We do not know if she is alive or dead." Jiang Weichen had anticipated this. The Liu family would not spare him, so they would certainly not spare Xiaohe. Yet, he thought, Xiaohe was only 3 years old, her memories not deeply ingrained. Perhaps she would not even be missed. However, that hope was dashed. The Liu family had abducted Xiaohe, and he dreaded to think whether or not they had harmed her. Even if she had not been killed, she was surely no longer in Xinghua village. The village was small, filled with familiar faces. Anyone working for the Liu family would have seen her, yet no one had laid eyes on her for so long. Either she had met a tragic end, or she had been taken far away. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Weichen asked, "Is there anything to eat at home?" "Yes, elder brother. Hold Tianhe for me while I fetch it." Jiang Tianxiao cradled the almost 1-year-old Jiang Tianhe, recalling how his second aunt had once boasted to their mother about him. That had led their mother to decide to have another child, but tragically, the pregnancy ended in miscarriage. As Jiang Weichen consumed the husked rice, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Before the age of 4, he could not stomach the rice with husks. His mother had removed the husks, unwilling to waste any, consuming them all herself. Typically, children from ordinary families would only have their rice husked during weaning, but thereafter, they would eat it with husks. Jiang Weichen found it difficult to eat, not merely due to his young age, but also because of the psychological scars from his previous life. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is not. Having tasted the delicacies of his past life, he found it challenging to adjust to such simplicity that it was only after turning 4 that he gradually acclimated. His parents had never pressured him, always providing him with the best. Chapter 22. Interrogation. Jiang Tianxiao glanced curiously at the cleaver on the table and asked, "Elder brother, where did you get this cleaver?" "It's so impressive. Unlike the ugly one at home, this one would chop wood effortlessly." Having his thoughts interrupted, Jiang Weichen replied casually, "I found it by the roadside. It's not just for chopping wood, though it could be used for that." For the past month, Jiang Weichen had practiced with the blade in the mountains, using trees as targets in addition to his regular training. It was then that Jiang Tianxiao noticed the absence of a finger from Jiang Weichen's right hand. "Elder brother, what happened to your hand? Why is there a finger missing?" Jiang Weichen answered, "It was chopped off by someone. It has been over a month now." "Are people outside that cruel?" Jiang Tianxiao said, startled that his elder brother had lost a finger in just a month. Jiang Weichen cautioned, "Tianxiao, remember this. The world is dark and cruel, where the strong prey on the weak, that we need not harm others. But we must remain vigilant. Aside from our parents, trust no one entirely." Jiang Tianxiao, confused, asked, "Does that mean I can't fully trust you, elder brother?" Jiang Weichen hesitated before responding, "Yes, I cannot trust you completely." Jiang Tianxiao found this perplexing. If his elder brother was untrustworthy, then how could he trust the friends he played with? Observing the fresh scars on his elder brother's hand, he wondered why they still appeared so new after a month. Jiang Tianxiao was oblivious to the trials Jiang Weichen had faced in that time, feeling the weight of change was immense. Once they had eaten their fill, Jiang Weichen instructed, "Go fetch me some more food. And bring back some cured meat too." "Elder brother, why are you eating so much? But the meat is raw and it's fine. Just go get it. I will be leaving soon." "Elder brother, are you leaving again?" "It's all right now. That villain hasn't shown up in a month. That do not ask questions. That do not tell uncle and aunt that I have returned. You haven't seen me, understand? Not a word must be spoken," Jiang Weichen said sternly. "Why, elder brother, do not question it. Knowing too much will make it difficult for you to keep a secret, and it could lead to disaster. Elder brother, I understand. You seem so much like an adult. You are only a year older than I am." Jiang Weichen had always possessed a mature mindset, merely concealing it in the past. However, children in ancient times were expected to be sensible by the age of 8. And Tian Xiao was far more discerning than the average child. Hurry along now. If uncle and aunt inquire, say you stole some food. Jiang Tian Xiao was rendered speechless. A mere taste of forbidden fruit would have sufficed. Yet indulging so excessively, with meat to spare, he was surely courting a severe beating. The meat, which they were loath to consume, would take a considerable amount of time to savor even a morsel. Nevertheless, he turned to retrieve some items. Jiang Weichen extracted 2 strings of copper coins from his pocket, each string containing 500 yuan, totaling 1 tael of silver, which would serve as his meal money. He had no surplus. This sum was acquired from the small official Zhang Tai, whom he had dispatched. Jiang Weichen discreetly placed the coins in a hidden corner beside the bed, where his second aunt would find them while cleaning, leading her to believe they were left behind by his parents, that if he were to hand them over to Jiang Tianxiao, his uncle and aunt would undoubtedly inquire further, aware of his return. Any ensuing commotion would likely expose their secrets, and should the Liu family harbor suspicions, it would spell trouble. Jiang Weichen, laden with food and a cleaver, declared, "I am leaving. Remember, you must not divulge my return to anyone." He ascended a nearby mountain, shifting positions continuously to observe that he had yet to spot any solitary members of the Liu family of prominence, that he needed to capture someone of standing within the Liu household to extract information regarding his younger sister's whereabouts. The longer he delayed, the more perilous her situation became. Should she be sold off, locating her would become exceedingly difficult. However, the Liu estate was centrally located within the village. Attempting to see someone that would undoubtedly attract attention and endanger his uncle and aunt. Although the Liu family was merely a small landholding clan, the venerable Liu Laotai had 4 or 5 sons. Since their arrival in Xinghua village, he had amassed a harem of wives and concubines, resulting in nearly 20 grandchildren, 7 or 8 of whom were already in their late teens. Had several not perished prematurely, the number would have been even greater. The Liu family had monopolized the village's silk production, having acquired land at meager prices, and nearly all profitable ventures had fallen under their control, effectively sustaining their household through the village's collective efforts. Until dusk, Jiang Weichen observed without encountering any solitary figures, prompting his return to the spot where he had left his provisions. After a brief meal, he began to strengthen his physique and practice his swordsmanship. With Liu Laotai and his sons remaining within the village, Jiang Weichen found himself at an impasse. The following day, upon witnessing Liu Guanjia and the tenants departing, he resolved to change his target in hopes of finding an opportunity. Liu Laotai, his sons, and Liu Guanjia were the most likely to possess knowledge of his sister's fate, while the other tenants and grandchildren would likely be unaware. Capturing them would only serve to raise alarms that as time passed, Liu Guanjia remained in the company of the tenants, and Jiang Weichen began to lose hope of finding an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Liu Guanjia, disturbed by the sun's intensity, assigned tasks and prepared to return. Wrapping his head in cloth, Jiang Weichen hurried to intercept him along his customary route. The village's fields lay in close proximity to the settlement. Yet Liu Laotai's insatiable greed had driven him to clear land, pushing the boundaries nearly 2 to 3 miles from the village to as soon as Liu Guanjia set off alone. Jiang Weichen could seize the moment. Though the world of Tianlong Babu is steeped in martial prowess, such skills are not universally prevalent. Jiang Weichen doubted Liu Guanjia was a master. At most, he might possess some superficial techniques, given his portly figure. It was evident he had not trained, rendering him no match for Jiang Weichen. Soon, Liu Guanjia traversed a narrow path and rounded a corner when he suddenly heard a thunderous shout. "Halt!" Startled, Liu Guanjia turned to see a tattered cloth hurtling toward him. Just as it was about to cover his face, he instinctively raised his hand to catch that moment. Jiang Weichen, armed with a long blade, was almost upon him, the wide surface of the knife striking half of Liu Guanjia's face with tremendous force. The impact sent Liu Guanjia staggering, crashing into a nearby thicket of thorns. Ouch! The thorns scraped his cheek. The path was narrow, scarcely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side, flanked by thorny bushes. Silence. If you utter another sound, I shall end your life. Only then did Liu Guanjia discern Jiang Weichen's masked visage. Who are you? How have I wronged you? To avoid implicating his uncle and aunt, Jiang Weichen kept his face concealed. With that, he struck the back of Liu Guanjia's head with the blade's flat side. The blow to the back of his head caused Liu Guanjia to struggle. only for his face to be further lacerated by the thorns. Damn it. Isn't a strike to the back of the head supposed to render one unconscious? Why has it failed? Jiang Weichen was at a loss. He could not afford to strike too forcefully for fear of killing him outright, which would not only render his efforts futile, but also alert others that it seemed he needed to hasten his medical education. Currently, he knew nothing of acupoints or poisons, severely hindering his operations. That I will ask, and you will answer. For each superfluous word, I shall draw blood. With Lu Guanjia not rendered unconscious, he could not be taken to a secluded spot for questioning. If he remained conscious, he would certainly resist. Thus, Jiang Weichen resolved to extract information swiftly before eliminating him. Should anyone happen upon them in this narrow path, complications would ensue. Hero, might you allow me to stand before we converse? Lu Guanjia, sensing Jiang Weichen's inexperience, contemplated standing to assess his chances of escape. Jiang Weichen pressed the blade against his ankle, making a decisive cut that severed his tendons. Silence, before I have even posed a question. You uttered a useless word that if you wish to perish, continue to shout. For each utterance I shall strike. Jiang Weichen would not allow him to rise, which would only introduce variables. Currently, Lu Guanjia's upper body lay entangled in thorns. Lacking the resolve to rise swiftly while enduring their sharp pricks, this predicament facilitated Jiang Weichen's inquiry. Hero, you may inquire. I shall share all that I know. Lu Guanjia, now fearful, recognized Jiang Weichen's ruthlessness despite his apparent inexperience. He had uttered but a single phrase, yet had suffered a severed tendon for his trouble. Who was the armed intruder that stormed the village a month ago? Lu Guanjia hesitated, grappling internally, pondering Jiang Weichen's identity. Observing his stature, he trembled as he spoke. You are Jiang Weichen? As Jiang Weichen raised his blade to sever Lu Guanjia's other tendon, the latter hastily protested. I know nothing. I do not recognize him. Alas, you have deceived me. After a month of practice, Jiang Weichen's reflexes were swift. His hand moved with the blade, swiftly cutting through the second tendon. Da-da! I warned you. For each shout I shall strike. Why do you not heed my words? Another cut was delivered to his calf. Lu Guanjia instinctively opened his mouth to cry out but quickly stifled himself. You may utter trivialities or shout to delay, within half a tea's worth of time. If I do not receive the answers I seek, you shall meet your demise. Who was the one that invaded my home a month prior? With his identity exposed, Jiang Weichen ceased to feign ignorance and directly inquired. It was Lu Biao. He is the eldest son of Lu Laotai. Chapter 23. Departure to Yangqing. Lu Guanjia was not originally a member of the Lu family. He had once been a mountain bandit alongside Lu Laotai. After amassing some wealth, they fled together, bringing their families to settle in Xinghua village. Lu Laotai had trained in martial arts, but Lu Guanjia had not, and being a decade younger than Lu Laotai. He was still quite young at that time, only a few years older than Lu Laotai's eldest son. Lu Guanjia could not compare to Lu Laotai in any respect, and fearing pursuit after their escape, he had allied himself with Lu Laotai. When Lu Laotai established the Lu family, Lu Guanjia became the chief steward. This role persisted for over 20 years, with everyone referring to him as Lu Guanjia, mistakenly believing him to be a member of the Lu family. Even he had nearly forgotten his own name. Now, faced with the threat to his life, he had no intention of safeguarding Lu Laotai's secrets. Why has Lu Biao not appeared in the village? Where has my sister been taken? Jiang Weichen had never heard of Lu Biao and was unaware that Lu Laotai had even an eldest son named Lu Biao. When we settled in Xinghua village, he set off to seek his fortune and has been a water bandit on Taihu Lake for these years. Your sister was rescued that day, but Lu Biao did not know by whom. Upon learning that his sister had been saved, Jiang Weichen let out a sigh of relief. Although he remained unaware of the character of the individual who had rescued her, it was undoubtedly a far better fate than being in Lu Biao's clutches. Once his own strength had grown, he would seek out Lu Biao to inquire about the Savior's appearance, hoping to locate them. His sister bore no distinctive birthmarks, and if he could not find that person, and they had changed their name, he would be at a loss. Even if he were to achieve renown in the future, would his sister, now just 3 years old, still remember her elder brother? Jiang Weichen? Uncertainty loomed over him, as he could not recall memories from before the age of 3 in his past life, that if they were unable to reunite, they would have to accept their respective fates. Why did the Lu family seek to kill my parents, over land? Your father was resolute in refusing to sell, and he became the sacrificial lamb to set an example. What a fitting phrase. To kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Jiang Weichen's heart burned with indignation. For the sake of a mere plot of land, they had sent assassins to obliterate his entire family. Had he not escaped, the village would have been rife with rumors by now that I in the wake of truth and falsehood. And in light of his family's tragic history, those who refused to sell land would be left with no choice but to capitulate to the Liu family. The absence of any whispers regarding the Liu family's involvement stemmed from his escape. They likely feared retribution should he discover their misdeeds. Regrettably, they were mistaken, erring and perceiving themselves through the lens of a 9-year-old child's intellect. The folly lay in dispatching the entire family to seek him, failing to recognize the Liu family's reputation in the village, that of vampires. Such beings could hardly possess benevolence or protect themselves. Had they not sent the whole family to search for him, he would have remained blissfully unaware that the Liu family had been responsible for his parents' demise. The Liu family, believing him ignorant, refrained from publicizing their actions out of fear of retaliation, thus stalling their plans. Jiang Weiqing felt assured in his deductions, though he remained oblivious to the fact that the elder Liu was truly fearful of the powerful figure who had rescued his sister. Had it merely been Jiang Weiqing, he would not have been particularly concerned. After all, having left Xinghua village, he was alone, without kin or support, and likely to become a beggar, incapable of exacting vengeance. That he pondered the details of the Liu family situation. How many resided outside? Where exactly were they located? How many members comprised the Liu family? The elder Liu's eldest son had become a water bandit at Taihu and had since returned there. The second and fourth sons had departed to neighboring villages. Li's village in Gejiwa, bringing wealth and their families with them 2 weeks prior. The rest remained in Xinghua village. What were their intentions in Li's village and Gejiwa? The elder Liu had instructed them to replicate the Liu family's rise to prominence in Xinghua village, to swallow the lands of those villages and establish a branch of the Liu family. Such grand ambitions. One Xinghua village was insufficient. They sought further expansion, initiating the formation of familial offshoots that if the Liu family had murdered his parents, why then spare his uncle's family? Jiang Erzhan had only recently pledged allegiance to the Liu family, becoming their tenant, while nearly half of Xinghua village's arable land remained unreclaimed. The elder Liu planned to annihilate his entire family and then disseminate the news to instill fear in others, reclaiming the land before concocting a pretext to confront Jiang Erzhan openly. Should his uncle be eliminated beforehand, every tenant would be gripped by terror, and none would toil for the Liu family any longer. Jiang Weiqing had not anticipated that his uncle's family would evade disaster by becoming tenants of the Liu family ahead of time. His aunt, driven by avarice, had sold their land, compelling the couple to labor even harder. Yet in doing so, they had avoided a deadly calamity. The vicissitudes of life were indeed unfathomable. Had he persuaded his grandfather to sell the land back then, what would the present scene have been? A tumult of thoughts engulfed Jiang Weiqing, burdening him with guilt over his parents' demise. Although he believed that had he refrained from uttering those words, his grandfather might not have sold the land, he could not quell his self-reproach. In both past lives, the same narrative unfolded. Alas, for the weak and powerless, a single misstep in word or action could spell disaster. Ultimately, it was weakness that constituted original sin. Had he been strong enough, a mere utterance could determine life and death. Thus, he resolved to become formidable, his determination intensifying and solidifying and no longer dwelling on such thoughts. He continued to inquire, how skilled are the Liu family in martial arts? What techniques have they mastered? Are there any among them who have cultivated internal energy? The Liu family possesses several manuals on sword techniques, acquired by the elder Liu and his sons over the years. However, they lack any methods capable of cultivating internal energy. The steward Liu spoke freely and extensively. Jiang Weiqing, having grasped the situation, found little left to inquire. Look over there, a snake is approaching, about to bite you. Jiang Weiqing pointed toward the thicket behind the steward's head. The steward swiftly turned to look in that instant. Jiang Weiqing struck, swiftly severing his throat with a blade. The steward raised a trembling hand to point at Jiang Weiqing, attempting to scream, yet no sound emerged. Jiang Weiqing had deceived him into turning away, fearing he would witness his impending demise and call out his name in his final moments, should anyone nearby overhear. His return would no longer remain a secret. Currently, no one knew he had returned, nor did anyone suspect that Jiang Weiqing, who had just fled a month prior, could have come back to kill the steward. Consider it a mercy. I've left you with a complete corpse. Once assured of the steward's death, Jiang Weiqing made a hasty retreat. Then on a low hillock, Jiang Weiqing stood with his blade planted in the ground, gazing at the distant Xinghua village. His current strength was insufficient to eradicate the Liu family in one fell swoop. To hunt them down one by one could easily raise alarms, allowing them to scatter and hide, making them difficult to track. Should he inadvertently reveal his identity, it could endanger his uncle's family, that he had already compromised Uncle Zhou's family. He could not afford to jeopardize his uncle's family as well. They were the only remaining relatives he had aside from his sister. Moreover, it was thanks to his aunt that Tian Xiao had alerted him, enabling his escape from peril. How could he risk their safety for the sake of premature revenge? Liu family, I shall grant you a reprieve for the time being. Elder Liu, take care of your health. Do not perish just yet. The elder Liu was in his 50s, having practiced a modicum of physical training in his youth, supplemented by good nutrition, albeit with some excess weight. He should be able to live for several more years than I in this age. While the average lifespan was low, it was primarily due to insufficient food, poor nutrition, and excessive toil. Knowing that his sister had been rescued, Jiang Weiqing breathed a sigh of relief. No longer in a hurry, he resolved to first enhance his strength before returning to eliminate them all at once, leaving them no chance to flee. Jiang Weiqing set off towards Yangcheng, determined to acquire a manual for cultivating internal energy. The sooner he began this practice, the better. Once he reached a certain age, his meridians would solidify, and any attempts to advance rapidly would require considerable effort. That if he could not obtain a manual for internal energy cultivation, he must at least acquire a manual for lightness skills, even if it were the most rudimentary. He had already mastered the foundational sword technique to its pinnacle, yet without sufficient strength, he could not unleash its full potential. His physical strength could only be developed gradually, as he lacked any methods for physical training. He would have to wait for his body to mature, something not achievable in the short term. Thus, to enhance his abilities, he would have to focus on either internal energy or speed. Should his speed be adequate, he could significantly elevate his prowess even without internal energy. Around noon the following day, Jiang Weiqing arrived at a fork in the road, one path leading to Yangcheng, the other to Lianhua town, that he contemplated whether to investigate the situation regarding Uncle Zhou's family. Ultimately, he decided against it. Having killed someone just 3 days prior, entering the town would be perilous. The townsfolk were surely on the lookout for him, and although he had not spent much time in the town, its small size meant that everyone knew one another. The sudden appearance of a stranger would easily attract attention. Moreover, his height could pose a problem. If he entered now, he risked being surrounded and having his identity scrutinized. Alas, Uncle Zhou, I hope you are safe, Jiang Weiqing sighed, choosing the path to Yangcheng. After walking for about 10 minutes, a tall, sleek black steed came galloping towards him, ridden by a young man with prominent features, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing. Jiang Weiqing quickly stepped aside as the horse sped past. Kicking up a cloud of dust, he covered his mouth and nose. Paying little heed to AT that moment, a voice called out, "My apologies, young brother. I am in a hurry. If fate allows, let us meet again, and I shall treat you to a drink." Jiang Weiqing did not respond and turned to continue on his way. Though there were bandits along the route, he felt no fear, nor did he intend to feign weakness that a month prior he had feared being captured and sold to human traffickers, but now he welcomed the possibility of being seized by bandits. In fact, he harbored a hope that they might attempt to capture him, that he could then showcase his sword techniques and request to join them. Surely they would accept him. Bandits were not inherently formidable. Those who became bandits had likely practiced some martial arts, unlike himself, who only possessed a basic sword technique. The bandit leader would possess various martial arts manuals, whether of good or poor quality. Should he join them, he could potentially acquire 1 or 2 manuals for free, that if that proved impossible, he could always flee and continue on to Yangcheng. As he journeyed, Jiang Weiqing's thoughts wandered. If only I had a swift steed. It would spare me the toil of walking. Yet, even with a swift horse, I fear I would not know how to ride. Lost in these musings, he continued on his path. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 or 4 hours had slipped by. Having encountered no bandits and realizing he would not reach Yangcheng that day, Jiang Weiqing took out his provisions and sat by the roadside to eat. Suddenly, he noticed the young man from earlier returning. Jiang Weiqing rose, turned aside, and resumed eating that he had expected the man would simply pass by, but to his surprise, he halted as he approached. Jiang Weiqing was puzzled. Did he truly intend to invite him for a drink? Or was he offering him a ride? Young brother, we meet again. I am Qiao Feng, and I wish to ask you a few questions. Though he had merely joined the beggar sect for a year, his master not only imparted martial skills to him, but also continuously assigned him tasks. Wherever malevolence prevailed, he was dispatched. Wherever foreign tribes pillaged, he was sent to rectify the situation. Despite his brief tenure in the sect, he had already undertaken several missions. His master claimed this was to hone his abilities, to mold him into a person of chivalry and patriotism. Throughout the year, he had vanquished numerous villains and witnessed the relentless plundering by foreign tribes at the borders, leaving the common folk in abject misery. Reflecting on the gratitude of the defenseless citizens he had saved from the clutches of those marauders, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. If he possessed the power to help, he ought to assist more individuals. Gradually, he ceased to view these missions as mere obligations, but rather as his own moral duty did on this occasion. He had just slain a wicked man near Yangcheng and was preparing to return to the main headquarters in Luoyang when he received news from the county magistrate of Lianhua Town. He learned of a brutal fiend who had already murdered 2 members of the beggar sect in an exceedingly cruel manner. Enraged, he eagerly volunteered to handle the matter. Upon arriving in Lianhua Town and carefully assessing the situation, he was struck by how closely the description of the perpetrator resembled a young boy he had encountered on his journey. Although there were minor discrepancies in appearance, their heights were comparable, especially with respect to the distinctive cleaver. After gathering all pertinent information, he mounted his horse and gave chase to At that moment. Jiang Weiqing, upon hearing his words, felt a shiver run down his spine, that he was all too familiar with Qiao Feng and held great admiration for him. While he knew he could never become the heroic figure that Qiao Feng was, he revered his unwavering courage and dedication to the welfare of the nation and its people. Yet he pondered, how could Qiao Feng possibly be here? Wasn't he supposed to be honing his skills under Wang Jiantong shortly after joining the beggar sect? Why was he here now, even if a disciple had perished? It shouldn't warrant Xiao Feng's involvement. Jiang Weiqing quickly tucked the cake in his right hand into his bosom and tightly gripped the knife in his left, ensuring he could draw it at a moment's notice. Regardless of Qiao Feng's prowess, he resolved not to surrender easily. With a smile, Jiang Weiqing introduced himself. I am Li Jiang, but aside from our earlier encounter, I believe we have not met before. How may I assist you? He understood that with Qiao Feng's appearance at this juncture, there was a 99% chance he had come to apprehend him. Yet, despite knowing he was vastly outmatched, he refrained from immediately escalating the situation. Dismounting, Qiao Feng had noticed the rapid change in the boy's demeanor when he first spoke, suggesting the youth was not ordinary. Now certain that this boy was indeed the culprit, he felt a twinge of confusion. He had not mentioned the beggar sect or Lianhua Town, so why had the boy prepared to draw his weapon upon hearing his name? Standing tall, Qiao Feng towered over Jiang Weiqing, who barely reached his armpits. Cursing his own height and youthfulness, Jiang Weiqing resolved that should he survive this encounter and reach Yangcheng, he would certainly work on growing taller. Do you know me, young brother? Qiao Feng inquired. That I do not. This is our first meeting, but may I ask why you seem so agitated? Jiang Weiqing replied. Sighing inwardly, he recognized his own inexperience. Although his mindset had shifted, he still struggled to manage his expressions and actions. It's nothing. The last time someone blocked my path, they slapped me. So when you did the same, I reacted instinctively. I must confess, I have a bit of a persecution complex. Qiao Feng paused, murmuring, persecution complex? That is quite an intriguing term. It is the first time I have heard it. He was not in a hurry to take action, considering the boy was merely a child. Upon hearing that a small beggar had committed the murders in Lianhua Town, he initially found it hard to believe, but now, having confirmed it, he desired to understand the full story. Young brother, you hail from Lianhua Town, do you not? Qiao Feng asked once more. Not at all. I come from Lijia village. En route to Yangcheng, Jiang Weiqing replied, omitting any mention of visiting relatives. Previously, he had claimed to be going to visit family to instill caution in others, but that ruse had been uncovered. Why deceive me? You murdered someone just 3 days ago in Lianhua Town, Qiao Feng retorted. Jiang Weiqing sighed, realizing his earlier glimmer of hope was entirely dashed. His right hand tightened around the hilt of his knife as he declared, I did not come from Lianhua Town. As for my origins, that is not something I am obliged to disclose. Are you preparing to draw your weapon? I have heard that a month ago, you were merely an ordinary child, fainting from hunger on the streets. Did I ask this knife one that you acquired through murder? Do you truly believe it can slay me? Not at all, but I am no coward. Anyone who wishes me harm shall face my resistance, that if I can retaliate, that would be the best outcome. If not, I shall ensure they pay a price before I depart. Should I fail, I can only blame my own inadequacy. If I die, then I shall have deserved it. Qiao Feng observed Jiang Weiqin, noting his defiance despite the clear disparity in their capabilities. Such tenacity was commendable. Pray tell, why did you slay 3 individuals? Meeting Xiao Feng's gaze, Jiang Weiqin replied, Very well, if you wish to know, I shall elucidate. First, allow me to explain why I killed the beggar in Lianhua town. That I was not a beggar. I was merely passing through. Having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, that I sought a morsel to eat in Lianhua town, intending to leave afterward for Yangqing. However, that beggar would not allow me to depart, insisting that the beggars of Lianhua town could only beg within its confines. I asserted that I was not a beggar, to which he retorted that my actions the previous day had branded me one at this juncture. Jiang Weiqin paused and asked, What is your judgment? Qiao Daxia, on who is right and who is wrong? Without hesitation, Qiao Feng replied, Naturally, the fault lies with him. You are free to go wherever you please, as long as you notify the authorities. Jiang Weiqin refrained from discussing whether he had informed the authorities. Aware that in the martial world, while there were indeed requirements, enforcement was lax. Besides, other than residence registration, the movement of individuals was not stringently regulated at all. Qiao Daxia, you possess a sound understanding. Subsequently, I did not wish to return to begging. So I deceived him, claiming I had an uncle in Yangqing to visit, hoping to instill some caution and secure my release. However, upon realizing my deception, he struck me across the face and demanded I beg for 10 coins a day to offer him. I only managed to collect 7 coins. He threatened to sever a hand. After some negotiation, he merely amputated my pinky. At this point, Chapter 25, Qiao Feng's dilemma began. Qiao Feng gazed at Jiang Weiqin's right hand, indeed missing a pinky, and sighed. Clearly, the fault lies with him. Over the past year, he had traversed many places and witnessed numerous injustices that he could not abide. Yet as a newcomer to the beggar sect, he held little power to effect change and could not intervene in every situation. Continuing, Jiang Weiqin recounted, After severing my pinky, he demanded that I procure a jug of wine for him the following day. The cheapest wine in Lianhua town costs 100 coins. Lianhua town is a small place, devoid of wealthy patrons, and my chances of acquiring 100 coins the next day were virtually non-existent. On the first day, he required 10 coins, and I provided 7. If I failed to meet the next day's demand, would my hand be spared? If he were to sever my hand, would he not then demand my foot the day after? All because I refused to remain a beggar and concocted a non-existent uncle to deceive him. If he sought to end my life, then I would ensure his demise came first. Upon hearing this, Qiao Feng felt a surge of anger and was reminded of his own experiences at the age of 7 that year. When his father Qiao Sanhuai fell ill, his mother had taken him to the town to seek medical assistance. The local physician, citing insufficient fees and the long journey, refused to visit and even insulted his mother, resorting to violence. Witnessing his mother humiliated, he was consumed by rage and stole a dagger from the blacksmith shop, stealthily entering the physician's home that night to exact vengeance. The boy's actions mirrored his own past, albeit his own motivations were rooted in the indignity suffered by his mother. Had he faced a similar fate, his fiery temperament would have compelled him to retaliate vehemently. Qiao Feng sighed. While you were justified in your actions, your methods were rather cruel. That I have heard that the beggar was dismembered, his abdomen opened. In that regard, I cannot compare. I merely killed the physician without resorting to such brutality. Perhaps it was indeed cruel, Jiang Weiqin conceded, but what compelled me to become this way? It is the state of the world, filled with countless individuals like that beggar, who have driven me to this point. Who does not wish to be a good person? I once aspired to possess the ability to help others. Yet there were those who brazenly invaded my home and murdered my parents. After I narrowly escaped, others sought to extinguish my life. From that moment on, I resolved that being a good person was a futile endeavor, while being a villain was all too simple. That I vowed to never spare those who sought to thwart my existence, those who oppressed me, whether they are good or evil. Any who threaten my life must meet their demise. Upon hearing the tragic tale of Jiang Weiqin, Qiao Feng ceased to debate the matter of cruelty. Although he found the subsequent views expressed by the youth to be extreme, he was at a loss as to how to persuade him. This young man had suffered far more than he had. While he had been guided by esteemed monks of Shaolin since childhood and was currently under the tutelage of the leader of the beggars' gang. His own parents were still alive, in contrast. The youth before him possessed nothing and had endured so much that he could comprehend the transformation of his disposition, that he then inquired, "But why did you kill that disciple and the petty official afterward?" "The petty official came to my hometown to collect taxes, colluding with the local landlord to impose heavier burdens on my family, which caused my grandfather to fall gravely ill, ultimately leading to his demise. As for the disciple, he came to investigate and, finding no trace of me, arrogantly imprisoned an entire family of those who had once aided me, simply because he was a disciple of the beggars' gang. That night, I stood outside his room, overhearing him conspire to kill the vendor and his family, that I lacked the power to save them. Yet if he sought death, I was compelled to grant it. Additionally, it served as a warning to deter others from encroaching upon Zhou Xinguang. Hence, I employed brutal means to slay him, leaving behind a bloody warning. That is the entirety of the events. If you wish to avenge the disciples of the beggars' gang, then do as you see fit." Jiang Weiqin grasped his knife, reflecting that had Qiao Feng been the revered figure of the future, he would have certainly overlooked this matter. Yet, at merely 17 years of age, Qiao Feng had not yet matured into the magnanimous individual he would eventually become. The memory of witnessing his mother's humiliation at the age of 7, which had emboldened him to kill a physician, indicated his lack of mercy and propensity for vengeance. Jiang Weiqin's ability to take a life stemmed from his adult mentality. He was emboldened to kill, even with cruelty, due to the numerous oppressions he had endured, which had altered his psyche. Thus, when he killed the leader of the beggars' gang that night, he felt no discomfort. Rather, it was a release of the pent-up emotions within him, a feeling of relief. In contrast, Qiao Feng was different. He was not merely reborn. He had genuinely taken a life at the age of 7, with only a decade having passed since then. He was unaware of the profound changes that had taken place in Qiao Feng from 10 years ago to now. Therefore, Jiang Weiqin was uncertain of Qiao Feng's current stance on the matter. Qiao Feng, in turn, was astonished by the complexity of the situation. He had assumed it was a straightforward case of murder. However, it seemed now that the disciples of the beggars' gang had been in the wrong first, and he could not bring himself to seek revenge on their behalf. Qiao Feng declared, "I cannot rely solely on your word. You will accompany me back to Lianhua town, where I shall investigate thoroughly that if your claims hold true, I shall not pursue this matter further, and you shall be free to go. I will also inform the beggars' gang in Yang City not to trouble you." Jiang Weiqin sighed in relief but replied, "No, I cannot return. The man I killed was an official of the court, that if I go back, they will arrest me." After a brief pause, he continued, "If you, Qiao Hero, trust me, you may investigate, for my destination is Yang City." Qiao Feng pondered. Given his status, he could easily pressure the county magistrate in the small town to cease the pursuit of Jiang Weiqin. After all, martial artists were held in high regard, and apart from the high officials in the capital, local minor officials often feared such individuals. They would generally be inclined to show respect to martial artists, both for their own safety and in case they required assistance in times of need. This was why the disciple had so easily imprisoned Zhou Xinguang's family under the pretense of his affiliation with the beggars' gang. Yet, Qiao Feng did not wish to exert his authority over others, particularly not over the government. "Very well," he said, "but I hope that you do not deceive me, Jiang Weiqin, that if the facts contradict your words, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, that I assure you. All I have said is true, that if you genuinely wish to investigate, you will undoubtedly uncover the truth." Qiao Feng mounted his horse, and Jiang Weiqin, after a moment's thought, quickly added, "I wish to request your assistance in rescuing Zhou Xinguang and his family." The county magistrate had not pursued them. It was merely that disciple who imprisoned them to coerce me into revealing myself. They are innocent victims of my actions. Qiao Feng replied, "If your words are indeed true, I shall rescue them." Qiao Feng found himself at a loss for words. The disciple had threatened others to reveal themselves, only to be killed by the very person he sought to intimidate. He did not know how to respond to such irony. Moreover, the fact that this youth emerged unscathed after slaying the disciple was somewhat embarrassing for Qiao Feng. As one of the beggars' gang's disciples, regardless of their skill level, should have been able to defend themselves. Yet here he was, having been dismembered by a mere child, while Jiang Weichen remained uninjured. Qiao Feng rode back to Lianhua town to conduct his investigation. After such a delay, the sun was setting, and he would have to spend another night outdoors. Ever since leaving Xinghua village over a month ago, he had only spent a single night at Zhou Xingwang's home. The rest of the time had been spent surviving in the wilderness, honing his survival skills to the point where he felt more akin to a wild man than a civilized individual. Jiang Weichen found a place sheltered from the rain and thunder, gathering some herbs to ward off insects and setting them around as a precaution against small poisonous creatures, that he also placed some dry twigs that would crackle underfoot to alert him to larger animals. After practicing his sword techniques for a while, he settled down to rest. His month of outdoor survival had sharpened his vigilance. He could awaken at the slightest disturbance in the surroundings. However, this heightened alertness came at the cost of a significantly reduced quality of sleep. Chapter 26. The Realm of Martial Arts. By midday the next day, the sun shone brightly. "Excuse me, sir, how far is it to Yang City from here?" Jiang Weichen inquired of an elderly farmer resting in the shade of a tree by the roadside. The farmer, wearing a straw hat and with his pant legs rolled up, replied, "Just follow this road for another 2 or 3 li, and you will reach Yang City." "Thank you, sir." Jiang Weichen expressed his gratitude and continued on his way. It was strange that he had yet to encounter any bandits, despite being so close to Yang City. With only 2 or 3 li remaining, it was unlikely any bandits would linger in the vicinity. His plans to join the bandits and exploit their martial arts techniques seemed to be falling through. That it appeared he would have to enter the city and devise a plan there. Not long after, he heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw Qiao Feng riding swiftly toward him on a fine steed. "You have not deceived me, little brother. The beggars' gang shall no longer pursue this matter. As we agreed yesterday, upon our next meeting, I shall treat you to a drink, and today I am here to fulfill that promise." After returning to Lianhua town and conducting an investigation, Qiao Feng had largely unraveled the events surrounding the issue. The details matched closely with Jiang Weichen's account. Since Jiang Weichen bore no fault, Qiao Feng, who had been taught to prioritize chivalry since becoming a disciple, would not pursue the matter further. "Thank you, Qiao hero, but I do not drink." Jiang Weichen had resolved to abstain from alcohol after having killed the leader of the beggars' gang with wine in Lianhua town. Qiao Feng was taken aback, feeling a sense of regret. Having learned the truth, he perceived similarities between Jiang Weichen's experiences and his own childhood. Both were individuals unwilling to endure injustice. Rising in defiance, he had hoped to share a hearty drink with Jiang Weichen. But considering the youth's age, he remarked, "Indeed, it is only natural for one so young to abstain from alcohol. That I guess they arrived at lunchtime," Qiao Feng suggested. "Then allow me to treat you to a meal." Feeling a pang of hunger, Jiang Weichen readily accepted, saying, "Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Let us mount. Walking is too slow." With a swift tug, Qiao Feng pulled Jiang Weichen along behind him, galloping ahead. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they reached their destination. Upon entering the city, they dismounted and began to walk. Jiang Weichen surveyed his surroundings. Although Yang City was merely a small county town, it was quite prosperous. The streets bustled with crowds, and shops lined both sides, with vendors calling out their wares. However, Jiang Weichen merely glanced around before returning his gaze forward. Despite Yang City's immense prosperity compared to Lianhua town, it paled in comparison to the cities of later times. Qiao Feng noticed Jiang Weichen's expression bore no trace of astonishment. When he himself had first arrived in a large city from his village, he had been thoroughly amazed, akin to a country bumpkin. "Why are you not curious at all, little brother?" he asked directly. "Have you been to Yang City before?" Jiang Weichen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had introduced himself as Li Jiang the day prior. "I beg your pardon, Qiao hero. I used a false name yesterday, not knowing friend from FOE. My true name is Jiang Weichen. This is my first visit to Yang City." Qiao Feng responded with a hearty laugh. "I thought you were trying to hide your identity from me. I heard about you while in Lianhua town." Jiang Weichen inquired, "How is Uncle Zhou faring these days?" Only Zhou Xinguang's family knew his name. He had no other connections. That he was released from custody yesterday morning, so you need not worry about rescuing him. However, it seems he is busy arranging to sell his house and land. He must be planning to move. Moving? I wonder where Uncle Zhou intends to relocate. Will there be another opportunity to meet? Zhou Xinguang had helped him on numerous occasions, and he had yet to express his gratitude, only to have inadvertently caused him to suffer imprisonment. Jiang Weichen was unfamiliar with Yang City, but Xiao Feng had visited it previously as a connoisseur of fine wine. Although he had only been there once, he was well acquainted with the city's taverns. He led Jiang Weichen directly to Fumin Tower in the heart of the city, where they took a table by the window on the second floor. With a wave of his hand, he placed a silver ingot on the table. "Waiter, bring us your signature dishes, and a pot of strong liquor as well." "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." The young attendant first carried a teapot, pouring a cup of tea for each of the two patrons before turning towards the kitchen. Seizing the moment before the dishes arrived at the table, Jiang Weiqing hastily inquired, "I have never delved into the realm of martial arts. Could the esteemed hero Qiao enlighten me on the classifications of martial arts realms?" Although Jiang Weiqing was familiar with the plot of demigods and semi-devils and aware of various legendary skills, the intricate details eluded him. Encountering someone as renowned as Xiao Feng, who possessed a master-esque guidance, was a rare opportunity not to be missed. "Brother Jiang, I am unworthy of such a title as Hero Qiao. If you hold me in esteem, simply call me Brother Qiao." Jiang Weiqing, not one to be overly modest, though not yet the later incarnation of Xiao Feng, displayed a bold and discerning character, but he willingly addressed him as brother, saying, "Then I shall respectfully comply, Brother Qiao." Xiao Feng laughed heartily. "Excellent, Brother Jiang. Allow me to elucidate the matter for you. The path of martial arts is divided into three realms: postnatal, innate, and grandmaster. As for whether any realms exist beyond grandmaster, I am currently unaware. At present, I find myself at the mid-stage of the innate realm." After discussing the realms, Xiao Feng began recounting his martial arts journey. "I became a disciple of a venerable Shaolin monk at the age of 8, forging my physical foundation with the Arhut fist. By 9, I had awakened my first thread of inner energy, stepping into the postnatal realm. Subsequently, I practiced Shaolin's internal skills, opening all my meridians by the age of 14, and within half a year, I entered the innate realm. Now, 2 years later, I find myself at the mid-stage of the innate realm." Jiang Weiqing was taken aback, attaining the mid-stage of the innate realm at just 17, during the time of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Only Wang Chongyang had entered the innate realm during the first Huashan Sword debate, and in the smiling, proud wander period, even a lifetime of training could not achieve innate status to enter the innate realm after merely 5 or 6 years of meridian unblocking. Was it truly so simple? Xiao Feng did not possess profound internal techniques, practicing only the common Shaolin internal methods. Was it perhaps due to his exceptional talent? Jiang Weiqing immediately asked, "Brother Qiao, may I inquire if there are any particular considerations or precautions one should take when cultivating internal energy?" Different martial arts possess varying attributes, leading to different sequences for unblocking meridians. For instance, those skilled in hand techniques often unblock the 6 meridians of the 3 yin and 3 yang of the hands first. Conversely, those proficient in leg techniques might prioritize the 6 meridians of the 3 yin and 3 yang of the feet. Some pursue a balanced development, progressing equally in both hands and feet. The distinct martial arts and their primary focus result in myriad pathways for the flow of energy. Thus, each case must be evaluated individually. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Feng lifted his teacup for a sip, finding it rather bland. "Young attendant, please bring me the strong liquor I ordered." He then turned to Jiang Weiqing, adding, "However, one crucial point must be noted. Before practicing internal techniques, it is essential to establish a solid physical foundation. The body serves as the vessel. A robust foundation not only strengthens the meridians, but also allows the first thread of inner energy, pure and true, to emerge. From there, using this thread as a guide, the practice will yield results with half the effort, and the internal strength will be richer and more profound. Many low-ranking martial artists fail to break through to higher realms not solely due to a lack of technique inheritance, but also because their foundations are weak and their internal energy impure, making further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, requiring multiple times the effort to refine their internal power. Moreover, different techniques yield varying speeds of cultivation and conversion rates of energy. It is akin to consuming a medicinal dish. Inferior techniques may only convert 10 to 12%, while superior methods can achieve 70 to 80%, that if Brother Jiang focuses on solidifying his foundation in internal cultivation. The rest will depend on the specific techniques employed. Jiang Weiqing rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qiao, for your enlightening words. I am deeply appreciative. Had it not been for your reminder, I might have hastily begun practicing internal techniques without proper preparation. Given my current physical condition, attempting to cultivate internal energy would surely compromise my foundation. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. Brother Jiang, you are too courteous. Chapter 27. The Wenchang bookstore. After their discourse, the dishes were served, filling the table to the brim. This was the finest meal Jiang Weiqing had enjoyed since arriving in this world. Though it did not quite compare to the delicacies of his past life, it was vastly superior to his previous meals. As they dined, they exchanged stories. Xiao Feng recounted his adventures over the years and the experiences he encountered while on missions. Jiang Weiqing listened attentively, sharing his own tales, and turned out a mutual sense of sympathy blossomed between them. Xiao Feng expressed compassion for Jiang Weiqing's plight, while Jiang Weiqing felt deep sympathy for Xiao Feng. The Shaolin and the beggar sect treated him like an outsider. If they did not trust Xiao Feng, they should refrain from imparting martial arts to him and allow him to live as an ordinary man. Yet, having bestowed their martial arts upon him, they now frequently assigned him perilous tasks, many of which involved crossing borders to confront the Khitan. Were it not for Xiao Feng's exceptional combat prowess, his life would have been forfeit long ago. Though the actions of the Shaolin and the beggar sect were justified from a moral standpoint, they were undeniably cruel to Xiao Feng. Moreover, he would soon be embroiled in complications with Kong Min and face betrayal from his father. Witnessing the death of his adoptive parents and, with his own hands, taking the life of his beloved was a tragedy too great to bear. Brother Jiang, what is the meaning behind that gaze of yours? Xiao Feng asked, puzzled by Jiang Weiqing's sympathetic expression. What have I done to deserve your sympathy? My parents are alive. While yours have perished, I have a master to guide me. You do not be by all accounts. Your circumstances are far more tragic than mine. Jiang Weiqing found himself at a loss for words. Lacking strength, he could not reveal his foreknowledge of events. Fortunately, the plot had yet to unfold, and he could merely say, Alas, Brother Qiao, should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Perhaps I can offer some clarity. Xiao Feng regarded him with curiosity, but chose not to dwell on it. After their meal, Xiao Feng inquired, Brother Jiang, I must return to the main headquarters of the beggar sect in Luoyang. Before I depart, I shall inform the branch in Yangqing. What are your plans? I seek to acquire knowledge. Both in medicine and martial arts, Jiang Weiqing replied directly. Xiao Feng sighed, Alas, had you not harmed a disciple of the beggar sect, I could have introduced you to our ranks. Jiang Weiqing had indeed harmed a disciple, and one of them was an officer from the Yangqing branch. While Xiao Feng could overlook the matter, recommending Jiang Weiqing for membership in the beggar sect would be untenable. Brother Qiao, there is no need for you to feel troubled. Though the beggar sect may be the most powerful in the land, this world is vast, and there will always be a place for me. Let us both aspire to reach the pinnacle of this martial world and observe the ever-changing tides of fate with a smile. Ha! Splendid. Brother Jiang is ambitious. How could I not support you? Xiao Feng remarked that I cannot pass on my martial arts techniques, but I possess a manual of internal techniques I obtained from slaying a villain. It is not exceptional, yet it suffices to break through to the innate realm. Xiao Feng retrieved a martial arts manual from his robes and presented it to Jiang Weiqing, saying, Brother Jiang, as we part ways, I hope that when we meet again, you will join me in a hearty drink. Jiang Weiqing accepted the manual, and before he could express his gratitude, Xiao Feng had already leaped out of the window. Swiftly disappearing into the throng of people, Jiang Weiqing gazed at the manual in his hands, sighing, Brother Qiao, I fear I have disappointed you. Until we meet again, I still cannot partake in a drink with you. I fear that inebriation may cause my hands to tremble, making it difficult to wield a knife. Nevertheless, since Xiao Feng had been so generous, he vowed that he would not allow Xiao Feng's tragedies to repeat. Although they had not sworn brotherhood, Xiao Feng had indeed aided him in resolving his current lack of martial arts techniques, leaving Jiang Weiqing with a sum of silver. Looking at the 2 large ingots of silver on the table, totaling 100 taels, he called for the attendant to settle the bill, which amounted to 26 taels and 3 qian. The innkeeper graciously waived 3 qian, leaving him with a total expenditure of 26 taels. 1 tael equated to 10 qian, and 1 qian was worth 100 won of copper coins. Jiang Weiqing enjoyed a complimentary meal and effectively gained 74 taels, that he took out 1 tael of silver to inquire about the town's situation before departing from Fumanlu. Had he not been short of small silver coins, he would not have offered even 1 tael for mere general information. Although Yangqing was a county town, it was divided into 4 districts: East, West, south, and north, the town housed three factions, the most formidable being the Beggars sect, whose influence permeated the entire city. Following closely were the Black Tiger Gang and the Night Pavilion. The Black Tiger Gang dominated the eastern and southern districts, while the Night Pavilion held sway over the western and northern districts. The Beggars sect remained ever prosperous. The Black Tiger Gang had existed for 15 years, and the Night Pavilion had risen sharply in the past 2 years, swiftly establishing itself after vanquishing a previous gang and now targeting the Black Tiger Gang. The conflict between the two factions was fierce, with frequent skirmishes erupting. Only the Beggars sect remained uninvolved, content to watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines. For neither side dared to provoke them. A.S. Jiang Weiqing exited Fumanlu. Uncertain of his next steps, he noticed a small beggar squatting at the entrance, holding a tattered bowl. "Are you familiar with Yangqing?" "Indeed, I know every street and alley in Yangqing." "Where would the esteemed guest like to go?" The little beggar eagerly responded. "First, take me to the Wenchong bookstore, and then to the academy." Upon seeing the little beggar remain still, Jiang Weiqing produced a tael of silver, saying, "If you accompany me to several places today, this tael will be yours." Though Yangqing was not large, it was certainly not small, and he had no desire to wander aimlessly. The little beggar's eyes lit up at the promise, and he exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, follow me. I shall take you there at once." Jiang Weiqing followed closely, and soon they arrived at the Wenchong bookstore. "Esteemed guest, what type of books are you seeking?" "Here, we have everything from the 4 books and 5 classics to novels and martial arts manuals, all at unbeatable prices." The shopkeeper, sporting a pair of elegantly curled mustaches and a warm smile, inquired, "May I assist you?" Jiang Weiqing, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Oh, do you sell martial arts manuals here?" "Indeed. My Wenching bookstore is the largest and most comprehensive in Yang City, offering a vast array of literature," the proprietor replied, leading Jiang Weiqing to a shelf adorned with an impressive collection of martial arts texts. This entire shelf is dedicated to martial arts manuals. Jiang Weiqing gazed at the numerous volumes and then turned to the shopkeeper, questioning, "Surely, you must be mistaken regarding these manuals. Your collection far surpasses even the Shaolin scripture chamber. I assume these tomes are merely embellished with martial arts titles, yet empty within." Jiang Weiqing casually pulled out a volume entitled 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade that, if memory served him correctly, this was an esteemed technique from the Qin clan, consisting of 64 moves, 6 of which had seemingly been lost to time. Upon flipping to the first page, he noted the illustrations and accompanying text were quite detailed. However, upon closer inspection of a few illustrations, he found them to be utterly incongruous. Although Jiang Weiqing possessed limited martial arts knowledge, he had at least practiced the foundational 8 techniques of blade play. Regardless of whether it was sword or saber techniques, they were all derived from basic forms. Yet the 5 tigers breaking the gate blade appeared to be severely misrepresented. As he swiftly turned through the pages, he discovered a full 64 moves. Astonishingly, the Qin clan had lost 6 of them. Yet here was a complete edition. Jiang Weiqing perused several more volumes, even finding the complete set of Shaolin's 72 unique skills. "Are you not concerned about the Shaolin Temple taking issue with your sale of counterfeit manuals?" he asked, perplexed. The shopkeeper, realizing he could not hide the truth, replied, "This is merely a branch. Wenching Bookstore has locations throughout many regions. Do you think we lack support? Our backing comes from the imperial court." Jiang Weiqing understood then that this was a scheme orchestrated by the court, deliberately peddling fraudulent manuals. Purchasing a fake manual would lead to the expenditure of considerable time and effort in training, only to discover that one could achieve nothing of merit. Such deception would dampen the enthusiasm for martial arts. Additionally, these martial arts titles represented the legacies of various sects, tarnishing their reputations. The martial arts community, aware of the court's machinations, could do little but suffer in silence. Jiang Weiqing's interest waned instantly. "Please fetch me a few introductory texts, preferably those with comprehensive explanations." As he examined the Taizu long fist in his hands and flipped through its pages, he found it quite credible and considered putting it back. Suddenly, he realized this volume was likely genuine. The Taizu Long Fist was a martial art founded by Zhao Kuangyin, the first emperor of the Song dynasty. To tarnish the names of the rivers and lakes would be one thing, but to malign Zhao Kuangyin would be another. That if the Taizu Long Fist were present, it must be authentic. Jiang Weiqing had not anticipated stumbling upon a genuine treasure. The shopkeeper observed Jiang Weichen holding the Taizu long fist and remarked with a smile, "You possess a discerning eye. There are very few authentic manuals on this shelf. Even those that are genuine often contain a mix of truth and fabrication. However, the Taizu Long Fist is one of the rare, authentic texts. While the court seeks to discredit the rivers and lakes, it simultaneously promotes the prowess of Taizu." Yet, he cautioned, to become a master through the Taizu Long Fist alone is impossible, for it lacks the essential internal cultivation techniques, which are exclusive to the Zhao royal family. Chapter 28. Pursuit of Knowledge, Part 1. After paying the fee, Jiang Weichen received a few introductory books and followed a young beggar to the school located in the eastern part of the city. The teacher was currently instructing the students on the great learning. The town school focused on foundational literacy, avoiding the 4 books and 5 classics. After a half-hour wait, the teacher allowed the students a brief respite. Jiang Weichen seized the opportunity to express his intentions, but the teacher, without looking up, inquired, "Do you have a letter of recommendation?" "Another letter of recommendation? I do not possess one," Jiang Weichen replied. The teacher then raised his gaze and stated, "Without a letter of recommendation, entry is forbidden." Before he could finish, he noticed the weapon in Jiang Weichen's hand and bellowed, "Out! You ruffians of the rivers and lakes have no place here. Such young scoundrels. Learning to defile the sanctity of education." Jiang Weichen was momentarily stunned, then turned to leave. Observing the teacher's furious demeanor, he recognized that his chances were slim. Fortunately, there were many literate individuals in the city, and he was not reliant solely on this teacher. He merely thought this one possessed greater knowledge, capable of teaching literacy and interpretation. After all, the literature of this era was in classical Chinese rather than vernacular, making mere literacy insufficient for comprehension. Exiting the school, Jiang Weichen took advantage of the remaining time to visit various medical establishments: the Rejuvenation Hall in the east, the Life-Saving Hall in the north, the Everlasting Hall in the west, and the Hua Family Clinic in the south. Unfortunately, aside from the Rejuvenation Hall, none of the others were accepting apprentices. The Rejuvenation Hall, however, required a 6-year apprenticeship which Jiang Weichen was unwilling to squander. He offered to pay, requesting only instruction on meridian and acupoint knowledge. Without such knowledge, he could not cultivate internal energy, that he was met with scorn. "Am I such a shallow man? Do I care merely for your trifling coins?" Jiang Weichen was left speechless, as the sky began to darken. He handed the young beggar a couple of silver coins, saying, "You may leave now, that it would be wise for you to extricate yourself from the Beggars' Guild at the earliest opportunity." Although the young beggar appeared unharmed, Jiang Weichen had noted throughout the afternoon that he was among the fortunate few. Begging was hardly a suitable option for someone of his age. Even servitude would be preferable. A homeless young beggar faced the risk of being exploited by a beggar leader or, worse yet, sold by human traffickers to landlords like the Liu family. Rather than risk such a fate, he would be better off choosing a reputable household to sell himself to. The young beggar happily accepted the coins, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Weichen's advice. After a day filled with rejection and harsh remarks, Jiang Weichen felt ready to abandon his quest for knowledge and considered joining a gang for development. Once he acquired strength and followers, he could simply capture those who had denied him and compel them to teach him. If they refused his polite requests, he would have no choice but to serve them a dose of their own medicine. As the young beggar prepared to depart, he turned back and said, "Actually, there is another medical establishment in the south called the Nurturing Hall. Would you like to visit it? I can take you there." "Nurturing Hall?" "I was informed that there are only 4 medical establishments in the city." Jiang Weichen replied, recalling what the young attendant had told him, "that I have heard that this particular hall once had a patient die under their care, leading to a gradual decline." The young beggar explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weichen wondered if this establishment might be run by a quack. Yet he decided to investigate. It was possible that the fault did not lie solely with the medical hall. After all, even in modern times, with advanced technology, one could not guarantee a 100% success rate in treating patients. This was especially true in an era reliant solely on the experience of healers. At the entrance of the Nurturing Hall, Jiang Weichen looked up at the crooked sign. The main hall was cluttered, and beside the counter, an elderly man with disheveled gray and white hair lounged in a chair, incessantly drinking from a gourd. Beside him, a small girl was scribbling and drawing on the ground. Jiang Weichen felt somewhat bemused. No wonder the place had fallen into decline. Had they simply given up? Nonetheless, the sign appeared quite aged. The fact that this medical hall had been in operation for so long suggested some degree of genuine skill. Jiang Weichen turned to the young beggar and said, "Your task is complete. Thank you for your assistance today. You may return." Instead of directly entering to state his purpose, he decided to buy 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. With the establishment in such disarray, it was unlikely they had any inclination to teach others that if he were to enter and declare his intentions outright, he would undoubtedly be shown the door. "Little sister, would you like some candied hawthorn?" Jiang Weichen offered one of the skewers to the little girl. The girl's bright, watery eyes regarded Jiang Weichen, then glanced at the candied hawthorn in his hand, causing her to swallow reflexively. "Grandpa says I cannot eat things given by strangers." Jiang Weichen replied, "I am Jiang Weichen. May I ask your name?" "I am Yang Shuyu. My grandpa calls me Xiaoyu. You can also call me Xiaoyu, big brother." The little girl pondered for a moment before concluding, "I suppose you are no longer a stranger now that we know each other's names, right? Your grandpa only said not to eat things from strangers. Since we are acquainted now, you may enjoy the candied hawthorn." Jiang Weichen handed the treat to the little girl, who instinctively accepted it, then glanced at Jiang Weichen, then at the candied hawthorn, and finally turned to look at the old man in the chair. "Who is this fraud? Get out of here!" the old man barked after taking a swig of his drink, remaining seated. Jiang Weichen popped a piece of candied hawthorn into his mouth before saying, "You see, your grandpa did not say you cannot eat it. Go ahead and enjoy it." As he watched the old man prepare to berate him again, Jiang Weichen quickly added, "Little sister, I will return tomorrow with more treats for you." Having spoken, Jiang Weichen did not await the old man's reprimand and departed. After leaving, he indulged in a modest meal at a street vendor before seeking refuge in a nearby inn upon entering the establishment. He retrieved the manual for Taizu Changquan, perusing its contents, which were presented in a combination of text and illustrations, that he then turned his attention to the Taoist hall in his mind, noting that it had yet to fully cool down, uncertain of how much longer it would take. Consequently, Jiang Weichen commenced his daily regimen of exercise. The limited space of his room rendered practicing the sword impractical. Thus, he opted for push-ups, sit-ups, and horse stances. After an hour of exertion, he felt his muscles ache and decided to cease, taking a moment to rest. Meanwhile, at the beggar's sex branch in Yangcheng, the master expressed his disdain. "That scoundrel who killed my disciple first visited Wenxin bookstore today, purchasing a manual on Taizu Changquan along with several introductory texts that he then made his way to the East City Academy to study, but was promptly expelled the by evening. He took up residence at the Yulai Inn. What a disgrace! Despite having opened a meridian, he was slain by a mere boy, one who had the audacity to buy martial arts manuals at Wenxin bookstore. What a humiliation for me! Master, it is one thing for Qiao Feng to refuse to avenge our disciple, but to leverage his status to impede our retribution is utterly treacherous. Alas, Qiao Feng possesses extraordinary talent. Our sect leader has already begun teaching him the 18 palms of the dragon, and his cultivation has surpassed the mid-stage of innate mastery. While I am but at the 8th level of acquired mastery, that I cannot afford to lose face in this matter. Must we allow our disciples' demise to go unpunished? Absolutely not. This incident has turned me into a laughingstock at the Yangqing branch. How can I simply let it go? Now that Xiao Feng has just departed, we cannot act against him. That boy's visit to Wenxin bookstore for martial arts manuals indicates he lacks a master to guide him, making him quite manageable. After some time, we shall arrange for him to disappear, provided we leave no evidence behind. Without evidence, does Xiao Feng dare confront me, a mere 6th bag steward? Your words ring true, master. Yes, during this period, have someone keep watch. Do not allow that boy to leave Yangcheng. Understood, master. Chapter 29, Pursuit of Knowledge. Part 2, Good morning, little sister. Allow me to treat you to breakfast, Jiang Weichen cheerfully exclaimed, shaking the bun wrapped in his hand. Would you prefer one with meat filling or vegetables? Big brother, I would like the meat filling, the little girl, Yang Shuyu, replied adorably. After Jiang Weichen's departure the previous day, her grandfather had not insisted she discard the candied hawthorn. She believed Jiang Weichen was not the stranger her grandfather had described. Thus, she reached for the bun, cheerfully adding, "My grandfather is cooking noodles. They will be ready soon, and I will share half with you." At that moment, the old man emerged with a small bowl of egg noodles, observing his granddaughter poised to take the bun. "Shiyu, come eat your noodles. That bun is not clean. Tomorrow your grandfather will buy you one," he said, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Reluctantly, Yang Shiyu withdrew her hand, accepting the noodles from her grandfather. As Jiang Weichen had not delivered the bun, he was left to consume it alone. Big brother. My grandfather says the bun is not clean. Why are you still eating it? Are you hungry? You can have my noodles. Before Jiang Weichen could respond, the old man interjected. What do you want, boy? Speak plainly. If you continue to deceive my granddaughter, I shall not hesitate to give you a beating. Jiang Weichen scrutinized the frail old man, whose hair and beard were streaked with gray. Old sir, I see your establishment is rather quiet. I thought I might bring some liveliness. Perhaps it would attract more patients, he said, unperturbed by the threat of violence. Concealing his true intentions, that he resolved to persistently cultivate a relationship with the little girl, hoping to endure for 10 days or half a month. Should that fail, he would consider joining a gang to progress further. The old man was not swayed by Jiang Weichen's empty words. Promptly retreating to the back to fetch a bowl of noodles, sitting down to eat with his granddaughter in the main hall. After finishing his bun, Jiang Weichen found himself at a loss for activities. Yang Shiyu wished to converse with him, but a stern glance from her grandfather silenced her. With nothing else to occupy his time, Jiang Weichen ventured into the courtyard to practice his sword. Although he had attained the 4th realm of the 8 techniques of the sword, mastering all its moves with ease, he still felt a significant disparity when compared to the prowess he wielded in the illusory river of time. The gap was not merely one of strength, but also of a nuanced control over the blade that was akin to having tenfold strength, yet only managing to exert 50% of it in the present. While in the illusory realm, one could harness 90% after decades of practice. This was not a matter to be resolved through experience alone. Relentless practice was essential for improvement. The illusory river of time served as a teacher, imparting swordsmanship wisdom to Jiang Weichen, guiding him away from pitfalls. Yet how far he could advance ultimately depended on his own efforts. In the courtyard, each of Jiang Weichen's movements flowed seamlessly, connecting naturally. Yang Wenshan caught a glimpse of Jiang Weichen practicing and felt a flicker of surprise but chose to remain silent, curious about the boy's intentions. After an hour of practice, Yang Shiyu had been watching intently for nearly as long. When Jiang Weichen paused, drenched in sweat, he showed no inclination to rest. Instead, he sank into a horse stance. Big brother, aren't you going to take a break? You're all sweaty, Yang Shiyu inquired, observing his perspiration. Little sister. Big brother is not tired, he replied. Moments later, as a quarter of an hour passed, Jiang Weichen reached his limit. His stance faltered, and he trembled, eventually collapsing to the ground. After a brief respite, he retrieved the introductory books he had purchased the previous day and addressed Yang Shiyu. Little sister, would you like me to teach you some characters? Yang Shiyu regarded the books in Jiang Weichen's hands, exclaiming, That's the 3-character classic. I recognize all the characters on it. Jiang Weichen was taken aback and asked, Little sister, how old are you? Big brother, I am already 6 years old. She proudly declared that, I am 3 years your senior. You are quite impressive, having learned so many characters at such a young age. Jiang Weichen praised, eliciting a proud smile from Yang Shiyu. However, Jiang Weichen could not recite the entire 3-character classic himself. With over 1,000 characters, he recognized less than half through guessing. Thus, he said, You are so remarkable, little sister. I must give you a quiz. He opened the classic and pointed to a character, asking, How is this character pronounced? Do you know what it means, if you answer correctly? Big brother will treat you to pastries later. Yang Shiyu examined the character Jiang Weichen indicated and replied, This line is Do Yin Shan. You have righteousness. The character you pointed at is pronounced Do. After her response, she tilted her head, pondering for quite some time, her face scrunching up in frustration as she confessed, I do not know what it means, little sister. You are very honest. To know is to know. And not to know is not to know, that we should speak only when we know and admit ignorance when we do not. Jiang Weichen gently guided her. What should we do when we encounter something we do not know? What should we do, big brother? There is a saying, quick-witted and eager to learn, one should not be ashamed to ask questions. This means, little sister, that although you are clever, when you encounter something you do not know, you should maintain a humble attitude and actively inquire of others, Jiang Weichen explained. Now tell me, big brother, what does this Do character mean? Jiang Weichen paused, saying, As I am only 3 years older than you, I fear I may err. It would be best for you to ask your grandfather, Do. Yang Shiyu took the 3-character classic and dashed toward Yang Wenshan, who had been observing the exchange. Grandfather, I forgot the meaning of this character. What does it mean? Yang Wenshan, without even glancing up, patiently explained. For the entire morning, Jiang Weichen continued to quiz Yang Shuyu until, around noon, he felt a pang of hunger and decided to conclude their session. Given the old man's temperament, even if they were to have lunch, there would be none for him. Little sister, I'm going to get something to eat. We shall continue this afternoon. Yang Shuyu pouted, somewhat unwilling. Initially excited, her enthusiasm waned as a childess often does. Jiang Weichen offered, this afternoon, I will buy you pastries. If you answer 10 questions correctly, you shall receive one. Instantly, Yang Shuyu's face lit up, and she extended her little fingers. Jiang Weichen, taken aback, observed her response. Big brother, you must keep your word. Let us make a pinky promise. Jiang Weichen extended his right hand, but noticed the bare knuckle where his pinky should be. Big brother, why do you not have a pinky? I accidentally cut it while practicing the sword. Let us use our left hands instead, he replied. All right. Yang Shuyu extended her chubby left hand, their pinkies interlocking, sealing their promise with their thumbs. Pinkies swear 100 years without changing. After their promise, Jiang Weichen exited the health hall. At that moment, Yang Wenshan interjected, boy, you have come to the wrong place. If you have the money for pastries, you should be at the academy. Turning back, Jiang Weichen smiled, saying, old sir, I believe I have not erred. Even if I went to the academy, would the teacher instruct me individually? If not, how much time would I waste? Moreover, even the esteemed master would not impart knowledge of meridians and acupoints. Yet here one could not only decipher texts and elucidate meanings, but also acquire knowledge of meridians and acupoints. Chapter 30. The Pursuit of Knowledge, Part 3. In the blink of an eye. A fortnight had elapsed. Under the culinary temptations of Jiang Weichen, he had come to recognize all the characters of this era. Perhaps there were some characters he could not yet write, but he could read and comprehend their meanings. Throughout this fortnight, Jiang Weichen had never inquired of the despondent old man, but he was well aware that someone so disheartened could hardly enlighten him. Thus, he consistently sought answers from Yang Shuyu, who would explain. And if she erred, the old man would interject to correct her. Should Yang Shuyu be uncertain, she would simply ask. The old man was instructing his granddaughter, leaving him uninvolved. However, perhaps his presence provided Yang Shuyu with companionship and an opportunity to learn a wealth of knowledge. For the old man no longer chased him away. Nevertheless, mealtime still did not include a portion for him. Jiang Weichen was willing to pay for the meal, yet the old man refused to prepare an extra serving. Nor would he allow Jiang Weichen into the kitchen. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Yang Shuyu had grown quite familiar with Jiang Weichen, though she harbored some doubts about why this older brother seemed to know fewer characters than her. Sometimes she observed him writing on the ground, needing to consult a book. She herself could write without any need for reference. That day, after completing his swordplay and stance practice, Jiang Weichen finally took out the book on Taizu Changquan and began to study it closely. He recognized all the characters within and understood their meanings. Taizu Changquan is revered in later generations as the mother of all martial arts, wielding profound influence. That it consists of 32 postures and 108 techniques, with an extensive range of movements. Lacking any foundational martial arts, Jiang Weichen had no choice but to practice Taizu Changquan. After carefully studying the initial techniques and noting the essential movements and power techniques, he commenced to explore and practice independently in the courtyard. Big brother, are you not going to test me today? Yang Shuyu's expectations fell flat. For the past fortnight, he had provided her with an array of snacks daily. Shuyu, today your brother must focus on foundational training, so I shall not test you. Let your grandfather do that. But even if I answer correctly, my grandfather won't give me any snacks, Yang Shuyu pouted. Fear not, big brother will buy you snacks this afternoon. Thanks to the 76 taels of silver left by Qiao Feng, he had not encountered any financial difficulties during this period. The snacks Yang Shuyu desired were mostly affordable, with only a few being slightly pricey. 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 copper coins, sufficient for the little girl to enjoy several days of treats. Jiang Weichen's greatest expenditure was not on meals, but on lodging at the inn. He noticed that the health hall had several vacant rooms that were unoccupied. Jiang Weichen proposed to pay for a month's stay, but the old man Yang Wenshan refused, driving him away each evening. Over the past fortnight, Jiang Weichen had subtly inquired about Yang Shuyu's parents. She had never seen them and merely said, "My grandfather says my parents went far away." Jiang Weichen immediately deduced that Yang Shuyu's parents had passed away. And it seemed his health hall was left with only the pair of them. Yang Wenshan glanced at Jiang Weiqin, who was continuously adjusting his posture and experimenting with his martial arts. Then turned to look at the obediently seated Yang Shuyu, sighed, and said nothing more. He simply continued to pour liquor into his mouth. An hour later, Jiang Weiqin paused to rest, observing the old man drinking again. Old Yang, is there water in that wine gourd? You've been sipping endlessly without showing any signs of intoxication. Yang Wenshan turned slightly, retorting with a smirk, is your vision impaired? Has your sense of smell also dulled? Jiang Weiqin indeed detected the scent of alcohol. However, the old man's constant drinking raised questions about his financial reserve. In this health hall, few patrons visited daily. Even when people did come, they were often impoverished individuals who could not afford treatment at other clinics. It seemed that since 4 years ago, when the health hall had mistakenly caused a death, wealthy clients had ceased to seek treatment here. Yang Wenshan treated a few impoverished patients daily, and it was fortunate if the consultation fees sufficed for his meals. Yet he still managed to save enough to buy liquor. My sense of smell is quite intact. It's your incessant drinking that concerns me. What if one day you kick the bucket, leaving little Shiyu orphaned and your estate squandered by your reckless habits? How could a young girl survive in such a world? Initially, Yang Wenshan was poised to scold Jiang Weiqin for his earlier comments, but upon hearing the latter part, he gazed at his obedient granddaughter and fell silent. After a moment's reflection, he sighed, looked at the wine gourd in his hand, and poured its contents onto the ground in a straight line, as if honoring someone. Once the gourd was empty, he tossed it carelessly onto the woodpile. You've learned swiftly. In just 2 weeks, you've grasped nearly all the characters. Now that your goal is achieved, you may leave. With a hint of despondency, Yang Wenshan began to dismiss him, believing Jiang Weiqin had merely come to learn characters. Indeed, Jiang Weiqin had come to learn the written word. His rapid progress was due to the fact that, although many characters were traditional and intricate, understanding their pronunciation and meaning, in comparison to simplified characters of later times, allowed for quick memorization. There was no need for him to start from scratch like Yang Shuyu. Yet, Yang Shuyu was impressive. At merely 6 years old, she recognized so many characters that it was worth noting that Uncle Zhou's son, Zhou Wen, had only completed his studies at 8. This demonstrated that although the old man seemed despondent, he had not forgotten to educate his granddaughter. Jiang Weiqin immediately retorted, Old Yang, who told you my objective has been fulfilled? Yang Wenshan was taken aback but responded, I have long discerned your ulterior motives. At such a tender age, you harbor such thoughts, deceiving a little girl of 6. How can you do this with a clear conscience? Speak. What is it that you truly seek by coming here? Jiang Weiqin replied earnestly, I have come here to learn medicine from you, Old Yang. Learn medicine? You wish to study medicine with me. Have you not seen how desolate my practice has become? Have you not heard of the misfortune that befell me? I have heard, yet in these past 2 weeks, Old Yang has shown willingness to treat those impoverished souls who cannot afford care, which indicates that you are not a ruthless quack. Moreover, the world is rife with ailments. Who can guarantee that they will heal every patient? Jiang Weiqin paused before continuing. Furthermore, I visited the other 4 clinics, but they refused me. The only one that accepted apprentices, Chui Tang, requires a 6-year probation period, which I cannot endure. And who knows if they will impart their knowledge after 6 years. Jiang Weiqin felt helpless. Had it not been for the unavailability of medical texts, he would have delved into self-study. Hearing the earlier part of Jiang Weiqin's speech, Yang Wenshan felt somewhat gratified, but upon hearing the latter half, he retorted, After all that, it seems you only came here because the others would not have you. Old Yang, you misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. That I approached the other 4 clinics first because I am not from this locality, and those were the only ones I learned of. It was only after visiting that I discovered your establishment. Yang Wenshan's face bore a hint of nostalgia as he remarked, How forgetful people can be. Not long ago, my clinic was renowned for saving countless lives, one of the best in Yang City. Who would have thought that just a few years later, few would even remember it? Chapter 31. Old Yang has a considerable fortune. After a moment of reflection, Yang Wenshan continued, The requirements of Chui Tang are not unreasonable. Even if you wish to learn medicine with me, you must endure a period of examination. Moreover, I do not intend to take on disciples, so abandon that thought. Medical skills cannot be imparted indiscriminately. Without mastery, lives could be lost, tarnishing one's reputation. Mastery without integrity can lead to even greater harm. Many apprentices spend their lives without acquiring true skills, only learning basic medicinal knowledge. And at this point, I have little inclination to teach anyone. Old Yang, if you do not wish to pass on medical skills, surely teaching me about meridians and acupoints would not pose a problem. Yang Wenshan scrutinized Jiang Weichen. Having observed his actions over this period, he was constantly on the move, either under the pretense of testing Shuyu's literacy or relentlessly practicing martial arts and performing peculiar movements, particularly the push-ups, which were utterly undignified. When Jiang Weichen mentioned teaching about meridians and acupoints, Yang Wenshan understood the young man's intentions. Why are you so insistent on practicing martial arts? Why not simply live as an ordinary person? Must you delve into the treacherous world of blades and swords? Do you think the martial world is easy to navigate? Only a few ride fine horses and wield swords across the horizon. Most live with their lives precariously balanced, uncertain of when death may come. After decades in this profession, I have treated countless martial artists, each with their own injuries. Jiang Weichen knew well that the martial world was fraught with peril. However, surrendering to despair was not an option. Could an ordinary person ensure their own safety? Could they escape oppression? Was there any justice for the common man when faced with injustice? I refuse to place my life in the hands of others. I trust only myself and the blade I wield. I end this world of martial arts. Even the most powerful are not safe without protection. Have you not seen how Hong Qigong occasionally sneaks into the imperial palace just to savor the royal feast? Yang Wenshan was about to speak when two individuals entered through the door. One wielded a long knife, while the other brandished a long sword as they stepped into the health hall. Dr. Yang, it's time to settle this month's protection fee. Yang Wenshan said nothing, retreating to retrieve 2 taels of silver, which he handed to the man with the long knife. The man did not create any fuss. He accepted the silver and turned to leave. What is happening here? Jiang Weichen inquired, observing the departing duo. This eastern district belongs to the Black Tiger Gang. All the small vendors, taverns, and inns without backing must pay them protection fees. If they refuse, they might disrupt your business lightly at the entrance, or violently seize and vandalize your goods. Yang Wenshan had grown accustomed to such circumstances. 2 taels of silver every month had become a routine for several years. It is one thing for them to collect protection fees, but this is a medical clinic, a place dedicated to saving lives. How can they dare to vandalize it without the authorities intervening? Moreover, these gangsters are the ones most susceptible to injury. How can they afford to offend a physician? Jiang Weichen was astonished by the audacity of a gang, while it was understandable for them to bully small vendors. Targeting a county clinic that saves lives was utterly outrageous. That was years ago. Nowadays, no one comes here for treatment. They naturally have no fear of offending me. Furthermore, the existence of gangs is often supported by individuals within the authorities. As long as they do not create major disturbances or cause fatalities, the officials will turn a blind eye. At most, they might be detained for a few days before being released. Just as Jiang Weichen was about to respond, 3 more individuals stormed in. Old Yang, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. Jiang Weichen looked at Yang Wenshan, realizing that he indeed had substantial savings, enough to pay several gangs each month and still have money left for drinks. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenshan replied, haven't we just paid this month? Paid? To whom? This entire street is under my collection jurisdiction. Hurry up, don't dawdle, and don't think you can get away with it, that if you don't pay. The Dark Knight Pavilion will trouble you every day. Isn't this the territory of the Black Tiger Gang? Since when do we also owe the Dark Knight Pavilion? The burly leader, who was stout with a protruding belly and carried a heavy hammer over his shoulder, declared, who said this is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. From now on, this place belongs to the Dark Knight Pavilion. Yang Wenshan was indifferent about whom he paid protection fees to, but he couldn't pay twice. However, the Black Tiger Gang had just collected their dues. The hefty man slammed the hammer onto the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath to crack. That I don't care. Just tell me whether you will pay or not. Yang Wenshan's eyes flared with anger, his heart boiling, yet he turned to fetch another 2 taels of silver. Who told you it was just 2 taels? It's 5 taels a month. You are being excessively unreasonable. The Black Tiger Gang only collected 2 taels. That it is one thing to charge twice, but to demand 5 taels? I say it's 5, and that is what it is. What is wrong with that? No money. I heard you have a little granddaughter. Perhaps you could use her as collateral. Or you could sell this shop. No one comes here anyway. Yang Wenshan, fuming and grinding his teeth, would never compromise if it were just him alone. But thinking of his granddaughter, he ultimately retrieved 3 more taels of silver. The burly man accepted it, satisfied, and then left for the next establishment. Old Yang see? This is the helplessness of ordinary people. Yang Wenshan said nothing and turned back to the courtyard. Jiang Weichen went out for lunch, bringing back a portion for Yang Wenshan and Yang Shuyu, knowing the old man would not be in the mood to cook today. Afterward, Jiang Weichen continued practicing martial arts in the courtyard until the evening, when Yang Wenshan approached him, stating, "I promise to teach you about meridians and acupoints. I am even willing to pass on everything I have learned in my lifetime." Jiang Weichen did not feel excitement, but instead asked, "Old Yang, what are your conditions?" It was puzzling that he had been so adamant against teaching in the morning, yet now seemed ready to share everything. "Clever, that I have only one kin in this world. And that is she, that I want you to promise that, should you gain the ability, you will look after my granddaughter." Yang Wenshan looked at Jiang Weichen, laying out his terms. Jiang Weichen did not expect the condition to be so simple, and only under the premise of having the ability. "Very well, Old Yang, I agree." After saying this, Jiang Weichen inquired, "Old Yang, should I swear an oath?" The simplicity of the condition left Jiang Weichen feeling incredulous. The shift in attitude from morning to afternoon was too drastic. Had the events of midday affected him? Yang Wenshan waved his hand dismissively. "No need, that I do not believe in oaths. Those who are willing to keep their word do not need the constraints of an oath. Those who are unwilling will not keep their word, even if bound by one." Jiang Weichen chuckled. "Old Yang, you are indeed wise." Jiang Weichen did not believe in oaths either. Of course, this excluded those who were inherently untrustworthy but would still uphold their word for something they deeply cared about. Yang Wenshan chose not to elaborate further. He had not placed his hopes on Jiang Weichen, a mere child 3 years older than Shuyu. Moreover, this lad still needed to practice martial arts and venture into the world, making him even less reliable, that he regarded this as a potential fallback. At just over 40, being a healer, he could manage his health. Had it not been for his son and daughter-in-law being wronged to death, he would not have aged so prematurely. That if it weren't for the attachment to his granddaughter, he might have already sought vengeance with his life, that he now aimed to carefully restore his health, hoping to live another decade or so. Therefore, he had no expectations of this boy. Chapter 32. Changes at the Performance Tower. Kid, I won't elaborate on how to practice the knife. I don't know much about it either. However, using the overly common Taizu long fist as a foundation, especially when you are merely fumbling through it on your own, is a grave mistake. The next day, Jiang Weichen arrived early again, beginning his practice with the knife and contemplating the Taizu long fist. Stopping his movements, Jiang Weichen asked, "How can that be? Taizu long fist is known as the mother of all fists. How can it be unsuitable for building a foundation? Not only is Taizu long fist acclaimed as the mother of all fists, but it has also been humorously referred to as the Song Dynasty's calisthenics. How could it not be suitable for establishing a foundation? Was this old man pretending to be knowledgeable? Have you ever practiced martial arts?" Moreover, Qiao Feng has frequently used the Taizu long fist, notably in the battle at Jushin Manor, with considerable effectiveness. Yang Wenshan countered, "Mother of all fists? Who told you that? I have never heard such a thing." It dawned on Jiang Weichen that the title of Mother of all fists likely emerged after generations of inheritance and development. The term Song Dynasty's calisthenics was merely a later nickname, likely referring to its wide dissemination. Realizing this, he chose not to explain further. Even if it wasn't, it should still serve as a means of building a foundation, right? However, recalling the collection of martial arts manuals in Wenshin bookstore, he asked Old Yang, "Is the Taizu long fist manual not genuine?" Jiang Weichen handed the manual to Yang Wenshan. Yang Wenshan casually flipped through it and remarked, "The power techniques and boxing methods do not contradict human anatomy." The manual is indeed authentic. Before Jiang Weichen could inquire further, Yang Wenshan continued, "However, it lacks breathing and meditation methods. And do not forget, Taizu Long Fist was created during the Taizu's quest for dominance, focusing on practical combat rather than health cultivation." Jiang Weichen replied, "Old Yang, I am not looking to cultivate health. My aim is to practice boxing to refine my internal strength." Yang Wenshan sighed, "You truly understand nothing at all. How can you recklessly practice? Are you not afraid of harming yourself?" Jiang Weichen replied earnestly, "I humbly ask for your guidance, Old Yang." Yang Winshan said in martial arts, the term building a foundation refers to strengthening the muscles and bones, enhancing physical strength and fortifying the body as foundation. From a healer's perspective, this is essentially health cultivation. Strong muscles and a robust body enable one to live longer. Jiang Weichen lamented, "Old Yang, but I have no other boxing methods besides the Taizu long fist. Should I rely on push-ups and sit-ups for training? Push-ups and sit-ups only develop muscles. They do not strengthen the bones. Your so-called push-ups are a disgrace to the art. Do not perform such movements in my courtyard again." Jiang Weichen's lips twitched at the absurdity. How could that be a disgrace? This old man had a peculiar mindset. Yang Winshan, unaware of Jiang Weichen's expression, stated, "I have two health cultivation techniques, which can also solidify your martial arts foundation." Jiang Weichen clasped his hands, saying, "I humbly request you to teach me by the way. Should I formally apprentice to you?" Yang Winshan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You have not undergone my long-term assessment. Your character remains uncertain, that I fear you may tarnish the Yang family's reputation. When you go out, do not claim to be my disciple." Hearing such disdainful remarks, Jiang Weichen said little more as long as Yang Winshan was willing to teach him. It mattered not whether he was formally apprenticed, in fact, not being bound by a master-disciple relationship might be even more advantageous for Jiang Weichen. After all, in ancient times, such relationships were akin to father-son ties. Jiang Weichen did not wish for an invisible overseer. Yet he understood he must repay this kindness. Yang Winshan, oblivious to Jiang Weichen's thoughts, directly stated, "I will first teach you the 5 animal play, point 5 animal play." Indeed, the practice of Wu Qin Shi is truly beneficial for one's health. Jiang Weichen, upon hearing this familiar name, sighed and remarked, "It is indeed true that Wu Qin Shi is quintessential for practitioners of medicine. However, I wonder what other functions it possesses beyond promoting health in the realm of martial arts." Yang Winshan pondered for a moment before responding. While Wu Qin Shi is easy to begin with, mastering it is a different matter. Of 10 practitioners, 9 remain at the introductory level. To progress beyond this initial stage, one must rely on the passage of time. "Yang Lao, how long might that take?" Jiang Weichen inquired. "Well, it depends on the individual's circumstances and comprehension. At least 5 years, Yang replied. "What? 5 years? Yang Lao, by then my meridians will be nearly set, and I will be past the optimal time for cultivating internal energy." Jiang Weichen exclaimed, "Is there any way to expedite the process?" He added, "Xiaofeng established a solid foundation in just a year and began cultivating his energy. Asking him to spend 5 years on this seems rather hard to accept." 5 years? By then, old Master Liu may be nearing his end. I still have my vendetta to fulfill." Yang Lao shook his head and replied, "Health practices can gradually strengthen the internal organs and extend one's lifespan. It is not something that can be hastily achieved. However, if your sole aim is to solidify your martial foundation, I can prescribe some medicinal baths and dietary concoctions that will significantly accelerate your progress." Jiang Weichen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That is good to hear. Please continue." Yang Lao Wu Qin Shi emulates 5 animals: the tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird. With prolonged practice, it can enhance muscle and bone strength, harmonize qi and blood, and improve physical agility and coordination. It also fortifies the internal organs. The tiger exercise soothes the liver. The deer exercise strengthens the kidneys and stabilizes the waist. The bear exercise invigorates the spleen and stomach. The monkey exercise enters the heart meridian, and the bird exercise fortifies the lungs. In summary, it offers numerous benefits but requires considerable time. If you commence your practice now and remain diligent, even without engaging in martial arts, you could live to be 80 or 90. Today, I shall first teach you the tiger exercise." After saying this, Yang Winshan turned his palms downward, fingers splayed, and demonstrated the movements. Once he completed the demonstration, he instructed Jiang Weichen to practice, correcting him whenever his form was lacking. After Jiang Weichen's movements became precise, Yang Winshan began to teach him the accompanying breathing and energy circulation techniques. Merely having the movements without the proper breathing techniques, while still effective, would take considerably longer to yield results. Time flowed slowly as Jiang Weichen immersed himself in his training. Since Yang Winshan began teaching him, Jiang Weichen had moved into the health hall. Mornings were spent practicing both Wu Qin Shi and Ba Duanjin. The two practices complemented each other remarkably well, enhancing the overall effectiveness of his training. Since embarking on Wu Qin Shi and Ba Duanjin, Jiang Weichen no longer performed push-ups. After all, those exercises only developed muscle, failing to strengthen the tendons, bones, and internal organs or invigorate the qi and blood. Jiang Weichen had no desire to become a muscle-bound man. So he abandoned those exercises in favor of dedicating his saved time to practicing stances and sword techniques. Afternoons were spent studying meridians, acupoints, human anatomy, and pharmacology under Yang Wenshan's guidance. Initially, Yang Wenshan intended for Jiang Weichen to memorize case studies of past healers. However, Jiang Weichen found himself lacking the time to commit to rote memorization of historical medical cases, as he was not aspiring to become a physician. He merely wished to acquire the knowledge that would be most beneficial to him in the shortest amount of time. As time flew by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The cool-down for the Tao Performance Hall had completed, and astonishingly, the number of available performances could be stacked. The cool-down period was 2 months. During this time, Jiang Weichen was uncertain about which performance to choose, and thus did not rush to utilize it. After all, with Yang Wenshan's guidance and the fact that he could not yet cultivate internal energy, Jiang Weichen felt no urgency to make use of the hard-earned opportunity. Unexpectedly, 2 months later, the number of available performances increased to 2. Jiang Weichen was overjoyed and immediately utilized one, discovering a new method of application. Previously, he had spent 39 years practicing a basic sword technique, which he now deemed a waste. After reaching an advanced level, further training yielded negligible progress, clearly a waste of time. Therefore, 3 days prior, Jiang Weichen had experimented with investing in multiple martial arts. Dividing his practice into stages. To his surprise, it worked. Now his panel data had undergone significant changes. Tao Performance Tower, damaged owner. Jiang Weichen age, 972 realm. Body forging stage, 19 internal energy. Imu Changchun Gong, pending cultivation, martial skills, basic sword technique. Level 4, 100. Taizu Changquan, level 1. 92, blade drawing technique. Level 1, 65, Wu Qin Shi, level 1, 5, Ba Duanjin, level 1, 4 Tao Performance Hall. One can perform myriad methods, rooted in oneself, first and foremost. His realm had transformed into the body forging stage, equivalent to the foundational training phase. Furthermore, both realm and martial skills had become more nuanced, reflecting the progress of each stage at that moment. Jiang Weichen mused that it would be wonderful if this panel data could be even more precise. To his astonishment, the panel immediately changed. This was likely the Tao Performance Tower's real-time monitoring of his condition and datification. Now, he could observe his progress through a progress bar. During the second performance, Jiang Weichen dedicated himself to practicing Taizu Changquan, blade drawing technique, Wu Qin Shi, and Ba Duanjin. Having spent years cultivating Taizu Changquan to level 4, Jiang Weichen had mastered its intricacies to an extraordinary degree. With just a slight investment of time, he would soon reach the pinnacle of level 4. That the blade drawing technique was an arbitrary experiment. He had practiced it for 9 years in the illusory flow of time, drawing his blade thousands of times daily. After 9 years of practice, he reached level 4, but saw no further progress, leading him to abandon it. Now equipped with experience, he merely needed to practice to enhance his body's speed. Only Wu Qin Shi and Ba Duanjin had each been practiced for over a decade in the illusory time stream. Yet they had only reached level 2, yielding minimal cultivation experience. Meanwhile, in reality, after 3 months of training, they remained at level 1, with progress still in single digits. However, the most significant change pertained to his lifespan. During his first performance, his lifespan had been limited to 48 years. Now, it had increased to 72 years, a remarkable leap that left him almost incredulous. Jiang Weichen did not attribute this to the health practices. This confirmed his suspicion that the lifespan indicated on the panel was not fixed, but rather extrapolated based on his current lifestyle. During his initial performance, he had been living in the depths of the mountains, alternating between feasts and famines. Not only was his nutrition unbalanced, but he also exerted himself excessively. Under such conditions, living to 48 was no small feat. Now, however, they had 3 balanced meals daily without fail, and he consistently practiced health techniques that in fact, during this period, he had undergone 2 medicinal baths and consumed a medicinal meal. His body's previously depleted foundation had been replenished. Under such circumstances, the Tao Performance Hall projected that he could live to 72 years. This represented a sudden increase of 24 years. Of course, This projection presumed he would not be killed and would die of natural causes. The human lifespan should be capped at 120 years, yet Jiang Weichen had already lost so much at merely 9 years old. He could only wonder when he would be able to recover that loss. As for the Imu Changchun Gong on the panel, it was the technique given to him by Qiao Feng. Jiang Weichen had already consulted Yang Wenshan about the anatomical knowledge required for practicing it, and he was now ready to begin once his foundation was solidified. This was a Taoist technique with gentle internal energy cultivation. As long as one understood the meridians and acupoints, it was unlikely to lead to complications. Moreover, the internal energy cultivated from it was adept at nourishing the body, albeit at a slower pace. The recent changes in the Tao Performance Tower had made Jiang Weichen's training considerably more convenient. At the very least, he now possessed clear objectives for the foreseeable future. Chapter 33. Stealing Su Dompa's acclaim? Big brother, this braised pork is delicious. I want to eat it every day, Yang Shiyu exclaimed, stuffing a piece of braised pork into her mouth, that if you find it delicious, then eat more of it. Your grandfather already knows how to prepare it. He can make it for you in the future. Though lamb predominated in the Song dynasty's meat dishes, pork was also quite popular among the common folk. However, its preparation was rather simplistic, and if not handled properly, it could carry a strong odor and be greasy. The introduction of pork to the nobles' table was largely credited to Su Dompa. Yet now, Su Dompa was somewhere unknown, immersed in the study of culinary arts and poetry. Jiang Weichen had yet to encounter Dompa meat in Yang City and was uncertain whether Su Dompa had perfected it. If not, it seemed that he might inadvertently claim the credit for it himself. Due to the simplistic methods of preparing pork, it often turned out unpalatable, leading wealthy families to avoid it, leaving it primarily to the ordinary populace. Consequently, its price was particularly low, and since Jiang Weichen began his martial training, his appetite had considerably increased. Especially after starting to practice Wu Qin Shi and Ba Duan Jin, his digestive capabilities had slightly improved. Unable to afford lamb and prohibited from consuming beef, he was left with no choice but to eat pork, fish, and various vegetables daily. Yang City was abundant in rivers and lakes, making fish and shrimp affordable. Though they were still pricier than pork, Jiang Weichen now faced a significant dilemma. Yang Lao, I have something to discuss, he said while eating. What is it? Speak quickly, don't dilly-dally, Yang Wenshan responded, having come to know Jiang Weichen somewhat well. Yang Lao, I'm out of money. It has been nearly 4 months. 76 taels of silver are hardly sufficient that a portion of the meals has been funded by Elder Yang. Over the course of 3 months, the expenses for 2 sets of medicinal baths and 1 set of medicinal cuisine have amounted to 50 taels of silver. This is with Elder Yang providing prescriptions using relatively inexpensive herbs. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford them. Despite this, his progress in body refinement has only reached 1/5, which is rather slow. Yang Wenshan was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a frown and a puff, he exclaimed, if you lack money, then get lost. Do you expect me to support your food and drink? I am not your father, so why are you telling me this? Jiang Weichen had already intended to take his leave. Now, with his appetite tripled, he felt embarrassed to stay, even if Elder Yang did not mind, that if I must go, then I shall depart tomorrow, but I wish to know if you have any hidden treasures or knowledge to impart, especially regarding the medicinal baths and cuisine recipes, as they are crucial to my cultivation. Over 3 months with the aid of medicinal baths and cuisine, my body refinement has only reached 19. Without these aids, relying solely on food and breath to nourish my body refinement would take an eternity. Hearing Jiang Weichen's words, Yang Shiyu felt that the braised pork in her mouth had lost its flavor. She pouted, Big brother, are you really leaving? If you go, I will have no one to talk to or play with. Before Jiang Weichen arrived, she had lived with her grandfather, who spent his days drinking and rarely spoke. She felt utterly isolated with no one to converse with. Her grandfather also forbade her from wandering, warning her of human traffickers. Jiang Weichen looked at Yang Shiyu and replied, Yes, Big brother has eaten too much and has no money left. I must go earn some. Will you, like my parents, leave and never return? Yang Shiyu asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Weichen quickly retorted, How can you compare me to your parents? That is an ill omen. However, the little girl was unaware that her parents had already passed away, a fact that could be forgiven. Little you, that will not happen. Big brother will remain in the city. It's just that we cannot meet for a while. Yang Wenshan remained silent throughout, having developed some fondness during this time. Nevertheless, Jiang Weichen needed to train and required medicinal baths and cuisine, which were far too costly for him to sustain. Moreover, they were not particularly close. So how could he possibly retain him? After dinner, as he tidied up the dishes, Yang Wenshan suddenly entered the courtyard. He handed Jiang Weichen several prescriptions for medicinal baths and cuisine, saying, "Of these 4 prescriptions, 2 are the weakened versions you previously used. The other 2 are family heirlooms, containing precious herbs that are quite costly. That I must warn you that overnourishing your body is not beneficial. Be cautious not to overdo it, as your body may not be able to handle it and could lead to significant issues." After speaking, Yang Wenshan added sarcastically, "But you should not worry about overnourishing yourself. You likely cannot afford the herbs." Jiang Weichen immediately countered, "Elder Yang, whom do you look down upon? Just wait. In a few years, I will be the foremost master in Yang City. At that time, I will take vengeance upon those who harmed your son and daughter-in-law." Jiang Weichen had not wasted the past 3 months. He had inquired about the masters in Yang City. After some investigation, he discovered that the most formidable individual was the leader of the giant whale gang outside the city. Possessing merely initial innate cultivation, they dominated the transportation trade around Yang City, demanding tolls from all passing vessels, while also engaging in trading goods. Strictly speaking, the giant whale gang was not part of Yang City. Their main base was in Taihu, yet their proximity allowed them to be associated with Yang City. Within the city, the leader of the beggars gang held only 7 bags, and he was not even at the innate level. The 6 bag members were merely considered mid-level, and in a county like Yang City, they could only serve as stewards or elders of a branch. Those with 7 bags either assisted branch leaders with management or served as small leaders in county towns like Yang City. 8 bags denoted high-ranking status, serving as stewards or branch leaders in the main base, such as Quan Guangking. 9 bags represented elders, with titles such as Transmission Elder, Law Enforcement Elder, or Head of the Club, all being experienced individuals of 9 bags. There were no innate masters in the city, which indeed suggested that Jiang Weichen could potentially become the top master in a few years. Once he broke through to the innate level, he could begin to seek opportunities. Moreover, Qiao Feng's Imu Changchun Gong could only reach the innate level. When Yang Wenshan heard Jiang Weichen's intention to avenge his son, he felt a twinge of emotion but sighed. "There is no need for that. I plan to leave Yang City. Let the past drift away with the wind. I only wish to see Shiyu grow up." "Elder Yang, why the sudden decision to leave?" Jiang Weichen inquired, puzzled. The health clinic was a legacy passed down from Elder Yang, who had boasted of being a royal physician before retiring to his hometown, that if Yang Wenshan had wished to leave, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. It was evident that he was reluctant to abandon this ancestral legacy, for with his reputation in Yang City, he could have easily developed elsewhere. "Alas, both gangs are demanding protection fees, and my clinic lacks wealthy patrons. Continuing to live off my savings while being exploited like this cannot be the way forward. That I intend to start anew in a place where no one knows me, and save a dowry for little you." Jiang Weichen pondered for a moment and said, "Elder Yang, if it is due to the inability to pay protection fees, you could wait a little longer. The Black Tiger Gang and the Night Pavilion are increasingly clashing. That it won't be long before the victor emerges." Yang Wenshan sighed, "Alas, the main issue is that the clinic is not thriving. I cannot make money treating the poor." Jiang Weichen expressed his confusion. "But that incident was years ago. How can it still have such a significant impact? Surely, the Hua Medical Clinic does not want the matter to be forgotten and continues to spread rumors. Otherwise, people would have long since moved on." The Hua Medical Clinic and the Health Clinic were both located in the East City. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, and they would not want the Health Clinic to prosper. It was possible that the incident involving Elder Yang's son was connected to them. Furthermore, it seemed the county magistrate also bore the surname Hua, suggesting a potential familial connection. However, Elder Yang did not divulge the specific details to Jiang Weichen, only stating that his son's prescription was sound, but the person had indeed died. This incident caused quite a stir, and his son was directly accused of being responsible for the death, leading to his suicide in prison due to humiliation. His daughter-in-law could not bear the public scrutiny and followed suit, leaving behind an infant who had just been weaned. The family of the deceased, treated by Elder Yang's son, never resurfaced in Yang City. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. Chapter 34. Gift of Books. Elder Yang did not continue discussing this matter, but instead asked, "What do you plan to do after leaving here? With your skills, you could surely do well selling on the street." Besides braised pork, Jiang Weichen could prepare several other dishes, all of which were quite palatable. Jiang Weichen shook his head and replied, I cannot afford to open a restaurant, and selling on the street requires payment of protection fees and stall fees. How much can I earn? If I cannot make substantial money, how can I buy herbs? Even the weakened version of the medicinal bath prescription costs nearly 20 taels of silver. The unweakened version would cost even more than double that. There is no future in street vending. Then what do you intend to do? You are still quite young and aspire to earn a fortune, relying on your daily practice of that sword technique. Yang Wenshan, who had not practiced internal martial arts or combat techniques, could not discern Jiang Weichen's swordsmanship. However, even if his skills were decent, how formidable could he truly be? His age and stature were significant drawbacks. Jiang Weichen confidently asserted, Indeed, I will rely on my swordsmanship, but he found himself utterly alone, relying solely on the blade in his hand, determined to carve out his own destiny within the confines of this sunlit city. After 3 months of diligent training and supplementation, his strength had significantly increased, now rivaling that of an adult, and even surpassing many. Coupled with his mastery of the Fourth Realm's unparalleled swordsmanship, he had secured a place for himself within the Black Tiger Gang. During this period, on several nights, skirmishes erupted between the Black Tiger Gang and the Dark Knight Pavilion. Jiang Weichen had observed discreetly, noting that many of the gang members were merely ordinary individuals wielding weapons. He felt confident in his ability to confront such foes. Indeed, Jiang Weichen had resolved to join the Black Tiger Gang. Firstly, he had acquired some self-defense capabilities. Secondly, the gang was a quick source of income. Thirdly, he was severely lacking in combat experience. And fourthly, as a solitary figure, he required subordinates to assist him. The Black Tiger Gang seemed to be an ideal choice, offering multiple advantages without posing an insurmountable threat to his autonomy. Furthermore, the gang was currently recruiting, likely due to recent losses that had placed them at a disadvantage. The world of martial arts was undeniably distinct, as long as it did not disrupt the city's daily life or involve mass slaughter of innocents. The county magistrate turned a blind eye, allowing them to clash freely. Of course, these factions likely possessed their own backgrounds. Take the Dark Knight Pavilion, for instance, which had risen abruptly with a complex history, now overshadowing even the long-standing Black Tiger Gang. Jiang Weichen considered joining the more advantageous Dark Knight Pavilion, but had heard rumors of their involvement in the trafficking of children. While he was ruthless in battle, showing no mercy to his enemies, such actions were abhorrent to him. Thus, he preferred the Black Tiger Gang, which, despite its flaws, was an established organization with its own enterprises and a system of protection fees. As for other sources of income, he had not inquired further, having only gathered general information. Yang Lao, I will need your cooperation for a little performance tomorrow. Jiang Weichen disclosed his plans, after hearing the proposal. Yang Wenshan's expression soured. You intend to join the Black Tiger Gang and become their accomplice? I never initiate bullying the weak, but I am willing to confront those who do. To my greatest disdain is reserved for those who deny others a chance at life. Just like the Liu family in Xinghua village and the beggar leader, the Dark Knight Pavilion is no different. The Black Tiger Gang may be slightly better, but not by much. Yang Wenshan's expression shifted dramatically before he finally said, Very well, at least I have not taken you as my disciple. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Weichen pondered for a moment before retrieving the Imu Changchun Gong and handing it to Yang Wenshan. Yang Lao, you might find some time to practice this. It's a Taoist method for health cultivation. When Xiaoyu is older, she can learn it too. Yang Wenshan waved his hand dismissively that I will not allow Xiaoyu to end up like you, uncertain of her survival by tomorrow. Jiang Weichen replied, Cultivation does not always necessitate violence. It can also enhance one's health and aid in healing, as long as Xiaoyu is unwilling. No one can force her. Moreover, I suspect that breaking through to the innate level may extend one's lifespan, at the very least. It would provide a measure of self-defense in times of peril. Yang Wenshan accepted the manual, hesitating before speaking. Are you truly going to do this tomorrow? It will tarnish your reputation. I care little for my reputation. What does it matter if it is poor, as long as I possess strength? Who can harm me? And what of a good reputation? I have no need to leverage it for personal gain. Jiang Weichen found himself unburdened by ties, unconcerned with the feelings of those around him. Unlike Murong Fu, who incessantly sought to enhance his standing in the martial world in hopes of restoring his nation. Jiang Weichen felt the Murong family's aspirations were misguided. If one wished to reclaim a nation, why not retreat to a remote area and plan gradually, rather than act beneath the watchful eyes of the Southern Song dynasty? Furthermore, they made no effort to win the people's hearts or build military strength. Yet Murong Fu persistently sought to co-opt the forces of the martial world for his own ends. That to achieve that, one must at least cultivate their skills to the point of invincibility. Otherwise, how could a scattered assembly of martial artists stand against an organized army? Murong Fu's lack of self-awareness ultimately led him to consider adopting Duan Yanqing as his foster father to inherit the throne of Dali. Even going so far as to murder loyal generals, that it was utterly laughable. Murong Bo believed he could incite a national conflict by eliminating Xiao Yuanshan, underestimating the complexities of such an endeavor. Without preparation or certainty, how could the death of one or two individuals easily spark a war? The Murong family seemed collectively afflicted with folly, that if the monk sweeping the floor was indeed Murong Lanqing, as some speculated, then the Murong lineage was truly in dire straits. Their invincible ancestor had renounced worldly ties, leaving descendants burdened with the fixation of national restoration. That if this were the case, Murong Bo's actions might simply be a hereditary trait. The narrative of demigods and semi-devils revolves around searching for fathers or leading sons to ruin. Meanwhile, Duan Yu was perpetually in pursuit of his lost sister. Now, Jiang Weichen found himself in a similar predicament, having lost a sister as well. How peculiar it felt to transition from an outsider to an integral part of the story. With this thought, his heart raced. He wondered if he might end up like the characters in those mythological dramas, ultimately becoming a part of history himself. Perhaps he was overthinking. He was not a native of this world, nor had he traversed back from its future, so it was unlikely. Returning to the present, Jiang Weichen heard Yang Wenshan remark, "Sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend you. You hardly resemble a 9-year-old child." Jiang Weichen casually explained, "Experience brings maturity of thought. It is not solely a matter of age." Yang Wenshan chose not to pursue the subject further. Sighing, "Very well, do as you wish. Just hope you do not perish. You promised me you would look after Xiaoyu when you had the means." Jiang Weichen dismissed the concern lightly. "That if I were to die, Yang Lao, you would have to care for her yourself. At your age of just over 40, with your health regimen, living for several more decades is certainly within reach." Yang Wenshan, having recently experienced the sorrow of burying a close friend, had succumbed to heartache and alcoholism. Otherwise, with proper cultivation, living to 70 or 80 years old would be effortless. After all, this world possessed spiritual energy, albeit thin, yet aged medicinal herbs remained highly nourishing. With the right methods, longevity was not out of the question. Living to 70 or 80 years was certainly manageable. Yang Wenshan contemplated for a moment before approaching a nearby cabinet and gently pressing on a brick, which recessed into the wall, revealing a hollow space that, "Oh my, Yang Lao, you wouldn't be imparting to me some unparalleled martial arts secrets, would you? Did your grandfather bring back some ancient text from the palace?" Yang Wenshan rolled his eyes. "Martial arts secrets? Nonsense. To me, they are of little value, merely treasures in your eyes. Yang Lao, do you realize how much turmoil a good martial arts manual can stir in the martial world?" Jiang Weichen surmised that it was unlikely to be a martial arts manual. Yang Wenshan would not place such significance on it. Most likely, it was a medical text that as anticipated. Yang Wenshan stated, "To each their own. Martial artists cherish martial arts as life, while we healers hold medical tomes in the same regard." Yang Wenshan retrieved a collection of books, wrapped in moisture-resistant oil paper, from the hollow wall. These were transcribed by my grandfather during his time as a court physician. I had not intended to pass these medical texts to you. After all, you are not my disciple, nor do you harbor the aspiration to heal the world. However, considering your respectful demeanor and that you are not ungrateful, I shall bestow them upon you." Yang Wenshan unwrapped the oil paper, revealing 4 or 5 medical books, including 4 volumes of the Huangdi Neijing and a volume of the Shinnong Benqiao Jing. "Over the past 3 months, I have only taught you about meridians and acupoints, along with some human anatomy. Medical knowledge is vast and profound. It cannot be imparted in mere months that I gift you these books. I hope you will study them diligently in your spare time, as they will greatly benefit your martial training." Jiang Weichen accepted the books solemnly, noticing Yang Wenshan's reluctant expression. Yang Lao, do not feign reluctance. Such precious medical texts, even if you lack copies, surely exist in manuscript form. Perhaps what I have received is your own transcription. By the way, did you make any mistakes while copying? Yang Winshan, suddenly irked, retorted, if you do not want them, you may return them to me. Even if I have copies, these are heirlooms passed down through my family. Why would I wish to return them? They are a fortuitous gain. Jiang Weichen replied, tucking the medical books away. However, I have heard that the Huangdi Neijing comprises 18 volumes. Why do you only possess 4? That seems quite insufficient. Books from the imperial palace are not so easily obtained. Even if the emperor permits it, he would not allow you to take them all. These books were painstakingly memorized and transcribed by his father. It is merely the imperial palace. Yang Lao, if you live a few more years, I shall infiltrate it and retrieve all the medical texts for you. I will turn them into a family heirloom, providing endless learning for your descendants. Yang Winshan scoffed, if you wish to court death. Then proceed. Do you think infiltrating the palace is a simple task? Do you believe the martial world has only a few experts? I am well aware that the palace is guarded by skilled individuals. However, as long as you live for another 20 or 30 years, if I am still alive, they will not be able to stop me. In 2 or 3 decades, he will be nearly 40 years old. With the assistance of the Hall of Performance, it is not to say he will be invincible in the world, but infiltrating the imperial palace to procure a few items will be a trivial matter. You certainly possess confidence. Yang Laoren closed the hidden compartment, ceasing further debate. Chapter 35. The situation in Yang City. The following afternoon, on the second floor of the health hall, a figure suddenly crashed through the window and fell to the ground. An enraged voice soon followed. You ungrateful wretch, I took you in, seeing you homeless, and yet you dare to steal my family's treasured medical texts. Jiang Weichen, having fallen from the second floor, propped himself up with his hand and swiftly rose to his feet, addressing Yang Winshan at the window. You old fool. I sincerely came to seek apprenticeship and learn the craft, yet you call it a 6-year assessment when in truth you wish to make me your servant, that I shall not endure such indignity. If you refuse to teach me, I will take what I desire myself. Those passing by were initially startled, but upon hearing his words, they quickly understood and began to discuss amongst themselves. Isn't that the youth who has been residing in the health hall for the past 2 or 3 months? Alas, the reputation of this health hall is deteriorating. Not only did they previously allow a patient to die, but now they deceive even a mere child. What do you know? The art of healing cannot be easily imparted. What is wrong with a 6-year assessment? How many 6-year spans does one have in life? If he waits 6 years to learn, he shall remain a novice until his dying day. Father, is that not Brother Jiang? Why has he come to Yang City as well? In the distance, Zhou Wen and Zhou Xinguang, drawn by the commotion, also spotted Jiang Weichen. Zhou Xinguang sighed, alas, what a misfortune. I left Lianhua town to avoid entanglement with him, yet he has come to Yang City ahead of us. We have inadvertently brought this upon ourselves. Zhou Wen inquired, Father, shall we need to move again? What is there to move? We have just purchased a house outside the city. We can hardly afford to stir things up again. He has only just settled outside the city, and I have received a recommendation from the scholar of Lianhua town for my son to study here in Yang City. Today, I intended merely to scout for a suitable location to set up shop and continue my old trade. Who would have thought I would encounter Jiang Weichen? Father, I believe Brother Jiang is not a bad person. Why do you wish to avoid him? Have you forgotten that he has killed 3 people? Have you forgotten when he was in prison before? Besides, he has only been in Yang City for 2 or 3 months and has already caused trouble. Father, those he killed were scoundrels, that I end the stories. He is a hero standing up against injustice. Silence. How many times must I tell you to read fewer novels and focus on your studies? Zhou Xinguang seized his son and began to leave. Zhou Wen struggled fruitlessly, pleading, Father, must we leave in haste? Let us see what is happening. What can possibly be happening? Did you not hear? He stole someone's medical texts, but I heard from those nearby that the physician has a poor reputation. Surely it cannot be Jiang Weichen's fault? Regardless of blame, stealing is wrong. Stay away from him. We cannot afford to provoke him. Zhou Wen was discontented, but could only be dragged away by his father. Yang Winshan, overhearing the remarks of the crowd below, was seething with indignation. Although it was merely a performance, it nonetheless tarnished his reputation. Yet, considering the already tarnished reputation of his health hall, he muttered, You wretch! Return my medical text. I shall not hold it against you. Once I have acquired something, I have never relinquished it, Jiang Weichen declared, brandishing his cleaver and tucking the medical text into his bosom. Though they had truly been concealed within the Hall of Performance. Though the hall was merely a place of performance, devoid of possessions save for the meditation cushions, Jiang Weichen had discovered a means to store items there after several attempts. However, living beings could not be placed inside. He could only enter with his conscious essence. From the second-floor window, Yang Wenshan watched Jiang Weichen swiftly merge into the crowd and make his escape, then symbolically rush downstairs in pursuit. Upon returning, he found his granddaughter weeping on the small wooden horse Jiang Weichen had made for her. Grandfather, will Big Brother return? Yang Wenshan sighed. He will return. Jiang Weichen is right here in Yang City. But communication between us is inconvenient now. The reason for this performance is that Jiang Weichen does not wish to implicate us. He chose to sever ties by stealing the books. That lad mentioned he might offend people in the future and fears bringing us trouble. Yang Wenshan is perplexed by the lad's intentions. Were it not for Jiang Weichen's fixation on martial arts, he would have gladly taken him in as a disciple. Meanwhile, after leaving, Jiang Weichen turned down a few streets until he arrived before a grand estate. This was the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang, surrounded predominantly by shops owned by the gang and residences of its members. Upon entering through the main gate, Jiang Weichen observed over 10 individuals already standing in the courtyard. Some bore swords and blades, while others wielded clubs. With a few exceptions, most were quite young. Upon seeing Jiang Weichen, they were momentarily taken aback, for the Black Tiger Gang was not a benevolent society, nor a major martial arts faction. They did not nurture children from a young age, as the time investment was too great, and the gang might not endure long. Most of these individuals sought martial arts training, as the Song dynasty favored literature over martial endeavors, and there were no martial arts schools within the city. Although the Black Tiger Gang could not compare to those martial arts sects, they were at least local power players in Yang City, possessing a few martial arts techniques. Thus, they became the sole option for many. Jiang Weichen felt he had arrived too early, but today was the final day, and he had no choice but to come ahead of schedule. That moment. In the hall ahead, several high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Gang were engaged in conversation. The gang leader, Zhao Qingtian, occupied the foremost seat, flanked by two individuals on either side, Niu Ge, Huang Mengsheng, Li Ziniu, and Zhu Kai. The Black Tiger Gang had been established for 15 years, with Li Ziniu managing the business affairs, including casinos, brothels, and taverns. Zhu Kai oversaw the farmland and tenant management outside the city, while Niu Ge was responsible for recruiting new members, imparting martial skills, and punishing those who violated gang rules. Huang Mengsheng managed financial oversight and supervision, with other miscellaneous matters delegated to subordinate personnel. They had emulated the beggars' sect by establishing positions such as elders and stewards. Among those present, besides Zhao Qingtian, the other four were elders, while capable subordinates served as stewards, managing shops and similar roles. Niu Ge, how many recruits have you gathered? Are there any suitable candidates? Zhao Qingtian inquired with a worried expression. The burly man to his left, with dark skin and muscles like coiling dragons, responded, leader, in total, we have recruited only 20 individuals over the last 2 days, none of whom are suitable. They merely replenish our lost lower-tier personnel. Whether any can become elite members depends on their efforts. Niu Ge understood that Zhao Qingtian's mention of suitable candidates referred to those who had entered the acquired stage of martial arts. Zhao Qingtian sighed and turned to Huang Mengsheng, asking, Elder Huang, do you know if your Huang family might send aid to the Black Tiger Gang? In the city, there were 3 prominent families: the Huang family, the Zhang family, and the Hua family. Originally, these 3 families were more or less equal. But now the Hua family had produced a county magistrate. With the magistrate's backing, the Hua family gained an advantage, causing detriment to the Huang and Zhang families, as the cake of Yang City was finite. If one party benefited, another must suffer. With County Magistrate Hua Wenshuan favoring the Hua family, the Huang and Zhang families found themselves at a disadvantage. Previously, the Zhang family had been in a weaker position, but they had recently produced Zhang Yifeng, who had studied under the Qiu Shui sword sect 50 miles away. Upon his return, he established the Night Pavilion, promptly annihilating the rival Jiao Long association with the backing of the Qiu Shui sword sect. Zhang Yifeng then aimed to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang in one fell swoop. Zhao Qingtian had prepared to abandon his assets and flee, for the Grand Elder of the Qiu Shui sword sect was a master of innate skills. However, the local branch of the beggar sect in Yang City opposed the Night Pavilion's expansion, fearing it would undermine their own standing. Consequently, they prevented the Qiu Shui sword sect from intervening in the conflicts of Yang City, allowing Zhao Qingtian to retain the Black Tiger Gang. Yet the Black Tiger Gang was gradually falling into decline. The primary reason was that the leader of the Night Pavilion, Zhang Yifeng, hailed from the Qiu Shui sword sect and was backed by the Zhang family, who sought to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang and absorb its assets and lands. Though the Huang family had maintained close ties with the Black Tiger Gang and had supported Zhao Qingtian when he founded the gang, he himself was not a Huang family member. The Huang family would not provide him with their full support. Huang Mengsheng was indeed a member of the Huang family, and over the years, he had embezzled considerable funds while consolidating power within the gang, seemingly aiming to make the Black Tiger Gang a mere pawn of the Huang family. Zhao Qingtian had long harbored resentment toward this, but the current situation did not permit him to confront him directly. Chapter 36. The Assessment, Part 1. Upon hearing Zhao Qingtian's inquiry, Huang Mengsheng replied, "Leader, you are aware of the resources required to train a martial artist. Merely feeding them costs several times that of an ordinary person, not to mention other expenses that M.Y. Huang family, while somewhat affluent, has few martial artists to spare." Zhao Qingtian was not swayed by Huang Mengsheng's deceitful words. "Elder Huang, speak plainly to do not forget. If the Black Tiger Gang is annihilated by the Night Pavilion, the Zhang family's power will swiftly surpass that of the Huang family. At that point, your Huang family will become the weakest of the three in Yang City, and life will not be easy." Huang Mengsheng was also aware of this principle. He stated, "I have previously inquired of the clan leader. If the gang leader is willing to grant the Huang family half of the arable land outside the city held by the Black Tiger Gang, then the Huang family shall dispatch guardians to assist in the collective struggle against the Night Pavilion." As soon as Huang Mengsheng finished speaking, Zhu Kai, the overseer of the land, vehemently objected, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? The barren land I have cultivated and the fertile fields I have acquired over the years cannot simply be relinquished for nothing." As the land manager, the reduction of land directly equated to a decrease in his own wealth. "Gang leader, I believe this proposition is not without merit. If we can secure the Huang family's support, we need not fear the Night Pavilion, especially with the Qiu Shui sword sect refraining from interference." At that moment, Li Xinyu interjected, "Li Xinyu, silence. Who doesn't know that you and Huang Mengsheng are practically inseparable? Don't presume I am unaware of your collusion." Li Xinyu, who managed the shop's business, earned significantly more than from his land. Yet his financial contributions were hardly substantial. Meanwhile, Huang Mengsheng, who oversaw financial statistics, voiced no objections. Their relationship was so dubious that even a dog wouldn't believe it. The group erupted into a cacophony of disputes, their voices nearly echoing into the expansive courtyard outside. Zhao Qingtian, seated above, felt somewhat weary. With formidable enemies outside and discord within, he could not envision a path to triumph over the Night Pavilion. At that moment, Niu Gei stepped forward, saying, "Gang leader, time is pressing. I shall take my leave." Although he managed the gang's punishments and recruitment, these matters offered little in the way of profit in a larger sect. He might enjoy the status of a powerful elder, yet in a small gang like the Black Tiger Gang, he was becoming increasingly superfluous. Fortunately, his monthly stipend was delivered punctually, without deductions. Niu Gui entered the courtyard and addressed the 20-odd individuals present, stating, "The Black Tiger Gang is not a charitable institution to join our ranks. One must undergo a test. The stone lock beside me weighs 100 jin. If you can lift it to waist level, you will pass." Upon hearing this, 6 or 7 ragged, emaciated figures in the crowd immediately changed their expressions. Their desire to join the Black Tiger Gang stemmed from the hope of securing a full meal. Yet, given their current state of starvation, how could they possibly lift such a weight to waist height? Jiang Weiqing remained unfazed, as statistics from later periods indicated that untrained adults could lift half their body weight. Naturally, this was applicable to the average person, and nearly half of those present were frail. They were likely to be the ones eliminated. Observing the crowd's reactions, Niu Gui smirked inwardly. The Black Tiger Gang was not a haven for idlers. He pointed to the stone lock, signaling for the first person to step forward and attempt the lift as a small, frail man approached, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength. His face turned crimson. Yet he could only manage to make the stone lock sway, failing to lift it off the ground, that if he cannot afford to eat, you may resort to begging. The beggar's gang would suit you well. Nyoge remarked callously. Next, he then indicated a slightly plump young man. The youth stepped forward, initially attempting to lift the lock with one hand, then switching to both, yet he could only raise it an inch. Just over 3 centimeters, eliminated. Next, the young man hastily pleaded, "Sir, I can read and write, and I have knowledge of mathematics. I beseech you to accept me." Nyoge remained unmoved, replying, "You ought to pursue the imperial examination." "But, sir, I yearn to learn martial arts." The youth's family operated a fish stall, affording him better conditions than most. His father had encouraged him to study for the examination. However, one day, while accompanying his father on a fishing trip, he beheld 2 martial artists engaged in combat by the lakeside. Their agile movements and remarkable leaps left a profound impression on him. From that moment on, he nurtured a dream of gallivanting through the martial world with sword in hand, even spending his father's money intended for scholarly supplies to acquire various martial arts manuals. Unfortunately, after practicing for some time, he achieved nothing and was subsequently beaten by his father. Thus, he reluctantly sought to join the Black Tiger Gang, believing that although its members might not be as formidable as the 2 he had witnessed, they at least possessed martial skills. Nyogue regarded the youth and realized he was yet another misguided individual led astray by tales of chivalrous heroes. Rules are rules. If you cannot lift the weight, you cannot join the gang. The youth immediately responded, "I will pay silver to learn from you." Nyoge, taken aback by such navet, replied, 50 taels a month. "And I will teach you." The youth hesitated but finally said, "Very well, so that I shall return home to ask my father for money and will come tomorrow to learn martial arts." Jiang Weiqing, overhearing their conversation, conceived a way to make money. In this era, the Song dynasty favored literary pursuits over martial ones, and martial artists tended to cling to their own. Aside from sex, there were hardly any martial arts schools. Although Nyo Gue had agreed to teach, he might only impart rudimentary skills to fulfill his obligations. Subsequently, one by one, individuals queued to attempt the lift, and half of the 20-odd participants were eliminated. Finally, Nyo Gue turned to Jiang Weiqing and stated, "You are too young. Return home and come back in a couple of years." Jiang Weiqing stepped forward without hesitation, grasping the handle of the iron lock and effortlessly lifting the large stone lock until his arms were level with his shoulders, the lock resting perfectly at his waist. The 10 or so individuals remaining nearby gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, how formidable! This is somewhat embarrassing, isn't it? Is he truly just a child? I don't think so. He must be a dwarf. Merely short in stature." Nyogue was also somewhat taken aback. Observing Jiang Weiqing's countenance, he inquired, "How old are you?" 9 years. Nyogue regarded Jiang Weiqing's blade in his left hand, contemplating, "Very well. You have passed. You 12 individuals are now ordinary members of the Black Tiger Gang. Arrangements will be made for you tomorrow." "Sir, when shall we begin to learn martial arts?" one of them inquired. Nyogue glanced at him, waved his hand, and a subordinate approached with a tray. "This is the Black Tiger Fist of our gang. With practice, it will strengthen your physique. Should you reach an advanced level, you will acquire practical combat skills, and if your arm strength reaches 200 Jin, you will be considered elite members of the Black Tiger Gang. Elite members will also learn the accompanying breathing techniques. After 10 or 8 years of practice, you may cultivate internal energy. Additionally, elite members will have access to the sword and knife techniques, as well as external skills collected by the Black Tiger Gang." At that moment, a scarred man wielding a long knife asked, "Sir, do you have internal cultivation techniques?" Nyogue looked at him and replied, "Indeed, those who achieve great merit may be taught. However, you are too old and have surpassed the optimal age for internal cultivation. You will not achieve much." He then glanced at Jiang Weiqing and added, "You still have a chance." Jiang Weiqing remained unfazed. The Black Tiger Gang lacked innate abilities, and their internal cultivation might not even surpass his own. The best internal techniques were likely those practiced by the gang leader, yet such methods would never be passed down casually, regardless of one's achievements. Hearing this, the burly man cast a jealous glance at Jiang Weiqing. Chapter 37. The Assessment, Part 2. Very well. You are now ordinary members, receiving 5 taels of silver each month. Subsequently, you will be assigned to work in gambling houses, brothels, and other industries. When you meet the requirements for elite member assessment, you may request an evaluation, and upon passing, you will become elite members of the Black Tiger Gang, receiving 50 taels of silver monthly and overseeing a territory with 10 subordinates. Currently, Our Black Tiger gang has just over 40 elite members. Above the elite members are the stewards and elders that as soon as Niu Gui finished speaking, the scarred man interjected, "Sir, I wish to participate in the elite member assessment." Niu Gui shook his head. "You have just acquired the Black Tiger Fist and have not attained an advanced level. Go back and practice before returning." The man retorted, "Sir, the requirement for elite members is practical combat capability. I do not practice fist techniques, but I am proficient with a knife. Ordinary members, aside from possessing a fist manual, were nearly indistinguishable from the common laborers outside. They were merely preparatory members of the Black Tiger gang." Niu Gui did not oppose this. He had encountered similar situations before. "Very well. First lift the stone lock. It must reach waist level to pass. Then you will spar with a recently promoted disciple. If you endure for a quarter of an hour, you will be deemed to have passed." The burly man approached the 200-gene stone lock, exerting both hands forcefully. The lock was gradually raised, yet it grew increasingly challenging. Upon reaching waist height, his arms had to be level with his shoulders. The man's face flushed, but he ultimately met the requirement. Once Niu Gui nodded, the man exhaled in relief, and the stone lock crashed to the ground. Niu Gui called out to the 4 or 5 individuals standing nearby. "Li San, spar with him." That a young man clad in a dark blue robe, brandishing a long sword, stepped forward and asked, "Elder, will you not allow him a moment to rest?" The burly man had just lifted the stone lock and was clearly in poor condition. He needed at least a moment to catch his breath. Niu Gui shot a glare at Li San, who had repeatedly questioned him. Though his inquiries were reasonable, they lacked deference. Observing the man's scarred face, it was evident he was a formidable figure, and such individuals required a lesson in respect that Li San, intimidated by Niu Gui's glare, quickly stepped forward and said, "Begin." Upon finishing his words without granting the other party a chance to respond, he drew his sword from its sheath and lunged directly at the burly man. The man hastily bent down to pick up the knife from the ground in a frantic effort to defend himself, but he was soon forced to retreat repeatedly, harboring a deep-seated resentment, taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. "Once I pass the assessment, I shall make you pay dearly." Jiang Weiqing observed the fierce confrontation between the two, meticulously analyzing the situation, envisioning himself in their place, and felt entirely capable of handling it. Moreover, he was confident that he could lift the 200-pound stone lock with both hands. After 3 to 4 months of practicing health cultivation techniques to establish a solid foundation, he had also supplemented his training with nourishing foods and medicinal baths during this period. The 5-animal play, being quite comprehensive, had not only strengthened his internal organs, but also enhanced his muscle power and agility. Now, aside from his height, his strength had exceeded that of an average person. After comparing himself to others, Jiang Weiqing realized he, too, needed to participate in the elite member assessment. After all, the ordinary members earned merely 5 taels of silver a month, which was hardly sufficient. Even the 50 taels allotted to elite members, when spent on feasting and medicinal baths, might not be enough. After a few exchanges, the burly man, whose breath had become erratic from the outset, was ultimately defeated. Niu Gui immediately declared, "Assessment failed. Start as an ordinary disciple." He then asked, "Is there anyone else wishing to participate in the assessment?" Following his inquiry, 3 or 4 others stepped forward to give it a try. The result was disappointing. Only one person managed to lift the stone lock, but was swiftly defeated in practice, suffering a cut on his arm from his own sword. This individual clearly lacked any swordsmanship training, not even possessing the basics that at this moment. Jiang Weiqing stepped forward, setting aside his cleaver, positioning his feet outward, and slightly crouching down. "Kid, are you putting on a show, or what?" "Forget it. Seeing your young age, I'll let you be my subordinate," mocked Li San, who had just failed his assessment and was injured by his own sword. Jiang Weiqing paid him no heed, gripping the stone handle firmly, drawing strength from his waist to his arms, and with a powerful upward motion, he began to lift the stone lock. Gradually, he stood upright, the center of the stone lock perfectly aligned with his waist. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Niu Gui was also taken aback. While lifting 100 pounds at the age of 9 was one thing, lifting 200 pounds was quite extraordinary. Not hearing the confirmation of his success, Jiang Weiqing turned slightly to look at Niu Gui, who, regaining his composure, remarked, "That will do." He then inquired, "Kid, have you cultivated internal energy?" Jiang Weiqing shook his head. Although he possessed the internal cultivation techniques and could forcibly refine internal energy, He was not inclined to do so until his foundation was firmly established that a solid foundation would lead to purer internal energy and a stronger physique, allowing for greater capacity for internal energy in the future. He was not short-sighted enough to begin cultivating internal energy at the expense of his vitality. Cultivating internal energy was a process of refining essence into chi, if he did not solidify his foundation and enhance his depth. Premature cultivation could hinder his physical development. Nyoge, filled with delight, exclaimed, "So you possess innate strength? Kid, if you become my disciple, I shall impart to you my cultivation method." The iron cloth shirt that Li San and the others who had just joined looked at Jiang Weiqing with envy. Their gazes tinged with jealousy. Having set down the stone lock and picked up his knife, Jiang Weiqing felt tempted by the offer. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Had the offer been for a technique that balanced internal and external cultivation, he might have accepted. Yet, the iron cloth shirt seemed rather lacking that I in the realm of martial arts. The iron cloth shirt was merely an external technique focused on hardening the skin, requiring relentless beating with various external objects. Countless skin cells were likely destroyed in the process, and although it might be coupled with medicinal baths, it still inflicted severe harm on the body. After the age of 40, a series of injuries and ailments would inevitably follow. If he were to cultivate, it would be the Golden Bell Shield. He would not compromise his health for the sake of mere defense. Having pondered this, Jiang Weiqing politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I am a practitioner of the blade and cannot endure the hardships of physical training." Nyogue expressed some regret, but said nothing further. Over the years, he had trained in the iron cloth shirt, initially using wooden sticks for beating, then iron rods, and finally blunt weapons, and he had now begun to use ordinary sharp blades. However, it was still limited to defending against ordinary weapons wielded by those of lower realms. Against those with innate strength or martial artists who had opened the 12 meridians, he would be defenseless. Cultivating internal strength entailed a process where every 2 open meridians counted as 1 layer. Opening all 12 meridians marked the pinnacle of the acquired realm, enabling internal energy to circulate in a small microcosmic orbit, significantly enhancing one's power. Until all 12 meridians were fully opened, improvements were minimal, primarily relying on the advancement of martial skills. This is why individuals of lower realms in the martial world tend to rely heavily on weapons, whereas those of higher realms often fight barehanded. Now nearing 40, he knew that his condition would begin to decline post-40, that he simply wished to amass wealth, planning to retire from the martial world and become a wealthy gentleman. Chapter 38. The initial display of blade technique, since you are unwilling to accept me as your master. "Let us commence the assessment with practice," Nyogue declared. Upon hearing this, Li San immediately approached and said, "Kid, how dare you refuse Elder Nyo's good intentions to take you as a disciple?" After speaking, Li San turned and ingratiatingly added, "Elder Nyo, rest assured, I shall teach this ignorant child a lesson." Nyoge remained silent, but did not intervene. That I in the martial world, strength dictated respect. Even major sects often oppress their disciples, let alone their gang. "Child, ungrateful as you are, allow your grandpa, Li, to teach you the ways of the martial world." Jiang Weiqing felt a twinge of displeasure at Li San's words. Before Li San could draw his sword, Jiang Weiqing had already unsheathed his blade. The blade flashed like a streak of lightning, leaving the onlookers only with a blur of shadows. Clang! The draw and sheathing of the sword were executed in a single fluid motion. Li San had not even had time to react. His sword had been drawn only halfway when he felt a sudden chill beneath him. Looking down, he discovered that his belt had been severed, causing his trousers to slip down to his ankles. Nyoge took a sharp breath. The others, bewildered, wondered how Li San's trousers had fallen. Had he even drawn his sword? It seemed he had, as they caught a glimpse of the fleeting shadows. But it was astonishingly swift. Who could react to such speed? If every strike was executed with such rapidity, who could possibly defend against it? At that moment, Zhao Qingtian and his companions arrived at the hall entrance. Witnessing this scene unfold, Zhao Qingtian turned to Li Ziniu, known for his mountain-cutting blade, and inquired, "Elderly, what do you think of his blade work?" Though Jiang Weiqing's strikes were rapid, they posed no threat to someone of Li Ziniu's caliber, who had reached the 8th layer of the acquired realm. Even in close quarters, he could respond in time. As long as he could react, there was no danger. Li Ziniu, astonished, replied fast, incredibly fast, faster than Elder Huang's Gale blade. If caught off guard, no one below the 6th layer of the acquired realm, who hasn't opened the 12 meridians, could withstand it. Huang Mingxing said nothing further, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Weiqing, whose form flickered in the square. Zhao Qingtian remarked, "What a promising talent. It's a pity we lack the time for him to grow. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of our Black Tiger gang." That Eli Zinnia felt a surge of eagerness and said, "Chief, I will go and ask him how he achieved such speed." Being a practitioner of the blade himself, he had earned the title of Mountain Cutting Blade in Yang City through a set of blade techniques. While his blade work was grand and sweeping, it lacked the astonishing speed Jiang Weiqing had displayed, and if he could attain such speed, his combat prowess would rival that of the chief, perhaps even surpassing it. He was at the 7th layer of the acquired realm, while the chief was only at the 8th layer. The gap was not insurmountable. The significant disparities in the acquired realm primarily lay within 2 stages. One was the distinction between having opened the 12 meridians and not, and the other was the connection of the Run and Du meridians. Once the 12 meridians were opened, internal energy could flow in a microcosmic orbit, leading to a substantial boost in strength. Connecting the Run and Du meridians allowed for a macrocosmic circulation of internal energy, enabling the absorption of faint natural energies, further enhancing one's power. Outside of these 2 stages, the difference made by opening 1 or 2 additional meridians was negligible. One's combat effectiveness relied heavily on the mastery of martial techniques. That Eli Zinnia hurried forward with excitement, reaching Jiang Weiqing and eagerly asking, "Kid, tell me, how did you achieve such speed? What is your training regimen?" As Li Zinnia's voice rang out, the crowd snapped back to reality from their shock. That Eli San quickly bent down to pull up his pants. Feeling humiliated and furious, scanning the surroundings, he realized that, after the initial astonishment, laughter began to erupt. The newcomers struggled to suppress their laughter, while the 3 or 4 colleagues nearby laughed unabashedly. That Eli San, you truly have embarrassed yourself, having your belt cut by a mere child. One remarked, that wasn't your assessment a result of Zhang in going easy on you just 3 days ago. Hearing the laughter, Li Zinnia barked, "Silence. All of you step aside. Can't you see I'm inquiring?" Instantly the square fell silent, and Jiang Weiqing, unreserved, replied, "If the elder were to draw his sword 1,000 times each day, he too could achieve this. The art of drawing the sword fundamentally lacks any intricate techniques. It merely requires the mastery of the correct grip, followed by relentless daily practice." Jiang Weiqing has honed his skills in the Hall of Tao for 9 years, performing the draw tens of thousands of times each day, culminating in a seamless motion of drawing and sheathing the blade. In the end, his speed was such that only a flash of sword light could be perceived. In reality, Jiang Weiqing has only trained for half a month, due to the necessity of dividing his focus to cultivate other skills. He has managed to draw the sword merely hundreds of times, still far from achieving that remarkable velocity. Moreover, the art of drawing the sword is exceedingly taxing on one's spirit. The first strike is the most formidable, but subsequent draws become progressively weaker after sheathing the blade, rendering it unsuitable for group combat. That if the initial strike fails to vanquish the opponent, there is little reason to attempt further draws, necessitating the consideration of alternative methods of combat. Eli Zinnia, somewhat skeptical, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Weiqing. "Young man, you are not deceiving this old man, are you? Should I discover that you have misled me, you should be well aware of the consequences." Jiang Weiqing felt a surge of irritation within. How dare he threaten me after I have provided this information? Though displeased, he understood that he must lower his head under the eaves of another and replied, "Elder, if you persist in training for 3 months, you will ascertain whether I have spoken falsely." Eli Zinnia regarded Jiang Weiqing with a mixture of belief and doubt and replied, "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. If it proves effective, I will take you as my disciple." With that, Li Zinnia turned and departed. Jiang Weiqing found himself at a loss for words, faced with someone who regarded the act of taking a disciple as a grand gift. At this moment, he had no need for a master, as those at the postnatal realm had little to teach him. Now that he possessed the technique, he need only rehearse it once in the Hall of Tao before he could commence rapid cultivation in reality. While he did not possess the innate talent of Qiao Feng, who could grasp techniques at a glance and master them upon learning, the Hall of Tao would ensure that his progress would not be slow. Niu Gui then remarked, "You are now an elite member of the Black Tiger Gang. You will receive the privileges befitting such status. However, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities, such as guarding our territory and participating in skirmishes. Ordinary members lack any real combat ability and merely perform menial tasks, refraining from engaging in battle. Only upon mastering the Black Tiger Fist to a significant degree and acquiring a certain level of combat proficiency will one ascend to elite member status. Nevertheless, even ordinary members may not be entirely safe at present, given the severe conflicts between the two factions. Jiang Weichen had chosen to join the Black Tiger Gang, fully prepared for the bloodshed, as he had intended to enhance his combat experience. Now, he merely wished to inquire about the additional benefits he might receive beyond the basic 50 taels of silver. Elder, may I ask what privileges elite members enjoy? The methods of breathing and meditation for the Black Tiger Fist allow for the acquisition of a weapon and the selection of a martial technique that I am responsible for these matters. And you may choose now. The Black Tiger Fist should be regarded as a foundational martial art, for Niu Gui had mentioned that with 8 to 10 years of cultivation, one might distill a trace of pure internal energy. However, the time investment is considerable. Returning to internal cultivation after 8 or 10 years would be rather late. After all, the majority of people are ordinary, not akin to Su Zhu or Duan Yu, who receive aid or absorb energy effortlessly. They do not need to endure the arduous path of cultivation. Chapter 39. The Harsh Reality Elder. I choose the sword as my weapon, but I am uncertain about the available martial techniques. Jiang Weichen, having practiced with the sword for so long, did not intend to switch weapons and planned to continue his training. The masters of demigods and semi-devils rarely relied on weapons. Qiao Feng wielded the dog-beating stick, but seldom used it. Duan Yu, Murong Fu, Tianshan Tonglao, and the sweeping monk, among others, rarely resorted to weapons, primarily because at higher levels of mastery, their techniques became so powerful that they no longer feared the weapons of others, thereby diminishing their reliance on such tools. Furthermore, the cultivation of weapons had not kept pace. In the world of demigods and semi-devils, weaponry was limited to technical aspects, emphasizing techniques over the deeper essence of martial arts. Only Zhuo Bufan, after 30 arduous years of training on Changbai Mountain, managed to cultivate sword energy, while others failed to do so. Yet despite having mastered sword energy, Zhuo Bufan was a tragic figure, having only managed to intimidate the people of the 36 caves and 72 islands with his swordsmanship before falling into misfortune. Eventually, he faced the extraordinary Su Zhu, who had absorbed centuries of internal energy from the three elders. How could he possibly stand a chance? Decades later, Dugu Qiubai would formulate the 5 realms of swordsmanship, paving a path for future sword practitioners. Alas, the world had grown weak, and martial arts regressed. Aside from the emergence of Zhang Sanfeng, there has been no further development in martial arts, which has even begun to decline. Jiang Weichen, however, had access to the Hall of Dao, allowing him to save a significant amount of time. He was unconvinced that he could not forge a path in the art of swordsmanship. At that moment, Niu Gui stated, the available martial techniques include Lufeng Sword Technique, Shattered Stone Fist, Taizu Long Fist, Kai Mountain Palm, Zhanlong Blade, and Fuhu Fist. Elite members form the backbone of the Black Tiger Gang, so we possess a fairly comprehensive array of techniques. In addition, each elder has contributed their unique skills and internal cultivation methods for elite members to choose from. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weichen inquired, Elder, why is there no mention of lightness techniques? Niu Gui retorted. What do you, who have yet to cultivate any internal energy, seek in lightness techniques? He himself had not cultivated such skills, for lightness techniques required the unblocking of leg meridians and the presence of internal energy to be executed. His own training focused purely on external martial arts, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Kai Mountain Palm, which rendered him somewhat clumsy when pitted against those who had opened their meridians, with only one sword technique available. Jiang Weichen could only select the Zhanlong Blade. As for fist techniques, he deemed them unnecessary, that in the early stages, it was advantageous to wield a weapon. Fighting barehanded would place him at a distinct disadvantage. Additionally, he had already acquired the Taizu Long Fist. Although lacking a heart technique, it would suffice, and the Black Tiger Gang would not have access to particularly formidable fist techniques. After some discussion, a disciple presented Jiang Weichen with a long sword and a manual of sword techniques, along with a complete volume of the Black Tiger Fist. Niu Gui warned, the methods are strictly confidential. If they are divulged, you will face broken limbs and expulsion from the gang. Jiang Weichen nodded in acknowledgement. And then Nyoge continued, "Now that you all possess techniques, should you have any questions, you may come to consult me." Before the others could express their joy, Nyoge added, "Of course, ordinary members are charged 5 taels for a day's guidance, while elite members will pay 20 taels." That he was responsible for overseeing these matters, having dabbled in all martial techniques, though he was not proficient in many. Originally, new members received a month of free guidance. But now that others had the opportunity to earn, he could no longer rely solely on shared profits. Thus, the previously free guidance had transformed into a paid service. Jiang Weichen was indifferent to this change, as he had the Hall of Dao and did not require Niu Gui's instruction. After Niu Gui had finished his remarks, he summoned a disciple to lead Jiang Weichen and the others to their accommodations before departing. Their lodgings were situated in an alley adjacent to the main hall, and Jiang Weichen was relieved to have passed the assessment. Elite members enjoyed independent quarters, whereas ordinary members were relegated to large communal sleeping areas. Crammed together with 7 or 8 individuals, devoid of any privacy and surrounded by Borishem Ian that as he passed the entrance, he could detect the sour odor wafting from within. Nevertheless, as Ma Songjiang, who was guiding them, explained, the Black Tiger Gang had 300 to 400 ordinary members. Some worked in shops throughout the city, others toiled as overseers in fields outside the city, and some were mere thugs on the streets. Those unwilling to pay protection fees to the Black Tiger Gang would find these ruffians sent to harass them. With such a multitude, providing each individual with a private room would impose a significant financial burden on the gang. Thus, only the 30 to 40 elite members were afforded independent quarters that as for the higher-ranking stewards and elders, they either resided in the main hall or had purchased homes within the city, many of whom were locals living in their own houses. "Zhou Jie, your room is already occupied. You must vacate it immediately," Ma Songjiang declared as he led Jiang Weichen to a particular house and pushed open the door. Jiang Weichen followed him inside and found a middle-aged man sitting by the bed, his chest and thigh wrapped in bandages. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jie bellowed, "Ma Songjiang, are you taking revenge? My injuries have yet to heal. And you come to drive me out? There are plenty of other rooms. Even if I am taking revenge, what of it? Previously, you were quite arrogant, looking down upon me due to your superior skills. Now that you are half-crippled, do you expect me to refrain from seeking vengeance? Moreover, the gang has already provided you with severance pay. You are no longer a member of the Black Tiger Gang." Zhou Jie seethed with anger, but knew the truth of the matter. Had it not been for his still healing injuries, he would have departed long ago, that he had saved some money and combined with the severance pay. He had a sum that could easily draw envy. Although the Black Tiger Gang offered a period of protection for those who sacrificed for the gang, there were always loopholes, already rendered incapable. He was an easy target for those who sought to take advantage of him. Ma, do not be too arrogant that I in our line of work, if one cannot ascend to a high position, there will be no favorable outcome. And even those who do rise may not fare well. That A Songjiang did not counter this statement, merely replying, "You may not live to see that day." The Black Tiger Gang did not permit members to resign unless they were too old or incapacitated. If one could not rise in rank, they would have to endure until they were old enough to resign or find an easier occupation. However, small gangs were inherently unstable. Few could last for decades, and even fewer members could persist until old age. Most would either be injured or perish along the way. Jiang Weichen observed quietly, devoid of sympathy or pity. Having chosen this path, one must bear the consequences. If he did not strive with courage and diligence, one day it might be his turn to face such a fate. When that time came, who would offer him compassion? No, I fear it is more akin to adding insult to injury. Zhou Jie gathered his belongings and limped away. A Songjiang watched him pack. Noticing he took only a few pieces of clothing, yet no valuables were in sight, he inwardly mused, where on earth has this scoundrel Zhou Jie hidden the money? Has he concealed it in another location or entrusted it to a money house? There were no banknotes to be found either, as he had hoped to seize an opportunity for profit that evening. Ma Songjiang remarked, "Brother, I shall take my leave now. Your work arrangements will be finalized tomorrow or the day after." Jiang Weichen cupped his hands in response, saying, "Thank you very much." After Ma Songjiang departed, Jiang Weichen began to tidy the house, which was modest in size, containing only a kitchen, a bedroom, and a small courtyard of less than 10 square meters. Nevertheless, it was ample for Jiang Weichen. The kitchen was immaculate, devoid of any cooking utensils. indicating that Zhou Jie had not prepared meals that he tidied the bedroom, discarding the filthy remnants left by Zhou Jie, including the bedding, just as he was about to dispose of them. A beggar on the street requested them. Jiang Weiqin then purchased new bedding, along with some kitchenware and a clay pot, not for his own cooking, but for the preparation of medicinal dishes. However, he would have to wait until the end of the month for his salary to afford the necessary herbs, a tea present. He had little money left, but he could dine at the Black Tiger Gang's tavern, where he could keep a tab to be by the time he finished his tasks. Night had fallen, and Jiang Weiqin prepared to practice the 5 animal frolics, only to find Zhou Jie returning unexpectedly. As Jiang Weiqin opened the courtyard gate, he saw Zhou Jie hastily enter the house, disregarding his leg injury, and rushed to a corner of the wall, where he dug into the earth and retrieved a parcel wrapped in oiled paper. Upon opening it, he discovered several banknotes and a dozen taels of silver, all intact, which relieved him. The Song dynasty had already implemented banknotes, known as Jiaozi 30 to 40 years prior. Once he confirmed the amount, he hastily greeted Jiang Weiqin, saying, "Pardon my intrusion, I must take my leave now," and with a wary expression, he exited the courtyard. Jiang Weiqin said nothing, realizing that Zhou Jie had refrained from retrieving it earlier for fear that Ma Songjiang might develop greed. His urgency to return now stemmed from the concern that Jiang Weiqin might discover his hidden silver. After locating it, he quickly departed, remaining vigilant against Jiang Weiqin, wary that the latter might harbor similar greed. After all, Zhou Jie was still in a state of injury, and Jiang Weiqin's ability to reside in an independent courtyard suggested he possessed certain skills. Watching Zhou Jie vanish into the night, Jiang Weiqin murmured, "The one you ought to be wary of is not me, but someone else entirely, that if Zhou Jie were to return discreetly after some time, it would be understandable." However, his immediate return was clearly reckless. As Zhou Jie hurried inside, Jiang Weiqin heard a commotion near the courtyard wall. Since taking up the practice of the 5 animal frolics and the 8th-section brocade, his hearing had become somewhat more acute than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with over a month of survival experience in the wild, he noted the sound when someone began to climb the courtyard wall. Zhou Jie was being followed, oblivious to it was highly likely that this individual was Ma Songjiang. Jiang Weiqin chose not to intervene, as the two had no connection. There was no need to establish an enemy within the Black Tiger Gang, that he was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Observing Zhou Jie disappear into the darkness, he noticed a masked figure following closely behind. Choosing not to interfere, he simply closed the courtyard gate and commenced his daily training routine. Chapter 40. Waves surge in multitudes the following day. Huang Mengxing personally arrived at his residence. "Jiang Weiqin, your upcoming task is to guard the venue. You now have 2 choices, the brothel or the gambling den." Jiang Weiqin was about to respond without hesitation when Huang Mengxing added, "Of course, there is also a third option." Taken aback, Jiang Weiqin wondered why Huang Mengxing would come in person for such a trivial matter. It became apparent that he was waiting here. Typically, when someone speaks of a third choice, it comes with certain conditions. "Elder Huang, may I inquire what the third option is, and what conditions accompany it?" Huang Mengxing, upon hearing Jiang Weiqin's words, replied, "It is simple to converse with an astute individual. I have already inquired about your circumstances. You are a person of great potential. This elder can take you under my wing, even accept you as my disciple, with your monthly remuneration doubled." Jiang Weiqin remained silent, recognizing yet another who viewed taking on a disciple as a form of bestowal. For others, it may indeed be a favor, but not for him. Huang Mengxing's level of understanding was far too shallow to be his master. Jiang Weiqin chose not to speak, but awaited the terms. "That I have heard that you pilfered medical texts from Yang Wenshan. Hand over the medical books to me, and I assure you that regardless of how the Black Tiger Gang evolves, you shall remain unscathed. That as long as the Black Tiger Gang exists, I will protect you. Should it fall, the Huang family will safeguard you." Yang Wenshan, that old fellow, was once the most renowned physician in Yangqing, and he was aware that there were dubious matters surrounding events from years past. The Yang family had been practicing medicine in Yangqing for 3 generations, and the son of the man wrongfully accused upon his initial practice had now become the 4th generation. Yet, no matter how skilled or reputable one might be, such accolades could not withstand the machinations of the powerful. Despite the tarnished reputation, the medical skills were undeniably genuine. The Huang family sought to thrive, and the legacy of both martial and medical knowledge was indispensable. Jiang Weiqin sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, No one rises early without the promise of profit. The medical texts were a family heirloom of the Yangs, and he could not simply part with them as a favor to anyone. Adopting a facade of indignation, he declared, "Elder Huang, I indeed labored greatly to steal 5 medical books, but I am uncertain how they were lost." Huang Mingxing's gaze sharpened as he fixed a stare on Jiang Weiqin, saying, "Young man, are you certain they were lost?" Jiang Weiqin replied, "Elder, after I stole the medical texts and left the crowd, I realized they were missing. I suspect there was a pickpocket among the onlookers." With a fierce expression, he continued, "Do not let me discover who it was. I had barely glanced at them before they were taken, as if my youth and inexperience were being exploited." He then added, "I immediately came to the Black Tiger Gang, hoping to leverage its influence to investigate. Elder, you are well acquainted with Yangsheng, and I trust you can assist me in identifying the thief. Should we find them, I will ensure that Elder Huang receives a copy or an impression of the texts." Huang Mingxing regarded Jiang Weiqin, who spoke with such conviction, and sensed he was not lying. Nevertheless, he planned to search Jiang Weiqin's quarters during his upcoming assignment. Without achieving the desired outcome, Huang Mingxing resigned himself and said, "Since they have been stolen, let it be that I will investigate." That he then inquired, "Setting aside the matter of the medical texts, would you be willing to serve under me?" Jiang Weiqin promptly cupped his hands and replied, "I am willing to offer my utmost efforts for the elder." Huang Mingxing's expression brightened as he said, "Excellent. You shall guard the gambling den for a few months, after which I will promote you to a steward. Thank you for your support, elder." Huang Mingxing, satisfied, approached the door, only to suddenly recall something and turn back to ask, "By the way, how did you cultivate the sword technique you used yesterday? Is there a manual?" Jiang Weiqin felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. He had received no tangible benefits, only a verbal promise, and now Huang Mingxing sought to claim others' techniques. However, there was indeed little to conceal regarding the sword-drawing technique, especially since few could manage to draw their sword 1,000 times daily. Without the ability to practice consistently, the effectiveness would be minimal. Hence he saw no reason to make an enemy unnecessarily. "Elder, there are no special techniques. Merely draw the sword 1,000 times each day. And after 3 years, one can strike with incredible swiftness that I previously had no sword technique, just the repetitive practice of drawing and sheathing the sword." Huang Mingxing felt somewhat disappointed, yet his regard for Jiang Weiqin rose. If he could achieve such results through self-exploration, just imagine the potential if someone were to impart knowledge. He said, "Serve me well, and I will not treat you unjustly." "Yes, elder." Huang Mingxing has departed, and Jiang Weiqin bows to bid him farewell. Observing his receding figure, he muses to himself, "If you truly hold affection for me, I shall undoubtedly repay you tenfold. However, if your intentions are merely to exploit me, hoping that a few small favors will bind my heart, then you are sorely mistaken. Jiang Weiqin is not a man of this era, and after enduring so much, he would not serve anyone. His only desire now is to avenge his parents and to live for himself." From demanding medical texts from Huang Mingxing to seeking the art of drawing the sword, Jiang Weiqin has discerned that he is a man of insatiable greed. Such a person could never genuinely treat him with sincerity. He merely seeks to utilize him. Coincidentally, Jiang Weiqin also requires a support system, making this alliance mutually beneficial, a mere exchange of utility that as time gradually passes. Jiang Weiqin diligently cultivates his health and foundational skills while simultaneously practicing the Black Tiger Fist. The Black Tiger Fist comprises only 12 techniques, and when combined with breath control, it is indeed effective for bodily conditioning. However, this martial art is incomplete. It cannot strengthen the internal organs and primarily focuses on the muscles and bones of the hands, rendering it a specialized technique that it is unlikely that one could establish a solid foundation relying solely on such a method. Thus, Jiang Weiqin prioritizes the practice of the 5-animal play and the 8-section brocade. With his boxing style rooted in the Taizu long fist, as for the obtained the waves blade technique, Jiang Weiqin has also commenced his training. While the blade techniques are not particularly intricate, they possess merit, emphasizing momentum and the principle of overpowering opponents with force. The it stresses that once the blade is drawn, it must cleave through even the mightiest of waves. The blade technique consists of 6 forms, with the one Jiang Weiqin values most being the waves surge 1,000 layers. This technique is a simple slash, yet it emphasizes the accumulation of momentum. Like ocean waves, one slash follows another, each one building upon the strength of the last. Ultimately, the number of effective strikes depends on one's cultivation level and training proficiency. Jiang Weichen does not rush to practice in the Yandao Hall. He possesses only one opportunity for simulation, that he must preserve it for contingencies. For now, his foundational blade techniques and the art of drawing the sword suffice, so there is no need for haste. Fortunately, his foundational blade techniques have reached a pinnacle level, allowing him to quickly grasp the fundamentals of the slash-the-waves blade technique that in just 3 days, he has progressed from a novice to an adept. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed that on this particular evening, Jiang Weichen is stationed on the top floor of the Four Seas Gambling House. The Four Seas Gambling House is an enterprise of the Black Tiger Gang, with one located in the east of the city and another in the south. Jiang Weichen has been assigned to oversee this establishment, though he is not the highest authority present, due to the substantial flow of funds in the gambling house. Security is reinforced here, featuring a postnatal 6th-level steward, Qin Xiao, as the combat representative, a postnatal 4th-level cheat, skilled in gambling, responsible for ensuring profitability, and a postnatal 5th-level manager overseeing finances. Alongside Jiang Weichen, there are 8 elite members and over a dozen ordinary members. These 2 gambling houses collectively command nearly half of the Black Tiger Gang's manpower. Furthermore, the gambling house operates around the clock, with no curfew in place. Curfews apply only to ordinary citizens. Those who frequent the gambling house are certainly not common folk. Jiang Weichen is tasked with maintaining order during the night, which is the most perilous time. While disturbances during the day are met with some caution, nighttime is a realm of true violence. As long as ordinary citizens are not indiscriminately harmed, thereby disrupting the order of Yang City, the county magistrate remains indifferent. Regardless of who wins or loses, a share of the profits is always allotted to him. Yet this evening, Jiang Weichen's fortune seems to be lacking. Chapter 41. Bloodshed in this era, which severely lacks entertainment facilities, the Four Seas Gambling House appears particularly lively at night. There are those throwing dice, playing 5-wood, and even engaging in cockfighting and cricket battles. Nearly every form of betting can be witnessed within the establishment. When Jiang Weichen first arrived, he was curious enough to observe, but he quickly lost interest. Subsequently, he spent his nights on the upper floor, either reading or practicing. This evening, as usual, Jiang Weichen sits in his room on the upper floor, engrossed in a Confucian text he purchased from the Wenxin bookstore. Although he longs to study Taoist literature, he finds many Taoist terms elusive, rendering the texts incomprehensible. Left with no choice, Jiang Weichen settles for some Confucian classics to broaden his knowledge, but he also wishes to delve into the medical texts given to him by Elder Yang. But the upper room is merely a temporary resting place for the station personnel, making it inconvenient due to the crowd. Brother Jiang, are you preparing for the imperial examination with all this reading and training every night? Quips Ma Songjiang, who is stationed alongside him. The station personnel enjoy a relatively easy time when no disturbances arise. They either gamble downstairs or rest upstairs, only needing to intervene during chaos. Without raising his head, Jiang Weichen replies, reading cultivates wisdom. There is much benefit in reading widely, and one need not necessarily aim for the imperial examination. How could Huang Shang create the Nine Manual? It was not only due to his high comprehension, but also because he immersed himself in a wealth of texts. What use is there in reading so many books? As long as you understand the martial arts manuals, that suffices. A Songjiang responds non-committally, and Jiang Weichen refrains from elaborating further. Brother, lend me some money. Would you? I intend to gamble a bit. If I win back the losses, I shall repay you, Ma Songjiang says, his interest piqued by the ruckus below. Half a month prior, he had robbed a severely wounded Zhou Jie, acquiring nearly 1,000 taels of silver. However, in his desire to humiliate Zhou Jie, he wished to see him beg for alms, reduced to a beggar, so he committed robbery without murder. Little did he know that Zhou Jie would report him to the Black Tiger Gang, forcing him to surrender half of his spoils to the enforcer, Niu Gui, thus avoiding further repercussions. Zhou Jie, having left the Black Tiger Gang without receiving proper justice, is now left with unhealed wounds. Reduced to begging in the city, becoming a member of the beggar clan. Now, Ma Songjiang's daily amusement lies in visiting the beggar Zhou Jie. Unfortunately, the money he had just acquired was lost at the gambling table. Though they are also members of the Black Tiger Gang, they receive no favors at the gambling table. Jiang Weichen sets down his book and states, "Do I appear to be wealthy? I am currently dining on credit. The blades provided by the Black Tiger Gang have all been sold, allowing him to purchase books. Those blades were merely standard long swords of mediocre quality. Having become accustomed to his cleaver, he has no plans to switch weapons for now. Once he has the means, he intends to commission a superior blade that as the two converse. A sudden shout erupts from below. The Dark Knight Pavilion is attacking. All personnel prepare for battle. Protect the assets of the gambling house. Jiang Weichen and Ma Songjiang swiftly arm themselves and exit their room, only to hear a commanding voice. The Dark Knight Pavilion is on a mission. All irrelevant individuals swiftly evacuate. The leader, a middle-aged man named Shun Fei, draws the long sword strapped to his back and leaps forward, cleaving the sign of the Four Seas gambling house in two to beside a gambling table. A shrewd man remarks, "Officer Song, it seems tonight's losses can be recouped. Ha. What losses do you intend to report, Captain He?" Another responds that, of course, the more, the better, but too much would be unwise. Let us report double the amount. There will be future opportunities. After Shun Fei smashed the plaque and entered the Sea-High gambling house, chaos ensued as he began to wreak havoc, preparing to seize the gleaming silver on the table. Meanwhile, Jiang Weichen and Ma Songjiang also rushed down, resulting in an immediate clash between those intent on robbing and those determined to resist. Some gamblers in the establishment chose to hide and watch the spectacle, while the timid hastily gathered their belongings and departed. These patrons held a certain status within the city, and thus neither side would dare to inflict harm upon them, lest they provoke widespread outrage. Furthermore, the Sea-High gambling house would need to compensate for any losses incurred or risk losing their clientele in the future. Jiang Weichen found himself engaged in combat with two sword-wielders, whose techniques were rather rudimentary. It remained unclear whether their affiliation with the Dark Knight Pavilion was due to a connection with the Qiushui sword sect, or if they had merely inherited sword techniques from them. Regardless, a significant number of individuals within the Dark Knight Pavilion favored the sword as their weapon of choice. Jiang Weichen opted not to employ the drawn blade technique, but instead fought using the chopping waves blade technique. These two adversaries were not formidable. They had likely not cultivated inner strength, making them suitable sparring partners for Jiang Weichen, as he could identify the deficiencies in his own technique through combat. However, the assailants had come prepared, outnumbering the forces of the Sea-High gambling house. The manager seized the opportunity to excuse himself, claiming he was off to seek reinforcements at the headquarters that ASA result. They quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Within moments, 2 of the 8 elite members of the Sea-High gambling house had perished, Ma Songjiang being one of them, that in the upper tier of the gambling den. A cheat wielded a steel chain connected at both ends to 2 large dice, which he swung with ferocity, leveraging his reach to fend off 2 opponents of equal rank. Qin Xiao engaged in a back-and-forth struggle with Shun Fei, the leader of the opposing faction, but alas, Shun Fei had an accomplice. With 4 postnatal fighters against 2, they were clearly in a precarious position, having already lost 2 elite members and left with only 6. While their adversaries had more unoccupied personnel at their disposal, the ordinary members disguised themselves as gamblers, blending into the crowd or fleeing, and no one paid them any mind. Jiang Weichen had intended to refine his blade techniques further, but after exchanging dozens of blows, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With 2 members of the Sea-High gambling house slain, their adversaries inexplicably disregarded others and instead focused their assault solely on him. Jiang Weichen's expression grew grave. Was this their first encounter? He had not wronged them before, nor had they any prior connection. Why were they targeting him so specifically? Consequently, he dared not continue practicing his blade techniques. After forcing one opponent back with a single strike, he abandoned the chopping waves blade technique and reverted to his foundational blade techniques, which he had mastered to perfection. Upon transitioning to this new approach, Jiang Weichen's speed noticeably increased, each move flowing seamlessly into the next with remarkable swiftness. Since realizing he could not cultivate inner strength for the time being, he had focused on enhancing his blade speed. The 5-animal play had already improved his agility, enabling him to wield his blade at twice the speed of an average person, even if it fell short of the drawn blade technique. Just as he noticed the other approaching for support, Jiang Weichen leaped into the air, channeling his entire strength into his blade as he aimed a downward strike at the lone-eyed dragon before him. The one-eyed man raised his sword in defense, but his blade lacked the finesse to withstand the full force of Jiang Weichen's 2-handed strike. Though it did not sever the sword, the tremendous force drove it back, cleaving through his chest. The blade embedded itself deep into his left shoulder, the wound reaching 3 inches in depth. Jiang Weichen twisted the blade, further tearing the injury asunder. With a cry of agony, Jiang Weichen swiftly withdrew his blade and executed a horizontal slash, sending the man's head soaring into the air, blood spraying forth to drench Jiang Weichen. The onlookers were visibly taken aback by such brutality. Although they had engaged in skirmishes before, most were merely to incapacitate opponents, not to kill. Yet this individual exhibited a ferocity that was utterly alarming, having not only severed the left shoulder and scapula of his foe, leaving only a shred of flesh to connect the left arm, but also decapitated him without hesitation. Chapter 42. Confronting postnatal masters, Jiang Weichen showed no signs of pausing, with his right hand gripping the blade and his left hand wiping the blood from his face. He turned his attention to another nearby adversary. That individual, having been struck with fear by Jiang Weichen's ferocity, trembled as he gripped his sword, retreating in a panic. However, in the chaos, he stumbled over an object, losing his balance and nearly falling. Jiang Weichen did not afford him a moment's respite. Closing the distance, he swiftly swung his blade, disarming the man with a single strike. Terrified, the man fell to his knees, pleading, "Please spare me. I was merely following orders." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Weichen executed a swift strike, claiming yet another head, that he then turned his gaze towards the 4 individuals who had halted midway in their charge. From the moment Jiang Weichen switched his blade technique and unleashed his full power, it had all transpired in an instant. The 4 had not even approached closely before fear had set in. Their swordsmanship barely reached a competent level, while Jiang Weichen's foundational blade technique had ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, placing him 2 levels above them. Despite his youth, Jiang Weichen had entered the stage of body refinement, laying a solid foundation. His strength was comparable to those without foundational cultivation or inner strength. Under the might of Jiang Weichen's bold and domineering blade technique, how could they possibly contend with him? While he felt no trepidation facing these 4, he was acutely aware of the presence of others nearby. Currently, he lacked any lightness of body techniques, and his speed was insufficient. If he continued to wait for others to intervene, it would become perilously dangerous. Jiang Weichen pivoted, advancing towards the 4, only to step upon a hand that he initially assumed belonged to a corpse. Yet the hand twitched, nearly causing him to lose his footing. Jiang Weichen raised his blade, prepared to strike down. "Do not harm me. It's me, it's me." Jiang Weichen looked down to see Ma Songjiang, who bore a minor wound on his left arm. "Are you pretending to be dead with such a trivial injury?" Jiang Weichen admonished that if you continue to feign death, I'll be the one to strike you down. Ma Songjiang hastily rose, glancing at Qin Xiao, who was still recovering, and replied, "Brother, I just fainted. You woke me up when you stepped on me. Rest assured, now that I am awake, I will not abandon my comrades, that I will hold off 2 of them for you." Ma Songjiang sensed the 4 had grown timid and believed he could effectively restrain them. Jiang Weichen, observing the frightened quartet, questioned, "I have not wronged you previously. Why target me?" Earlier, he had been honing his skills against opponents without displaying an overwhelming advantage. It was conceivable that one of them had been assigned to combat him. However, with 2 of their own dead, likely 1 not yet deceased, how could all 4 of them converge upon him? Seeing their silence, Jiang Weichen stepped forward. The 4, sensing his approach, exhibited signs of fear, but found it difficult to flee. One among them declared, "Let us strike together. We do not believe he can withstand us all." Jiang Weichen closed the distance and unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, slash, thrust, chop, and cut, successfully parrying their long swords that he then delivered a swift kick to the groin, his foot making intimate contact with the man before him. In an instant, the man dropped his sword, clutching his groin as he collapsed to the ground, contorted in pain. Jiang Weichen turned to glare at the remaining 3, who recoiled in fright, retreating several steps. 2 of them instinctively shielded their groins. Jiang Weichen pressed his blade against the throat of one and demanded, "Why do you target me?" The man stammered, "I do not know. We were told that as long as we kill you, we can unify Yang City." Jiang Weichen was momentarily taken aback. "That if you kill me, you can unify Yang City? What nonsense is this? Am I truly that significant? Given a bit of time, I might have confidence in my own abilities. But how does your ability to unify Yang City relate to me? There are no seers in this martial arts world. Are there? Even if there were, it is unlikely that your petty faction could forge such connections." Seeing the man truly bewildered, Jiang Weichen replied. You wish to kill me. Yet you have answered my question, that I shall grant you a complete corpse. With that, he swiftly severed the man's throat, and only then did the man finally recall to cover his groin and instinctively clutch at his neck. Demonstrating the extent of his grievous wounds, Danem a Songjiang, who had yet to take action, was left trembling in fear. What a ruthless individual! In their past skirmishes, they had only sought to incapacitate their opponents, rarely resorting to murder. In a corner, Captain he witnessed this scene unfold. The Black Tiger Gang has encountered a formidable foe. Who is this person? Officer Song replied, I am not certain, but it seems the target of the Dark Knight Pavilion is him. In the past, after defeating an opponent, they would usually rush to seize the gold and silver on the gambling table. Now, however, they were solely focused on that young man. Captain he, do you not intend to intervene with the dead? Captain he shook his head, saying, intervene. The deaths of these individuals serve to benefit Yang City. Besides, the authorities do not interfere in the conflicts between these factions. As a mere captain, what power do I possess to intervene? Without the support of the magistrate, and lacking the strength to contend with those faction leaders, how could I possibly manage? Moreover, he is no longer the kind of person who champions the cause of the people. In the early days of his tenure as a constable, he aspired to rid society of its ills. However, the stark contrast between reality and ideals gradually assimilated him, leading him to choose the path of moral decay. He indulges in greed when the opportunity arises and embraces corruption when it suits him. Meanwhile, Shun Fei, engaged in battle, kept a keen eye on the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing Jiang Weichen slay 3 men in quick succession, the others dared not advance. Even those still caught in the fray halted their efforts, for the sight of a head soaring through the air, accompanied by a gushing spray of blood, was too shocking to bear. While attacking Qin Shao, Shun Fei declared, Du Chong, you go and finish him off. I can handle Qin Shao alone. Beside him, Du Chong grinned broadly and replied, just watch how I repay him in kind. I shall take his head. With that, he turned and leaped, stepping onto the gambling table, then vaulting a full yard forward before advancing a few more steps to close the distance. Qin Shao, unable to assist, found himself equally matched with Shun Fei, and now constrained. He could not intervene, that he could have fought through his injuries to aid another, but it seemed unworthy for someone with whom he had no relation. The other elite members ceased their battles, and Jiang Weichen heard Shun Fei's words, observing Du Chong's nimble form as he balanced effortlessly on one foot atop the gambling table, then leapt a yard with grace, landing without even bending his knees. Jiang Weichen realized he had cultivated his inner strength and opened the meridians in his legs. Yet he remained uncertain as to how many had been unlocked. However, his curiosity was soon addressed. Kid, your knife skills are commendable, but relying solely on brute force makes you no match for a master of inner power. Jiang Weichen refrained from retorting, yet he knew that even a practitioner of inner power at the acquired stage did not possess overwhelming superiority. If raw strength reached a certain threshold, it could indeed surpass that of an inner power adept. The likes of Dalba and Jin Luan from the Divine Eagle era exemplified this. Yet, Jin Luan must have practiced inner power himself. Otherwise, his lightness of foot would not be so remarkable. Jiang Weichen sheathed his blade and inquired, in light of my impending demise, could you enlighten me as to why you target me? Without understanding the reasons, how could one confront an enemy whose identity remains unknown? Du Chong, seeing Jiang Weichen sheath his sword, paused momentarily. It seems you are not as ruthless as I presumed. However, that is understandable, given the disparity between us. The young man, seeking answers, was mistaken. Du Chong relished the sight of others meeting their end. Since you possess such self-awareness, I shall ease my hand. Observing Jiang Weichen's surrender of resistance, Du Chong slowly approached, sword in hand, and asked, shall I sever your head directly, or would you prefer I first crush your groin, allowing you to experience that sensation? Jiang Weichen remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Du Chong, steadying his breath and centering himself. This was his first encounter with an opponent of the acquired stage, and a 4th tier one at that, who had opened 7 or 8 meridians that he was uncertain whether his drawing technique would prove effective. This was his most formidable skill, honed daily over the past fortnight, resulting in a marked increase in speed. Should it fail, he might well meet his end here. Chapter 43. becoming a fearsome figure. Du Chong, with a mocking glint in his eyes, remarked, "If you choose silence, I shall make the choice for you." With that, he flexed his right leg, preparing to strike. Just then, Jiang Wei-Chen moved, having already achieved a state of readiness. He swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword, unleashing a flash of blade light that traversed a diagonal line upward before curving into the sheath that in an instant, a gaping wound appeared on Du Chong's neck, slashing open rather than closing, causing blood to spout forth and drench Jiang Wei-Chen, rendering him a more terrifying sight. That it was only when blood gushed forth that Du Chong realized he had been struck. His body staggered backward under the force of the blow, clutching his neck with his left hand and pointing at Jiang Wei-Chen with his right. A look of disbelief crossed his face as he fell, still struggling on the ground. Meanwhile, Xun Fei, Qin Xiao, and the others, who had been engaged in battle while keeping an eye on this unfolding drama, were left in stunned silence. What had transpired, with the highest cultivation levels among them, Qin Xiao and Xun Fei had merely glimpsed a flash of the blade, and then Du Chong was dead. Both were profoundly shocked, each silently questioning, "If I were in his place, could I have withstood such an attack?" Yet they remained uncertain. They could perceive the blade's trajectory. If they were fully focused, they might react in time, but could they truly defend against it? The answer eluded them, yet all present felt a newfound fear of Jiang Wei-Chen. He stepped forward, addressing the still-breathing Du Chong. "I never yield in resistance, regardless of my adversary's strength." With that, he severed Du Chong's head. Covered in blood, he turned his gaze to the others, except for Qin Xiao and Xun Fei. Everyone he looked upon took several steps back. With a fierce glare, Jiang Wei-Chen declared, "Whoever wishes to take my life must be prepared to meet their own demise in this realm of martial arts. One must be ruthless to survive." Ever since his parents were brutally slain in their own home and he was oppressed in Lianhua town, he resolved to become a figure that instilled fear in others, compelling those who sought to harm or subjugate him to tremble in dread. Xun Fei observed the bloody Jiang Wei-Chen and then glanced at his subordinates, who recoiled in fear at merely a glance. He understood that summoning them to advance was now impossible. They had been thoroughly frightened, and even a strategy of overwhelming numbers would not suffice. That he himself was uncertain if he could withstand that blade. Xun Fei looked towards the two assailants engaged with the old thief, wishing to rally them, but they were not foolish. Having learned from past experiences, they too would refrain from advancing. Sighing inwardly, Xun Fei acknowledged the failure of their mission, losing a fourth-tier adept in the process. With the task now rendered futile, continuing the stalemate held no value. That he declared, "Let us depart." Jiang Wei-Chen watched as Xun Fei and his group retreated, quietly stepping back a few paces to lean against the gambling table. His right hand casually brushed over the piles of silver, and when he withdrew it, several of the largest ingots had mysteriously vanished. Those present either focused on the departing Dark Knight Pavilion or regarded Jiang Wei-Chen, none paying heed to the silver on the table. Moreover, Jiang Wei-Chen's movements were subtle, taking very little. And amidst the chaos of the fight, no one noticed that in the aftermath, they would assume the silver had been taken by the Dark Knight Pavilion or snatched by other gamblers. The loss of silver would be compensated by the casino for their big clients, while smaller clients would simply have to count their losses. Thus, both sides engaged in a cycle of theft and retaliation, wreaking havoc on each other's enterprises. Zhang Yifeng, the leader of the Dark Knight Pavilion, originally stood at the 9th tier of the acquired stage, comparable to the branch leaders of the Beggars sect in Yang City. However, there were only 3 individuals in the Dark Knight Pavilion above the 7th tier, while the Black Tiger Gang had 5, including Niu Gui, who practiced the iron cloth shirt technique. Without the support of the Qiu Shui sword sect, neither side had the confidence to eliminate the other. Consequently, skirmishes persisted, though they bore little significance. Yet neither side could coexist peacefully, each unwilling to diminish their own power. Thus, they continued this back and forth, resulting in mutual destruction. After secretly taking several ingots of silver, Jiang Wei-Chen withdrew his hand. With unknown enemies lurking, he must grow stronger swiftly, that he cared not for the propriety of his methods. After all, everyone was indulging in greed, and he did not wish to be left out. The two who feigned death on the ground were even more despicable. Despite the brawl, he had managed to kill 4, while the others had merely sustained injuries. Deme Songjiang had collapsed with a mere light wound as a newcomer, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with these individuals and had initially believed they were dead. Just then, Qin Xiao approached, intending to commend Jiang Wei-chun as a senior, but reconsidered and refrained. After the scene was tidied up, those ordinary members who had been hiding began to assess their losses. Upon tallying, it was discovered that aside from other losses, over 10,000 taels of silver had vanished. Jiang Wei-chun sighed inwardly. Realizing he had taken too little, he had only grabbed 5 or 6 ingots, each worth 50 taels. The Dark Knight Pavilion fighters had been too preoccupied with fighting to seize much, and it seemed they were primarily targeting him this time. Where had all that silver gone? Surely, the individuals tallying the losses had taken some. However, unlike Jiang Wei-chun, they did not possess the means of the performance hall to directly collect. Thus, their take was likely minimal. The reason for such substantial losses could very well stem from the exaggerations of those present. For instance, Captain He and Supervisor Song each claimed there were 500 taels on the gambling table, while the other insisted there were only 400. Did they truly have so much? It is not necessarily the case, but as long as it does not go too far, the casino will have to grudgingly accept it. After all, they can still profit from these clients in the future. However, if they offend these major customers, and those individuals turn to the Dark Knight Pavilion's casino, the Black Tiger Gang would suffer even greater losses. When the matter concluded, the manager, Huang Mengsheng, and Li Ziniu finally arrived. Albeit belatedly, that IT would have sufficed for the main branch to send an ordinary member for notification. Yet the manager, a high-ranking figure of the acquired 4th level, insisted on attending personally, after understanding the situation. Huang Mengsheng and Li Ziniu looked at Jiang Wei-chun with incredulity. Huang Mengsheng praised Jiang Wei-chun's potential and promised to propose his appointment as a steward upon returning to the gang. In the Black Tiger Gang, only those at the acquired level are eligible to become stewards. The position offers a salary of 200 taels of silver per month, with many being managers of shops. Only in casinos and brothels, which are often prone to disturbances, are additional personnel retained. Jiang Wei-chun's ability to slay opponents at the acquired level indeed qualifies him for the steward position. After taking stock, Jiang Wei-chun took leave and returned to cleanse himself. The blood that clung to him was unbearably uncomfortable. The casino had been wrecked, and the Black Tiger Gang had incurred significant losses. They could not rest easy until they recouped their losses. The following night, led by Qin Xiao, a team of 20, including Jiang Wei-chun, targeted the Dark Knight Pavilion's casino in the North City. This time, Jiang Wei-chun refrained from slaughtering indiscriminately. Those present did not dare to confront him. With a numerical advantage, he did not seek out their skilled fighters. Consequently, no one dared to engage him, and he turned to seize silver instead, discreetly collecting over 2,000 taels for himself. The rest he wrapped in cloth to return and submit. After all, after such a prolonged sweep, it would be unreasonable not to bring back something to hand over. These 2 incidents had swiftly catapulted Jiang Wei-chun into wealth. He could finally continue indulging in medicinal meals and baths. Chapter 44, Fearsome Reputation with Newfound Riches. On the 3rd day, Jiang Wei-chun traversed the entire Iron City in search of blacksmiths. Most shops only possessed refined iron, and some lacked even that. Ultimately, he discovered a 2-pound piece of cold iron at the Chun family blacksmith shop in South City. A business that had been passed down through 4 generations that he had them forge a 20-pound blade by combining it with refined iron. This cold iron is an exceedingly precious mineral, formed from iron that fell from the heavens and landed in frigid locales. During its descent, it underwent high-temperature smelting, resulting in a high iron content, and it absorbed the essence of extreme cold. Even a single pound of cold iron can transform ordinary or into a formidable weapon. Jiang Wei-chun purchased the entire 2-pound piece, spending 1,500 taels of the over 2,000 he had just acquired. Over 1,000 taels equated to more than 100 taels of gold. Truly, wealth comes swiftly but departs even faster. Nonetheless, Jiang Wei-chun felt no regret. He wished to avoid the hassle of frequently changing blades and therefore opted to invest in a quality weapon at once. After commissioning the blade, he visited the apothecary hall, where Elder Yang provided him with 2 prescriptions for medicinal baths and 2 for food. Previously, he had to settle for diluted versions due to a lack of funds. Using only common herbs, now that he had silver, he naturally sought the full version of the tiger bone strengthening soup for his medicinal bath. After procuring the necessary herbs, he also bought a large bathing tub. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Wei-chun first ground the tiger bone in a powder, then chopped precious herbs such as ginseng angelica, and rasher into small pieces that he boiled these in water, allowing the essence of the herbs to fully infuse into the liquid. Finally, he poured the concoction into the tub filled with water heated to over 40 degrees. After shedding his garments, he plunged into the tub for his medicinal bath. Following the bath, he began practicing health-preserving techniques, combining them with breathing exercises to digest the essence of the medicinal liquid and enhance his physique, increasing his vital energy. However, the 5-animal play and 8-section brocade are relatively gentle practices, requiring considerable time. Jiang Weichen felt a sense of urgency. He had yet to avenge his parents, and now someone was targeting him, and he needed to grow stronger rapidly. With ample nourishment, he could intensify his training regimen. To free up more time for practice, Jiang Weichen bought some gifts for Huang Mengsheng and resigned from his duty of guarding the venue, given that there were individuals plotting against him. Returning to guard the venue was too perilous. This time it was the acquired 4th level. Who knows what it might be next time, perhaps even the 6th level. Moreover, his strongest technique, the sword-drawing art, had been exposed and could no longer catch enemies off guard. For his own safety, Jiang Weichen had no choice but to abandon this task. Thanks to his connection with Huang Mengsheng, this was easily arranged. However, he could not afford to do nothing. He still needed to visit the Dark Night Pavilion whenever trouble arose. This suited Jiang Weichen perfectly, as proactively seeking trouble meant the opponents would be unprepared, ensuring greater safety. Furthermore, without raiding venues, how could he afford to train with the best resources? The phrase poor in scholarship, rich in martial arts is no joke. Although studying the arts requires tuition, books, and stationery, which incurs significant expenses, it pales in comparison to the costs of martial training that a single medicinal bath costs over 300 taels of silver. Tiger bones, aged ginseng, rasher, and other precious herbs, each of which is invaluable. Thus, from this day forward, Jiang Weichen commenced a routine of training during the day and occasionally raiding venues at night. Each morning in Yang City, a peculiar scene unfolded. "Grandpa, look, the big brother is out running again." From the second-floor window of the health hall, the early-rising Yang Shiyu exclaimed, observing the figure sprinting in the street below. Yang Wenshan, watching the scene outside while holding 2 heavy stone locks, was at a loss for words. This had been the routine for over a month. Every morning at dawn, before the streets were bustling, Jiang Weichen could be seen running through the streets. Suddenly, Yang Shiyu remarked, "Grandpa, look. The big brother is bleeding from his nose." "Is he sick?" Yang Wenshan replied curtly, "Sick? No, he has merely overexerted himself, that he disregarded my words before leaving." Yang Shiyu gazed at Jiang Weichen's retreating figure, asking Grandpa, "Why doesn't the big brother come back to see me?" Yang Wenshan gently patted his granddaughter's head, saying, "He does it for our own good." That it had been 3 months since Jiang Weichen left the health hall. Although the time was brief, his fearsome reputation had already spread. In the Four Seas gambling house, many had witnessed him slay 4 individuals, 3 of whom he decapitated, and 1 he defeated in a particularly brutal manner. Following that, during a raid, he killed 7 more, all of whom met the same fate. His methods were ruthless, earning him the title of a notorious villain in Yang City. Due to his use of a blade, he was dubbed the Blade Demon. And for his penchant for decapitation, he was referred to as the head-severing Blade Demon. Owing to the swiftness of his swordplay, he was also called the Flowing Light Blade Demon. In summary, every title bestowed upon him included the character for demon. Yang Wenshan now understood why Jiang Weichen had staged that act to sever ties with him upon his departure. Given the young man's current demeanor, maintaining any association with him would only lead to disastrous consequences. Yang Wenshan also pondered why, during his time at the health hall, Jiang Weichen had seemed rather mild-mannered. How had he transformed into such a ferocious individual within just 3 months of joining the Black Tiger gang? Was it the gang that corrupted him, or had he always possessed such a nature? Elder Yang could not ascertain the truth, but advised his granddaughter not to mention their connection to Jiang Weichen in public. After completing his daily run, Jiang Weichen returned to his residence and set down the 2 30-pound stone locks. He then removed his outer garments, along with the sandbags strapped to his vest and legs. He proceeded to practice the 5-animal play and 8-section brocade, dedicating half an hour to each before reattaching the sandbags that he then picked up the Xindo, the blade he had commissioned. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, with a hilt that extended over 2 fists in length and a slight inward curve at the end. The blade's edge featured a gentle outward arc, ensuring a balanced grip. The blade was a palm's width wide, an inch thick at the spine, and weighed 21 pounds. Aside from the blade's edge, which gleamed white, the rest of the sword was a deep black hue. Thanks to the inclusion of 2 pounds of cold iron, it exuded a chill even in the sweltering heat that it was extraordinarily sharp. Upon receiving it, Jiang Weichen tested it against his previous cleaver, which was cleaved in two with a single strike, leaving a smooth cut while the Xindo remained unscathed. Jiang Weichen was thoroughly pleased. This blade would accompany him for a long time, and it deserved a name. After much contemplation, he settled on Xindo, while the name might seem conceited, it was no more audacious than calling a gathering of 36 caves and 72 islands the Xindo. Jiang Weichen saw no harm in naming his blade Xindo just as he had settled on the name, for individuals arrived outside his courtyard. They knocked on the door, and upon Jiang Weichen's invitation, they entered. Steward Jiang, for individuals respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Jiang Weichen's notorious reputation was now well known, instilling fear not only in others but also in them. They had not witnessed the events at the Four Seas gambling house firsthand. However, a month prior, they had attempted to disrupt an event only to fall into an ambush. While others faced one-on-one or two-on-one confrontations, Jiang Weichen seemed to be targeted specifically for elite members from the Dark Knight Pavilion, including one with a postnatal level 5 cultivation and two with postnatal level 4, launched a coordinated assault on Jiang Weichen. Everyone believed that Jiang Weichen was doomed, yet his blade moved with such swiftness that, despite their numbers, he managed to fend off each attack. Subsequently, he decimated all 7 assailants, severing their heads, while the one who had injured him lost his hands and feet in the process. This incident catapulted Jiang Weichen's fearsome reputation within the Black Tiger Gang in Yang City. Now, apart from the elders, everyone else harbored a degree of trepidation towards him. Over the past 3 months, 11 members of the Dark Knight Pavilion had perished at Jiang Weichen's hands, including 4 who had cultivated internal energy. Such individuals held the rank of steward within the Black Tiger Gang, and there were only about 10 of them. The loss of 4 had significantly weakened the Dark Knight Pavilion and provided the Black Tiger Gang with a much-needed respite. Following that event, Huang Mingxing's attitude towards Jiang Weichen soured considerably. Jiang Weichen was acutely aware that he had thwarted Huang Mingxing's plans. Huang Mingxing desired to see the Black Tiger Gang falter, allowing his Huang family to take advantage of the situation, even going so far as to arrange for the Huang family's guardians to infiltrate the Black Tiger Gang and seize control. However, Jiang Weichen remained indifferent. If others sought to kill him, he would show no mercy. The 4 individuals before him were Jiang Weichen's subordinates, elite members that AS for the ordinary members. Jiang Weichen deemed them unworthy of his attention. The 4 were merely there to serve as practice partners. Initially, he utilized them to hone his swordsmanship, but after a few days, they proved too weak for his needs. After binding sandbags to his entire body, including his arms, he practiced for another half-month, yet to no avail. Once he realized it bore no fruit, he ceased using them for sword practice and adopted a new method in the courtyard. Jiang Weichen stood in the center while the 4 positioned themselves skillfully at the corners. Jiang Weichen nodded and said, "Begin." Almost simultaneously, the 4 expertly hurled stones toward him. The stones varied in size, some as large as a fist, others as small as a thumb. With the force of their throws, the stones whistled through the air toward Jiang Weichen. Gripping the Levection blade, he swiftly drew it and shattered the stones as they approached within 5 feet. He then executed 3 more strikes, obliterating the remaining stones. All the stones were shattered beyond 4 feet and 5 inches. "Continue," Jiang Weichen commanded. 10 minutes later, each person increased their throws from 1 stone to 2. 8 stones soared toward him, yet all were shattered beyond 3 feet. Half an hour later, the stones increased from 2 to 4, totaling 16 stones coming from all directions. Jiang Weichen quickly dispatched the stones approaching from the front, left and right, then turned to shatter the 2 stones from behind. However, 2 stones finally struck him. Jiang Weichen removed the sandbags from his arms, waist, and legs and declared, "Continue." Instantly, 16 stones whistled toward him, but now unencumbered. Jiang Weichen's strikes were even swifter. All 16 stones shattered beyond 1 foot and 5 inches. Subsequently, 20 stones shattered beyond 9 inches and 24 beyond 5 inches. After 28 stones, only 1 remained, blocked at close quarters by the blade. With 32 stones thrown, 5 struck him from behind. "That will suffice. You may return." At last, The four ceased their relentless barrage, having thrown stones for over an hour, which proved quite exhausting for them. After cleaning up the courtyard, they finally exited. Once outside, Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Do you think Jiang Zhishi's training methods are effective?" Beside him, Su Yuan replied, "Of course they are. As Jiang Zhishi says, in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. If he wanted to cut you down, you wouldn't even have time to react." Guo Zihao added, "Have you forgotten what happened a month ago when 7 men attacked Jiang Zhishi? Their sword techniques were effortlessly countered, and they were subsequently slain." Wang Kuang sighed. "How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Jiang Zhishi hasn't even cultivated internal energy, yet those who have are still no match for him." Though they had not opened their meridians, they understood that doing so would significantly enhance their physical capabilities. Whether in reaction speed or striking speed, internal energy bestowed considerable power upon their techniques. Yet, Jiang Weichen had already dispatched for such individuals. Yi Chun, feeling somewhat inspired, said, "Hey brothers, do you think if we train like this, we could also slay those who have cultivated internal energy? Then we could rise to the rank of steward just like Jiang Zhishi." Guo Zihao sighed helplessly. "Come on, do you think everyone is like Jiang Zhishi? I tried it at home. Even with 4 stones, I could only shatter the one directly in front of me. My mind comprehends the action, but my body can't keep up. My body reacts, but my aim is lacking. This method hones eye coordination, hand speed, and precision that Su Yuan lamented. Don't think about it. Elder Jiang must have other ways to enhance agility. Without knowing those methods, how could we reach that level?" Guo Zihao sighed. "I wonder if Jiang Zhishi would take us on as disciples." Wang Kuang shattered Guo Zihao's hopes. "Brother, you seem to lack self-awareness. We are both in our 20s, and Jiang Zhishi is not even 10 yet. Would he take us in? Moreover, even if he did, could you match his dedication?" Guo Zihao sighed again, marveling at Jiang Weichen's relentless training regimen. He would run with heavy stone locks in the morning when the streets were empty, practice the slow-moving 5-animal play, then train with the sword, rest at noon, and continue his training outside the city until dusk. Such dedication consumed his entire day, making it impossible for him not to grow strong. In the courtyard, Jiang Weichen sat upon a wooden stool, the Levection blade resting on his lap. His thoughts were focused on the panel in his mind. Daoist Tower, Damaged Master. Jiang Weichen age, 973 realm. Body refinement stage, 81, internal skill. Imu Chang Chun Gong, awaiting cultivation. Martial techniques. Basic swordsmanship, level 4, 100. Taizu Longquan, level 4, 35. Blade drawing technique, level 4, 100. 5 animal play, level 1, 15. 8-section brocade, level 1, 14. Black tiger fist, level 3, 45. Slash wave blade, level 3, 55. Daoist Hall, 2 times, can perform myriad techniques. Rooted in oneself, 3 months had passed, during which he consistently practiced the 5-animal play and 8-section brocade, along with a nutrient-rich diet, bolstering his physical foundation and extending his lifespan by a year, from 72 to 73. His blade drawing technique had reached the pinnacle of level 4, with level 5 representing innovation. However, what comes after innovation in the blade drawing technique remained unknown to Jiang Weichen, leaving his advancement stagnated. Any enhancement in power could only come from improving his physical reactions, vitality, and spirit. Nowadays, when he executed the blade drawing technique, those of lower realms could no longer see the blade itself, only a fleeting glimmer of cold light. During his 3 months at the health hall, his body refinement progress had reached 19, and now, after only 2.5 months of consuming nourishing substances, it had escalated to 81. He was on the verge of being able to cultivate internal energy. His visits to the Daoist Hall had accumulated to 2, and in another month, he would reach 3. Yet, he currently lacked suitable techniques to practice. His last session had revealed to Jiang Weichen that the Daoist Hall was not omnipotent. He could only repeatedly practice the techniques he had invested in or those nearing completion, such as the blade drawing technique. During his last practice, Jiang Weichen had contemplated whether decades of training could lead to the creation of a new technique. Intending to adapt the breathing methods from the 5-animal play for use in Taizu Longquan. However, he soon discovered that the two were incompatible. One focused on health, while the other emphasized combat. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon that idea. Presently, he lacked the time to delve into such matters, and his perspective and experience were insufficient. Due to the limitations of the Daoist Hall, Jiang Weichen refrained from using his practice opportunities, opting to accumulate them instead. After all, aside from Imu Chanchun Gong, he had little else to practice. The 5-animal play and 8-section brocade could only be refined gradually over time. The Black Tiger Fist and Slash Wave Blade had already reached a level of integration at level 3, and he could only practice them to level 4. For him now, such advancements offered little benefit. Moreover, the practice opportunities were precious, and he could not afford to waste them carelessly. Jiang Weichen's innate comprehension was not extraordinary. In the future, if he aspired to create his own techniques, he would undoubtedly require the assistance of the Taoist Hall. To create a technique, one must first understand more about existing ones. But how could one gain such knowledge? Certainly, through diligent practice, one can attain a state of perfection and gain comprehensive understanding. However, in the realm of reality, cultivation may lead to conflicting methodologies, resulting in a disarray of internal energies that are in contrast. Within the Hall of Performance, one can commence training from a state devoid of internal power. Here, one can cultivate all collected techniques to their pinnacle within the illusory timeline of the Hall. Thus, aside from the original creator, no one can possess a deeper comprehension of these techniques than oneself. With a thorough understanding of the methods, coupled with personal experience, the fusion of techniques becomes a mere step away. Yet, should one fear complications in the creation of new techniques, one can rehearse them within the Hall of Performance and only proceed to personal cultivation once assured of their efficacy. The Hall of Performance will henceforth serve as a vital venue for aiding one's own technique development and experimentation. Consequently, the frequency of visits to the Hall in the future will be considerable, rendering the current unnecessary rehearsals moot. Chapter 46. Practice with the Blade, Part 2. With the morning training concluded, Jiang Weichen indulged in a meal at a tavern before returning for an hour's nap, after which he ventured outside the city to continue his practice. During this period, aside from the medicinal baths taken once every half-month, Jiang Weichen has been eating exceptionally well, that he personally learned essential culinary skills from the chief cook at the main hall over several days. Each evening, he prepared nourishing dishes such as ginseng chicken soup, lotus seed porridge, 8 treasure porridge, and 8 delicacy soup, all infused with ordinary medicinal herbs. However, with such a regimen, Jiang Weichen soon realized he had overindulged 80 times. The sight of food would induce nausea. Intense physical exertion would lead to nosebleeds. Yet, it was precisely due to this overindulgence that the need for digestion became paramount. The health regimen had significantly enhanced Jiang Weichen's digestive capacity, yet much energy remained untransformed into vital essence within his body. If this state persisted, health issues were inevitable. Thus, he needed to exercise. To convert the accumulated energy, Jiang Weichen devoted almost all his time to rigorous training. Given that the health regimen could not convert all ingested energy into vital essence or bolster his internal organs and bones, Jiang Weichen resumed exercises such as sit-ups, push-ups, and inverted hooks that he had previously set aside. While these forms of exercise could not fortify the internal organs and bones, they effectively strengthened the corresponding muscle groups. With no internal power at present, he sought to amplify his raw strength. His abdominal muscles had become distinctly defined, resembling 8 solid blocks, while his biceps appeared like coiled dragons. His calves and thighs showed no signs of excess fat. Only muscle that in the face of danger, Jiang Weichen remained unfazed by his muscular appearance. Such training had vastly increased his physical strength, now exceeding 300 pounds. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, with consistent martial practice and ample nutrition, his height had reached 1.40 meters, a remarkable increase of over 20 centimeters since 6 months prior. Yang City, located in the southern region, is characterized by its numerous rivers and lakes. Just 2 li to the north lies a broad river, approximately 10 meters wide, that he now intended to practice his blade in the river. The terrain surrounding Yang City is relatively flat, and while the water flow is not excessively rapid, it does possess a certain force. Practicing the blade against the current will undoubtedly enhance the wave-cutting blade technique. Moreover, the resistance offered by the water will be beneficial for Jiang Weichen's improvement in swordsmanship. The remarkable speed of his strikes can be attributed to his practice in the river. Only by slowing down can one learn to accelerate. Previously, Jiang Weichen's progress in blade techniques had plateaued, with his drawing technique stagnating at level 3. However, after practicing in the river for a period, he reached the pinnacle of level 4 within just a month. His speed of drawing the blade saw a significant enhancement. Understanding this principle, he not only practiced in the water, but also tied specially crafted sandbags to his body when training in the courtyard. Under the added resistance, he could achieve rapid strikes. Thus, the effect without such hindrances is easily imagined. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jiang Weichen removed his shoes and undressed, leaving only a pair of shorts that reached above his knees. Though he was still 4 months shy of 10 years old, his prolonged training had rendered his skin far from tender, instead appearing sun-kissed. Under the sunlight, his bronze skin gleamed radiantly. The muscular contours of his physique exuded explosive power at first glance. Jiang Weichen wielded the Levection blade as he waded into the river, standing firm on a large rock 3 meters away. The water submerged him to his abdomen, half of his body enveloped in the current. The river flowed with a gentle rush, occasionally stirring up splashes of water. Jiang Weichen remained motionless against the oncoming current while his left hand effortlessly grasped the hilt of the blade, positioned at a 45-degree angle. The hilt just barely emerged above the water's surface, and in an instant, Jiang Weichen's right hand, akin to a fleeting shadow, seized the hilt. With a clang, a streak of cold light sliced through the water's surface, followed by the resounding sound of the blade sheathing itself. As the water's surface closed around the incision made by the Levection blade, another flash of cold light swiftly followed. Jiang Weichen continued this rhythmic cycle of drawing and sheathing the blade, relentless and unyielding, for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, until 2 hours had elapsed before he finally paused. He had lost count of the strikes, too engrossed in the practice to tally them. Moreover, counting would detract from his striking speed. After 2 hours of practicing the drawing technique, Jiang Weichen rubbed his somewhat sore right arm, took a brief respite, and ventured deeper into the river. Here, the water reached his chest. Jiang Weichen began practicing the Taizu Chongquan for half an hour, followed by basic blade techniques and the wave-cutting blade. "Father, look at that fool practicing his blade in the river again." A grand ship floated downstream, and a flamboyantly dressed young man with a blade stood on the deck. Beside him stood a tall, imposing man with his hands clasped behind his back, sporting a slight beard. He was Feng Chuan, the leader of the giant whale gang. Feng Chuan had long since noticed Jiang Weichen practicing in the river and had witnessed it on multiple occasions. Each time his ship passed through in the afternoon, this individual was invariably present. "Be quiet. If you had half of his effort, I would be at ease," Feng Chuan scolded the young man beside him. "With your 3 days of fishing and 2 days of idleness, do you still aspire to be a hero?" He felt helpless regarding his son, who had insisted on renaming himself Feng Qingxia after desiring to become a hero in his teenage years. Feng Qingxia muttered, "What does effort matter? He's nothing but a decorative pillow without any internal power." Though he could not discern whether Jiang Weichen possessed internal energy, he recalled his father's assertion that Jiang Weichen lacked it. Feng Chuan sighed. "Qingxia, you must amend your arrogance. Though you are at the 6th level of acquired strength, you may not necessarily match that youth. While martial arts proficiency has its levels, combat prowess is not solely determined by these ranks. Some may possess high levels without commensurate strength, while others with lower ranks can prevail against those above them." Feng Qingxia dismissively remarked, "Defeat me? Father, look at how he only practices that simplistic blade technique in Taizu Chongquan. It's evident he lacks proper lineage. I could easily overpower him." Feng Chuan shook his head. The youth's blade technique may not be intimidating, but his speed of drawing the blade is extraordinary. Upon witnessing his father's disapproval, Feng Qingxia shouted, "Stop the boat." After calling out, he turned to his father and said, "If you believe I am inferior to him, then I shall defeat him to prove you wrong." The helmsman, Chang Ji Kue, did not halt the vessel but rather glanced at the gang leader. Feng Qingxia's dissatisfaction grew. "Uncle Chang, stop the boat. Today I must demonstrate my capabilities to father." Feng Chuan initially intended to shake his head and continue sailing. But upon noticing several figures approaching from the direction of Yang City, he spoke up. "Ji Kue, stop the boat. Let's see what is amiss." He quickly discerned that the newcomers did not carry a friendly aura. Yet their footfalls and demeanor indicated they were of low rank, not daring to approach him, a figure of innate strength, unless they sought their own demise, since they were not here for him and there were no other individuals around. The answer was evident. "Qingxia, observe closely. This youth is not as simple as he appears." Chapter 47. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevailed. Jiang Weichen noticed the giant whale gang's vessel, but paid it little mind. For the river was wide. The water where he stood was merely a meter deep, and the ship sailed centrally, far from him. However, when the boat halted just 10 meters away, a sense of confusion washed over him. The port lay downstream. Why had they stopped before him? Standing in the river, his view was limited, and he could not see the approaching figures in the distance. Yet, as Jiang Weichen paused his blade practice, he observed the imposing man at the bow gazing intently toward his direction. Turning his head, he finally discerned 6 or 7 individuals rapidly advancing. Upon their closer approach, Jiang Weichen's heart sank. Shun Fei from the Dark Knight Pavilion? Noticing their aggressive demeanor, Jiang Weichen understood they were approaching him with intent. 2.5 months prior, the Four Seas gambling house had initially targeted him, but a month ago, during a venue disruption, he had once again faced an ambush. And now, they had returned. Jiang Weichen remains oblivious to the reasons behind the recent events. During this period, he ventures out only by day, taking refuge beside the main hall at night. His presence here is driven by a desire for swift self-improvement. Prior to his arrival, he had confirmed with his faction that their experts were under high-level surveillance and would not act recklessly. Damn it, should I discover who has targeted me repeatedly, I shall ensure that you meet a most untimely end. Shun Fei approached the riverbank and glanced at the nearby moored vessels, then respectfully said, "I am Shun Fei. Honored to meet you, Master Feng." The other party, a master of innate prowess, stood at the same level as the elder of the Qiushui sword sect. Feng Chuan merely nodded indifferently, remaining silent. Shun Fei then inquired, "Master Feng, I trust you won't interfere in this matter." Before Feng Chuan could respond, his son Feng Qingxiao interjected, "Of course my father won't interfere." You need not worry that he relished the prospect of witnessing Jiang Weichen's predicament, yet felt a pang of discontent at his father's assertion that he was inferior to this individual. Now, he was eager to see what abilities Jiang possessed. Feng Chuan cast a sidelong glance at his son, but chose not to contradict him. While he had some admiration for Jiang Weichen, he was reluctant to refute the words of his beloved only son. Shun Fei promptly clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Then I thank you, Master Feng." He then turned to Jiang Weichen in the water and asked, "Young man, will you come up on your own? Or shall we come down to you?" Jiang Weichen regarded the group with simmering anger, yet pondered his strategy, that he deliberated whether it would be more advantageous for him to engage in the water or on land. Although he practiced his swordplay in the water, his swimming abilities were merely adequate in shallow waters. His height rendered him more susceptible to disadvantage in deeper waters. He would have no leverage, and the resistance of the current would greatly hinder his swordsmanship, making it impossible for him to contend against multiple opponents simultaneously. Observing the opposite bank, he noticed 2 individuals stationed there, clearly to prevent his escape, that if they wished for him to ascend, then they ought to step back. How could he possibly ascend while they blocked the shore? The water was unfavorable. Thus, he resolved to make for the land. Should he find himself unable to prevail, he would leap into the river, hoping for survival. Yet the current was not strong enough to sweep him away immediately. If he did not eliminate his foes beforehand, he would be surrounded even if he took to the water. Fixing his gaze on the 7 unmoving figures, Jiang Weichen declared, "Since you refuse to step back, I shall enter the river. Let us see who meets their demise first, me or you." Shun Fei, aware of Jiang Weichen's prowess with the sword and wary of his potential swimming skills, replied, "Very well, we shall retreat. Regardless, you are destined to perish today." With that, the group fell back 5 meters, forming a semicircle around Jiang Weichen. Standing in the river, Jiang Weichen rubbed his arms, which had grown sore from extended sword practice. Fortunately, this was not his first day training in this manner. He had grown accustomed to it, or he might have been too fatigued to continue. He glanced at the figures on the bank, leading with Shun Fei, who was at the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. The others must surely be of lesser skill. Qin Xiao had likely already opened the 12 primary meridians and was on the path to unblocking the 8 extraordinary channels. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a master at the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. However, the difficulty of opening the extraordinary channels far surpassed that of the primary meridians. Some individuals remain stuck at this stage for their entire lives. As for the opponents at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, Jiang Weichen had dispatched one just a month prior. Gradually, he made his way toward the riverbank. Upon stepping onto the embankment, he suddenly accelerated, dashing toward the right and downward. Shun Fei dismissed the notion that Jiang could escape. How could he hope to outrun those with both physical strength and inner power, coupled with lightness techniques? Yet he nonetheless commanded, "Spread out. He intends to flee. Block him." Zhang Kai hesitated to intervene. After all, Zhang was merely at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, akin to the one he had slain previously. This time, they had come with 9 individuals, including 2 at the 6th level, one being Shen Fei, and the other stationed across the river to intercept Jiang Weichen should he attempt to cross. The rest were all at the 5th level. For those who had not yet formed the cycle of their inner power, the enhancement of their abilities was limited. Their strength relied primarily on martial skills. He feared that a single draw of Jiang's sword could spell his end, yet to refrain from blocking him. If Jiang managed to escape, he would face severe consequences upon returning. Resolutely, he steeled himself to intercept. 5 meters was a negligible distance. For Jiang Weichen, who trained daily with added weight, it was almost instantaneous. Zhang Kai reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to thrust toward Jiang, aiming for his heart. Jiang, undeterred, continued his charge. Just as the sword tip was a mere inch from his heart, Jiang twisted his waist to the right. His head and face remained stationary, while his midsection contorted, causing his body to resemble a drawn bow. This was the result of his training in the 5 animal play and Ba Duan Jin, granting him remarkable flexibility and enabling him to perform movements beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. The long sword merely grazed his bronze skin, breaking the surface and drawing a trickle of blood. Yet simultaneously, Jiang Weichen unleashed his strike. This time, he did not concentrate all his focus, aware that he had adversaries behind him. Lest full concentration affect his subsequent state. This was a diluted version of his draw technique. Previously, he had been unable to perform such a feat, but having honed his draw technique to perfection, he could now control the power of each strike at will. Zhang Kai, believing he was on the verge of piercing Jiang Weichen, was caught off guard when Jiang had not yet drawn his sword and his right hand was still empty. His heart swelled with elation, already envisioning the rewards awaiting him upon his return. Yet he rejoiced too soon that the moment Jiang Weichen twisted his body, he had already drawn his sword, that a flash of cold light pierced the air. And Zhang Kai's head was severed, his neck cleanly sliced. Although Jiang's weapon, the Levection blade, was not a divine artifact, it was incredibly sharp, having cost him over 1,000 taels of silver, forged by a seasoned blacksmith of 4 generations. As Zhang Kai's head soared into the air, his sword finally pierced Jiang Weichen's skin. This blow, though late, was no less lethal. Jiang did not retract his blade. The hilt fell to the ground as he gripped the sword with both hands, swiftly striking at the corpse descending toward him. In mere moments, several flashes of blade light later, the body lay in pieces at his feet, and Jiang was splattered with blood in the narrow confines of battle. The courageous triumph, Jiang Weichen, already at a disadvantage, had to employ an overwhelming display of force to instill fear in his opponents. Zhang Kai. How could it be? How did he manage to twist his body so instantaneously? Zhang Kai had not managed to block a single attack. Chapter 48. The Bloodbath, Part 1. On board the vessel, Feng Chuan inhaled sharply. Despite having broken through to innate mastery years ago, he was still struck with trepidation by Jiang Weichen's speed of attack. While he could evade or parry Jiang's blade, faced with an opponent of equal skill, he would have little chance of survival. Even without innate power, any postnatal master with such speed could reverse the balance against an innate master. As one progresses in cultivation, reflexes and striking speed gradually improve. He could hardly fathom Jiang Weichen's potential. However, he presumed Jiang lacked a lineage in inner power cultivation. Should he intervene? Should he take Jiang as his disciple? His own progress in reaching the innate realm had slowed considerably, and it was conceivable that he might never surpass that threshold. Yet should he acquire an exceptional apprentice, not only could he revitalize the Whale Gang, but he could ensure the safety of his son. There was even a chance that the benefits could flow back to him. Feng Chuan felt a stirring of ambition. He contemplated investing in Jiang Weichen. Although his son had already distinguished himself among his peers, having opened the 12 primary meridians by the age of 17, he could reach no further than his father's level. Yet this young man was different. Though Feng was uncertain of Jiang's innate talent for inner power, he was still young. With Jiang's diligence and the resources Feng could provide, he would undoubtedly achieve great feats. Beside him, Feng Qingxia swallowed hard. His legs trembling that it was too brutal, too bloody. Witnessing the dismembered corpse had terrified him, and he collapsed onto the deck in a state of shock. Feng Chuan finally noticed his son's condition, observing his son's pale face. He frowned slightly and remarked, "Is this what frightens you? If you are so easily shaken, perhaps the whale gang should be entrusted to others, and you might as well live as a wealthy heir." The whale gang was engaged in lucrative transport business, a tempting prospect for many to as the leader. One required not only martial prowess, but also a ruthless disposition to instill fear. Noticing his son's inability to recover, Feng sighed inwardly, realizing he had perhaps sheltered him too much in the past. His son had only known the ephemeral ideals of chivalry, never having experienced the true nature of the martial world. In reality, how many true chivalrous individuals exist in the world? Is slaying a few bandits and ridding the realm of a handful of corrupt officials truly the essence of chivalry? Many who engage in such acts do so merely for reputation or the wealth of the bandits, targeting those who are weak, wealthy, and wicked. That if there were truly so many noble souls, the recent emergence of the four great villains in the martial world would have long since met their demise. It is not that no one could challenge them. Rather, they were formidable adversaries, difficult to kill, and offered no reward for their defeat. That on the bank, Jiang Weichen, having dismembered Zhang Kai with 3 strikes, turned and smiled. "There are 7 of you here. One has already fallen. That if you wish to kill me, what price in lives are you willing to pay? How many among you believe yourselves stronger than he?" Having spoken, Jiang Weichen pointed his Lushan blade at several stones on the ground. Shen Fei and the others were indeed taken aback. He had initially believed that with his perfected 6th layer of postnatal cultivation, he would easily breach the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, it seemed he had underestimated Jiang Weichen significantly, as well as the rapidity of his progress. That a month prior, Jiang Weichen had faced a similar assault from 7 individuals, engaging in a fierce battle for dozens of exchanges. Ultimately, it was only after 4 members, who had yet to attain postnatal cultivation, had perished that they managed to take down the 5th layer steward. Shen Fei had thought that with his own 6th layer of postnatal cultivation, accompanied by 6 5th layer aides, they would effortlessly subdue Jiang Weichen. Yet, unexpectedly, they suffered an immediate loss at the outset. Shen Fei called out loudly to the opposite bank, "Lin Feng, hurry over, swim here." He then reassured the 5 beside him, who were showing signs of retreat, "Do not fear. We have the numbers." Jiang Weichen was also aware that prolonging the confrontation was to his detriment. He needed to eliminate Shen Fei before the others arrived, that he could handle the other few. But this was his first encounter with Shen Fei, who had opened all 12 primary meridians. Jiang Weichen swayed slightly, switching the blade to his left hand while loosening his right arm. Shen Fei immediately declared, "Let us go together." He has already used his blade techniques and has no more trump cards left. Besides, he has been practicing for an extended period and is now exhausted. He was merely trying to intimidate us. Upon Shen Fei's words, the other members visibly stirred with intent. Jiang Weichen's most formidable skill was his blade technique. When employing it, his speed of drawing was quintupled, rendering him nearly untraceable. However, now he had discarded his sheath, and after prolonged practice, his stamina was severely depleted, making it improbable for him to employ his technique again. Shen Fei rallied them. "If we kill him, we will return to receive our rewards, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and wealth. Did we not enter this world for such gains?" With that, Shen Fei charged forth. Only after he had engaged did the other 5 join in. Although Jiang Weichen might have been fatigued, the memory of his earlier prowess still instilled dread in them, and none dared to lead the charge. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Jiang Weichen noted the 5 had lost their courage. His deliberate switch of hands had led Shen Fei to believe he had found an opening. Observing the approaching attackers, Jiang Weichen swiftly repositioned himself to a more advantageous stance before launching a rapid series of strikes. The sounds of clashing blades echoed as his strikes met theirs. Jiang Weichen's speed was astonishing. Before the 6 could unleash a single strike, he had already executed 6 that he had previously demonstrated the ability to intercept and shatter nearly 30 incoming stones from all directions. This training had honed not only his speed, but also his vision. While he managed to parry the 6 attacks, it was merely a temporary reprieve. These 6 were significantly stronger than Guo Zihao and his companions. After blocking their strikes, Jiang Weichen found himself forced back a few steps, with Shen Fei already preparing his second strike. Jiang Weichen felt a weight of concern settle in his heart that if this continued, he would certainly face defeat or exhaustion. that he had already been training for nearly an afternoon, and his condition was no longer at its peak. Although he possessed a profound foundation, far superior to those who lacked a solid base, yet forcibly cultivated their internal energy. A foundation alone did not translate to strength. Continuing the fight would only render him increasingly weaker. Jiang Weiqin steeled himself. If they sought to kill him, he would demonstrate whether they had the resolve to do so. In an instant, he calmed his mind, adjusting his breath and state. The chopping wave blade technique placed great emphasis on momentum, charging forth without hesitation, even against towering waves. Jiang Weiqin swept aside Shun Fei's cunning strike with his blade, following it up with a powerful second strike that neutralized the second assailant's attack. With a third, fourth, and fifth strike, he unleashed a ferocious blow that cleaved through the opponent's sword, subsequently severing their right arm at the shoulder with unrelenting force. Before the assailant could utter a cry of pain, Jiang Weiqin, fueled by even greater momentum, directed a sixth strike toward Shun Fei, who had not yet launched an attack. Shun Fei, caught off guard by the incoming blade, could only hastily defend himself, resulting in a deep 2-inch gash on his shoulder. Shun Fei, bewildered, could not comprehend why his every strike, imbued with internal energy and formidable power, was being effortlessly countered, although he had defended himself in haste. He should not have been injured. That as Jiang Weiqin forced Shun Fei back, Ma Xian's blade also found its mark on Jiang Weiqin's left arm, leaving a 2-finger-wide wound. Jiang Weiqin could only manage to fend off the 6 swords with great effort. But what if he disregarded one of them? Shun Fei was wounded, and so was Jiang Weiqin. Yet, Jiang Weiqin paid no heed to his injury. His 7th strike followed swiftly, reaching the limits of his capability. His momentum could only compound for 7 strikes. An 8th was beyond his reach. However, the power of the 7th strike was at least 3 times that of the first. This was Jiang Weiqin's ultimate move. Failure meant death. As the 7th strike was unleashed, Jiang Weiqin leaped into the air, channeling unparalleled momentum and strength into a downward cleave that he bellowed, "Die!" Shun Fei, still regaining his balance from retreating, was struck directly by Jiang Weiqin's blade, which cleaved down from his forehead. The blade carved a massive wound, spanning a palm's width, that extended from his face to between his legs. Chapter 49. The Slaughter. Part 2. Shun Fei collapsed. Jiang Weiqin had unleashed his pinnacle strike, causing his momentum to dissipate, and he felt an immediate wave of fatigue wash over him. His form wavered slightly in that moment. Jiang Weiqin was struck by another blade, which pierced through his left thigh. The feeling of exhaustion vanished instantly as he turned to glare at the assailant, who, frightened, dropped his sword and attempted to flee using his meager agility, yet disregarding the pain in his leg. Jiang Weiqin swung his blade in a swift horizontal slash, severing the head from its body. The remaining 4 quickly retreated, and Jiang Weiqin yanked the sword from his thigh, shouting, "Who dares to kill me? Come!" The 3 remaining foes halted a mere 5 meters away, hesitating. Jiang Weiqin was injured, and he could not slay them all, but he could not afford to lose his momentum. Fixing his gaze on the nearest individual, he charged forward recklessly. Blood poured from his thigh, flowing like a spring due to his vigorous movement. "But don't come any closer. I surrender. I surrender. I admit defeat," the man cried, retreating in terror. He was capable of lightness techniques, but employing them required internal energy, which demanded mental focus. Now, paralyzed by fear, he could no longer summon the concentration needed to channel his internal energy. Without using lightness techniques, Jiang Weiqin was faster. After all, he trained daily by lifting 30-pound stone blocks and running with sandbags strapped to his body. His rigorous training had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities and speed. 15 meters away, Jiang Weiqin caught up to him, prompting the man to drop to his knees in a panic, pleading, "Don't kill me. I'm merely following orders. It has nothing to do with me." "Whose orders? Who wants me dead? Speak." "I received orders from the pavilion master. The one who wants you dead is Sun Dashing from the Beggars sect. You killed his disciple. That he promised that if you were killed, the Beggars sect would not obstruct the Autumn Water Sword sect's involvement in Yangqing, allowing us to unify the city and become the foremost faction under the Beggars sect." "Who is Sun Dashing's disciple?" "I don't know. I truly don't know. I was just given orders," seeing the ignorance in his eyes. Jiang Weiqin swiftly severed his head. He then approached Shun Fei's lifeless body, severing his head as well, and called out to the 3 in the distance, "You have 10 breaths." if you do not vanish from my sight. I will pursue you relentlessly until death." The three, upon hearing this, fled without a second thought. They were terrified. Previously, it had been others, but now that they had witnessed their comrades fall one by one, they understood true fear. The three fled. Jiang Weichen, head in hand, approached the riverbank and addressed the two who were nearing the shore. "Do you wish to come ashore and meet your demise?" As he spoke, he raised Shun Fei's severed head, the gaping wound splitting his face in two, blood dripping continuously and forming a nearly unbroken line that a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood. Lin Fong, who was close to reaching the bank, hesitated as he looked at the three who had already fled and then at his lone fifth-layer companion. With the casualties from this encounter, Jiang Weichen had now dispatched 8 members of the Dark Knight Pavilion. They had been relentlessly targeting him, yet despite Jiang Weichen's survival, they had lost so many in response to Jiang Weichen's actions. The intention was to prevent the Beggar sect from obstructing the involvement of the Qiushui sword sect in Yanqing affairs, aiming for the unification of the city. However, it now appeared that they were drifting further from this objective. He observed the bloodstains on Jiang Weichen's body and the continuous flow of blood from his injured thigh, along with the glaringly bright, bloodied blade in his hand. Turning away, he swam back. His strength was slightly inferior to Shun Fei's, and he dared not approach. Despite Jiang Weichen's severe injuries, the latter was reckless, and he did not consider taking the risk himself. The individual beside him sighed in relief and followed suit in swimming back. Jiang Weichen watched as they reached the center of the river before discarding the severed head he had been holding. A sense of relief washed over him. Had Lin Fong insisted on confronting him on shore, given his exhaustion from a day of practice and his current injuries, it was uncertain whether he could prevail. Fortunately, Lin Fong seemed to have been intimidated, allowing Jiang Weichen to plant his long blade beside him. As he emerged from the water, he was clad only in shorts, his body now covered in blood, both his own and that of others. His bronze skin was stained crimson, resembling a demonic visage under the sun's radiance. Jiang Weichen hastily tore a strip of cloth from beneath Shun Fei and bound it around his thigh and left arm. Lacking internal energy and knowledge of acupoint sealing, he was unable to staunch the bleeding through such methods. Moreover, he had yet to learn the techniques of acupoint sealing and was unaware of their principles. Thus, he resorted to the old methods of minimizing blood loss that he needed to return swiftly. His injuries were grave that a sword had pierced through his thigh, and a 2-finger-wide wound on his left arm continued to bleed profusely. Tying off the wound could only mitigate blood loss for a limited time. Otherwise, the blood flow would be obstructed, causing further harm. The chase had already resulted in significant blood loss that he had to hurry back to the city for medical attention before nightfall. He regretted not asking Elder Yang for some healing ointment before leaving the Yangqing Hall. It was utterly incomprehensible that he had forgotten. Fighting was strictly prohibited in the city during the day, as it would create too much disruption. Wandering martial artists might not care, but local factions like the Dark Knight Pavilion and the Black Tiger Gang still respected the county magistrate. After managing to reduce the blood flow slightly, Jiang Weichen rushed into the river to rinse himself off before hastily dressing to return. Feng Chuan had witnessed the entire battle and was astounded. The speed of the blade was akin to a flash of light. How could 6 others simultaneously strike and yet be met with 6 counters? Knowing that prolonging the conflict would mean certain death, he disregarded caution and aimed to eliminate the strongest opponent first. Using ruthlessly fierce tactics to intimidate the others into fleeing to his age, he had not possessed the strength or ferocity of Jiang Weichen. He admired Jiang Weichen and held high hopes for his future. As long as the youth did not perish prematurely, he was destined to reach the level of the 4 notorious villains. Yet, this young man appeared to lack internal energy, a master, or any form of support. Otherwise, he would not have allowed himself to be pursued so relentlessly. With this thought, he disregarded his son, who was cowering in fear that it was a positive step that Qingxia had not been utterly terrified. In the future, he should witness more of the brutal realities of the martial world. Jikue, fetch some hemostatic medicine. Feng Chuan instructed the equally astonished Chang Jikue behind him. Chang Jikue, an experienced helmsman and his old comrade, understood the leader's intentions and turned to retrieve the medicine. After Chang Jikue returned with the healing ointment, Feng Chuan took it, employing his lightness skill to skim across the water's surface. Landing gracefully on the shore, Jiang Weichen, noting his agility, immediately grew wary, Gripping the nearby Levection blade, to possess such mastery over lightness skills, one must undoubtedly be a master of externalized internal energy, and only those who had opened their run and dew meridians could achieve such a feat. The run and dew meridians were known as the bridges between heaven and earth, connecting the body to the external world. Feng Chuan noticed Jiang Weichen's response and halted at a distance of 3 meters, declaring, "I am Feng Chuan, the leader of the whale gang, and I bear you no ill will." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Weichen felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he kept the blade within reach. Having spent considerable time in Yanqing, he was well aware of Feng Chuan's reputation and knew that he had surpassed the innate realm for several years, that if someone of that caliber wished to kill him, he would stand no chance of escape. Thus, he refrained from any drastic actions. That "I am but an unnamed individual. Honored to meet you, Leader Feng," Jiang Weichen replied, bowing slightly. Feng Chuan remarked, "From this day forth, you are no longer an unknown. At the very least, I recognize you. Moreover, the fact that 9 individuals of the postnatal realm were dispatched to hunt you down indicates that you were not entirely nameless before." Jiang Weichen did not contest this. Indeed, he was no longer unknown in Yanqing, though his reputation was somewhat tarnished, as most had yet to see him in person. Chapter 50. Has Murong Bo died? After finishing his statement, Feng Chuan flicked his finger, causing a small porcelain vial to land steadily before Jiang Weichen. "This is a standard healing ointment from the whale gang, effective for stopping bleeding. Simply apply it to your wounds." Jiang Weichen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked up the ointment. He then applied it to the wounds on his thigh and left arm. Coupled with the cloth strips he had wrapped around them, it helped to slow the rapid blood flow, though the large wounds made it impossible to expect immediate results. After applying the ointment, Jiang Weichen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Leader Feng." Feng Chuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. It is merely a bit of standard healing ointment, of little value. However, I am curious as to why you did not call for my assistance earlier. Had you done so, perhaps you would not have sustained those injuries that if a senior wished to save me, there would be no need for me to ask. You would act regardless that if you did not wish to intervene. My plea would hold little weight." Jiang Weichen was not accustomed to asking for help. He had not yet reached the point of desperation. However, while he disliked seeking assistance, he would not hesitate if faced with life and death. As living meant there was hope. Just as in Lianhua Town, when the beggar had oppressed him and left him hopeless, he had immediately knelt before Qiao Shenwang to procure strong liquor to deal with the beggar. Feng Chuan nodded, acknowledging that he had not initially intended to rescue Jiang Weichen. Having experienced the tumult of the martial world, he had not been inclined to commit acts of malice, let alone extend a hand of kindness casually. Yet, in the end, he found himself wanting to save Jiang Weichen, though it seemed the latter did not require his aid. "Since you were injured, why not accompany me aboard my ship to recuperate for a time?" Jiang Weichen considered refusing, but recalled Liu Biao, who had once been a water bandit on Taihu Lake. The whale gang's headquarters appeared to be located on a small island within Taihu Lake. The lake itself was vast, containing 40 to 50 islands. Mandala Villa resided on one of those islands, while the Murong family was situated at Yanzhou, surrounded by water on all sides. Yanqing was in close proximity to Taihu Lake, situated to the south, with Yanzhou and Mandala Villa to the west. "Leader Feng, are you aware of the water bandits on Taihu Lake?" Feng Chuan was taken aback by Jiang Weichen's sudden inquiry and replied, "Taihu Lake once had 5 major water bandits who formed an alliance, plundering passing ships and monopolizing the fish catch to sell in surrounding cities, amassing considerable wealth that MY Whale Gang previously dared not provoke them, despite my strength being comparable to their leaders, as their numbers were overwhelming." Feng Chuan shook his head before continuing. "However, not long ago, they were annihilated by the previous head of the Murong family. Murong Bo de It is said that Murong Bo fell victim to the potent poison of the 5 bandit kings of Taihu Lake and passed away a month ago." Jiang Weichen was taken aback. Had Murong Bo faked his death? Why had he only done so now? Considering Xiao Feng's age, nearly 17 years had passed since the events at Yanmen Pass. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Based on age, Xiao Feng would have been 18. While Duan Yu should only be 5 or 6, that his younger sisters would undoubtedly be younger, that a Zhu and a Bai had been purchased by Murong Bo. Calculating the timeline, it seemed plausible. Yet, the abbot Xuanzi had taken over a decade to realize he had been deceived. It took him that long to inquire about Murong Bo, leading to his feigned death to evade disaster. The old monk's response seemed somewhat sluggish. However, it was also possible that he simply did not care whether he had been deceived. He might only be investigating now due to Qiao Feng's rise, fearing potential retribution, that if Qiao Feng were to discover the truth and seek revenge, he could always shift the blame onto the false messages from Murong Bo. Jiang Weichen believed this was the most likely scenario. Regrettably, Murong Bo had chosen to feign death outright. Before his demise, he had also eradicated the 5 bandits of Taihu Lake. Jiang Weichen could not believe that his motivations were purely to rid the world of harm. Rather, he sought to provide himself a convenient excuse for his death, while seizing the accumulated wealth of the Taihu Lake bandits for his own gain. That in doing so, he not only displayed chivalry, but also amassed resources for his family's rebellious ambitions. After faking his death, he planned to assume the guise of a merchant named Yin Longyuan to engage in trade. Murong Bo's intellect surpassed that of Murong Fu, as he understood the importance of capital accumulation. Unlike Murong Fu, who one moment desired to become the son-in-law of Western Xia to have others assist in reclaiming his homeland, failing to consider why those capable of seizing territory would not claim it for themselves instead of aiding him. He foolishly sought to become Duan Yanqing's adopted son, hoping to inherit the title from him. Such delusions. However, none of this concerned Jiang Weichen. His focus lay on the death of the 5 bandits of Taihu Lake. What had become of Lu Biao? If he were to perish, no one would ever know who saved his younger sister. Chief Feng, I have a humble request that I hope you will grant that in the future, should you have any needs. I shall certainly comply. Feng Chuan neither agreed nor outright refused. Instead, he inquired, young brother, please speak, and I shall assist you in any way I can. He had intended to invest in Jiang Weichen, and naturally, he would not mind helping with something within his means. However, if it were a troublesome matter, he would have to consider its worthiness. Jiang Weichen clasped his hands and replied, I have an enemy who has become a water bandit on Taihu Lake, and I wish to inquire about his fate. Feng Chuan, initially curious about the nature of the request, thought that merely investigating a person would be a simple task for someone rooted in Taihu. He immediately responded, a trifling matter indeed. I shall have someone look into it as soon as I return. However, young brother, will you accompany me to Taihu, or shall you wait here for news? Jiang Weichen, feeling anxious, naturally wished to receive news promptly. So he said, then I shall trouble Chief Feng, that he needed to ascertain Lu Biao's situation without delay. He now possessed the strength to return and annihilate the Lu family. The reason he had not sought revenge yet was to avoid alarming Lu Biao and causing him to flee. Originally, he had planned to wait until he had cultivated his internal energy before capturing Lu Biao at Taihu to extract the identity of the one who rescued his sister. Then he would ensure they both vanished along with the Lu family. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Biao could very well be dead by now. How could he have died first? After over a decade as a water bandit, he had survived, and now, after killing his parents, he could perish so soon. He had slain his parents, yet Jiang Weichen had not yet avenged them or discovered his sister's whereabouts. Jiang Weichen could only hope that Lu Biao had narrowly escaped disaster and remained at Taihu. Feng Chuan chuckled. No trouble at all, young brother. Let us board the ship. It will only take us a quarter of an hour to reach Taihu. Jiang Weichen rose, grasped the Levection knife, and limped over to retrieve its sheath. Feng Chuan immediately reached out to pull Jiang Weichen, then stepped lightly across the water to board the ship. Jiang Weichen watched enviously, pondering when he might possess such lightness of foot that he had yet to master any lightness techniques. And to walk on water, one would need to reach at least the perfected stage of acquired realm or enter the innate stage. Once aboard, Feng Chuan shouted at his still-dazed son, aren't you going to rise? Do you wish to continue embarrassing yourself? Feng Qingxia quickly stood up and retreated several steps, distancing himself from Jiang Weichen. Feng Chuan sighed and said, young brother, forgive me. My son has been overly sheltered and has never encountered such scenes, so he may need a moment to recover. Jiang Weichen responded, he is fortunate. At least he has someone to protect him and rely upon. Feng Chuan paused, glancing at Jiang Weichen, seemingly deep in thought, and refrained from saying more. That a quarter of an hour later, the boat left the river and drifted northward along a tributary. Young brother, it won't be long before we reach Taihu via this tributary. Feng Chuan explained. Jiang Weichen nodded, having little interest in appreciating the natural scenery along the way. Soon, The ship docked at a small island spanning around 40 to 50 square kilometers. The island was lush with trees, with houses distributed harmoniously around, while a few majestic buildings stood at the center, adorned with intricate carvings and decorations at the highest points. After disembarking, Feng Chuan instructed his men to unload the cargo and sent someone to inquire about Lu Biao's situation. During their time on the ship, Jiang Weichen had described Lu Biao's general appearance, the most notable feature being the scar on his face. With such a conspicuous characteristic, it was believed they would gather information in no time. Chapter 51. Exchange of Techniques. Yangqing, North District, the headquarters of the Dark Knight Pavilion. Elder Son, rest assured, I have dispatched 9 men to eliminate that little wretch, 2 of whom are pinnacle practitioners of the acquired realm, declared Zhang Yifeng, the leader of the Dark Knight Pavilion, as he faced Sun Dashing, who was dressed in patched clothing. This time, that little wretch is certain to perish. Perhaps even now, Shun Fei is returning with his head in hand. Sun Dashing sipped his tea, his expression darkening as he replied, "That little wretch has humiliated me at the Yangqing branch. To allow him to die so easily would simply be a boon for him. My disciples went to Lianhua town to capture the perpetrator, only to discover that the culprit was a mere 9-year-old child. To make matters worse, my disciples were not only bested but also dismembered, leaving behind taunts. For some time now, the colleagues at the branch have been mocking me incessantly. Had it not been for Qiao Feng's treachery, I would have acted myself long ago. After Qiao Feng departed 3 months ago, I discovered the 2 individuals and planned to act, but I still feared Qiao Feng's potential inquiries afterward, so I contacted the Dark Knight Pavilion that I hoped to enlist their assistance in eliminating him. As for allowing the Qiushui sword sect to intervene in Yangqing, that is hardly a major issue for them. Even if the Qiushui sword sect enters Yangqing, its influence would be minimal. They still must give face to our beggar sect." Upon hearing Sun Dashing's words, Zhang Yifeng replied, "Elder Son, that little wretch has killed many members of my Dark Knight Pavilion. I believe Shun Fei will not allow him to die easily. Before his demise, he will undoubtedly endure much torment." Sun Dashing's expression shifted to one of relief, and he laughed. "Haha, then I shall congratulate Pavilion Master Zhang in advance for unifying Yangqing." Although Zhang Yifeng smiled brightly, he humbly replied, "Not at all. Even if I were to unify Yangqing, the beggar sect would still remain the foremost faction here." While the Yangqing branch leader of the beggar sect possessed strength equal to his own, they had yet to fully connect their meridians. However, they had powerful backing, and even with his connection to the Qiushui sword sect, he could not contend with them. Fortunately, the beggar sect was so vast that the court had placed restrictions upon them. The powers of each branch were somewhat limited, which allowed local factions like the Dark Knight Pavilion and the Black Tiger Gang to have a place. Just as the two were conversing, the trio led by Ma Xian, who had fled first, returned. They had been near the Yangqing shore and returned ahead of Lin Fang from the opposite bank. Zhang Yifeng, upon seeing the expressions and states of the 3, felt a sense of foreboding. "What is the situation? Where is Shun Fei?" Ma Xian immediately responded, "Pavilion Master, that Jiang Weichen has advanced too quickly. The 7 of us were no match for him and lost 4 men. Shin Jishur was nearly cleaved in 2 by his blade, that we were outmatched and fled to preserve our strength." Zhang Yifeng sprang to his feet, striding toward Ma Xian and seizing his collar, demanding, "Repeat that. Where is Shun Fei?" Ma Xian, knowing Shun Fei was Zhang Yifeng's confidant and had once served as a protector for the Zhang family, trembled as he stammered, "Pavilion Master, Shin Jishur is dead." Zhang Yifeng raised his hand, ready to strike Ma Xian dead, but then reconsidered, realizing the pavilion was already short-staffed. Killing Ma Xian would only harm the unity of the pavilion, that he cursed, "Useless, speak and recount the details one by one." Ma Xian promptly recounted the entire situation as it had unfolded. After hearing this, Sun Dashing's face turned ashen, and he scolded, "You Dark Knight Pavilion are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Do you think you can unify Yangqing? What a delusional dream." With that, he stormed away, his expression dark. Though Zhang Yifeng held a low opinion of Sun Dashing, he hurriedly followed after him, and their conversation remained unknown. The 3 men in the hall, Ma Xian and his companions, let out a sigh of relief. Time flew, and Jiang Weichen had been at the headquarters of the giant whale gang for 3 days. The island had a physician, and Jiang Weichen's wounds had been treated. After applying high-quality medication, they had begun to scab over point one day, while Jiang Weichen was reading a travelogue under the shade of a tree. Feng Chuan approached and remarked, Young brother, you truly waste no time. Jiang Weichen closed the book, exchanged pleasantries, and then asked, Chief, are you a busy man? Have you come to bring me news today? Feng Chuan shook his head, saying, Not yet. News has yet to arrive. Taihu is vast, and while it is easy to inquire about significant figures, Liu Biao is merely a small fry, making it much more challenging. After sitting down, Feng Chuan hesitated before speaking. Young brother, you do not have a master, do you? A master? Does Elder Yang count? He taught me about meridian points and health cultivation. However, he never formally accepted me as a disciple, although we share a mentor-disciple relationship. It lacks formal recognition. Jiang Weichen did not wish to disclose this connection, so he shook his head and replied, I truly have no master. May I ask why Chief Feng is inquiring? Feng Chuan responded, Young brother, please do not take offense. I mean no harm, that I simply admire your diligence and tenacity. Moreover, I surmise you lack internal energy, so I wish to take you as my disciple, after you become my student. I will not be stingy and shall devote myself to nurturing you. Jiang Weichen was taken aback by Feng Chuan's proposal to take him as a disciple, but he had no intention of accepting. Feng Chuan was merely at the innate stage, whereas Jiang Weichen believed he could cultivate to the innate stage with his current inheritance, that he could plan for several opportunities once his realm increased, rendering a master unnecessary. However, given his current lack of strength, it would be unwise to reject the offer outright. What if Feng Chuan were to harbor thoughts of destruction if he could not possess him? As it stood, Feng Chuan had only displayed a noble and grand demeanor, yet one who could lead a gang would hardly be simple. Chief Feng, although I have no master, I do have an elder brother who has imparted some skills to me. Even though Jiang Weichen and Xiao Feng had not sworn brotherhood and had only exchanged a few hours of conversation, Jiang Weichen was willing to acknowledge him as an elder brother due to Xiao Feng's broad-mindedness and his willingness to leave him with the technique. Feng Chuan furrowed his brow. Jiang Weichen had not outright refused, but the implications of his words were cleared. He then inquired, since young brother is unwilling, so be it. However, I am curious, who is your elder brother? He possesses an innate realm. While he may not be at the pinnacle of this martial world, he certainly ranks above the average that I in this realm. 90% of warriors linger in the acquired realm, and he has surpassed the majority of those within the martial community. To his astonishment, he found himself rejected when he personally sought to take on disciples. Was it that the individual before him was unaware, or did they truly possess some extraordinary lineage? Feng Chuan's thoughts were in turmoil. That I am known as Xiao Feng, and I trust that the esteemed leader Feng has heard of me. My martial arts were imparted to me by him. Lacking strength and unwilling to seek a master, Jiang Weichen resorted to invoking the name of Xiao Feng, who had gradually gained a certain renown over the past year. Feng Chuan inquired, Are you referring to Xiao Feng, the direct disciple of the beggar's sect leader? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Feng Chuan's doubts dissipated, and he remarked, So, young brother, you are acquainted with Xiao Feng, with him as your mentor. I shall refrain from making a fool of myself. That MY Great Whale sect possesses some power within this minor region, yet we cannot claim dominance here, especially not in comparison to the beggar's sect. Even a branch of theirs in a major city surpasses the Great Whale sect, let alone their main headquarters, which boasts numerous experts of the innate realm. Apart from myself, there are no others in the Great Whale sect who have reached such heights. Jiang Weichen, having declined the offer of apprenticeship, realized he had encountered too few martial arts techniques thus far that a thought crossed his mind, and he proposed, Esteemed leader Feng, how about we exchange martial arts techniques? The Imu Changchun Gong is considered a commendable internal cultivation technique in the martial world, capable of reaching the innate level, yet it lacks distinctive characteristics beyond health cultivation, placing it in the middle tier. Xiao Feng would not mind, nor would he. Thus, an exchange could enrich their knowledge, even if the techniques were not practiced. Feng Chuan was taken aback by the suggestion of an exchange that in all his years traversing the martial world, he had not encountered anyone willing to swap techniques, as one's unique martial arts are not easily divulged. Revealing the nuances of one's internal energy could lead to the discovery of countermeasures. Without waiting for Feng Chuan's refusal, Jiang Weichen continued, The technique I possess can only cultivate to the innate level. I do not seek an exchange for innate techniques, but I would be content with some acquired techniques. With that, Jiang Weichen placed the Imu Changchun Gong upon the stone table beside them. Feng Chuan was momentarily bewildered. He had yet to agree, Yet Jiang Weichen had already presented his technique. Did he not fear theft? The only technique capable of reaching the innate level in the Great Whale sect was the Shui Long Yin, the family ancestral art. Others practiced only acquired techniques, which had contributed to the stagnation of breakthroughs over the decades. With a sigh, Feng Chuan remarked, "Your actions are truly unexpected, young brother. To so freely exchange one's own foundational technique is quite remarkable." Jiang Weichen remained non-committal, for the Yimu Changchun Gong was not his foundational technique. He would either create his own in the future or invest time in transitioning to a different method. Esteemed leader Feng, to achieve true strength, one's technique is merely the foundation. The individual themselves is the key. Although he currently lacked internal cultivation, he could still easily dispatch those beneath the 6th level of the acquired realm with just the basics of his swordplay. Feng Chuan recalled Jiang Weichen's earlier combat by the river and sighed. "You speak the truth, young brother. It appears I have been too narrow-minded. Very well, since you were so generous, I shall not hold back. Aside from my Shui Long Yin internal technique, you may peruse any other techniques available within the Great Whale sect. I can even gather the unique techniques practiced by my subordinates for your examination. Although the techniques of the Great Whale sect, apart from his own, were all acquired, their sheer number could sustain a small faction's legacy. However, innate techniques remain more precious." And thus he added, "It is not that I am stingy. The Shui Long Yin is my family's internal technique and cannot be shared." Jiang Weichen nodded in understanding, replying, "I fully comprehend. I am already quite satisfied with the opportunity to exchange for these techniques." Jiang Weichen exchanged postnatal martial arts for innate techniques, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, these were precisely what he currently lacked. A mutual exchange of needs that he directly picked up the Yimu Changchun Gong from the table and handed it to Feng Chuan. Upon receiving it, Feng Chuan eagerly began to peruse the text, eager to ascertain its merits and whether it surpassed his own water dragon chant. Jiang Weichen, seated nearby, continued to leaf through his travel notes, patiently awaiting Feng Chuan's conclusion. Half an hour later, Feng Chuan finally finished his examination. Disappointment flickered in his heart. This technique had no subsequent advancements after breaking through to the innate level, proving inferior to his water dragon chant. Nevertheless, it could be passed on to his loyal subordinates, potentially enabling the giant whale gang to flourish further. Having successfully struck a deal with Feng Chuan, Jiang Weichen visited the giant whale gang's library the following day. The giant whale gang was an established organization, having existed for decades and amassed a considerable collection of martial arts. However, most of the techniques were of a lower tier, encompassing various forms such as fist techniques, palm techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, hammer techniques, finger techniques, and so forth. While there were numerous internal arts, most only facilitated the opening of the 12 primary meridians, with scarcely any capable of unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians. Opening the meridians was a meticulous endeavor. It was not merely a matter of cultivating internal energy. Different techniques yielded distinct forms of internal energy, and the human body was fragile. Thus, the nuances of each martial art required careful attention, derived from generations of experimentation by predecessors. Although these techniques were rudimentary, Jiang Weichen meticulously examined each one, broadening his horizons. Though he lacked the ability to remember everything at a glance, after a thorough reading, each technique would manifest on his panel. By accessing the corresponding techniques, he could delve into their contents. This feature was immensely beneficial for Jiang Weichen, as memorizing without such an ability was time-consuming. Transcribing was also inconvenient, and given the limited space within the Taoist hall, accumulating vast amounts of material was impractical. With this functionality, Jiang Weichen managed to thoroughly review and catalog around 30 popular manuals within just a day. On the third day, Feng Chuan indeed kept his promise, gathering unique techniques from his subordinates. While some were initially reluctant, the moment Feng Chuan presented Jiang Weichen's innate technique, everyone swiftly offered their postnatal skills for exchange. The opportunity to trade postnatal techniques for an innate lineage was a rare boon. Most were amenable, aside from a few who harbored secret techniques. The majority opted for the exchange. Jiang Weichen reviewed and recorded all the newly acquired techniques on his panel. While most merely served to enhance his knowledge, he had no intention of cultivating them or practicing within the Taoist hall. However, a few techniques warranted practical application: the 3 talents knife, the 6 harmonies knife. The Breaking Waves Fist, the Heart Intense Six Harmonies Fist, the Tiger Subduing Fist, the Shattered Heart Palm, the Floating Cloud Palm, the Grass Soaring Step, the Floating Cloud Step, the Treading Waves Technique, the Hunyuan Qi Gong, the Mangnia Strength, and the Tsanglong Gong. Although basic, he selected one or two from each category. These techniques were among the better ones, and Jiang Weichen resolved to utilize an opportunity to practice all of them. Particularly for the internal arts, he selected all capable of reaching the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, intending to train them all within the illusory river of time that in Jiang Weichen's perspective, techniques such as palm skills and sword skills were merely protective arts. Mastering one or two profound methods sufficed, as internal cultivation was fundamental. For instance, if an opponent stood before him and he could not defeat them with his drawing technique, employing other knife techniques would be futile. Thus, the focus of martial skill training lay in depth rather than breadth. The reason he selected several techniques from fists, feet, and weapons was to avoid any glaring weaknesses, that he chose only a few prominent techniques in lightness and agility, while selecting nearly 10 for internal cultivation. With his decision made, Jiang Weichen promptly commenced his training. Chapter 53. Yearning for home. With his decision made, Jiang Weichen immediately began his practice. He started with the Imu Changchun Gong, as he was about to cultivate internal energy. It was only natural to practice it to gain experience, ensuring that his subsequent cultivation would yield greater results. Though Imu Changchun Gong belonged to Taoist practices, it lacked excessive jargon. Previously, he had consulted Elder Yang, and now he had no uncertainties regarding the full text of the technique, having mastered the knowledge of meridians and acupoints. Now, within the illusory river of time, he could commence cultivation directly, unlike Mei Chaofeng, who had erred in her practice in the illusory river. Jiang Weichen consumed medicinal meals and took herbal baths, with all scenarios grounded in reality. It took him 10 years to cultivate the Imu Changchun Gong to the innate level. The process of unblocking the meridians required nurturing and accumulating internal energy, so he interspersed his training with other martial arts. The Three Talents knife took 2 years to reach the 4th level, while the Six Harmonies knife required 3 years. Techniques such as Grass Soaring Step, Floating Cloud Step, fist techniques, and palm techniques were all practiced in turn. Upon achieving the 4th level in all martial skills, he began to discard the internal energy from the Imu Changchun Gong to cultivate other internal arts. After 40 years, Jiang Weichen had cultivated all the internal arts he had invested in to the maximum extent allowed by the manuals. The subsequent years were spent in uncertainty. He intended to dedicate the remaining time to researching the integration of techniques, but yielded little effect. It remained unclear whether this was due to limitations of his consciousness or the incompleteness of the Taoist hall. In the following months, he mostly repeated the practice of martial arts, but after reaching the 4th level, progress became exceedingly difficult. Jiang Weichen then focused on discerning the subtle differences between various techniques, meticulously comparing their strengths and weaknesses. Despite having cultivated internal energy within the illusory river, his lifespan did not increase, leading Jiang Weichen to speculate that this was a result of the consciousness limitations. Having attempted to create new techniques twice without success, he resolved to invest more time in practicing the manuals to avoid wasting the remaining time. Upon completing his practice, a cascade of memories and experiences flooded into Jiang Weichen's mind. He felt a momentary dizziness, as though 50 or 60 years had passed within the illusory river, while only a fleeting moment had transpired in the external world. After assimilating these experiences and memories, Jiang Weichen realized many inadequacies in his previous training. He became intimately familiar with the techniques he had practiced, encompassing concepts, physical conditions post-training, and their respective powers. With these insights, Jiang Weichen, though he had not cultivated internal energy, had attained an understanding of these techniques comparable to that of their creators. Now, he was not only a theoretical master, but also a practical one, with both theoretical knowledge and first-hand experience. Jiang Weichen resolved to commence the integration of martial arts techniques. Particularly, the Imu Changchun Gong, despite its high level, did not align with his current mindset. As a Taoist health cultivation technique, it emphasized tranquility and non-action, avoiding aggression and harm to the body's essence. However, Jiang Weichen now sought survival. With adversaries constantly targeting him, he had no choice but to carve out a path. The discordance in mindset had caused him to spend 10 years achieving the innate level, even though Qiao Feng had accomplished the same in 4 to 5 years without resources. With resources at his disposal, Jiang Weichen's decade-long struggle was difficult to accept. Subsequently, Jiang Weichen began to gradually alter the operational pathways of the Yimu Changchun Gong based on the cultivation experiences in his mind, integrating the strengths of techniques such as Sanglong Gong and Hunyuan Qi Gong. After 3 days, he finally succeeded in creating his first internal cultivation method, which he named Wuliang Heart Sutra, that he intended to incorporate increasingly more essence from various techniques, especially those from the Xiaoyao sect, with hopes of crafting a true cultivation method. Now he awaited another practice opportunity to identify any potential issues that, if all went well, he could begin cultivation after concluding his physical training. With only one practice opportunity remaining, Jiang Weichen was not in a hurry. He wished to integrate and modify the remaining martial arts and lightness techniques before proceeding. Just as he was about to continue merging martial arts and lightness techniques, Feng Chuan suddenly arrived. "Chief Feng, have you found anything?" Jiang Weichen inquired. "It had been 6 or 7 days. There should be results by now." Feng Chuan did not keep him in suspense, stating directly, "My subordinates have gleaned from survivors that Liu Biao has died in the chaos of battle." Jiang Weichen was taken aback, murmuring, "Dead? How could he die?" Feng Chuan assumed Jiang Weichen sought personal vengeance, and said no more, turning to leave and grant him some private space. Jiang Weichen stood in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, memories of his parents' faces flooding back to him, that he recalled the little sister's every detail. "Little brat, your mother and I are going to the fields to work. You take good care of your sister at home. Xiao He, you should smile more like your cousin Tian Xiao. Don't be like your brother, not childlike at all, completely an adult. Chinner, Xiao He, here are eggs laid by our old hen. Each of you take one." Though Xiao He is merely 3 years old, Jiang Weichen has cared for her for nearly 3 years. With both parents occupied with work, he has been solely responsible for looking after Xiao He at home each day. When she is hungry, he prepares porridge for her. When she needs a change, he tends to her diaper. When she soils herself, he cleans her up. And when she cries, he soothes her to sleep. Although Jiang Weichen is a reincarnated soul, he cherishes Xiao He as if she were his own sister. Now, with Liu Biao, the only person who had taken Xiao He away, deceased, he finds himself unable to locate her. Both of them bear no obvious birthmarks. And in a few years, even if they were to meet again, they would be mere strangers to one another. Gazing at the sky, Jiang Weichen murmurs, "Father, mother, Xiao He is lost. I may never find her again. And I have been unable to avenge your deaths by slaying your murderer." Tears stream down his cheeks as he continues softly, "Father, mother, with Liu Biao dead, the Liu family should also descend to join you." With Liu Biao's demise, the elderly Liu Taizhong, already in his 50s, may also pass away at any moment, but he cannot bring himself to kill Liu Biao, nor can he allow Liu Taizhong to die easily. Wiping his eyes, Jiang Weichen turns to bid farewell to Feng Chuan that he intends to return to Yang City, first to eradicate the Liu family and avenge his parents. After some time of cultivation, he will then annihilate the Dark Knight Pavilion to avenge the pursuit against him. Additionally, he must see to the demise of the Beggar Clan's son Dashing. Jiang Weichen has only killed 2 members of the Beggar Clan. His disciple could not possibly be the beggar from Lianhua Town, so it must be that disciple who went to Lianhua Town. Xiao Feng had assured him that the Yang City Beggar Clan would not pursue him. Yet he did not anticipate that the individual had a master. With a master teaching him, how could he still be so weak at such an age? It is utterly disgraceful. Since you wish to avenge your disciple and aim to kill me, then I shall send you down to accompany your pupil. Upon arriving at Feng Chuan's residence, Jiang Weichen enters without preamble and states directly, "Chief Feng, I have come to bid you farewell, as I have overstayed my welcome." Feng Chuan inquires, "Young brother, are you leaving? Have we, the Giant Whale Gang, not treated you well?" He is already aware that Jiang Weichen is a steward of the Black Tiger Gang in Yang City. However, those who seek to kill Jiang Weichen are also in Yang City, and returning now would undoubtedly place him in peril. Chapter 54. The collapse of belief in Feng Qingxia. Jiang Weichen shakes his head, replying, "Chief Feng, it is not that the Giant Whale Gang has not treated me well, but rather that I have yet to avenge my parents. My enemies remain at large, and I fear they may meet the same fate as Liu Biao." Feng Chuan sighs, originally intending to keep Jiang Weichen close, as the Black Tiger Gang is inferior to his own Giant Whale Gang, and he believes the chances of encountering Jiang Weichen's enemies in Yang City are quite high. However, now that Jiang Weichen wishes to return to avenge his parents, he is at a loss for words of persuasion that but he can only ask, "Young brother Jiang, after avenging your grievances, would you still wish to return?" Feng Chuan genuinely admires Jiang Weichen. His fervor for cultivation is unparalleled. Previously, he practiced his swordplay in the river, undeterred by wind and rain. After sustaining injuries, he spent his days studying martial arts manuals, unwilling to waste a moment. With daily rigorous training and the benefit of inheritance, such a person, if not cut short, is destined for greatness. Jiang Weichen shakes his head, saying, "Chief Feng, after avenging my parents, I must also seek vengeance for myself. There are those in Yang City who wish to kill me, and I cannot allow them to live. The Dark Knight Pavilion seeks to eliminate me to unify Yang City under the banner of the Qiushui Sword Sect, and I too desire to eliminate them to achieve that unity." Although Jiang Weichen does not explicitly state that he will not return, Feng Chuan understands his implication. Jiang Weichen will not come back. He refuses to be subservient and manipulated. Feng Chuan feels a twinge of regret, but nonetheless states, "Young brother Jiang, you have ambition. Tomorrow, my giant whale gang will have a ship passing by Yang City S-Port. You may depart in the morning." Although Jiang Weichen is anxious, he is not in such a rush as to leave that very night. That evening, Feng Chuan hosts a banquet in Jiang Weichen's honor. And after the meal, Jiang Weichen continues to merge martial skills with lightness of foot. Meanwhile, Feng Chuan summons his son and Chang Jikui, saying, "Qing Xia, Jikui, you will accompany Jiang Weichen to Yang City tomorrow." Feng Qingxia immediately retorts, "Father, I refuse to accompany that demon. Being near him makes me feel uneasy, as if my neck is exposed to a chill." That day, Jiang Weichen had taken 4 lives. The first was decapitated with a single stroke. The second was sliced from forehead to groin before losing his head. The third had his head cleaved off, and the fourth met the same fate. The image of Jiang Weichen, drenched in blood, resembling a demonic figure, has haunted him. For the next several nights, he could not sleep well, plagued by nightmares where Jiang Weichen would behead him. For 7 days, he has been avoiding Jiang Weichen, steering clear of wherever he might be. Feng Chuan shouts, "Be silent. I have coddled you too much in the past. Now it is time for you to witness the true world of martial arts and the blood-soaked storms of the Jianghu." As Jiang Weichen seeks vengeance, there will undoubtedly be bloodshed, and it is high time for Qing Xia to witness the cruel reality of the Jianghu, lest he be frightened again in the future. After rebuking his son, Feng Chuan turns to Chang Jikui and states, "Jikui, I entrust you with the protection of my wayward son." From the moment Feng Chuan spoke, Chang Jikui understood his task. "Chief, rest assured, there are no innate level fighters in Yang City. With my strength, protecting Qing Xia will not be a problem." With his postnatal 10th level of power, Chang Jikui had previously been unable to break through due to a lack of innate inheritance. In Yang City, a postnatal 10th level fighter is indeed at the pinnacle of combat strength. Unless besieged, he fears no one in a one-on-one encounter. Moreover, he is backed by the giant whale gang. And with the chief being an innate level fighter, the people of Yang City would not dare to attack him without cause. Feng Qingxia, seeing that both his father and Uncle Chang have agreed, can only sulk, seemingly recalling something as he instinctively touches his neck. Feng Chuan, oblivious, tells Chang Jikui, "If that lad encounters danger, you may save him if necessary." Chang Jikui inquires, "Chief, what if the Qiushui Sword Sect intervenes?" Feng Chuan's expression grows grave as he replies, "The old cadre of the Qiushui Sword Sect has broken through to the innate level many years ago. I cannot know his current prowess. If he were to act, that would be one matter, but if his disciples were the ones to strike, we could still intervene. At worst, I can send them gifts afterward as compensation, though he is aged. His disciples have yet to produce anyone who has broken through to the innate level, and he would not want to sour relations with us." Chang Jikui nods in agreement. The next day, Jiang Weichen departs from Taihu aboard a ship from the giant whale gang, but he glances at Feng Qingxia, who is trying to keep his distance, and finds it rather amusing that he does not wish for anyone to accompany him. As he is on a path of vengeance, and he has family in Xinghua village, he does not want too many people to know of this connection. However, given that Feng Chuan has helped him by treating his injuries and gathering information about Lu Biao, it would be impolite to refuse his son's company. Moreover, he lacks the strength to deny it. Flowing downstream on the way there, he now must journey upstream on his return. They reach Yang City S-Port after an hour. Upon disembarking, Jiang Weichen reaches into his chest pocket, retrieving a silver ingot from the Yindao Hall, and proceeds to buy 3 horses from a nearby vendor. This is a bustling dock, with many individuals selling horses and passengers disembarking to purchase steeds for their journeys. So horse traders are abundant. Jiang Weichen does not intend to enter the city, but rather aims to head directly for Xinhua Village. The journey from Xinhua Village to Yang City typically takes more than a day. But with swift steeds, it takes merely 3 hours. Jiang Weichen first visits Li Village, where Lu Taizhong's second son, Lu Chun, has established a branch. Upon entering the village, Jiang Weichen discreetly gathers information about the number of people present. Lu Chun had only arrived less than a year ago, bringing with him 2 wives and 2 slightly older sons. After learning the details, Jiang Weichen spares no one, slaying both adults and children alike. Lu Chun, a notorious scoundrel in Xinhua Village, had harassed women and oppressed the villagers, committing numerous evils. Ultimately, Jiang Weichen severed Lu Chun's head and looted 300 taels of silver from the house. This silver was likely provided by Lu Taizhong as funds to purchase land in Li Village. 300 taels, while not a significant amount in Yang City, would make one exceedingly wealthy in this village. After the plunder, Jiang Weichen set fire to the remaining dwellings along with the inhabitants. Feng Qingxia, emboldened by an unknown source, stepped forward to declare, "You demon, you may avenge yourself on the principal perpetrator. But why must you annihilate the entire family?" Jiang Weichen's actions severely contravene his sense of chivalry, prompting him to stand in outrage. A mere glance from Jiang Weichen sends Feng Qingxia retreating in fear. Chang Jikue, however, remains unfazed, observing as Jiang Weichen wrapped Lu Chun's severed head in cloth and mounted his horse to depart. He remarks, "Qingxia, let us go. Uncle Chang, why do you not intervene? You are aiding and abetting this evil. You are turning a blind eye to this massacre," Feng Qingxia exclaims. Chang Jikue, taken aback by the accusation, replies, "Why must one kill the entire family? Do you not see Jiang Weichen's actions for what they are?" Feng Qingxia contemplates before responding. "What do you mean? I only see him indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent while you stand idly by." Sighing deeply, Chang Jikue explains, "It is precisely because the Lu family did not eradicate their enemies completely that a 10-year-old survivor returned to exact vengeance. Those 2 children, though young, are clearly over 10 years old. If even those under 10 can be so ruthless, what might the older ones do if they were to cultivate successfully? Would they not seek revenge?" Feng Qingxia stumbles back several steps, his face pale as he murmurs, "Is this the Jianghu? To avoid retribution, one must annihilate every last one. This is not the world he envisioned. The realm he imagined should be adorned in a green robe, accompanied by a flask of wine, where injustice arises, and he would be present to rectify it. Yet, what is the reality now? He has witnessed the brutal slaughter of an entire family before his very eyes. Yet he finds himself powerless to intervene, and the one capable of stopping it, Chang Shu, merely observes with indifference. How could this be? For over a decade, he has devoted himself to martial arts on the island. Only recently starting to travel by boat, he cannot comprehend it at all. Chapter 55. Revenge. Immediately following this, Jiang Weichen ventured to Gao's Hollow and annihilated the entire family of Lu Laotai's 4th son, severing their heads before returning to Xinhua Village. As he arrived in Xinhua Village, dusk was approaching, and the Lu family was gathered for dinner. The 3 of them rode their majestic steeds directly into the village. As they passed through the fields, they spotted a few households collecting the rice trampled by intruders, faintly overhearing their hushed conversations. These Lu people have become increasingly brazen, even sending their servants to trample our rice. Indeed, with the autumn harvest approaching, our losses are substantial. How will we survive until next year? Perhaps we should sell our land to the Lu family." Jiang Weichen comprehended the situation. The Lu family's plans had been thwarted by him, and now they were resorting to new tactics. Dressed in black, with his raven hair casually tied back, he carried the Levection sword on his back. Despite the significant changes he had undergone over the past year, the villagers recognized him immediately. Isn't this the eldest son of the Dashan family? He is alive after all. Not only alive, but it seems he has achieved quite a reputation. Weichen, where have you been? It was quite a challenge for us to find you. Villagers he encountered either whispered among themselves or greeted him. Jiang Weichen merely nodded in acknowledgement and hastened into the village. Upon entering, he did not return home, but headed straight for the Lu family's courtyard. The Liu family's estate was situated in the village's center, covering an area of about 1,000 meters. Once, many families lived around it, but they had all been forcibly relocated to the village's outskirts. Some had chosen to ally with the Liu family, while the majority harbored resentment, refusing to sell their land. Arriving at the entrance, Jiang Weichen dismounted and readied himself to enter with the severed heads in hand. "Who are you?" "This is the Liu residence. Entry requires announcement." A gatekeeper blocked his way. "Step aside." "Liu Ergu, you do not forget your surname." "You are Zing Ergu. Though your father named you so to ensure your livelihood, it was not meant for you to truly act as a dog for others. Out of consideration for your lack of Liu blood, I shall spare your life." Jiang Weichen recognized this man as a villager who had ingratiated himself with the Liu family. Zing Ergu, humiliated by Jiang Weichen's mockery, replied with anger, "So it is you, Jiang Dukin, and no wonder you know me. Your parents have perished, and no one has taught you manners. Liu Laotai has been searching for you. You have delivered yourself right to his door." Zing Ergu intended to report this to the inside. Jiang Weichen unsheathed the Levection sword from his back, "that I was inclined to spare you for our shared village ties, but since you court death, I shall not be held accountable." Zing Ergu retorted mockingly, "Spare me. You." His words were cut short as his head flew off. Jiang Weichen paid him no heed and strode through the gate, closing it behind him. Just before shutting it, he turned to Chang Jikei and said, "Elder, please lock the gate from the outside." Chang Jikei nodded, deeming it a trivial task. Behind them, Feng Qingxia murmured, "So ruthless. Uncle Chang, you ought to intervene. How can you agree to guard the gate? Do you not possess a shred of chivalry?" Chang Jikei glanced at Feng Qingxia, whose expression was somewhat distressed, and replied, "Qingxia, your father only entrusted me with your protection, that if you truly aspire to be a hero, then practice diligently and manage your own affairs in the future." Feng Qingxia resolutely responded, "I will certainly train hard. Once I break through to the 7th level of acquired energy, I shall rid this realm of its evils." Chang Jikei looked at her with a hint of regret for having uttered those words. "Qingxia, do not act recklessly. This person harbors a murderous intent. You are no match for him. But he can kill someone at the 6th level of acquired energy without even cultivating inner strength to be by the time you reach the 7th level. Will he not have advanced too?" Jiang Weichen made his way directly to the central hall, where 12 men, all of whom were male, sat around a massive 8 immortals table. Seated at the head was Liu Laotai, a rotund figure with a cane beside him. To his left sat a middle-aged man in his 30s, Liu Qiu, and to his right was a 5 or 6-year-old child named Liu Bao. Jiang Weichen recognized him. When he was born, the Liu family had hosted a grand banquet, inviting the entire village to celebrate. Liu Bao was favored by Liu Laotai, for he had not had a son in 7 or 8 years prior. Liu Laotai had believed himself incapable of fathering children, only to be blessed with a son in his old age. Liu Qiu rose and bellowed, "You bold intruder! Who are you? Get out! Can't you see we are dining?" These servants are becoming increasingly disrespectful, allowing anyone to enter. "Everyone is here. Then it saves me some trouble," Jiang Weichen replied, tossing 2 severed heads onto the dishes spread across the 8 immortals table. "Second brother, 4th brother, Chun'erfu or second master, 4th master?" Liu Laotai's hand halted midair before the heads, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Regardless of who you are, you have slain my sons. Today, you shall die." That he had 9 sons, 3 of whom had died young, leaving him with 6 in total. The eldest Liu Biao, 2nd Liu Chun, 3rd Liu Qiu, 4th Liu Fu, 5th Liu Xian, and the youngest, Liu Biao. To lose 2 sons at once was an unbearable blow. "Someone, fetch my weapon. I shall avenge my sons myself," Liu Laotai shouted. The nearby servants, finally coming to their senses, rushed to retrieve weapons from the adjacent room. The commotion in the hall attracted the attention of the Liu family's servants and the womenfolk from the back courtyard. One servant returned with a weapon, the Qinglong Yinyue saber. Jiang Weichen glanced at the saber and then at Liu Laotai's corpulent form. Did he truly possess the capability to wield such a weapon? As Jiang Weichen observed that most of the guests had gathered, he addressed Chen Yinhui, who stood at the entrance with a long knife in hand. "You are the guard of the Liu residence. Would you be willing to assist me in blocking the back door to prevent the Liu family from escaping?" Chen Yinhui, a guard of the Liu residence but not a member of the Liu family nor a villager of Xinghua, had joined the Liu family 7 or 8 years ago, though his origins were unknown. Chen Yinhui regarded Jiang Weiqin and said, "You are Jiang Weiqin. I have seen you before. Though you have changed significantly, I do not believe you will leave here alive today." With that, he positioned himself at the door. Lu Laotai, wielding the Qinglong Yinyue saber, swung it twice, feeling its weight and realizing it was somewhat burdensome. The saber weighed 38 pounds and had been his weapon in his youth that in his younger days. He had possessed great strength, opting for a long weapon to avoid close encounters. However, the years had taken their toll, and his increasing girth had left him unaccustomed to such arms. Hearing Chen Yinhui's words, Lu Laotai remarked, "So it is you, little wretch. After being away for 7 or 8 months, you dare return for vengeance after learning a few petty skills? But how did you come to know that it was my Lu family who killed your parents?" Chapter 56. Revenge, Part 2. Jiang Weiqin scoffed, "You should not have sent your entire family to seek me out. The hearts of your Lu family are steeped in darkness, claiming to protect me. Do you truly believe that?" Lu Laotai paused, then said, "At merely 9 years of age, you possess such thoughts. Indeed, you must not be allowed to live. Had you trained for a few more years, my Lu family might have met its end, but you are far too impatient. Today shall be your demise. Chun, block the entrance. I shall personally avenge my sons." Lu Laotai commanded, swinging the Qinglong Yinyue saber. Executing a move titled Qinglong emerges from water, aimed directly at Jiang Weiqin. Jiang Weiqin slightly sidestepped, and the saber struck the bluestone floor. Before Lu Laotai could catch his breath, his right arm was severed in an instant. The saber clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. "Father, master," Lu Qiu howled, "Chen, kill him, slay him." Chen Yinhui's expression grew grave. While he possessed some martial skills, within the Lu family, only Lu Biao was his equal. Yet, he had not even seen how Jiang Weiqin had struck. Lu Laotai was equally slow to react, only realizing the loss of his arm when it fell to the ground. Jiang Weiqin turned and, with a flash of his blade, severed the hair falling from Chen Yinhui's temples. There were 37 members of the Lu family, and should even one escape, you will meet your end. Jiang Weiqin declared, turning to the servants outside wielding sticks. "Many of you were once villagers of Xinghua. I shall spare your lives. However, should even one of the Lu family escape, you shall share their fate." With that, he pivoted and swung his sword, decapitating Lu Laotai's third grandson. With over 30 members of the Lu family present, if no one attempted to block their escape, it was possible they might flee. These guards, once villagers of Xinghua, had aligned themselves with the Lu family, helping to oppress the villagers and tenants. Jiang Weiqin held no fondness for them, yet he did not wish for them to perish. They were merely striving for survival. Nevertheless, he required them to impede the Lu family's escape, hence he showed no mercy. Chen Yinhui touched his neck, with a clean cut of his hair fell, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Why, Jiang Weiqin's only been gone for a little over 8 months. Yet why is it that I remain oblivious to his strikes? You may continue to delay, but should anyone escape, your demise is inevitable." Hearing the commotion from the hall, the ladies of the Lu family gathered around, and upon seeing their patriarch's severed arm, some were already preparing to flee. Chen Yinhui hesitated, realizing he was no match for Jiang Weiqin's. Could he rely on the 8 or 9 subordinates armed with sticks whom he had trained? He could easily take them down alone, suffering at most a blow or two, not to mention facing someone as skilled as Jiang Weiqin's. Recognizing his lack of prospects for victory, he immediately commanded, "Those who wish to live, block all exits with me." The male members of the Lu family were present in the hall, leaving behind more than 20 women, none of whom possessed any fighting capability that as long as they could block the exits and wield weapons. Escape would be impossible for them. "Chen Yinhui, you traitor, you deserve to die," Lu Qiu scolded, before directly picking up the Qinglong Yinyue knife from the ground, severing the right arm still held by her father. "Ill stop him, you all run," Lu Qiu urged her stunned, frightened juniors and her 5th brother. Aside from her 5th brother Lu Xian and 6th brother Lu Bao, everyone present were her younger nephews. The Lu family had no internal martial arts teachings, and the old patriarch did not compel the younger generations to train in martial arts, instead encouraging them to pursue their studies. Thus, despite some being 17 or 18 years old, they were utterly unskilled in combat, having lived in comfort for so long that they were weaker than famished farmers. "Old Patriarch Lu, did you ever contemplate today when you ordered your eldest son to murder my parents? Greed knows no bounds. Your Liu family, already a prominent household in the village, resorted to killing my parents over a few acres of land, leaving my family in ruins. Today, I shall have you witness the annihilation of the Liu family that you painstakingly built, watching as your descendants perish before your eyes." After finishing his words, Jiang Weichen's lunged at the rushing Lu Qiu with a blade, severing her right hand. Another strike followed, cutting off her left arm, then another for her right leg, and yet another for her left. After 4 swift strikes, Lu Qiu was rendered utterly incapacitated. Her lackluster martial skills proved no match for Jiang Weichen's. Among the remaining 10 individuals in the room, 8 were paralyzed with fear on the ground. While 2 had nearly fled the hall, Jiang Weichen swiftly pursued and dispatched them. Old Patriarch Lu's eyes bulged with rage, the pain in his right shoulder now feeling considerably less severe, as he gazed at his writhing son Lu Qiu on the floor and the 2 slain grandsons. "Jiang Weichen, spare them. They are innocent. Everything is my doing. I am willing to pay with my life. Just spare the Liu family." The old patriarch conceded, knowing that his descendants stood no chance against Jiang Weichen's upon hearing these words. Jiang Weichen's burst into laughter, a loud, derisive laugh. "How innocent are they? What are my parents? They merely wish to live modestly and farm. Are they not innocent? Yet you sent people to kill them. What of my sister Jiang Xiaohua? She was merely 3 years old. What did she know? Is she not innocent? And the unborn child in my mother's womb? He died before even being born. Is he not innocent? Now you speak of your enemies as innocent. Do you not find that laughable?" Jiang Weichen's continued to laugh, stating their only mistake was being born into your Liu family, and their further misfortune lay in having a father like you, a grandfather like you. After finishing his statement, Jiang Weichen's proceeded to kill in front of old Patriarch Lu. "No, spare me. I know nothing. Grandfather, save me. I do not wish to die. Beast, you beast. Demon, you are a demon." Not far away, Chen Yunhui, blocking the back door with a subordinate, heard the curses and pleas from the hall, his heart sinking in fear. He turned to Jiang Qingji beside him and said, "You are a local of Xinghua village and have some connection to the Jiang family. Quickly summon Jiang Erzhan." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingji hurriedly dashed out the back door, unwilling to guard it any longer. Had it not been for Jiang Weichen's earlier warning that if any Liu family members escaped, they would also face death, and the fact that he had already killed one in front of them, they would have fled long ago, that if they hadn't been trained by Chen Yunhui over the past few years, they would have run away in terror. They had never witnessed such a scene. Shortly after Jiang Qingji left, a dozen women surged into the back door, some carrying children, others holding their daughters, spotting Chen Yunhui blocking the door. One elderly woman stepped forward and said, "Chen, you've been treated well by the Liu family, have you not? They have not wronged you." Chen Yunhui felt a twinge of shame and replied, "Old madam, the Liu family has not wronged me, but I do not wish to die. My son is only a few years old." The old matriarch's expression darkened as she said, "Can't we all run together? He cannot spare his hands right now. Old madam, that is not feasible. I cannot take that risk, and there are still people outside." Chen Yunhui was unaware of Jiang Weichen's true capabilities. He was certainly not his match. Should Jiang Weichen's wish to kill him, he would not even have time to react. Moreover, the front door was locked, and standing atop the courtyard wall, he saw 2 individuals outside. One appeared quite old, with an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the sounds from within. Clearly a seasoned expert who had weathered many storms, likely an elder from Jiang Weichen's sect, which further deterred him from releasing anyone. The old matriarch's face turned ashen as she cradled a baby and said, "Then surely someone can take this infant outside." This was her great-granddaughter, the daughter of her second son Lu Chun, still under a year old. Chen Yunhui looked at the swaddled infant, feeling a mix of emotions and reluctance. Chapter 57, Revenge 3. Although he felt hesitant, Chen Yunhui replied, "Old madam, Jiang Weichen stated that there are 37 members of the Liu family, and not one can be spared. Please do not put us in a difficult position." The old matriarch, seeing that Chen Yunhui was unyielding, immediately scolded, "Chen Yunhui, are you still human? Do you not have children? You would not spare such a small infant?" Chen Yunhui's face darkened, feeling displeasure in his heart as he retorted, "Old madam, it is not that I do not spare her, but rather that others will not spare her, and all of this stems from your Liu family's actions." The old matriarch immediately called upon several of her daughters-in-law, wielding sticks or stones, to either strike or throw at Chen Yunhui, intending to force their way out. However, The back door was already narrow, and Qin Yunhui had shut it, making it impossible for these women to open it. They sought a ladder to climb over the courtyard wall and jump out, but others guarding the premises overturned the ladder. In the Liu family hall, blood and corpses lay strewn across the floor. Jiang Weichen's brought Liu Bao before the old patriarch and said, "This is your most cherished youngest son. He shall precede you in death." The 5 or 6-year-old Liu Bao had long since fainted from the horror of the scene. Jiang Weichen showed him no torment, granting him a swift end. "Old Patriarch Liu, did you ever consider today? I heard you became a great-grandfather just months ago. But what of my parents? They were not yet 30. And you had not even become a grandfather. I also learned of your daughters who married into small officials in Lianhua town. They have oppressed my Jiang family before, that I shall not spare them. They were not deserving of death, but alas, they married into your Liu family." Jiang Weichen spoke to the old patriarch, whose expression was twisted with rage and tears streaming down his face to be why the way. "Do you know who informed me of these matters? It was your 2nd and 4th sons. They were the first to face my wrath, suffering far more than your 3rd son, that I in a bid for a quick death. They revealed all your Liu family's secrets to me." Old Patriarch Liu roared, "Demon! You are a demon! My sons will not spare you." Jiang Weichen was taken aback, then responded, "You must be referring to your eldest son Liu Biao." "Correct. Did you not know he is dead? You killed him." "Impossible. My son is at Taihu, surrounded by many allies. You could not have killed him. Alas, just a few days ago, I visited Taihu and learned that he had been eradicated. The 5 bandits of Taihu are all dead, including your son. He was fortunate not to have awaited my arrival before meeting his end. Otherwise, you all might have lived a little longer. But since your eldest son is dead, I feared you might die too, hence my early arrival." Old Patriarch Liu, realizing Jiang Weichen was not jesting, understood that his eldest son was dead. All the male members of the Liu family were dead. The Liu family would be extinct, exhausted and bleeding profusely. Old Patriarch Liu watched as his sons and grandsons were killed one by one, and his son had endured inhumane torture, and under the immense pain and mental turmoil. He had gone mad, muttering, "Demon, the demon has come." Jiang Weichen observed old Patriarch Liu, uncertain whether his madness was genuine or feigned, but his own long-held hatred had been vented. The emotions he had suppressed for so long were finally released. Jiang Weichen then executed old Patriarch Liu, severing his head, preparing to take it to pay respects to his parents. The last time he returned, he had not visited his parents' graves to pay homage. His parents' funeral had been arranged by his uncle's family. He felt he had been unfilial, hence he had not dared to pay his respects before avenging them. After killing old Patriarch Liu, Jiang Weichen proceeded to the courtyard, following the sounds to the back door, where he saw the old matriarch kneeling on the ground. "Erzhan, I used to give you candy when you were little. I watched you grow up. For the sake of our shared village, I implore you to plead for us. Let your nephew spare us." Upon Liu Jiagong's arrival, in a bid to integrate into Xinghua village and establish amicable relations with the villagers, she extended numerous small acts of kindness to that time. The mere child Zhang Erzhan had received candies from her. Newly arrived and still bewildered by the circumstances, Zhang Erzhan had only heard whispers about his elder brother's son returning, now embroiled in trouble with the Liu family. As he stood there, he was met with anguished pleas for mercy. Before he could comprehend the details, the elderly matron of the Liu family had already knelt before him. He found it utterly implausible that his nephew, still under 10, could have slain so many from the Liu clan. Just then he caught sight of Jiang Weichen, bloodied and wielding the Xian Slayer sword, approaching with an ominous air. Jiang Erzhan, in disbelief, asked, "Is that you?" "Xiaoqin," Jiang Weichen cast a glance at Qin Yunhui, a flicker of murderous intent crossing her eyes. Without engaging with her second uncle, she addressed the villagers behind him. "The Liu family sent assassins after my parents. I have come to avenge them. You are not of the Liu clan. Depart at once." The tenants of the Liu family were villagers themselves and did not reside within the Liu estate. Only the guards and servants lived there, most of whom were from Xinghua village and had long since fled. Qin Yunhui had only intervened against the Liu family members, while the others had escaped. Jiang Weichen had no intention of pursuing them, but she would spare none of the Liu bloodline. Hearing her words, Zhang Erzhan exclaimed in disbelief, "My brother was murdered by the Liu family." The villagers behind him began to murmur. Having presumed that Jiang Dashan's family had merely crossed someone and faced dire consequences, they were astonished to discover that it was the Liu family's matriarch who had orchestrated the massacre, all while feigning righteousness in her intent to protect Jiang Demigods. At that moment, a small girl, around 7 or 8, dashed forth, exclaiming, "Tian Xiaogo, your brother wants to kill us. Please save us." Jiang Tianxiao, taken aback by Jiang Weichen's fearsome demeanor, was momentarily stunned until he heard the girl's plea. The village was small, and this girl was Lu Wei, a former playmate. He was at a loss for words, fearful of his elder brother's expression, while also feeling pity for Lu Wei's tear-streaked face. He instinctively stepped forward, wiping her tears as he used to for his younger brother. Suddenly, a woman seized Jiang Tianxiao and grasped his throat tightly. Two others swiftly restrained his arms, rendering him powerless in an instant. The abrupt turn of events left the young Jiang Tianxiao in shock. Jiang Erzhan and Li Zihua cried out in alarm, "Release my son! You Liu family have already taken one of my sons. Will you now kill my other son?" From a distance, Jiang Weichen, witnessing the scene unfold, felt helpless, as he was still several meters away, while Jiang Tianxiao was right there among them. Upon hearing his second aunt's words, Jiang Weichen felt a pang of confusion. Had they truly killed one son? Jiang Tiana had only just turned one, hadn't he? He had held him just over half a year ago upon returning. Had he succumbed to illness, or was it a deliberate act by the Liu family? Uncertainty clouded Jiang Weichen's mind, for in this era, medical knowledge was primitive, and village healers often adhered rigidly to their texts. Lacking adaptability, illnesses could easily spell tragedy for an infant. Chapter 58. Revenge, Part 4. The elderly matron of the Liu family, observing her daughter-in-law's hold on Jiang Tianxiao, declared, "Jiang Weichen, you have already taken many lives and avenged your grievances. Now let us depart, or I shall take Jiang Tianxiao's life." Jiang Erzhan hastily interjected, "Xiaoqin, let them go. Tiana is dead. Tianxiao is now my only son, that Li Tsuihua," tears streaming down her face, pleaded Xiaoqin, "Please let them go. Tianxiao is my sole remaining hope." Jiang Weichen felt a heaviness in his heart. Allowing them to leave posed no threat to him. Even if they were released, they could not inflict harm upon him, that he had no fear of their revenge. However, would his second uncle's family truly be safe? He himself was unafraid, but his second uncle's family were mere ordinary folk. If his enemies could not retaliate against him, they would turn their vengeance toward his relatives. The experiences of the past few days had illuminated a harsh truth for Jiang Weichen. As long as he was not the strongest in the world, enemies would abound. The cycle of vengeance would continue. Eliminating the young would not eradicate the old, and killing the old would only invite new avengers, just as the 9 Bags disciples sought retribution through the Dark Night Pavilion. Today, he had compromised for Jiang Tianxiao. But what of the future? As long as he had foes, if they were unable to reach him, they would resort to threatening those he cherished. By revealing his vulnerability today, his second uncle's family would be forever imperiled. Even the Zhou family, who had shown him kindness, might find themselves ensnared in the fallout. Those who had taught him the art of self-cultivation, like Yang Wenshan, could also become pawns against him. That it would be easy to release these people today. Yet it would expose his weakness, endangering those who had once aided him in the future. Jiang Weichen gazed up at the sky. Meanwhile, on another wall, Feng Qingxia and Chang Jikue observed the unfolding drama. "Uncle Chang, how can they use children to threaten others? That child is innocent." Chang Jikue, at a loss for words, replied, "Do they have any other choice? Remember, in the face of life-threatening peril, 99% of people will abandon their morals. There are countless who would sacrifice other children to save their own skin, let alone their kin." Feng Qingxiao retorted indignantly, "It's all the fault of that scourge. Had he not killed these people, this would not have happened. Uncle Chang, he will let them go, right? After all, they pose him no threat." Chang Jikue glanced at Jiang Weichen, who was staring at the heavens, and said he should, considering that's his second uncle's only child, one of his few remaining kin. Jiang Weichen's resolve hardened. The grip of those women was not particularly strong, and they were currently in a state of agitation that if he acted swiftly, there was a chance Jiang Tianxiao would survive. But if he yielded today, and a more formidable enemy captured Jiang Tianxiao in the future, the odds of survival would dwindle to none. Jiang Weichen tightened his grasp on the Xian Slayer sword and said, "Tianxiao, do you remember what I told you last time? Jiang Tianxiao struggled to speak, the woman constricting his throat, loosening her grip slightly. Elder brother, let us not discuss this now. Just let them go. I don't want to die. It seems you have not heeded my words that I once told you. Aside from our parents, you cannot fully trust anyone else. How could someone as clever as you forget that? Elder brother, I was wrong that I should not have shown compassion and wiped Lu Wei's tears, that I will remember this lesson. Jiang Weichen sighed and continued, no, you have not truly learned. Last time, you asked me, can I not even trust my elder brother? What did I reply? Jiang Tianxiao thought for a moment and replied, you said, yes, not even you can fully trust me. Do you understand now? Jiang Tianxiao was perplexed, but his second uncle had already knelt down. Pleading, Xiaochen, I beg you, let them go. Tears welled in Jiang Weichen's eyes, yet he remained silent, thinking, second uncle, I am sorry. Rather than allow you to face a grim fate, I would rather gamble today that he, Jiang Weichen, was unwilling to show vulnerability. Nor did he want to endanger more people in the future. Tianxiao, remember this lesson well today. Aside from your parents, no one can be fully trusted, not even me. Jiang Weichen surveyed the crowd, villagers and those standing on the wall, Feng Qingxia and Chang Zhike, and declared, Tianxiao, if you perish today, I will avenge you. That he then proclaimed loudly, with my parents gone, I care for no one in this world, and no one can threaten me or compel me to compromise. Chang Zhike observed Jiang Weichen's gaze and felt puzzled. Was that statement directed at them? They were not his enemies. Through this, he gained further insight into Jiang Weichen's ruthlessness. After uttering those words, Jiang Weichen was suddenly struck with shock as he turned to see the figures behind the women, exclaiming, Lu Leioi, are you not dead? A ghost, his sudden outburst, followed by a shout, drew everyone's attention. The women restraining Jiang Tianxiao also turned to look. In that instant, Jiang Weichen made his move that he hurled the long blade with great force, the Xian Slayer spinning through the air toward the women. As he dashed forward, the Lu matriarch, who had seen nothing moments before, suddenly realized the danger and urgently warned, be careful. The three women restraining Jiang Tianxiao were filled with confusion. Upon hearing the reminder from the old matriarch Lu, they turned to see a long knife. Its blade stained crimson and its body a deep black, spinning towards them. They attempted to evade, but it was too late. In an instant, the two closest were decapitated by the razor edge. Jiang Weichen arrived in haste, and upon nearing, executed a swift kick that sent the third woman flying. Subsequently, she hurled Jiang Tianxiao aside, and after a few strides, seized the Levection knife to commence her slaughter. Minutes later, the Lu residence was drenched in blood. All inhabitants lay dead, including a girl not yet a year old. Although Jiang Weichen felt a pang of remorse, she could not allow any remnants of future trouble. With a deft touch, she struck a critical acupoint, ensuring the infant departed without suffering. The villagers at the back gate were struck with terror. Was this truly the once gentle and sensible Jiang Weichen they had known since childhood? They no longer recognized her, and fear gripped them, compelling them to flee back to their homes. Zhang Erzhan and Li Cuihua were also overwhelmed with fright. They left without so much as a word to Jiang Weichen. In their hearts lingered resentment. While their son Jiang Tianxiao remained unharmed, Jiang Weichen had disregarded their only child to commit murder. The Lu family, save for the daughter who had married away, was entirely wiped out. Jiang Weichen held the severed heads of old Master Lu and his son before Chen Yunhui, commanding, after you tally the Lu family's assets, deliver them to me. Find that physician and ensure all bodies are incinerated. Chen Yunhui quickly bowed, yes, I shall see to it. With that, Jiang Weichen exited the Lu residence and made her way to a graveyard outside the village. She placed the heads of old Master Lu and his son before a small mound of earth. The grave was modest, merely a heap of soil. Two wooden planks were firmly driven into the ground at the grave's front, inscribed with, the tomb of the deceased father Jiang Dashan, the tomb of the deceased mother Li. The terms deceased father and deceased mother denote the departed parents, and although the funeral was arranged by her uncle, the headstone bore Jiang Weichen's name. Kneeling before the grave, Jiang Weichen laid the four heads before it, murmuring, Father, Mother, your unfilial child has only now avenged you. The Lu family has been annihilated, save for the daughters married off. Those children shall not be spared either. Father, Mother, little he is lost. I may never find her again. Yet, she still lives. May you bless her to live safely. Jiang Weichen knelt there, lost in memories, her voice a constant murmur until darkness enveloped the sky. Chen Yinhui arrived, bringing news that the Liu family's wealth primarily consisted of fields and the mulberry trees in the village. Such material possessions held no significance for Jiang Weiqin. She took only the gold and silver. There were 20 taels of gold, and the total silver amounted to 1,217 taels. When converted to silver, it totaled merely 1,417 taels. For Jiang Weiqin, these riches were hardly a fortune, merely the spoils from a single plundering. Yet it was astonishing that a mere local landowner could amass such wealth. The Song dynasty was indeed prosperous, but it was these local magnates who thrived. Jiang Weiqin set the silver and the chest aside and addressed the physician. "I hear you were responsible for Jiang Tian's demise?" The physician trembled as he replied, "It was not me, but the Liu family. They ordered it." Jiang Weiqin's tone turned frigid. "So, Jiang Tianhe did not perish prematurely." The physician hurriedly clarified. "He merely suffered from a chill. Had he received timely medication, he would have survived." However, the Liu family sought to harm Jiang Erzhan's household, forbidding me from administering treatment, even compelling me to use the wrong medicine. Upon finishing, the physician fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "The Liu family is my patron. I had no means to resist. Lord Jiang, I beseech you to spare my life that my father once knelt at the Liu's door, imploring you to treat my grandfather. Yet you refused. Now, having followed the Liu family's orders, my mistaken treatment led to Jiang Tian's death, that I do not hold you accountable for lacking a physician's compassion, but your error lies in siding against my Jiang family." Upon concluding, Jiang Weiqin gripped the Levection knife that was lodged nearby. A flash of light glimmered, and the physician's throat was swiftly severed. "Why did your uncle's family come today? Did you send word?" Chen Yinhui, initially believing himself out of the matter, felt a chill at her words. Fearing Jiang Weiqin would annihilate them too, he had dispatched someone to inform Jiang Erzhan, hoping to plead for clemency. Little did he expect that Jiang Tianxiao would be used as leverage against Jiang Weiqin. Chen Yinhui hastily bowed. "It was I who notified them. I did not foresee things would unfold this way. Please, my lord, spare my life, that I possess some martial skills and can run errands for you." He dared not lie. The truth would be easily uncovered. "Over the years, you have aided the Liu family in numerous misdeeds. And now you have nearly brought harm to my uncle's son. You cannot evade culpability." Chen Yinhui continued to plead, but upon seeing Jiang Weiqin raise her knife, he attempted to flee, yet it was too late. "You need not have died. Your cleverness has sealed your fate. I just heard your exchange with the physician, that I shall not allow anyone to know that I still hold concern for my uncle's family." Chen Yinhui, with the blade at his throat, wished to articulate something, but his breath left him before he could utter a word. Jiang Weiqin understood his intent, but remained unmoved. "Having slain you, would I ever spare your kin? They are not innocent. They have bullied the villagers, relying on your connections. After enjoying such privileges for years, they ought to be content." Jiang Weiqin dealt with the bodies and descended the mountain once more. An hour later, she returned to the gravesite with provisions. She then constructed a shelter nearby to ward off the wind and rain, settling in for the night. That on the following day, Changji Kuei arrived at the grave, inquiring, "When shall we depart? If you are in a hurry, you may leave first. I intend to guard my parents' tomb for a month." Jiang Weiqin planned to remain for a month, both to fulfill her filial duty and to refine her martial skills. The adversaries from Yangcheng would only grow more formidable. She needed to hasten her advancement to the postnatal realm, that in truth, Jiang Weiqin could flee to other locales. Yet where in this world of rivers and lakes could one find peace? Unless she chose to retreat into the mountains and forests. But she would not. She desired resources and wealth. Without contention, when would she ever cultivate to the point of looking down upon the world? The city of Yang is particularly suitable, as it lacks many skilled practitioners, making it an ideal starting point. Chang Jikue said little, as the leader merely instructed them to follow Jiang Weiqin. Allowing Fengqing Xia to gain more experience than a month is not an extensive period. However, he would not accompany Jiang Weiqin on the mountain, but he descended and took residence in the Liu Manor. Although the inhabitants of the Liu Manor had perished, the provisions and necessities remained intact. Many had died there, and none dared to reside within, yet he felt no fear in the following 2 days. Jiang Weiqin rode out on a swift horse, and soon returned that he visited Lianhua town and the surrounding villages. From that moment on, The Liu family's bloodline was effectively extinguished. Jiang Weichen spent each day meditating before the graves. Dedicating 7 days to merging and practicing the martial arts he had learned, that he then utilized the solitary opportunity for practice to experiment with the newly created martial art, the Infinite Heart Sutra. Having gained personal experience in cultivation, he comprehended the nuances of channeling internal energy. Moreover, as it was not an overly profound technique, no issues arose during practice. The newly fused Infinite Heart Sutra reached a breakthrough to the innate realm in just 5 years, significantly shortening the duration required. Now he awaited the culmination of body forging to commence formal cultivation. Jiang Weichen gazed at the panel in his mind. Yindao Tower, damaged, master. Jiang Weichen age, 973 realm. Body forging stage 87, inner power. Infinite Heart Sutra, awaiting cultivation. Martial skills. Blade technique, level 4, 100. 5 animal play, level 1, 15. 8 section brocade, level 1. 14, Song and Crane Fist, level 3, 85, Void Step, level 1. 0, Slay Immortals Blade Technique, level 3. 45, Yindao Hall. 0, capable of performing myriad techniques. Rooted in oneself, his progress in body forging had only advanced by 6%, and the 5 animal play and 8 section brocade had shown no improvement due to his prior recuperation. The Infinite Heart Sutra, after integrating several internal techniques, transformed his internal energy from gentle to domineering, that it even absorbed the advantages of its Songlong technique's stacking force, allowing it to accumulate like surging waves. Coupled with his fist and blade techniques, each strike grew increasingly potent. The newly merged Infinite Heart Sutra resonated with Jiang Weichen's mindset, having the required cultivation time from 10 years to 5. However, its health benefits were not as robust, as Taoist techniques emphasize wellness and do not lend themselves to rapid advancement. To achieve rapid progress, one must forego the benefits of health cultivation. Fortunately, Jiang Weichen had the 5 animal play and 8 section brocade to compensate. Thus, his expectations for health benefits from the martial arts were not excessively demanding. Song and Crane Fist was a foundational martial art created by Jiang Weichen through the amalgamation of various fist techniques and health cultivation methods. It incorporated elements from the 5 animal play, 8 section brocade, tiger fist, white crane fist, and Taizu long fist, totaling 36 forms. The first 18 forms focused on foundational training, while the latter 18 emphasized offensive techniques, integrating some striking moves from Taizu long fist and others. Though the number of techniques was modest, Jiang Weichen deemed it sufficient, as he favored using a blade in combat. This fist technique was merely a precaution, likely to see little use in the future unless he found himself weaponless. The Void Step was a lightness technique that fused grass on the fly, wave walking, and floating cloud step. It preserved the principles of lightness from grass on the fly, the ethereal quality of floating cloud step, and the momentum of wave walking. Within the illusory river of time, Jiang Weichen cultivated the internal energy that allowed him to move with a ghostly grace while using the Void Step, shifting from side to side, achieving a distance of 3 zhang with each step upon reaching the innate realm, that if he leapt from the treetops, he could glide through the air for 5 to 6 zhang. This would facilitate traveling and fleeing in the future, although it did deplete internal energy. Jiang Weichen fused 3 forms into the Slay Immortals Blade technique. The first form, Raging Waves. This technique derived from the Slash the Waves Blade technique, evolving from mere momentum accumulation to now incorporating stacked force. Once he cultivated internal energy, he could also amplify it. The second form, Swallow's Return. This form amalgamated various rare techniques from several blade styles, emphasizing surprise. The third form, Rainbow Light. This form's core principle is speed, focusing on striking as swiftly as a rainbow, drawing upon the rapid techniques from other blade styles. Although its speed did not surpass that of the blade technique, it was considerably quicker than the first 2 forms. Aside from the first form, the other 2 could stand alone as distinct blade techniques. The second form is surprising, while the third is swift. Both incorporate numerous striking maneuvers. Currently, the Slay Immortals Blade technique consists of just 3 forms, since both the Song and Crane Fist and the Slay Immortals Blade technique were creations of Jiang Weichen. They had already reached the 3rd realm of mastery without requiring any cultivation. With minimal practice to establish muscle memory, he could attain the 4th realm of peak perfection. The void step, however, required internal energy to cultivate. Other techniques like Taizu Long Fist were no longer displayed on the panel, as he had practiced over 20 martial arts, and those had been hidden that if needed, he could summon them with a mere thought. Chapter 60. Estrangement. On the following day, Jiang Wei-chun commenced his practice of the Song and Crane Fist for body forging. The foundational training of the Song and Crane Fist was divided into dynamic and static practices. The dynamic practice involved performing striking techniques to stretch and strengthen the muscles and bones, while the static practice focused on breath regulation combined with stance training to enhance qi and blood flow. At this moment, Jiang Wei-chun was engaged in the static practice that I in the clearing before the graves. Jiang Wei-chun was standing in a stance derived from the White Crane Fist. The White Crane Fist is the foundational martial art of the giant whale gang, and its stance is known as the White Crane Stance. Jiang Wei-chun made slight modifications to integrate it with the Song and Crane Fist, incorporating elements of breath regulation from health cultivation. He stood with his arms resembling crane wings. As he inhaled, the air flowed through his nose, unceasingly filling his body, and his arms naturally lifted, embodying the spirit of flight, that as he exhaled, the air rushed from his mouth. Swift yet unhurried, suddenly emptying his body, expelling stale air, and pressing his arms downward with a sense of continuity. This cycle continued, with each breath drawing in pure air and expelling impurities, causing his qi and blood to surge like a rushing river. With each rise and fall, he appeared like an immortal crane, yearning to soar into the heavens. After concluding the static practice, he proceeded to engage in dynamic practice to stretch and strengthen his muscles and physique. After an hour had passed, Jiang Wei-chun finished his training, only to be met with the insistent growling of his stomach. The Song and Crane Fist foundational training was not as gentle and slow as health cultivation. Its progress was rapid, but did not refine the internal organs and was quite taxing that if nutrition fell short, it could damage the foundation. With no medical clinic or herbal remedies available in Xinghua village, Jiang Wei-chun had to rely on food. Fortunately, the Lu Manor, despite its losses, still had an abundance of grain. With vast fields and many exempt from taxes, it was uncertain how much grain had accumulated. Having completed his training, Jiang Wei-chun intended to descend the mountain to the Lu Manor for sustenance. However, upon seeing Zhang Tianxiao ascending the mountain, he decided to wait by the graves. It had been 7 or 8 days since the events at the Lu Manor, and his uncle's family had yet to seek him out. Aware that he was guarding the graves, they refrained from coming up. Jiang Wei-chun understood that they harbored resentment towards him, feeling bitter that he had not released those captives for Tianzhao's sake. Although Zhang Tianxiao had ultimately emerged unscathed, a rift had formed in their hearts. Desiring to maintain distance for fear of implicating them in the future, Jiang Wei-chun chose not to visit them. Zhang Tianxiao approached the graves with a basket, his gaze laden with complex emotions as he regarded his elder brother. That day, he genuinely believed he was on the verge of death. Though he was ultimately saved, the heads of the 2 women who had taken him hostage were severed, and their blood had splattered all over him. He was terrified, and for 4 or 5 days following his return home, he wandered in a daze that he had never encountered such scenes, let alone experienced them firsthand. Once he regained his composure, it felt as though he had matured significantly in an instant. Jiang Wei-chun's actions had instilled in him the understanding that, apart from parents, one could not fully trust anyone in this world. Zhang Tianxiao spoke in a somewhat distant tone. "My father asked me to bring you some food and inquired whether you would like to return home." From Zhang Tianxiao's tone and demeanor, Jiang Wei-chun discerned a sense of estrangement. Zhang Tianxiao was no longer the child who would cling to him all day. He seemed to have grown up in an instant. Although this was the outcome Jiang Wei-chun desired, it still stirred a twinge of sadness within him that no, I shall remain here on the mountain, guarding my parents' graves for a month, after which I will depart. Zhang Tianxiao said nothing more, setting down the food. The village chief asked me to inquire about the fate of the Lu family's fields. The autumn harvest is approaching. The Lu family was gone. Yet the fields remained. Those tenants, having witnessed Jiang Wei-chun's brutal display, dared not lay claim to those lands, even if many of them originally belonged to them. The fields that had once belonged to various families would be returned to each respective family, while the wasteland cultivated by the Lu family would be divided among the villagers. Jiang Wei-chun paid little mind to these matters. Zhang Tianxiao continued, "There are still about 10 young men from the Lu family. They claim they were bought by the Liu family. How should we handle them? Jiang Weichen recalled that last year, due to a shortage of labor, the Liu family had indeed purchased over 10 young men. Let them decide whether to stay or leave, that if they choose to remain, ask my uncle to discuss it with the village chief, and ensure they each receive a portion of land. The village can support them for a few years. And in time, they will become strong laborers capable of sustaining themselves. After a moment's thought, Jiang Weichen added, if my uncle and aunt are willing, they can adopt 2 obedient ones. Otherwise, your family's fields will surely become overwhelming next year. At present, my uncle's family cultivates their own land, supplemented by the land left behind by Jiang Weichen's father, and they can also acquire some of the wasteland reclaimed by the Liu family. In the coming year, with the combined efforts of my uncle, my aunt, and Jiang Tianxiao, they will undoubtedly find themselves overwhelmed. Adopting 2 strapping youths who are on the verge of becoming strong laborers is indeed a feasible plan. Jiang Tianxiao nodded and said, I will discuss this with my parents. Whether or not to adopt them depends on their wishes. That he then spoke with a serious tone. I want to practice martial arts. Jiang Weichen was somewhat taken aback, yet it was within reason, and he inquired, why? You once said that in this world apart from parents, no one can be completely trusted. Now I understand that if I had been as skilled as you that day, I wouldn't have needed anyone to save me. Jiang Weichen could discern the resentment in Tianxiao's voice. Practicing martial arts requires resources, and there is a saying that the impoverished cultivate literature, while the wealthy cultivate martial skills. As an ordinary farmer's child, he lacks the qualifications to practice. Although Jiang Weichen could provide resources for Jiang Tianxiao, he needed to assess the youth's determination to pursue martial arts. Without that resolve, and without the fortuitous encounters of characters like Duan Yu or Su Zhu, one could practice their entire life without achieving anything substantial. If martial skills are not attained, it would be better to lead a stable life as an ordinary citizen rather than become a wandering rogue in the unpredictable world of martial arts. If you can succeed, so can I, Jiang Tianxiao retorted defiantly. Jiang Weichen shook his head with a smile. Not long ago, didn't you ask me how my little finger was broken? Let me tell you. As soon as I left Xinghua village, I fainted from hunger, and a beggar coerced me into begging for 10 coins to offer. When I fell short, he threatened to sever one of my hands. In my struggle, only my little finger was lost. However, the next day's task was to collect 100 coins. Failure would result in losing my hand. Jiang Weichen then asked, if it were you, what would you have done? Jiang Tianxiao gazed at Jiang Weichen's right little finger, realizing how brutal the outside world truly is. It was even harsher than village life. He recalled how his father used to earn merely 2 or 3 coins a day working for the Liu family. Yet outside, one must beg for 100 coins daily. He did not know how to accomplish that. Jiang Tianxiao replied, run away, to somewhere else. Run away. There are spies everywhere. How would you escape? Even if you did, you would still face oppression in other places. Would you continue to flee? Jiang Tianxiao paused, asking, then what did you do at that time? I killed him. That very night, I stealthily entered his room and slaughtered him. Dismembering his body, Jiang Weichen stated in the most nonchalant tone while uttering the most lethal words. Jiang Tianxiao's face paled, and he recalled the scene from a few days prior. Jiang Weichen continued, if you do not wish to practice martial arts, I would not share these experiences with you. However, since you desire to train, do you believe you will be content remaining in Xinghua village? Without waiting for a response, Jiang Weichen asserted, you won't. Once you begin training, you will undoubtedly yearn to venture into the world of martial arts, even fantasizing about upholding justice. Yet the world is merciless. Others will not spare you simply because you are a good person. If your skills are lacking, you may find yourself meeting an untimely end. Although the current martial world lacks a clear divide between good and evil, strife is ever present. While life in Xinghua village may be monotonous, at least one can live in peace. That do you still wish to practice martial arts? Your uncle and aunt currently have only you as their child. For a moment, Jiang Tianxiao was at a loss for words. He longed to train, primarily to protect himself and his parents. Yet from what his elder brother had conveyed, martial arts seemed perilous, leaving him indecisive. Jiang Weichen said, go back. You haven't thought it through. Come back when you have made a decision. If you choose not to train, I can still impart some techniques for strengthening the body and prolonging life. Jiang Weichen retrieved food from the basket, which included pancakes and dried meat that he then added. The box beside you contains silver and gold from the Liu family. Take as much as you wish, and if you cannot commit to practicing martial arts, you could emulate the Liu family and become a local landlord, ensuring a worry-free future. But remember, never overreach. A family that accumulates virtue will surely enjoy blessings, while a family that does not will encounter misfortune. Keep the lessons learned from the Liu family in mind. Jiang Tianxiao initially hesitated to take any, but after considering his family's circumstances, he ultimately took a few taels of silver. Jiang Weiqin did not elaborate further. He could have given all of that silver to his uncle's family. But it might not be a blessing for them that if word got out, envy from neighbors and covetous thieves could bring disaster upon them. Chapter 61. Entering the postnatal stage in the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. The villagers of Xinghua, after a few days of panic and confusion, gradually settled into a state of busyness, knowing that the land they had sold could be reclaimed and that they would receive even more land. Everyone was quite elated. Some even felt gratitude towards Jiang Weiqin, but gratitude aside, they dared not approach him. The only discontented individuals were a few who had previously relied on the Liu family for their authority. They had once held themselves above others, merely supervising the labor of others while living comfortably. Now, they found themselves back in their former situation, forced to toil in the fields once more, a stark contrast they found hard to accept. Within a few days, 3 of them stealthily left, and Jiang Weiqin knew their intentions. They sought to report to the authorities, hoping to curry favor with a new power. However, they only made it halfway before meeting their demise, at Jiang Weiqin's hand. The truth of the matter regarding the Liu family's slaughter could not remain concealed for long. Soon, tax collectors would arrive. Yet, their attempt to report him would not serve as justification for his actions. Out of respect for their shared village ties, Jiang Weiqin had spared them during the destruction of the Liu family. However, if they sought to act against him, they were courting death. The autumn wind rustled. The leaves atop the mountains burned like fire, gently falling in the breeze. Jiang Weiqin stood amid this autumn scenery, his figure resembling a sturdy pine, akin to a white crane standing tall. Occasionally, a leaf would drift down, resting upon his shoulder, rising and falling with his movements, creating a naturally formed painting to that moment. Jiang Weiqin suddenly felt a warmth coursing through his muscles, a flow of warmth akin to the first rays of morning sun in the mountains, comforting and soothing. Jiang Weiqin's heart leapt with joy. He had finally completed his body refinement, giving birth to his first thread of internal energy. This sensation was one he had experienced numerous times in the Hall of Arts. There was no mistaking it. Although Jiang Weiqin felt exhilarated, he did not cease his standing meditation. Instead, he continued with his previous practice that as he progressed, this internal energy grew increasingly robust until it reached its zenith. Only then did Jiang Weiqin halt, shifting to sit cross-legged on the ground, but he then began to circulate the Wuyang Heart Sutra. And in an instant, this internal energy, which had reached its peak yet was on the verge of dispersing throughout his body, seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, beginning to flow gently, traversing through muscles and bones, passing through the nooks and crannies of his organs, ultimately gathering in his dantian in the lower abdomen like birds returning to their nests. Following the operation of his internal martial arts technique, the energy commenced a slow rotation within the dantian, ultimately coalescing into a dense and pure force. Half an hour later, all the internal energy converged in the dantian, and Jiang Weiqin stood, releasing a long cry. Through abundant resources and unceasing daily practice, he had finally achieved body refinement, cultivating a thread of internal power. Next, he simply needed to wait for the internal energy to fill his dantian before guiding it to unblock his meridians. This process was one Jiang Weiqin was thoroughly familiar with, posing no issues whatsoever. One must admit, the Soma fist was indeed remarkable. If he had followed the pace of a health-preserving fist, it would have taken at least a month to achieve body refinement. Yet now, it had only taken half a month. Yindao Tower, damaged owner. Jiang Weiqin age, 973 realm. Postnatal level 1, 0. Internal skill. Wuyang Heart Sutra martial techniques. Blade technique, level 4, 100. 5 animal play, level 1, 16. 8 section brocade, level 1, 15. Soma fist, level 4. 45 void step, level 1, 0. Lucian blade technique, level 4. 25. Yindao Hall, 0. Can perform myriad laws. Rooted in oneself. Upon checking his status panel, Jiang Weiqin noted that his lifespan remained unchanged, Yet his realm had indeed transformed into postnatal level 1, however, he had yet to begin unblocking his meridians. So his progress still stood at 0%. Once his internal energy filled his dantian, he could commence the unblocking of his meridians. There are 3 methods for accumulating internal energy. The first is through breathing exercises. This method is relatively slow. The second, as he had just done, involves letting the internal energy overflow and then refining it into internal power or forcibly extracting internal power from the body. The former does no harm to the body, but is slow, while the latter is detrimental. The third method is to eat. The advanced inner strength cultivation methods are no longer confined to extracting internal energy solely from the body. They can now directly extract the essence of grains and the quintessence of medicinal herbs from food, transforming them into internal energy. Although this form of internal energy may not possess the same purity as the previous 2 methods, it undeniably serves as an exceptional choice for accelerating the cultivation process. Although Jiang Weichen's Wuyang Sutra is not of a high grade, it is intricately fused from the basis of the Imu Changchun technique, making it capable of breaking through to the innate level, thereby also allowing the conversion of food essence into internal energy, albeit with a conversion rate of only 20 to 30%. The efficiency of resource conversion is one of the distinguishing factors between divine arts and ordinary techniques that as time slowly flowed by. After 7 days, Jiang Weichen's dantian was filled with internal energy that he immediately activated his cultivation method, mobilizing his internal energy to begin unblocking his meridians. Naturally, he chose to start with the meridians of the hands. Given that men belong to the yang, and cultivation emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, Jiang Weichen's decided to first unblock the Taiyin Lung meridian at birth. All meridians are open, but as one grows, various impurities accumulate in the meridians due to postnatal influences. These impurities cling to the inner walls of the meridians, causing blockages. Unblocking the meridians involves the removal of these impurities, allowing for smoother circulation of qi and blood, an unimpeded flow of internal energy. During the Tianlong era, the cultivation of internal energy progressed at a much faster rate compared to the later Shooting Eagle trilogy, perhaps due to the decreased concentration of spiritual energy, resulting in even more congested meridians. Additionally, the essence of medicinal herbs had diminished, leading to reduced efficacy. This culminated in increasingly arduous cultivation in later periods that be why the time of the Laughing Proud period. The innate level had vanished, and martial artists spent their entire lives merely attempting to unblock their meridians. As Jiang Weichen's operated the sutra, the pure internal energy from his dantian began to flow from the middle jiao stomach, gently washing through his meridians. Under the influence of this internal energy, the impurities within the meridians shattered and fell away, subsequently being expelled from the body through the skin's pores via the bloodstream. Jiang Weichen skillfully unblocked the meridians while simultaneously nurturing them with internal energy. This process had been practiced extensively in the Hall of Techniques, rendering him exceptionally proficient without a hint of hesitation. After a full half hour, he had only managed to unblock 1/15 of the meridian, depleting a portion of his dantian's internal energy. Next, he needed to continue accumulating internal energy. Jiang Weichen calculated that it would take 7 days to fill his dantian with internal energy, and unblocking a single meridian would require 105 days. Unblocking all 12 primary meridians would thus take nearly 4 years. The time needed for unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians would be even greater. Almost double at this rate, it would take him approximately 12 years to achieve postnatal perfection. Following that, he would need additional time to convert internal energy into true qi in order to break through. This timeline felt excessively long, far surpassing the time spent in practice. After fulfilling his morning obligations, he needed to swiftly return to Yang City to utilize medicinal meals to assist his cultivation and expedite the accumulation of internal energy. Once he finished his cultivation, Jiang Weichen rose and practiced the Song of Fist. Under the accelerated circulation of qi and blood, he expelled some minute impurities from his skin's pores. Touching them felt akin to the residue left after sweat evaporates. After this exercise, Jiang Weichen felt a sense of lightness throughout his body. Whether this was a psychological effect or a result of unblocking part of his meridians, perhaps it was both. Chapter 62. Departure as time passed. The month-long period was drawing near. On this day, Jiang Tianshao continued his customary visits to bring food. Each meal included meat, leaving Jiang Weichen's uncertain whether his second uncle and aunt had ceased their grievances against him or if his aunt's avarice had resurfaced. Every time Jiang Weichen's finished eating, he would instruct Zhang Tianxiao to take silver for himself. Initially reluctant, Zhang Tianxiao eventually took a couple of taels, and now he would take 4 or 5 at a time. Jiang Weichen suspected that his aunt's greedy tendencies had returned, yet he remained unconcerned that a few dozen taels of silver would hardly cause any trouble done on this day. Jiang Weichen assumed that Zhang Tianxiao would deliver the food and leave as usual. However, much to his surprise, Zhang Tianxiao stayed behind, expressing that he had reconsidered and still wished to practice martial arts. Jiang Weichen was taken aback. After their last conversation, Zhang Tianxiao had declared he would no longer pursue martial arts. Jiang Weichen had spent 7 or 8 days teaching him the 5 animal frolics, encouraging him to practice regularly to ensure his health. The 5 animal frolics are relatively gentle, and when paired with breathing techniques, even ordinary individuals can practice them, albeit at a slower pace. Jiang Weichen frowned at Zhang Tianxiao's indecisive attitude and said, "Did you not declare that you would not practice anymore? Why has your stance changed?" Zhang Tianxiao replied, "I do not wish to spend my life merely farming. I want to make a name for myself and bring honor to my family." Jiang Weichen refrained from commenting on his words, knowing that Zhang Tianxiao's change of heart was likely due to Feng Qingxia. Although Feng Qingxia was the only son of Feng Chuan and had been raised in privilege, he was not a typical spoiled child and bore no heirs. During his time in Xinghua village, he had been quite bored, either wandering through the fields or mingling with Zhang Tianxiao and the others. Zhang Tianxiao's shift in perspective was likely influenced by Feng Qingxia's tales of the wonders of the martial world. Jiang Weichen sighed. "Very well, since you wish to practice martial arts, I shall teach you." That day, Jiang Weichen began to instruct Zhang Tianxiao in the foundational practice of the Song of Fist. Thanks to his influence, Zhang Tianxiao's family had not only regained their land, but also cultivated the fertile fields belonging to Jiang Weichen's family. Furthermore, they had received the largest share of the wasteland reclaimed by the Liu family. With so much land, they would find it challenging to manage without enlisting help from the villagers. This autumn had just seen a bountiful harvest, providing ample grain, alleviating any concerns regarding their health, that as long as they did not overexert themselves, they could still complete their foundational training, albeit at a slower pace compared to having medicinal assistance. Another half-month swiftly passed. Jiang Weichen had initially planned to leave after a month of mourning, but due to his instruction of Zhang Tianxiao, he extended his stay by over 10 days. During this time, he meticulously documented the Song of Fist, the Wuyang Sutra, and the foundational sword techniques, explaining them to Zhang Tianxiao. Zhang Tianxiao's desire to learn swordsmanship was likely influenced by Feng Qingxia, although Jiang Weichen had never studied sword techniques nor practiced them in the Hall of Techniques. He possessed a collection of various sword techniques. After thoroughly studying and practicing the foundational sword techniques, Jiang Weichen taught them to Zhang Tianxiao. "Tianxiao, I shall be leaving tomorrow, that I will leave you the sword techniques and cultivation methods. The extent of your progress will depend on your own efforts." That he retrieved 4 or 5 books of martial arts manuals that he had prepared in advance and handed them to Zhang Tianxiao. Zhang Tianxiao accepted them and asked, "Elder brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" After more than half a month of teaching, Zhang Tianxiao's resentment toward Jiang Weichen had gradually dissipated, and he reverted to addressing him as elder brother. "Martial arts require resources for assistance, and there are none in Xinghua village. So I must depart that I have taught you everything you need to know, and I have also advised you on important matters. From here on, you should practice your punches to build a foundation while seeking a mentor to systematically learn literacy. Remember, do not cultivate internal energy until your foundation is solid," Jiang Weichen earnestly reminded him. "Also, although the techniques I have given you are not divine manuals, if they were to be leaked, it could incite contention among others. Keep in mind, the commoner is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime." Zhang Tianxiao took this to heart. Considering the time Zhang Tianxiao had spent frequently associating with Feng Qingxia, Jiang Weichen then cautioned, "Tianxiao, remember, to save others, one must first save oneself, that if you lack the capability, do not recklessly engage in heroic deeds." After imparting this wisdom, Jiang Weichen turned his attention to his parents' grave. During this time, he found a stone tablet to erect in honor of his parents, surrounding their modest grave with stones to create a neat enclosure. After Zhang Tianxiao left, Jiang Weichen knelt before the grave and spoke, "Father, Mother, I must take my leave. From now on, I will live for myself." The following day, Jiang Weichen's Changji Kuai and Feng Qingxia departed from Xinghua village. As they exited the village, although the villagers did not celebrate with drums and gongs, most of them let out a heavy sigh of relief. Jiang Weichens had divided the land among them, and while they were grateful, they were also acutely aware of his ruthlessness, that as long as such a fierce individual remained in Xinghua village, they would live in a state of constant trepidation, fearing that any inadvertent offense might lead them to share the same fate as the Lu family. In front of the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang Erzhan stood in the yard, sighing. For nearly a month and a half, the uncle and nephew had not met or exchanged a single word that he had intended to call Jiang Tianxiao to invite Jiang Weichens back. But Jiang Weichens never came. Although the resentment in his heart had gradually diminished with the passage of time, he could not bring himself to lower his pride and initiate a greeting that he never anticipated that Jiang Weichens would leave like this, without even bidding farewell to his second uncle. Beside him, Jiang Tianxiao remarked, "Father, elder brother likely does not wish to burden us." During this time, he had heard from Feng Qingxia that his elder brother was a demon who decapitated those he killed and had countless enemies. Jiang Tianxiao did not doubt this, for he had witnessed it firsthand. Li Tsuo also sighed. Now that he is gone, there will be no more money coming in. During this period, she had received 4 to 5 dozen taels through her son. Jiang Erzhan, immediately displeased, retorted, "You are so fixated on money. Perhaps Xiaochina's absence is because of you. Even when sending food, you insisted on having your son take money, and it only increased each time, far surpassing what you contributed in meals." Li Tsuehua was aware that she had been a bit excessive, but she was stubborn and retorted, "I heard that entire box contained over 1,000 taels. How could he possibly spend it all? I am merely helping him save." Jiang Tianxiao listened silently to the quarrel between his parents. The box of silver that Jiang Weichen had left behind was intended for him. Once he acquired the means to protect himself, he could venture to Lianhua town to purchase some nourishing medicinal herbs to expedite his martial arts training. Bringing that silver home would undoubtedly be a secret too tempting for his mother, who relished in showing off and comparing herself to others. Rather than mentioning the silver, Jiang Tianxiao inquired, "Father, mother, have you given any thought to the matter I raised earlier about adopting the 2 boys from the Lu family?" Now that Jiang Tianxiao had commenced his martial training, he would inevitably have to venture outside. With his parents having no other children, he hoped they would adopt 1 or 2 children to care for them in his absence. Jiang Erzhan replied, "Your mother and I are still young. We may have more children in the future. Those boys are already 11 or 12 years old, and likely remember their families that I fear we may not be able to raise them well." Li Tsuehua added, "What if one day their families come looking for them? Wouldn't that mean we raise them for nothing? If I am to nurture anyone, it should be my own flesh and blood." Jiang Tianxiao, feeling anxious, remarked, "Father, my elder brother mentioned that we have too much land, and we will lack laborers next year." Jiang Erzhan dismissed the concern, saying, "That's not an issue. We can hire people from the village." "But, Father, those villagers require payment that if we don't compensate them, would they willingly help us year after year? Moreover, those boys are already half laborers. In a year or 2, they could contribute fully if we support them for 2 years. We would easily recoup our investment, that as long as you and mother treat them well, they will surely be grateful." Jiang Erzhan, contemplating his son's reasoning and recognizing that the family was not currently in need of money or food, conceded, "Very well. I will inquire about adopting those who do not remember where they came from. Otherwise, they may run away in a few years, and it would all be for naught." Li Tsuehua did not oppose the idea, but suddenly remarked, "Son, why are you so eager for us to adopt them? You seem different these days, much like your elder brother, acting like a little adult." At this point, Li Tsuehua abruptly added, "Jiang Tianxiao, I must tell you, you are my only son. You must not run off like your elder brother. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Today, as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, lamenting, "Oh, my dear Tianhe, it is all that Lu family's fault for suffering such misfortune. Just a little cold, and they could not be cured. It is all due to that incompetent doctor." Jiang Erzhan felt a pang of sadness and then mused, "But that quack has vanished since that day. Where could he have gone?" Jiang Tianxiao responded, "I heard from Feng Qingxia that the quack went to meet my elder brother with the leader of the Lu family's guards, and then he never reappeared. Feng Qingxia claimed my brother is ruthless and that they are surely dead. He even said my brother is akin to a demon." Jiang Erzhan sighed, "Alas, I do not understand how Weichen has become so unfamiliar." Could it be that the deaths of my elder brother and sister-in-law have affected him? Li Tsuhua retorted, they deserve to die. That quack should accompany my son in death, that I end the morning, before noon. Jiang Weiqin and his companions arrived in Yang City. Shortly after entering the city, they witnessed a conflict between the Black Tiger Gang and the Nightshade Pavilion. Jiang Weiqin was taken aback. Had tensions escalated? Previously, the two factions clashed mostly at night, but now it was broad daylight. What a significant disruption this would cause. Jiang Weiqin refrained from intervening and returned to his lodgings, but he later summoned Guizaheo and a few others to understand the situation. It turned out that the escalation was indeed a consequence of his actions. Chapter 63. Seeking medicine, it transpired that Jiang Weiqin had previously slain 4 postnatal practitioners of the Nightshade Pavilion by the riverside, exacerbating their losses. With the top-tier forces in a stalemate, the mid-tier strength of the Nightshade Pavilion was no match for the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang intended to capitalize on their advantage and completely obliterate the mid-tier forces of the Nightshade Pavilion, leading to frequent disturbances. Unable to contend in the city, the Nightshade Pavilion set its sights on the outskirts. Having been established for a relatively short time, the Nightshade Pavilion had not acquired much fertile land. While the Black Tiger Gang possessed ample land outside the city, the Nightshade Pavilion frequently dispatched individuals to trample on the Black Tiger Gang's rice fields, even setting them ablaze. Fortunately, the rice stalks had not yet completely withered. Remaining in a half-dry, half-green state, the flames were contained and did not ignite a wildfire. However, this still resulted in significant losses for the Black Tiger Gang, particularly for Zhu Kai, who managed the farmland and was incensed by the situation. The Black Tiger Gang owned its own rice shop and brewed its own liquor, which allowed Zhu Kai to embezzle a substantial amount from the profits. Now, however, his anticipated additional income for the following year had nearly vanished. Consequently, the two factions began to target each other more aggressively, even clashing during daylight hours. Jiang Weiqin sighed, reflecting on the utter lack of boundaries displayed by these individuals. Many still struggled to find enough to eat. Yet they squandered food with reckless abandon. With such circumstances, why did the county magistrate remain indifferent? Or perhaps many of those fertile lands were tax-exempt, and whether they were destroyed or not was of no concern to him, as his tribute would remain unaffected. The local officials in this martial arts world had truly descended to a state of complete inaction. Jiang Weiqin sighed again, choosing not to involve himself further. Just as he had told Jiang Tianxiao, one must first save oneself before aiding others. His primary task now was to devote himself to training. The silver he had acquired from his previous ventures was still untouched, stored within the Yindao Hall. Previously, in Xinghua Village, there had been no medical facilities or medicinal herbs available. Now, back in the city, with a plethora of herbs at his disposal, he could accelerate the accumulation of his internal energy. On the very day Jiang Weiqin returned to the city, news reached Sun Dashing of the Beggar's Sect, Zhang Yifeng of the Nightshade Pavilion, and Zhao Qingtian. That evening, Zhao Qingtian summoned Jiang Weiqin to the main hall, where he praised and rewarded him. Jiang Weiqin's actions had significantly weakened the Nightshade Pavilion, allowing the previously disadvantaged Black Tiger Gang to gain the upper hand. Zhao Qingtian was overjoyed and even hosted a banquet in Jiang Weiqin's honor. However, Huang Mengxing's expression soured. With the Black Tiger Gang no longer in a weakened position, they would not seek assistance from the Huang family. Without their plea for help, the Huang family could not make exorbitant demands, nor could he insert more of his kin into the Black Tiger Gang. During the banquet, Huang Mengxing approached Jiang Weiqin and said, "Did I not advise you to keep a low profile?" Since Jiang Weiqin's first kill of a member of the Nightshade Pavilion, Huang Mengxing had disapproved of his actions, subtly suggesting that Jiang Weiqin refrained from killing and even deliberately allowing some to escape. Jiang Weiqin retorted, "Elder, if others seek to kill me, am I not entitled to fight back?" Huang Mengxing snapped, "If others seek to kill you, wouldn't you run away?" The elder believed that a person without internal energy could not possibly outrun others. Huang Mengxing chose not to speak further, stating simply, "Those who do not listen will not have a good ending." Jiang Weiqin narrowed his eyes. Was this a warning, or was he preparing to take action against him? He was not a dog of the Huang family and would not submit meekly. After the banquet, Jiang Weiqin returned to his lodgings, feeling that although his strength had not significantly increased, the dangers around him were multiplying. He had obstructed Huang Mengxing's plans, and it seemed that he would not stop until he eliminated him. Would they collude with outsiders? Or would they act directly? After much contemplation, Jiang Weichen left his room. Navigating through winding paths, ensuring he was not being followed, he arrived at the Health Preservation Hall. Jiang Weichen scaled the wall and entered, finding the oil lamp still flickering within. Who goes there? Although Yang Wenshan was over 40. His long practice of the 5-animal play kept his senses sharp. Old Yang, I've come to see you. Surprised? As Yang Wenshan set down the herbs he was handling, he heard Jiang Weichen's voice and sighed in relief. Continuing to sort through the newly acquired medicinal herbs, he asked, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Jiang Weichen scanned the room, but did not see Yang Shuyu, inquiring, "Is Xiaoyu asleep? Are you here to see Xiaoyu?" Yang Wenshan asked, half suspicious that, "Oh, not at all, just asking." Jiang Weichen replied candidly. Yang Wenshan retorted, "Speak if you have business. If not, begone, that I do not welcome a harbinger of misfortune like you." "Old Yang, did you not mention wanting to move? Why haven't you left?" Jiang Weichen questioned, puzzled, as it had been 4 or 5 months since Yang Wenshan had expressed his desire to relocate. Yang Wenshan had indeed planned to move, but found himself reluctant, especially since his granddaughter did not wish to leave, resulting in a delay until now. "Speak if you have something to say. Do I need to report my moving plans to you?" Jiang Weichen wasted no pleasantries and directly stated, "Old Yang, after so many years of practicing medicine, you must have some antidote pills, right? Something that can counteract 100 poisons." "Indeed, I possess a pill that can counteract 100 poisons, but if you want it, you must pay that. I will not give it away for free." Yang Wenshan replied straightforwardly. The antidote pill required a plethora of rare and precious herbs. Otherwise, it could not possibly counteract all poisons. Jiang Weichen, unfazed, said, "Money is not an issue. Just give me a dozen of those pills, along with some high-quality wound medicine. Last time someone attacked me, I lacked even basic bleeding control medicine and nearly bled out." Yang Wenshan was unaware of Jiang Weichen's nearly 2-month absence and the experiences he had endured. However, he did not pry and replied, "I have wound medicine, but I only have 3 antidote pills." "3 pills will suffice," Jiang Weichen responded. "How much do you want for them?" 500 taels should be enough." Yang Wenshan replied without hesitation. Jiang Weichen rummaged through his garments thrice before retrieving 10 ingots of silver, each worth 50 taels, and handed them to Yang Wenshan. Yang Wenshan was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Weichen's chest, puzzled as to how he could conceal 10 ingots of silver without any visible bulge. Jiang Weichen subtly realized the gravity of the situation and skillfully diverted the conversation, saying, "Old Yang, you wouldn't resort to killing the familiar, would you? Is it truly this exorbitant?" Yang Wenshan, evidently distracted, puffed up his cheeks and retorted, "Do you have any idea how many precious herbs are required to concoct those 3 detoxifying pills? How much effort must I expend to refine these materials into elixirs? If you find it too costly, you need not purchase it. The wound medicine will be 50 taels for you." Jiang Weichen waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I see it merely 500 taels? I can afford that." He continued, "Old Yang, I have finally discerned why your business was so lackluster previously. Yet you still managed to indulge in daily libations." Yang Wenshan retrieved the wound medicine from a nearby cabinet and returned with the detoxifying pills. Upon receiving them, Jiang Weichen inquired, "Old Yang, what poisons can these antidotes neutralize?" He listed a plethora of common toxins found in the martial world, such as the sleep-inducing powder, snake venom, softening powder, and scorpion venom. Yang Wenshan rattled off dozens of toxins, many of which Jiang Weichen had never even heard of. "What about Bai Suking Feng? Can it be neutralized?" Yang Wenshan hesitated, pondering for a long while before stating, "That is a secret poison crafted by Yixintang of the Western Xia. I have never even laid eyes on it. So how could I know if it can be countered? However, since it is a secret concoction, it likely requires a specially formulated antidote for resolution." "And what of the Sengxiaxiao powder?" Yang Wenshan contemplated before asking. "Sengxiaxiao powder? I have never even heard of it." Jiang Weichen explained, "Sengxiaxiao powder is a toxin from the western region's Xingxiu sect, made from various poisonous creatures like snakes, scorpions, and centipedes. Those afflicted will burst into laughter 3 times before succumbing immediately." Upon hearing this, Yang Wenshan promptly replied, "That cannot be countered." Jiang Weichen remarked, "Then your claim of a universal antidote seems somewhat misleading, does it not?" Yang Wenshan retorted tersely, "This universal antidote refers to common poisons, such as those from snakes, scorpions, and centipedes, which can each be neutralized individually, but mixtures may not be treatable. Such specially crafted poisons require unique antidotes that do not think that even if you sought the imperial physicians in the palace, they would possess an antidote that could counter all poisons. Jiang Weichen was aware of this reality and understood that to neutralize various toxins, one would need the rare manga juha that Duan Yu had swallowed. He then shifted his inquiry. Old Yang, do you possess any secret poisons? Might you provide me with a few? Yang Wenshan, without a moment's hesitation, replied firmly, I do not. Jiang Weichen, somewhat incredulous, responded, Old Yang, you surely know how to concoct them. Prepare a couple for me. Yang Wenshan set down the herbs he held and spoke with grave seriousness. I shall not provide you with such poisons to use against others. Old Yang, I would never employ them recklessly. It is simply that I have quite a few adversaries, and they are not virtuous individuals. Yang Wenshan remained unyielding. Your enmities are your own concern and have nothing to do with me. I run a clinic to heal and save lives, not to peddle poisons. Jiang Weichen felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to apply some poison to his blade, but with Yang Wenshan refusing to assist him, he found himself without recourse. Lacking the time to delve into pharmacological studies, he engaged in a few more casual exchanges with Yang Wenshan before taking his leave. In the following days, Jiang Weichen devoted himself to intensive training. Consuming copious medicinal meals, he began by meditating to transform them into inner strength through his internal cultivation techniques. Any essence that could not be converted through internal methods was transmuted through various physical exercises, such as Yangsheng Gong and Songhe Quan. With ample vitality, he then transformed it into inner breath, which he would refine into inner strength through the operation of his internal techniques. The combination of dynamic and static practices significantly accelerated Jiang Weichen's progress. What would normally take him 7 days to fill his dantian now took merely 2 days. The time to open a meridian was reduced from over 3 months to just 1 month. At this juncture, Jiang Weichen's solid foundation became evident that a firm foundation meant robust meridians, which could be opened without injury. When purging impurities, excessive nurturing was unnecessary. Conversely, a weak foundation resulted in fragile meridians, requiring extensive time for nurturing after each opening. The process of breaking through meridians could even lead to injuries, demanding even more time and energy for recovery. With a weak foundation, one could not frequently attempt to clear blockages in the meridians, necessitating a gradual approach. Time slowly slipped away amid his training, and aside from rigorous practice, Jiang Weichen occasionally undertook tasks to earn some coin that he had anticipated that his days would continue in this mundane fashion. However, upon returning after half a month, the headquarters assigned Jiang Weichen to guard a brothel. Jiang Weichen immediately recognized this as the connivance of Huang Mengsheng. Initially, he had sought to avoid being stationed there as a means to grease the wheels for a favor. Now, the Black Tiger Gang was well aware he was associated with Huang Mengsheng, who held considerable power as the second-in-command. Without his consent, it was inconceivable that others would rearrange his assignment. Moreover, the sprawling brothel was left under the supervision of only a single individual at the Post-Heaven realm. This was evidently unreasonable. Even he himself did not truly qualify as being at the Post-Heaven realm, since no one was aware of his breakthrough. Huang Mengsheng, aware of the Night Shadow Pavilion's intentions toward him, had still arranged for him to guard the brothel, which was clearly a plot to use him as a pawn. Yet, lacking the strength to oppose, Jiang Weichen had no choice but to endure for the time being. That night, while on duty at the brothel, he encountered Feng Qingxia, who had yet to return. Chang Jiquai was now a permanent fixture in Yang City, overseeing the business of the Whale Gang. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxia was left unattended, spending his time either practicing martial arts or frequenting the brothel and gambling halls. Jiang Weichen chose to ignore him, heading directly to the room on the top floor to practice. However, the sounds of flirtation and revelry from below incessantly interrupted his focus, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Perhaps this was one of Huang Mengsheng's intentions, to place him in such an environment knowing he would wish to cultivate. Jiang Weichen dared not practice his internal techniques in such a setting, fearing that a lapse in concentration might lead to chaotic or disrupted inner energy, potentially harming his body and meridians. Unable to practice his internal methods, he resorted to training during the day and practicing dynamic movements, such as boxing and standing postures, at night. Each day, Jiang Weichen meticulously filled his schedule, allowing himself only 3 hours of sleep. With the remainder dedicated to meals and training, as time passed, 2 months slipped by unnoticed. Jiang Weichen had successfully opened 2 hand meridians, one yin and one yang, and had also opened 1 leg meridian. Now working on the 4th, he was now capable of utilizing a slight lightness skill through the connected leg meridian. Unbeknownst to him, the Night Shadow Pavilion had refrained from troubling him for over a month. Perhaps intimidated by his previous actions. This reprieve was actually due to Chang Ji Kuai's presence in Yang City during that time, as Jiang Weichen had been with him throughout that month, preventing any rash actions until they clarified their relationship. As December arrived, the temperature in Yang City had grown noticeably chilly. The biting northwesterly winds howled, and aside from beggars, most residents were bundled up in layers. Despite the cold, a festive atmosphere permeated the streets. Vendors sold door gods and peach charms, and smiles adorned the faces of the populace. Then on the 8th day of the 12th month, groups of monks and nuns appeared, carrying Buddhist statues and spreading the teachings of Buddhism from door to door. Wealthy households were even treated to the monks' personally prepared labo porridge. In the days that followed, some impoverished individuals donned disguises as ghostly figures, banging drums and gongs while soliciting alms from door to door. The affluent, far from being irked, often bestowed a few coins. Jiang Weichen's residents encountered this phenomenon several times. Initially bewildered, he later learned that this was called Dia Hu, a local custom preceding the Spring Festival. As the New Year's Eve approached, the celebratory atmosphere intensified, with activities such as house cleaning, kitchen deity worship, door god postings, and firecrackers being set off. Even the Black Tiger Gang and the Night Shadow Pavilion had temporarily ceased their hostilities, reaching an unspoken truce. Those with families had returned home, while those like Jiang Weichen, without kin, could only watch from the sidelines. Walking through the streets of Yang City, Jiang Weichen felt a profound sense of disconnection from it all. A wave of loneliness washed over him, as if he were a mere shell of a person. Following the death of his parents in this life, he felt he had lost his place in the world. Passing by the Fumin Lu, he suddenly longed to step inside and indulge in a few jugs of strong liquor to drown his sorrows. Yet a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Please, kind sirs, spare some food. Grant a little, and may good fortune bless you all." Jiang Weichen lowered his gaze and beheld a middle-aged man, swathed in a tattered cotton coat, sprawled upon the ground, weakly uttering words of supplication. Strands of straw protruded from the ragged holes of the coat, revealing that it was hardly a cotton garment. It was stuffed with straw. Jiang Weichen casually tossed a couple of silver coins, prompting the man to struggle to his knees in gratitude. Yet, when he lifted his head, Jiang Weichen caught sight of his grimy visage. Despite the many stains marring his face, Jiang Weichen recognized him. It was Zhou Jie, the former master of his own courtyard, who had withdrawn from the Black Tiger Gang due to injury, only to be subsequently robbed of all his savings by Ma Songjiang. He had fallen to such depths, nearly on the brink of death. Jiang Weichen's recently desolate heart suddenly became alert. He had merely lost his family, had nowhere to return, yet he was still living well. Compared to many in this world, he was fortunate. He had no right to be sorrowful. Observing the half-dead Zhou Jie, Jiang Weichen continually reminded himself, if he wallowed in this melancholy, he might soon find himself in a situation worse than Zhou Jie's. He had enemies who were ever eager to strike him down. Jiang Weichen tossed down 10 taels of silver, a reward for his own awakening, and without regard for the man's thanks, he turned and walked away. In that moment, his heart was resolute. As long as he had not become the world's strongest, as long as he had not attained invincibility, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Chapter 65. A new move on the eve of this year's new year. Jiang Weichen spent the night in solitary cultivation. The external festivities held no significance for him. His steadfast heart allowed him to remain focused even in the midst of a brothel. After 3 or 4 months, he had grown accustomed to this environment. Perhaps this was what they called refining the heart amidst worldly affairs. After the Spring Festival, everything returned to normal. Yet, an insidious plot was unfolding unbeknownst to Jiang Weichen. In the Dark Night Pavilion, Zhang Pavilion Master, that Chang Ji Kuei from the Giant Whale Gang left last year and has yet to return. Moreover, I have confirmed that the little brat has no ties to the Giant Whale Gang. What are you still worried about? Sun Dajing's expression was somewhat grim. It had been a year, and that little brat was still alive and well. Zhang Yifeng inquired, "Are you certain he has no connections to the Giant Whale Gang?" The last time we engaged, the leader of the Giant Whale Gang was right there. and Chang Jikue followed him to Yangqing upon his return. Sun Dajing retorted, "What are you afraid of? Even if there is a connection, that Feng Chuan, having just entered the innate stage, is no match for your sex elder." Zhang Yifeng countered, "Feng Chuan is young and vigorous, while our elder is already quite aged. There are no new innate disciples in our sect. Do you believe the elder would offend the giant whale gang for me?" Sun Dajing understood this logic as well and explained, "Last year, I discreetly sent someone to inquire with Feng Chuan's son. Feng Chuan indeed appreciates that little brat and once wished to take him as a disciple, but he was turned down that he has not joined the giant whale gang. So you can rest easy." Zhang Yifeng nodded upon hearing this, then asked, "Are you certain that if we kill him, Qiao Feng won't come to his aid?" Sun Dajing scoffed, "A gentleman deceives with righteousness. Qiao Feng is a man of great benevolence. To deal with such a person. As long as you hold the moral high ground, he will be of no threat, turning from a fierce tiger into a meek lamb. Jiang Weichen's killing of your gang members justifies your revenge. Others might rally to his defense, but Qiao Feng would be bound by righteousness." Zhang Yifeng felt somewhat vexed, had it not been for the beggar gang obstructing the Autumn Water Sword's sex intervention. His Dark Knight Pavilion would have long since unified Yangqing. Now, the beggar gang was using this matter to negotiate with him, embroiling him in unnecessary trouble. Zhang Yifeng sighed, yet now he does not leave the city. It is inconvenient to act against him within the city. The last incident caused quite a stir, and not long ago, Hua Yunxian warned us to keep a low profile for the next 2 years. Setting fire to farmland outside the city and attacking in broad daylight within the city. Such rumors reaching Suzhou would impact Hua Yunxuan's achievements. After pondering for a moment, Sun Dajing suggested, "I have a plan. That little brat's slaughter of many from the Dark Knight Pavilion is well known. You can invite the county magistrate as a witness and publicly hold a contest to settle the grudge." This was indeed a clever method. A public contest would leave Qiao Feng with no grounds for objection, but would that dog magistrate of Hua Yunxian agree? Zhang Yifeng questioned. Hua Yunxian represents the Hua family. He would not wish to see your Zhang family grow stronger. Just present the threat that if he does not comply, your sect will intervene in Yangqing, and he will surely agree. Furthermore, that little brat had killed several minor officials and even wiped out a local landlord in Lianhua town. Although the magistrate there did not report it, and Hua Yunxian did not pursue the matter, he surely would not favor someone so unruly. Sun Dajing continued, "Rather than worrying about the magistrate, we ought to be more concerned about the Black Tiger Gang's stance. If they choose to protect him, we will need to devise another plan." Zhang Yifeng dismissed this notion. Jiang Weichen has already obstructed Huang Mengsheng of the Black Tiger Gang. Huang Mengsheng would certainly wish to eliminate him. And Zhao Qingtian lacks the guts to confront Huang Mengsheng, so there is no need to worry about the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Yifeng was clear about Huang Mengsheng's intentions. He merely sought to become the second him, to take sole control of a gang and restore the Huang family's fortunes. Zhang Yifeng then inquired, "However, I have heard that your leader has returned. Does your statement regarding not obstructing the Autumn Water Sword's sex entry into Yangqing still hold?" Sun Dajing replied disdainfully, "It is merely the Autumn Water Sword sect. What does it matter if they enter Yangqing? Do they dare infringe upon our beggar gang's interests? We do not take them seriously at all. Their previous obstruction was merely to prevent a second major gang from emerging in Yangqing, but if one does arise, so be it." Zhang Yifeng scoffed inwardly. Had it not been for the presence of someone at your main branch, what were you? At most, you would be on par with his Dark Knight Pavilion. After their discussion, Sun Dajing departed, and Zhang Yifeng prepared a generous gift to pay a visit to the county magistrate. 3 days later, Jiang Weichen was summoned to the main branch. In the council hall of the main branch, Zhao Qingtian, Huang Mengsheng, Li Ziniu, Niu Ge, and Zhu Kai were all present. Jiang Weichen felt perplexed, with Zhao Qingtian as the gang leader and the other 4 his elders. Their gathering to summon him alone filled him with an ominous premonition. "Gang leader, may I ask why I have been summoned?" Jiang Weichen inquired with cupped hands. Zhao Qingtian sighed, "Due to your killing of too many members of the Dark Knight Pavilion. It has led to frequent conflicts between our 2 gangs, and the magistrate is quite dissatisfied with us, but he demands that we prohibit any further conflicts in the near future." Jiang Weichen was puzzled and replied, "Gang leader, conflicts between our 2 gangs are devoid of any sentiment. Besides, they sought to kill me first. To attribute the frequency of our clashes solely to me is quite unreasonable, even in my absence. As long as one side is weaker, the other would not miss the opportunity. The current situation is that the Black Tiger Gang holds the advantage, and Zhao Qingtian seeks to expand that advantage. Zhao Qingtian nodded, acknowledging, I am well aware of this, but the Dark Knight Pavilion demands a contest with you to settle the grudge, which is the only path to peaceful cohabitation. Jiang Weichen's heart sank slightly as he questioned. Have you agreed to this? Zhao Qingtian nodded, yes. Elder Huang has agreed on my behalf. Huang Mingxing was momentarily taken aback, but he paid no mind to Zhao Qingtian's divisive words, especially since he was the one who had strongly advocated for this. Jiang Weichen inwardly mused, has Huang Mingxing finally made his move? He truly is a man who strikes with lethal intent. However, this gang leader seems rather cowardly. At this rate, the Black Tiger Gang may soon change hands. Realizing he could not alter the outcome, and knowing that fleeing would only lead to pursuit, he asked, who will I be competing against? What level are they at? An elder from the Dark Knight Pavilion. Mu Yi at the 8th level of the postnatal stage, just like Zhang Yifeng, though he has been expelled from the Autumn Water Sword sect. Zhao Qingtian explained. While he stated this, he did not believe it. Although Zhang Yifeng hailed from the Autumn Water Sword sect, he represented the Zhang family of Yancheng. The Autumn Water Sword sect, uneasy, had expelled a disciple while ensuring he was placed in the Dark Knight Pavilion under the Beggar Gang's watch. Jiang Weichen scoffed inwardly. These individuals were sending him to his death. The Autumn Water Sword sect, a lineage that had persisted for decades, would be stronger than the peak of the 6th-level postnatal opponent he had slain by the river. Even if they were of the same level, these people were unaware that he had cultivated internal energy and were sending him to face an opponent at the 8th level of the postnatal stage. Jiang Weichen mocked, so in the Black Tiger Gang, an elder can become the master. You and the others do not believe that if I were to die, the two gangs would truly live in peace. Do you? Furthermore, the Dark Knight Pavilion's members stated that if I were to die, the Beggar Gang would cease to obstruct the Autumn Water Sword sect's involvement in Yancheng. How does the gang leader plan to address this? Are you relying on Elder Huang's Huang family? That would be inviting a wolf into the fold. Huang Mingxing's face turned ashen. Although everyone was aware of his actions, they could not be made public. He retorted, Kid, there is no need for you to sow discord. The Black Tiger Gang has endured for so long for a reason. Moreover, with the county magistrate's guarantee, after this matter, we will each govern our own territories for 2 years without permitting any conflicts. Jiang Weichen sneered. So you intend to use me in exchange for 2 years of peace? Niu Gui remained indifferent, having cultivated pure external martial arts and was nearing retirement at the age of 42. He did not wish to involve himself in these disputes. Zhu Kai, on the other hand, was reveling in Jiang Weichen's misfortune, as the burning of farmland by the Dark Knight Pavilion had destroyed his source of wealth. Jiang Weichen took note of the countenance of each individual before asking, when will the contest take place? Zhao Qingtian, undeterred by Jiang Weichen's sarcastic tone, remained unfazed, knowing well he was sending someone to their doom. 3 days hence, a platform would be erected at the entrance of the government office, where a public contest would take place, necessitating the signing of life and death contracts. Jiang Weichen turned on his heel and declared, Very well, I shall be there in 3 days. Aware that escape was futile, he acknowledged that half a year had elapsed since he began cultivating his inner strength, that he had now ascended to the 3rd level of postnatal training. Having opened 5 meridians, with the 6th almost fully unblocked 6 months prior, he had been capable of defeating those at the 6th level of postnatal strength. Now, facing those at the 8th level, he believed he had a fighting chance. Chapter 66. Despised by all on the day of the announcement at the county office, a makeshift arena was constructed in the square by the following morning. News of the Black Tiger Gang and the Night Pavilion resolving their grievances through a duel swiftly spread throughout Yang City. The identities of the competitors also became widely known due to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Mu Yi, age 38, a once elite disciple of the Autumn Water Sword sect, had been expelled and subsequently joined the Night Pavilion. Rising to a position of significant power, that he had played a crucial role in the downfall of the Jiaolong society, mastering the Autumn Water Sword technique to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, he possessed formidable spear techniques honed on the battlefield, earning a reputation in Yang City as a master of both sword and spear. Rumor had it that the Night Pavilion derived its name from the presence of Mu Yi. Jiang Weichen, merely 10 years old, had arrived in Yang City a year prior, infiltrating a health hall to pilfer medical texts that he later joined the Black Tiger Gang, ruthlessly slaying numerous members of the Night Pavilion his brutality evident in his penchant for decapitation. Some victims had even suffered the severing of limbs. Reduced to mere stumps that in Yang City, he had garnered titles such as the Blade Demon and the Decapitating Demon. The frequent clashes between the two factions were largely attributed to Jiang Weichen's actions. His merciless killings of minor officials in Lianhua town and the massacre of an entire family in Xinghua village had been divulged by those with malicious intent. The tale surrounding Jiang Weichen's grew increasingly sinister with each retelling, leading many to categorize him as an evil spirit. Within just 2 days, Jiang Weichen's notoriety had permeated every corner of the city, becoming a household name. Previously, he had enjoyed a modicum of fame, but it had been confined to a select few. Now, however, his reputation had escalated to the point of instilling fear in children. Taverns, inns, tea houses, and street vendors buzzed with gossip. Initially, some expressed sympathy for Jiang Weichen's, but this quickly morphed into vitriol, with the misdeeds of both the Black Tiger Gang and the Night Pavilion being laid at his feet. At Zhou Xinguang's stall, Zhou listened to the passing comments with confusion, asking, "Father, how did Brother Jiang become the target of everyone's wrath?" At that moment, a man buying buns in front of the stall inquired, "Do you know the Decapitating Demon, Jiang Weichen's?" Without waiting for Zhou to respond, Zhou Xinguang quickly replied, "I do not know him. My son is only 9 years old, and he refers to those slightly older as brother." The man then remarked, "If you have any connection to him, I shan't purchase these buns." Zhou Xinguang insisted, "It matters not. We are merely common folk, far removed from such individuals." The man conceded, "Fair enough, then I shall have 2 vegetable buns." Zhou Xinguang skillfully retrieved the buns from the bamboo steamer and accepted payment. After the man departed, he cautioned his son, "From now on, refrain from referring to him as Brother Jiang. Otherwise, we shall invite endless trouble." Zhou nodded, having heard of Jiang Weichen's deeds, but never having witnessed them firsthand, leaving him with little emotional response. In contrast, he recalled their previous hours together, finding Jiang Weichen's quite amiable. Yet it was unsettling that the man had been dissuaded from buying buns merely due to their association with Jiang Weichen's, illuminating how deeply detested he had become in Yang City. The health hall. Yang Wenshan reclined on a chair at the entrance, sighing inwardly as he listened to the gossip of passers-by. "Oh, Jiang, I warned you against becoming too engrossed in martial arts and venturing into this world. You would not heed my counsel, and now you find yourself ensnared." He had once hoped for Jiang's success to benefit his granddaughter. But it seemed that hope was now in vain. In the Eastern District, Jiang Weichen's reputation had soured further, as merchants were extorted for protection fees by both gangs. This had begun shortly before Jiang's induction into the Black Tiger Gang. With the emergence of such rumors, the ignorant populace hastily attributed blame to Jiang Weichen's. Unbeknownst to Jiang Weichen's, who focused intently on honing his skills in the courtyard, the 3 days passed swiftly. The contest was set for noon. Yet by dawn, the area in front of the county office was already teeming with spectators. Soon, prominent figures such as the county magistrate Zhang Yifeng, Mu Yi, Zhao Qingtian, and Wu Changbai, the leader of the beggars sect in Yang City, arrived. Even Feng Chuan, the leader of the Giant Whale Gang, made an appearance, accompanied by his son. The headquarters of the Giant Whale Gang was not far from Yang City, and with ample time to relay the news, he decided to join the fray for a bit of entertainment. Upon ascending the platform, Feng Chuan clasped his hands in greeting towards Hua Yunxian, stating, "County Magistrate Hua, I have come to observe. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" Hua Yunxian felt a twinge of displeasure at Feng Chuan's tone, yet he refrained from displaying it. While he could afford to disregard those beneath the innate realm, he dared not offend a practitioner of that level, lacking any innate level protectors by his side. Thus, he forced a smile and replied, "If the leader Feng is interested, this official naturally welcomes you. However, do bear in mind that this contest necessitates the signing of life and death contracts, so you cannot intervene." Hua Yinchuan's words elicited glances from Zhang Yifeng, Huang Mengsheng, Sun Dashing, and others towards Feng Chuan. Their aim in orchestrating this duel was to ensure Jiang Weichen's met his end upon the arena. Should Feng Chuan, a practitioner of innate strength, attempt to shield Jiang Weichen's, they would find themselves at a loss. Feng Chuan scanned the crowd, noting Jiang Weichen's absence. He chose not to respond and approached Zhao Qingtian instead. Understanding the subtlety of the moment, Zhao Qingtian vacated his seat, pondering whether this decision had been a miscalculation, that if he could forge a connection with the Giant Whale Gang through Jiang Weichen's, he would no longer fear the Autumn Water Sword sect. Yet, Huang Mengxing had previously asserted that the two shared no significant ties, and his own inquiries had confirmed as much. Hua Yunxian, having received no answer, grew somewhat irate and redirected his frustration towards Zhao Qingtian. Zhao, why has Jiang Weichen's not yet arrived? He hasn't fled, has he? Hurry and send someone to urge him. If he were to abscond, their grand spectacle would end in utter disgrace. Zhao Qingtian promptly summoned Qin Shao, intending to dispatch him for a reminder. However, before Qin Shao could take a step, Jiang Weichen's appeared, steadily walking towards the arena, the Lixian blade slung across his back. Upon reaching the arena, Jiang Weichen surveyed the throng of gathered citizens and the distinguished figure seated on the makeshift platform to the east. Zhao Qingtian spotted Jiang Weichen's and informed Hua Yunxian, "Sir Hua, Jiang Weichen's has arrived," and he pointed in Jiang Weichen's direction, but the county magistrate, unable to discern him amidst the crowd, did not inquire further. It mattered little who he was, for he was destined to perish shortly. Turning to the county lieutenant, Jiang Wenguang, he commanded, "Proceed and announce as previously discussed." Jiang Wenguang cupped his hands in acknowledgement and ascended the platform, quieting the crowd with a gesture. "Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, I am Jiang Wenguang, the county lieutenant of Yang City. Last year, our city experienced numerous disturbances, which our officials have traced back to the actions of local gangs, concerned for the well-being of our people. Sir Hua could not allow such behavior to persist. Through his mediation, the two factions have consented to resolve their grievances through combat, with the stipulation that neither party shall instigate further conflict thereafter." As Jiang Wenguang concluded the formalities, the townsfolk erupted in applause, chanting, "The magistrate is wise." Satisfied with the reception, he continued, "Now, let the representatives of both sides ascend the platform to sign the life and death contracts." Chapter 67. Feng Chuan's protection. Mu Yi, clad in a fitted white training robe, a sword slung over his back and a spear in hand, gracefully ascended the platform and stood nonchalantly to one side. Exuding an air of superiority, the crowd erupted in cheers, shouting, "Hero Mu is magnificent! Go, Hero Mu, slay Jiang Weichen's and rid Yang City of this menace. Yes, kill him. Without him, we shan't have to pay protection fees that if he is slain, our hard-earned harvest will not be squandered. Is that really Mu Yi? Truly a figure of renown from the Night Pavilion. He is indeed a master." Those who had not previously encountered Mu Yi murmured amongst themselves. Jiang Weichen's, having just pushed through the crowd, overheard the surrounding chatter and turned to assess the tide of opinions. He pondered, "Has my reputation sunk so low? For the past 3 days, Jiang Weichen had mostly been practicing in the courtyard, only venturing out during meal times to procure some food, but he had overheard various remarks, but assumed they were merely the opinions of a minority. Thus, he did not deliberately inquire further to his surprise. It seemed that everyone had come to regard him as a nefarious villain. Though he was indeed ruthless, it was only towards his enemies. He had never bullied these people. Clearly, someone was deliberately spreading misinformation. Some accusations he could accept, claiming him to be a cruel demon mattered little. However, to attribute crimes he did not commit to him was simply excessive. He had no habit of taking the blame for others. It appeared that there were individuals behind the scenes deliberately steering the narrative, wishing not only for his demise, but also for him to serve as a scapegoat to enhance their own reputations. Anger welled up within Jiang Weichen, yet he recognized the futility of such feelings. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he approached the nearly 2-meter-high arena, noting the steps were on the opposite side, and chose not to circumvent them. His right hand gripped the edge of the platform, and with a powerful pull, his feet simultaneously pressed against the ground, propelling him into the air, landing deftly atop the 2-meter-high stage. On the viewing platform, Feng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering. It seems this lad has made considerable progress over the past 6 months. Huang Mengxing, Zhao Qingtian, and others were similarly astonished. Ascending the 2-meter platform with such ease suggested that Jiang Weichen had concealed his true capabilities. Such a seamless ascent indicated that without internal strength, a person of his stature would not manage it so effortlessly. This not only implied the cultivation of inner energy, but also demonstrated lightness in movement. However, they were all perplexed as to where Jiang Weichen had acquired such techniques. The Black Tiger Gang had not imparted any internal or light skills to him. Could it be that Feng Chuan had provided them? Yet their astonishment was fleeting, as none believed Jiang Weichen would leave the arena alive. Was he not the infamous head-chopping demon Jiang Weichen? Truly, he was worthy of that moniker. He did not even take the steps. And for such an entrance, I would commend him with a thumbs up. Young indeed. Rumor had it he was merely 10 years old, about the same age as my son. What a shame, that a shame for what? Such a person is not worth lamenting. To be so cruel at such a tender age. What would he become when grown? After Jiang Weiqin ascended the stage, County Magistrate Jiang Wenguang produced 2 death warrants and placed them on the column beside the steps, stating, "Everyone take a look. If there are no issues, please sign." Jiang Weiqin glanced at Mu Yi, particularly noting the spear in his hand, his heart momentarily tightening. The sword is agile, the knife is domineering. Initially, the knife has the advantage over the sword, and he felt confident in outmatching his opponent in martial skills. However, facing a spear for the first time, particularly a long weapon, posed a unique challenge. If his opponent wielded it with great skill, he might find it difficult to close the distance. Jiang Weiqin approached, examining the death warrant, which contained few words, essentially stating that life and death were at one's own risk, with no recourse after the fact, along with the stipulation that no disputes could arise within 2 years thereafter. Jiang Weiqin surmised that Huayangshuan's term was nearing its end. He had already served 4 years in Yangqing to prevent collusion between officials and local powers. The standard term for officials is 3 years, after which they either get promoted or reassigned. Huayangshuan had already been retained once, and it was highly likely he would be promoted or reassigned in 2 years. He presumably wished to avoid any significant disturbances under his jurisdiction. After confirming there were no issues, Jiang Weiqin picked up a nearby brush to sign, that moment. Feng Chuan called out from the stands, "Jiang Weiqin, if you believe you have no chance of winning, withdraw from the Black Tiger Gang and join my Giant Whale Gang. I will ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Huayangshuan immediately expressed his discontent. "Feng Gang leader, I've already set the stage here. Your actions are rather inappropriate, are they not?" Feng Chuan replied, "Lord Hua, I understand your intentions. It is for your promotion in 2 years, is it not? If Jiang Weiqin departs, it will not affect your governance that if you grant me this favor, I will consider you a friend, and you will be duly rewarded later." Although Feng Chuan did not wish to offend Huayangshuan, he was not intimidated, for after all, he was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate and not under his jurisdiction. Huayangshuan's face darkened as he glanced at Zhang Yifeng, realizing that targeting Jiang Weiqin was not his intention. Indeed, upon hearing Feng Chuan's words, Zhang Yifeng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, declaring, "Feng Gang leader, Jiang Weiqin has killed many of my Dark Knight Pavilion members. This grudge cannot go unavenged. And even the elder of my Qiushui sword sect agrees." Zhang Yifeng invoked righteousness in the first half of his statement, and in the latter half he brought forth his backing. Feng Chuan retorted mockingly, "You have been at odds with the Black Tiger Gang for over 2 years. You were already enemies, and their deaths are merely a consequence of their own inadequacy. The Black Tiger Gang is pitiful enough to betray its own. Do you take me for a fool with such excuses? As for your Qiushui sword sect's elder, I will reward him later." Zhang Yifeng could only sigh helplessly, glancing at the grim-faced Sun Dashing, choosing not to say more. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. When the levels are unequal, words hold no weight. Sun Dashing, with a grim expression, interjected, "Feng Gang leader, you are not from Yangqing. Your interference is rather excessive, don't you think?" Feng Chuan countered, "What? Do you wish to avenge a personal grudge? Does Xiao Feng know?" Feng Chuan was aware that Xiao Feng had transmitted to Jiang Weiqin a technique capable of breaking through to the innate level. Jiang Weiqin's identity was now common knowledge, and his experiences had spread. Had he been a tad more lenient toward his adversaries, many might have felt sympathy for him. Yet his cruelty rendered such sentiments impossible, even evoking concern for oneself. Sun Dashing was about to speak again, but Wu Zhongbai, the leader of the Beggars sect in Yangqing, shot him a glare, compelling Sun Dashing to fall silent. Wu Zhongbai stated, "My Beggar sect shall merely witness. We have no intention of intervening." Recently, Wu Zhongbai had traveled to the headquarters to seek advice on unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, only to return to find Sun Dashing had caused such turmoil. Seeing that no one could obstruct him and recognizing Feng Chuan's overwhelming stance, Huayangshuan could only nod resignedly. "Very well, since Feng Gang leader wishes to protect him, I shall give you that face." Feng Chuan, satisfied, turned to Jiang Weiqin on the stage and declared, "Jiang Weiqin, now state your decision." Upon the stage, Jiang Weichen indeed found himself in a mental struggle. The strongest opponent he had faced thus far was Shun Fei, who was at the 6th level of the acquired stage. Though 6 months had passed, during which he cultivated his internal energy and reached the 3rd level of the acquired stage, facing someone at the 8th level, who not only had their 12 main meridians connected, but also had their internal energy circulating in a small cycle, enhancing their physique while widening their meridians and opening up for extraordinary meridians. He felt uncertain about his chances. Thus, when Feng Chuan spoke, he hesitated, contemplating whether to leave Yangsheng and join the giant whale gang. After much deliberation, when Feng Chuan inquired again, Jiang Weichen finally made up his mind. Chapter 68. Life and Death Battle on the Stage. Jiang Weichen clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Feng Gang leader, but I have already made my decision to sign the death warrant and enter the life and death arena." Zhang Yifeng, Huang Mengsheng, and Sun Dashing were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of joy. Huangshuan breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Weichen had agreed, then his elaborate preparations would not end in a farce, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Huangshuan chuckled. "Feng Gang leader, it seems others do not wish to accept your goodwill. You have overstepped your bounds." Feng Chuan was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Weichen's response. Yet reflecting upon his character and the battle by the river, it seemed reasonable. Feng Chuan did not take offense, asking, "So, does this mean you are confident?" Jiang Weichen shook his head in reply, "Not at all. I have never fought anyone above the 6th level of the acquired stage." Feng Chuan expressed surprise. "Then why do you still agree?" "Once the death warrant is signed, I cannot intervene. That if Jiang Weichen signed the warrant and subsequently lost, any interference on Feng Chuan's part would place him in an untenable position, resulting in significant backlash. Should Jiang Weichen refuse him now, he would not bear any further cost for Jiang Weichen's sake." Jiang Weichen nodded, saying, "I appreciate Feng Gang leader's kindness, but I do not wish to escape. I desire to live boldly and passionately. This requires contention against enemies, against peers, and finally, against oneself. It is a struggle for that breath of life. As martial artists, if our spirits are not in harmony, how can we strive for excellence? Having been reborn into this world, aside from the early years, I have been targeted and oppressed. A cloud of frustration has long settled within me. This frustration might be inconsequential in the early stages, but later it could lead to stagnation." Jiang Weichen recalled why it took a decade for the gentle Imu Changchun technique to break through to the innate level, while the domineering Wuliang Heart Sutra required only 5 years. It was not that the Wuliang Heart Sutra was superior to the Imu Changchun technique. It was merely that both were based on relatively low-level acquired techniques. Rather, it was a matter of unimpeded intent. His current mindset could not align with the gentle Imu Changchun technique. This was the realization he had come to during his recent practice of the Wuliang Heart Sutra. Huang Mingsheng, Sun Dashing, and the others, upon hearing Jiang Weichen's words, internally cursed. "Fool! Cultivation relies on resources and innate talent. What does spirit have to do with it?" In contrast, Feng Chuan pondered Jiang Weichen's words thoughtfully, nodding. "Perhaps you are correct." Though he had not heard much about the connection between cultivation and one's mental state, he had come across similar examples. Sometimes, the nature of one's mindset is indeed quite enigmatic. Jiang Weichen picked up a nearby brush and boldly inscribed his name in an artistic flourish on the death warrant. Over the past year, although he had not deliberately practiced calligraphy, he had become acquainted with the technique of wielding a brush. Coupled with his background as a martial artist, which afforded him meticulous control over his physical strength, he quickly became proficient in brush writing. County Magistrate Jiang Wenguang accepted the death warrant, allowing it to dry before handing it to Mu Yi, who similarly signed his name beside it. Upon returning to the viewing platform, after having Huangshuan stamp it with the official seal and his personal mark, Jiang Wenguang announced, "The death warrant has been signed and will be posted on the notice board. The death match is now established, and no one is permitted to interfere or seek revenge. Aside from the prohibition against surrendering, there are no other rules. All means are permitted until one party is deceased." After delivering his words, Jiang Wenguang returned to the platform, leaving only Jiang Weichen and Mu Yi on the arena. Mu Yi distanced himself and remarked, "I have heard that you possess a sword-drawing technique, and thus far, no one has survived under its execution." Jiang Weichen, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "Do you wish to experience it?" Should Muyi grant him the opportunity to demonstrate his sword-drawing technique, he would be more than willing to allow him to witness the pinnacle of this art. Executing the sword-drawing technique necessitates a state of adjustment, concentrating one's essence and spirit to unleash a peak strike. While it can be performed during combat, it is challenging to focus, leading to disordered energy and diminished power. Therefore, the ideal state for executing the sword-drawing technique is at the zenith of one's pre-battle condition. Muyi shook his head. Having been dispatched to the Dark Knight Pavilion, he was an elite member of the Chioshui sword sect. Not a braggart, that he had meticulously researched Jiang Weichen's past experiences prior to the battle. Aware that, at their similar ages, he fell short of Jiang Weichen, and recognizing Jiang Weichen's rapid progress, he refrained from giving him the chance. Holding his spear, he proclaimed, "Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. I shall not afford you any opportunity that I pride myself on being a dual master of spear and sword. My spear is a family heirloom forged for battle, and my sword embodies the sect's ultimate techniques. Now, allow me to demonstrate my spear, and I hope you can endure a few strikes." Jiang Weichen felt a twinge of disappointment. If Muyi chose not to use a sword against him, he would have no chance to execute his sword-drawing technique. The opponent's spear extended beyond 7 feet, while his own sword measured merely 3 feet 3 inches. With no opportunity to employ his technique, Jiang Weichen simply stated, "Let us begin." In their initial confrontation with a long weapon and an unfamiliar style, Jiang Weichen decided to play defensively. Muyi wasted no time. Gripping his spear with both hands, he thrust it forward like a dragon breaking the waves, aiming directly for Jiang Weichen's heart. Jiang Weichen focused intently, recognizing that the power of this thrust resided in its tip. In an instant, he drew his sword from its sheath, executing a diagonal slash as the spear's tip closed in, striking the shaft just behind the spearhead. The spear veered to the left, confirming that the spearhead would not reach him. Jiang Weichen swiftly transitioned from a slash to a slice, his keen blade gliding along the spear shaft towards Mu Ye's gripping hand. Unfazed, Mu Ye deftly maneuvered his hands behind the blade's back, evading the edge just as it neared his grip, that he then sidestepped, their figures almost intertwining. Yet, as if they shared a telepathic connection, Jiang Weichen delivered an elbow strike to Mu Ye's chest, while Mu Ye reciprocated with a fist aimed at Jiang Weichen's abdomen. Both were taken aback, yet neither attempted to defend. The sound of their impacts echoed. Bang, bang. They both retreated simultaneously. Jiang Weichen stepped back 7 paces, while Mu Ye retreated 5. That despite Jiang Weichen's solid foundation and formidable physique, his internal energy was lacking. Thus, in this round, he found himself at a disadvantage. That a sharp pain throbbed at his chest. Fortunately, his rigorous training had fortified his bones, or he might have suffered a fracture. Despite the discomfort, his expression remained impassive, concealing the true extent of his condition. But Mu Ye, struck by the elbow, felt a burning sensation and remarked, "You have indeed reached the postnatal realm, and your level is commendably high." That elbow strike carried a force of at least 800 or 900 pounds. Without internal energy to bolster it, such strength would be unattainable. That a martial artist at the foundational stage typically does not exceed 600 pounds unless they are innately powerful. When I was at the foundational stage, I only achieved over 400 pounds before I began refining my internal energy. Jiang Weichen, disliking unnecessary chatter that would deplete his energy, steadied his stance and employed his lightness skill to engage in close combat. As the spear was a long weapon, he recognized that without closing the distance, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, one cannot strike if they are out of reach, while the opponent can hit them. The two exchanged blows, weapons clashing, fists and feet colliding, and in an instant, they had engaged in 7 or 8 exchanges. Jiang Weichen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had executed the first stance of the Levection blade technique. The tidal waves, his vital energy surged like crashing waves, compounded by a growing momentum as he unleashed 8 strikes in succession. However, even the peak 8th strike was thwarted, merely pushing Mu Ye back and granting him a slight advantage. Yet, failing to inflict injury meant Jiang Weichen had lost. These 8 strikes had drawn upon his entire strength, internal energy, and momentum. Their ineffectiveness rendered them a significant drain. Chapter 69, The Life and Death Battle, Part 2, on the arena. The two continued their exchange, while those observing below found the spectacle utterly captivating. However, the spectators in the viewing platform harbored varying thoughts. Huang Mingxing wore a grim expression, pondering How has this young man progressed so swiftly? Facing an opponent at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, he has secured a slight advantage. Is this not a sign that I cannot best him myself? How could he have advanced so rapidly? Given that the meridians lie within, and without engaging in combat, outsiders would be unable to discern how many channels he had opened. Moreover, Jiang Weichen had concealed his progress in the postnatal realm for so long, playing the role of the underdog. What a cunning young man that Li Zinyu and Zhu Kai felt equally distressed, as they were only at the 7th level of postnatal cultivation and could not contend with Mu Yi. Zhao Qingtian was astonished, realizing that he too was merely at the peak of the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. Given Jiang Weichen's combat prowess, only Zhang Yifeng from the Dark Knight Pavilion, who was at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, could likely subdue him effortlessly. Zhao Qing'an gazed over at Zhang Yifeng, who bore a similarly shocked expression. Sun Daxing's face turned ashen, and as he cursed under his breath, he felt a twinge of regret. Uncertain of Jiang Weichen's cultivation level, he recognized that his combat strength had already surpassed his own at the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. Sun Daxing turned his gaze towards the leader, Wu Changbai. Sensing the scrutiny, Wu Changbai coldly retorted, "The trouble you have caused must be resolved by you." Recently, he had received guidance from Xiao Feng of the main branch, and he was currently in the process of opening his rim meridian, stepping into the 10th level of postnatal cultivation. With a talent like Jiang Weichen, he would not risk offending him just to clean up after someone else. Feng Chuan was also surprised. As someone at the innate level, his keen perception enabled him to discern from the intensity of their exchanges that Jiang Weichen had likely reached at least the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation.